The plot of this film is purely fictitious. Please do not take it seriously, and please do not imitate it. Any similarity is purely coincidental. Thank you for your support. Your likes and subscriptions are the motivation for my updates. Chapter 1: Traveling Through Another World. Chiling Mountain, Northern Territory of Chiffon Continent. Today is the day when the 4 major sects in the northern region of Chiffon Continent recruit disciples once every 3 years. All children between the ages of 5 and 10 who have spiritual roots can participate. It is said that they have been favored by a certain powerful person and have skyrocketed since then. Yi Jiao was held in her father's arms, looking at Chiling Mountain soaring into the sky in trance. It has been 5 years since she came to this world. In her previous life, she was born in the capital of Country Z. She came from a wealthy family and had excellent grades. The only regret is that her parents divorced and each started a new family. Jiao has been taking turns living in her parents' house, like a guest. Although he has good living conditions, he does not have the love of his parents. Therefore, Ji Yao has a relatively introverted personality and likes to stay in the dormitory and read novels and TV dramas. He was about to graduate from college. But who would have thought that when he woke up, he would be in this otherworldly continent where he could cultivate and become an immortal. In this life, Xia was born in the Yi family, ranked 17th in the family, and had parents who loved her very much. His father Yi Feng, who cultivated in the late Yuanying stage, is the head of the Yi family. The mother, Xiao Qianyu, was originally in the early stage of nascent soul cultivation, but fell to the late stage of Jindan due to giving birth to a son. So she is a direct descendant of the Zhao family. It can be said that Jiao in this life is a proper second-generation cultivator. In the past 5 years, Jiao has spent most of her time in her own yard, with her parents making medicinal soups to cleanse her body of impurities, constantly strengthening her physical fitness, laying the foundation for future cultivation, and learning the words of this world. Today happens to be her 5th birthday, and she can detect her spiritual roots. Are you afraid of 17? Jiao's memories were interrupted by her father's concern. Don't be afraid. My parents' spiritual roots are so good. Sure, she must also have spiritual roots. Xia raised her head and looked at her father. My father is over 500 years old, but he looks like a young man in his 20s in this world. Sure enough, as mentioned in those immortality novels, those who cultivate immortality are all handsome men and beautiful women. She still remembers that when she saw her father for the first time, Xia was stunned. In her 20 years of life, she had never seen such a good-looking person, and she just felt like a god. Her mother's appearance was even worse, but she was in the top 10 of any Chiffon mainland beauty list. Presumably, I will be no different in the future. After all, such good genes are here. We 17 will definitely be better than our parents. Ha ha ha. Night Breeze gently rubbed Jia's head, her eyes filled with love. This is his and yours precious daughter. It is difficult for monks to have children, but they are content to have 17 in this life. More and more children came to Chiling Mountain one after another. Suddenly, Jia felt a gaze falling on her, perhaps due to the time travel. Although Jiyao has not yet practiced, her soul is much more sensitive and powerful than ordinary children. Jia looked over and saw a very thin and embarrassed little boy. The whole person exudes a gloomy temperament. His eyes are sharp, and there is a hint of envy and pain in his eyes. Jia was stunned and didn't understand why this person looked at her in such a way, so she could only smile slightly at the boy. But she saw the boy quickly turn his face to one side and stopped looking at her. Is this person in the 2nd stage of middle school? Jia didn't understand his intention and turned away from him. Chapter 2: Climbing the Ladder. Jia heard from her parents that the spiritual energy in Chiffon Continent is now very thin, so single spiritual roots are the fastest to cultivate, while 5 spiritual roots are almost useless spiritual roots. Yi Jiao's father has a single golden spiritual root, and her mother has a single wood spiritual root, and the purity is not low, so she can cultivate to nascent soul at the age of several hundred years. Yefeng originally planned to let Jiu join the Qingmu sect directly and become a disciple of the ancestor of the Yi family's god-forming ancestor, Venerable Yelan, but Jia was unwilling. She had her own plans. My dear Li Qian, as the host of this apprenticeship ceremony, I welcome you all to come from afar. This ceremony is divided into 2 stages. The first is climbing the ladder. Only when you climb to the top can you be qualified to worship at the mountain gate. The second is the test. Spiritual roots. Next, the first level begins. All children who want to join the sect should step on the climbing ladder in turn. If they fall off halfway or cannot reach the top of the mountain within 12 hours, they will not be able to pass the first round. A Master Gene Dan stood in the square and moved his mouth slightly, but his voice clearly reached everyone's ears. Go quickly. Sure, Chi. Don't be nervous. You know, Yifeng said worriedly. Dad, I'm going then. Xia was put on the ground by Yifeng and walked towards the entrance of the climbing ladder. At this time, most of the children had already climbed up the ladder and disappeared. Xia looked up and saw that the entire ladder was shrouded in clouds and mist, with no end in sight. Taking one step forward, Xia felt as if she had really stepped on the clouds, which were soft and fluffy, accompanied by a faint scent of grass. Why does the world of cultivators always like to climb the ladder to see the potential of disciples? Xia shook her head, remembering such novels she had read. No matter what, I can definitely climb up. It makes no sense for a 20-year-old to be compared to a 5-year-old kid. Come on! Jiyu silently cheered herself up, then climbed up step by step, slowly climbing up. Go! The top of Qiling Mountain. Fellow Taoist Yifeng, I heard that your wife is also in this test. I wonder which sect you want to join. Lin Yuan, the leader of the Shenin sect, asked curiously. The other 3 sect leaders all looked at Yifeng after hearing this, and were very curious as to why he didn't directly join the Qingmu sect's ancestor Yi family. Yifeng raised his eyes and looked at Lin Yuan and said helplessly, That girl didn't let us interfere. She said she wanted to make her own choice. Today, the 4 major sects in the Northern Territory include Qingmu sect, Shenin sect, Dan sect and Wanjian sect. Among them, Qingmu sect has the strongest overall strength, and its disciples are strong. The Wanjian sect has gradually declined due to the damage to the inheritance wall thousands of years ago. The reason why he still occupies a place in the 4 major sects is because his god-forming ancestor, Jian Song Venerable, has extraordinary strength. With one move of 10,000 swords returned to 1, he can transform into gods and be invincible. Thinking of the girl's decision, Yifeng felt helpless. However, they all know that although Chi has been quiet since childhood, he is a very thoughtful person. Once she decides something, no one can change it. On the ladder, Jia took the test paper that was just issued today and handed it to her mother with anticipation. Our Yi Zi is really capable and got perfect marks in the exam again, Mother said happily. After receiving her mother's praise, Jia felt shy and was about to speak. Mom, when are you going to eat? I'm almost starving to death. The voice of my younger brother, who had just returned from school, came from the door. He was the child of his mother's second marriage. Jiyao's mother walked to the door in a few steps and took her brother's school bag. Oh, our baby has worked hard. Today, Mom will make your favorite braised pork for baby. After saying that, he put his school bag on the sofa and entered the kitchen to start working. Jiya bent down to pick up the test paper that had fallen down. Her expression changed for a moment, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Soon, Uncle Jiu came back, and everyone sat down to eat together. During the dinner, her mother and uncle were asking her brother how he was doing at school today, while Jiu just focused on eating. There were laughter and laughter in her ears, but Jia just felt in a daze. This kind of life was familiar yet strange, but she felt that this should not be her current life. Suddenly, Jiu remembered that she had left her mother long ago and no longer lived this kind of life dependent on others. At this time, she should be climbing the ladder. She is going to become an immortal and is about to start a new life. Yi Zi, you should eat more. Jia came back to her senses and saw an extra piece of braised pork in the bowl. Jia looked up at her mother. Mom, I'm sorry. As soon as she finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly began to distort, and the entire space began to fall apart. Looking up again, Jia found that she was still on the ladder, and her mother's shadow was nowhere in front of her eyes. After wiping her face, Jia realized that she had already burst into tears. Chapter 3. Am I the female supporting character? Jia always thought that she had long looked down on family ties and didn't care about her parents' neglect. Little did she know that this was an obsession that she had always hidden deep down. If it is not discovered now, it is easy to develop inner demons when advancing in the future, causing the advancement to fail. In fact, in this world, her parents still care about her. But once she encounters something related to her family, Xia will always be the one who is ignored and forgotten. The shadow of her parents in this life appeared in her mind, and Xio felt satisfied. In this life, I also have someone to protect. Xio wiped away her tears and raised her eyes to look at the ladder. with the illusion of the mirror shattered. There were only about 10 steps left in the ladder in front of her. She encouraged herself in her heart and headed towards the final top of the mountain. We're finally here. After climbing the last step, Jia looked around and found that the surroundings were already filled with children. And she was so far behind. Yifeng saw Chi-Chi appearing on the top of the mountain, and his heart that had been hanging for a long time was finally relieved. Jia randomly found an empty seat and sat down to rest, waiting for the remaining people. After a while, a little girl climbed up. Jia took one look and was attracted. This girl was dressed very simply. She didn't know what she had experienced in the fantasy, and her clothes were in tatters. But her whole body was like a sharp sword, and her whole body was filled with an aura that kept strangers away. His back was straight, and his eyes were filled with a complicated look. This person is not simple. Jia flashed this thought. Perhaps Jiao's eyes were too intense. Xia Qiyue seemed to be aware of it, and when she looked towards her eyes, she found that it was a beautiful and shameless girl. Xia Qiyue suddenly felt bored, turned around, and found a place to sit down and rest. What a scary look! Jia came back to her senses and patted her heart. How could a 5-year-old girl have such terrifying eyes? Before Jia could think about it, another person climbed up. Taking a closer look, it was the little boy who was staring at her at the foot of the mountain. I saw the boy at this time, and his already unbearable clothes were even more shabby. The gloomy aura on his body is getting stronger and stronger. He must have experienced something bad in the illusion. Congratulations to everyone! All of you who have reached the top of the mountain mean that you will have the opportunity to join the sect. As soon as Li Qian finished speaking, the children below cheered. Li Qian smiled slightly when he saw this, as if he saw his former self. Wanjian! The next step is to test the spiritual roots of the second level. Everyone looks at the soul measuring gate over there, and queues up to pass through this gate. And then you can know your soul. Whatever your roots are, you can then choose the sect you want to join according to your own ideas. And start now. Jia also stood up and joined the team. There were about 100,000 people climbing the mountain before, but now there are only about 30,000 people left. Cultivation as an immortal is indeed a process of great waves and waves. I wonder how many of the remaining people can ascend to immortality. Jia watched the children pass through the soul-detecting gate one by one, and felt nervous. Most of them had 3 or 4 spiritual roots in the past, and she didn't know what her own spiritual roots were. You must know that today. When spiritual energy is thin, the simpler the spiritual root, the faster the cultivation speed, and the greater the chance of ascension. Although powerful people also have many spiritual roots, each of them is a person with great opportunities. Luo Qioli, a single with spiritual root. Li Qian breathed a sigh of relief. A single spiritual root appeared. Luo Qioli? Why is it so familiar? The more Jia thought about it, the more familiar the name became. But she just couldn't remember where she had heard it. The spiritual root testing was carried out in an orderly manner, during which several single spiritual roots appeared. There were quite a lot of double spiritual roots, probably several hundred people, and the rest were worse spiritual roots. Seeing that there were only the last few children left, Jia finally saw the boy with a gloomy temperament walking to the soul-detecting door. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light lit up, drowning his little figure. Si Ruochen, a single golden spiritual root. Li Qian looked at Si Ruochen with excitement. The concentration of this son's spiritual roots was so high. Si Ruochen? Luo Qioli? Yi Jio? Jia felt like the world was spinning, and she almost lost her balance. Isn't this the character in the novel, Long Road to Immortality, that I read before going to bed? No wonder. Jia felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity since she stepped onto the ladder. It turns out that this is the case. I am wearing a book, and unfortunately I am a female supporting character, the third female lead in the article. Chapter 4. The Long Road to Immortality. The novel, The Long Road to Immortality, tells the story of a modern killer who obtained a mysterious bead during a certain mission, and was then framed by the organization to kill him. He then traveled to a different world and lived in the body of a little girl. Xia Qiyue. Xia Qiyue possesses 5 spiritual roots and started out as a handyman of the Qingmu sect. One time, I accidentally discovered that the bead was actually a summer mustard seed, in which medicinal materials could be grown, living animals could be raised, and the time spent with the outside world could be reduced to 1 to 10. 10 days have passed inside, and only 1 day has passed outside. Moreover, as Xia Qiyue's cultivation grows, the proportion will gradually increase. Using space, The heroine turned her 5 spiritual roots into chaotic spiritual roots, and her cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds. In this way, she began her journey to become a king. In the end, she lifted the seal of Chiffon continent and ascended to the spiritual world with a male protagonist. As a killer, Xia Qiyu kills decisively, is very protective of others, and is very kind to the people he recognizes. However, when dealing with opponents, they always adopt the principle of eradicating the roots. Luo Qiuli, a child of the Luo family, one of the 8 major families, has a weak and kind nature. He is a good friend of the heroine and supports each other along the way. Si Ruochen is an important male supporting character in the article and a villain. His mother was a demon and died for some reason after giving birth to him. Si Ruochen's father was a veritable stallion with countless concubines and numerous children. He adopted a free-range policy towards his children, allowing them to suppress and fight with each other. And male supporting actors with no financial background have become the targets of bullying. Later, because of his single golden spiritual root, Si Ruochen was spotted by a nascent soul lord of the Qingwu sect and accepted as a disciple. His brothers and sisters were afraid that he would take revenge when he became stronger, so they sent people to hunt him down many times. While escaping, he met the heroine and was attracted by her various qualities and fell in love with her. As for Yi Jia, as the daughter of the head of the Yi family, one of the 8 major families, it can be said that she grew up being pampered by thousands of people. Originally possessing a single thunder root, she had a bright future, but she desperately fell in love with the male protagonist Shengwan Nanxian. All the female supporting characters who compete with the heroine for a man are doomed to a tragic fate. In the original novel, Yi Jiao has an arrogant temper and repeatedly finds trouble with the heroine. During an adventure in a secret realm, she wanted to attack the heroine, but she was stabbed to the core with a sword by the heroine. She was thrown into the cave of 10,000 demons and disappeared from her life. And because the heroine killed Yi Jiao, she was hunted by the entire Yi family. During the escape, he fought various counterattacks and escaped, and finally escaped to the central region, opening a new map. Thinking of her ending in the book, Jia was frightened, reaching out to touch her face. As a female supporting role, she must have a beautiful face. But Yi Jia's beauty is a kind of gorgeous beauty, which is extremely offensive. The female protagonist, on the other hand, deliberately concealed her appearance in the early stages until she accepted the male protagonist's sect after the outer competition. After that, all the male supporting characters who met the heroine were attracted by her unparalleled beauty at first sight. After meeting her, I was impressed by her personality and fell in love with her. As a result, Yi Jia's original distaste for the heroine turned into deep jealousy, and she intensified her troubles with the heroine. When she saw how much the male protagonist cared about the female protagonist, she completely turned black and embarked on a path of death. Thinking that she would not survive the golden elixir, Ji Yao had a headache. Although the original owner saw death on her own, she was worried that heaven would force the two of them to confront each other, which would cause trouble. Xia Qiyu, 5 spiritual roots. Jia was suddenly startled and looked up, only to see Li Qian looking at a little girl with pity. And that little girl was the one with the scary eyes before. It's over. It's true. Should I hug the heroine's thigh, or counterattack and defeat the heroine? But this doesn't seem to be in line with my character. Shiyu's mind was in confusion. Chapter 5 Disciple wants to join Wanjian Sect. No matter how much Shi Yao struggled, the spirit root test was carried out in an orderly manner. Finally, everyone in front has finished testing. Shi Yao composed herself and walked into the spirit detecting gate. For a moment, the entire door emitted a dazzling purple light, and a purple light suddenly burst out from the top of the door, shooting straight into the sky. Roar! A roar of beasts came from the sky. Red Thunder Beast. Several sect leaders and Yifeng suddenly stood up and looked at the sky in disbelief. Okay. Little girl, you are very good. How about joining our Shenin sect? Lin Yuan, the leader of Shenin sect, stepped in front of Ji Yao and stared at her with bright eyes, planning to strike first. You must know that this is the legendary genius who can cause visions by detecting spirits. This is a natural-born monk. As long as he does not perish along the way, his future prospects are limitless. Before Jia could recover from the thunderous light in the sky, she saw a middle-aged man wearing a black robe appearing in front of her. His face was resolute, and his face that should have been serious turned out to be a bit ferocious because of his wolfish eyes. Jia was frightened by the sudden appearance of the person and took a step back. Fellow Taoist Lin Yun, Don't scare my 17. In the blink of an eye, Jia fell into Yi Feng's arms. 17. Don't be afraid. Daddy is here. Yi Feng rubbed Jia's head and looked at her worriedly. Fellow Taoist Lin Yun, you are not being kind. Now is the time when this little girl is choosing a sect. So don't scare her. Yi Xiuxian, the leader of the Qingmu sect, came to the spirit detecting gate, looked at Jiao and said gently, Little girl, don't be afraid. The monks of our Qingmu sect are all famously gentle people. No wonder such scary people don't appear. Why don't you join our Qingmu sect? Humph. Fellow Taoist Yi Xiu, you really dare to say that? Who doesn't know that you, a Qingmu sect disciple, have vicious methods? Lin Yun looked at Yi Xiu with ridicule. You? No matter how vicious your methods are, it's better than your Shanin sect disciples who just run away, Yi Xiu said angrily. Li Chuan, the leader of the Dan sect, and Luo Hong, the leader of the Wanjian sect, looked at each other helplessly and looked at each other without speaking. After all, judging from this little girl's qualifications, she wouldn't even join their sect. So there's no need to be so quick talking. Xia looked at the two people arguing in front of her, unable to recover. Is this the leader of the four sects? Why does it look like hawkers arguing over business in the market? As for her own spiritual root, she only knew that it was a single thunder spiritual root. She had no idea about the specific psychic phenomena. After all, Yi Jia in the article was just a supporting role. Xia Qiyu looked at Yi Zio in Yefeng's arms, looked at her frightened expression, and shook her head inwardly. So what if the spiritual root is the best? Ahem. Sect Master Lin. Sect Master Yi. Yi Feng looked at the two of them helplessly. You must know that there are disciples who are about to join the sect everywhere. Is this really okay for you too? At this time, Li Chuan, the leader of the Dan sect, also came out to smooth things over. Don't argue anymore. Fellow Taoist Yefeng said that this girl has her own ideas. Let's see her own choice. Yi Feng put Ji Yao down and looked at her with a troubled expression. Knowing that 17 spiritual roots were so qualified, he and Yer would never agree to her request. It's too late to regret now. If she is forced to change, she may breed inner demons. Jio tried her best to look up at the sect leaders and walked straight to Luo Hong, who was wearing a black robe and had a sword hanging from his waist. Disciple wants to join the Wanjian sect, he said, and bent down with his hands clasped in his fists. Chapter 6. Become a member of Wanjian sect. Luo Hong looked at the little figure in front of him and couldn't recover. Did he hear it wrong? Become a member of Wanjianmen? Several other sect leaders also looked at Jio with surprised expressions. But Yi Feng was the only one who looked so helpless. Little girl, don't you know your spiritual roots very well? Lin Yun asked with a look of disbelief. Do you know that your spiritual roots are the unique heavenly spiritual roots, which are innately cultivated in the Dharma? What kind of sword do you learn? Yes, little girl. If you think about it again, it would be a waste to become a sword cultivator with such a good spiritual power like yours. Yi Xiu didn't care about any further arguments at the moment and quickly agreed with Lin Yun, fearing that Ji Yao would really go there. Wanjian Zong. Luo Hong felt a little uncomfortable when he heard this. Although what Yi Xiu said was true, it was a slap in the face in front of everyone. Little girl, do you know that to become a sword cultivator, you need not only good spiritual roots, but also a high understanding of swordsmanship. Otherwise, no matter how good your spiritual roots are, it will be difficult to advance to the golden elixir, let alone ascend to immortality. Luo Hong stared at Ji Yao, feeling that this girl probably knew very little about sword cultivation. Ji Yao straightened up, looked directly into Luo Hong's eyes, and returned solemnly. These fathers have told the disciples that the disciples really want to become a sword cultivator. And it is not impulsive. Seeing the little girl being so persistent, Luo Hong felt a little moved. Knowing that the road ahead is difficult and dangerous, she still chooses to persevere. This kind of spirit is the basic trait needed for sword cultivation. There is no way this girl will really make achievements in the field of swordsmanship in the future. Luo Hong looked at Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked at Chi Chi's straight body with expectant eyes. Thinking of her persistence, he finally nodded to Luo Hong. Luo Hong received Yi Feng's reply, and a smile finally appeared in his eyes. Looking at the girl in front of me, the more I look at her, the more I like her. Since you insist on joining my Wanjian sect, why should I refuse to accept you? Luo Hong said, and rubbed Jia's little head. Finally achieving her goal, Jia was overjoyed for a while, and held the junior ceremony again. Yi Jio has met the sect master. Luo Hong nodded with satisfaction. You have to say goodbye to your father first. You won't be able to see him in a short time. After saying that, he turned back to the stone platform. At this point, Lin Yun and Yi Xiao could only give up and return to the stone platform together. The look in Ji Yao's eyes was full of pity. After all, once she became a sword cultivator with such a good spiritual root, she would no longer have much advantage. If he becomes a Dharma cultivator, he may be even more evil than Shangwan Nanxian. Li Qian also came to his senses from the farce in front of him and glanced at Ji Yao with a little pity. Next, it's time for everyone to choose their own sect. Which sect you want to choose? Just go to its designated area. As soon as Li Qian finished speaking, the children below began to choose impatiently. Yi Feng picked up Ji Yao, and Ji Yao was reluctant to get into Yi Feng's arms, feeling a little sad. My mother went into seclusion a few days ago, and now I am about to start a cultivation career. In this life, Jia is already content to spend 5 years of happy time with her parents. Thinking of her parents' fate and yes, family's fate, Jia felt a sense of urgency. In this life, I will never let the Yi family go down the same path as in the original article. You? I don't know what to say about you. But 17. Since you have chosen sword cultivation, no matter what happens in the future, don't regret it. You know? Worry and reluctance gathered on Yi Feng's face. Father, since Qishir has made a choice, he will never regret it. Ji Yao looked back at her father solemnly, her eyes full of seriousness. Chapter 7 Embark on an Unknown Road. Shio has always been particularly fond of swordsmanship. She can cut down all falsehoods with one sword and reveal her indescribable domineering power. Now that she has this opportunity, she must try it. This is a stolen life. Why not let herself pursue her dream? There are no elders in the Wanjian sect to take care of you, and no one else in the Yi family has joined the Wanjian sect. So I won't give you as many training materials as I originally planned to give you. Night Breeze patted Jia on the head. As a child, you can easily leak money and get yourself killed. When you have the basic ability to protect yourself, Dad will give it to you. You know? 17 understands. Jia nodded. She completely understood her father's concerns. After all, in their eyes, she was just a 5-year-old child, without relatives to take care of her. They would indeed worry that the child would not know how to restrain himself and would be killed. After the father and daughter finished their exchange, they stood quietly aside and observed the situation in each area. Xiao noticed that Xia Qiyue, Si Ruochen and Luo Qiuli had all chosen the Qingmu sect, but the three of them had not yet met each other at this moment. After about half an hour, everyone finished choosing. Xia glanced at several areas and found that the Qingmu sect had the largest number of disciples, followed by the Shenin sect. After all, the Qingmu sect is the leader of the 4 major sects, and the Shenin sect has a movement technique called Lingshuang treading on the snow, which is famous throughout the Northern Territory and is a rare escape technique. That's why Yishio jokingly said that Shenin sect disciples would only run away. Most of the disciples who join the alchemy sect are people with spiritual roots or fire spiritual roots. Such people can get twice the result with half the effort when refining elixirs. Only Jian Zone, at a glance, only has a few thousand or 2,000 people. Most of them are people whose spiritual abilities are not outstanding and who see that there is no hope in cultivating the Dharma. So they find another way. Luo Hong looked at the situation in front of him and sighed helplessly. Since the inheritance wall was damaged, Wanjian sect has fewer and fewer good talents. Those children with good spiritual roots are worried that they will not be able to advance because they have no inheritance wall. When his eyes glanced at Ji Yao standing aside, Luo Hong felt relieved. These children are the hope of Wanjian sect and the future of Wanjian sect. After everyone has made their choice, each sect leader is ready to set off. Take the disciples back to the mountain gate, and then determine everyone's path. Luo Hong took out a spirit boat from the storage ring and threw it into the air. He saw the spirit boat rising in the wind. When it could finally accommodate about 2,000 people, it stopped moving. Luo Hong waved to Ji Yao. Yi Feng put Ji Yao down and gently pinched Ji Yao's face. Go over quickly. When you get to Wanjian sect, you have to practice hard. You can't cause trouble and bully others. And you can't be bullied by others. You have to know the whole situation. The Yi family is your support. Do you understand? Shirqi? Remember Shirqi. Take care of yourself. Father, when Shirqi is able to go down the mountain, I will go home to visit you and your mother. Ji Yao tried her best to restrain her reluctance and walked towards the spirit boat. Following the others onto the spirit boat, Jia waved to Yifeng. Yifeng smiled and waved. At the same time, several sect disciples had boarded their sect's spirit boat. Farewell! Several sect leaders said goodbye to each other, and then drove the spirit boats to fly to their respective sects. Yifeng didn't start back to Ye's home until his spiritual consciousness could no longer sense the figure of the spirit boat. He should also practice hard in order to advance to become a god as soon as possible. After all, he still has people who need to be protected. On the spirit boat, Sect Master Luo Hong entered the room as soon as they set off, leaving only a few foundation-building disciples of the Wanjian sect to guard them. Jia looked at the scenery outside the spirit boat in trance. It was really shocking. This feeling of leaving the ground was really great. But whenever she thinks that she is just a female supporting character and may not survive the golden elixir, Jia gets a headache. Whether it's hugging the heroine's thigh, or stealing the heroine's opportunity and then counterattacking to kill the heroine. This is not in line with her character. Presumably as long as you don't seek death, you won't be cannon fodder so easily. Right? After making up her mind to practice hard and not to provoke the heroine, Jio finally felt tired and sat down at a random spot on the spirit boat. Hello! My name is Li Yanran. A nervous voice came from the side. Jia looked back and saw what a delicate girl she was. The little girl wore a cute bun and a pink robe. She looked rich or noble, and was looking at her slightly nervously. Hello! My name is Yijia. Jia responded with a faint smile. Chapter 8: The Beginning of Cultivation Career. Through communication, Jia learned that the little girl in front of her was a royal princess in the world, and had not been taken seriously. Not long ago, he was found to have spiritual roots, and was sent to Qiling Mountain. It's just that the spiritual roots are not good enough. They are the 3 spiritual roots of gold, water, and wood. So I chose Wanjian sect. Time passed by while everyone was communicating. And half a month later, the spirit boat finally stopped. The Wanjian sect is here! Luo Hong walked out at some point. Wow! There were exclamations coming from all around. Jia looked forward and took a breath of cold air. As far as the eye can see, there are towering peaks reaching into the clouds. One of the tallest peaks seems to have been broken by something. I dare not imagine how majestic it actually is. In front of the peak group stands a stone tablet about 8 feet high, with the 3 characters, Wanjian sect, written on it. After just one glance, Jia felt her eyes sting, and did not dare to look any further. Luo Hong took out a jade tablet and pointed it into the void, and the spirit boat instantly sailed towards the sect. It turns out there is a formation here. In the square, everyone got off the spirit boat one by one. Luo Hong put away the spirit boat. Our disciples of Wanjian sect, regardless of their spiritual roots, must start from the outer door. Only after they understand the sword energy can they enter the inner door. After saying that, he disappeared in a flash. Manager Fong, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately came out and directed everyone to enter the miscellaneous hall to register and receive entry storage bags. After everyone completed the formalities, Manager Fong took everyone to choose a cave. More than 2,000 people were divided into 10 areas. Jia was assigned to San Yuan. Also assigned to San Yuan was Li Yanran, whom she had met on the spiritual boat before. Ji Yao randomly chose a cave, while Li Yanran chose to be next door to Ji Yao. After all, this was the first friend she had ever met. These ownerless caves can be entered without any means. Ji Yao entered the cave, closed the door, and then, as Manager Fong said, she broke her finger and dripped a drop of blood into the storage bag. As soon as the blood touched the storage bag, it was sucked clean. In an instant, Ji Yao felt a slight connection between her soul and the storage bag. Opening this kind of elementary storage bag does not require any cultivation. Ji Yao concentrated on looking inside and found that the entire space was about 3 cubic meters in size. There was a jade tablet, a wooden sword, 2 spiritual stones, and a bottle of Biga pill lying inside. A black outer disciple's clothing of Wanjian sect and 2 books. Ji Yao held the jade token in her hand, and a very comfortable breath came to her face. This must be the identity jade tag used by the sect leader seen at the door. Squeeze a drop of blood onto the jade plaque, and suddenly the entire jade plaque glows with white light, and the blood disappears. Since then, this jade token has been the identity certificate of the disciples of Jia's 10,000 Sword Sect. Whether entering or exiting the 10,000 Sword Sect, or owning mission points, etc., they all rely on this thing. Jia took out her robe and saw a small golden sword tattooed on her chest, which was unexpectedly pretty. When I put it on, the robe, which was a bit loose just now, immediately fit my body, as if it was tailor-made for me. Then he turned his attention to two books. One was the rules of the Wanjian Sect and some simple common sense of cultivation, and the other was the introductory mental method, sword art, for the disciples of the Wanjian Sect. What a simple and crude name. Looking through the door rules, Jia learned that the starting point of all disciples of Wanjian Sect is the outer gate. They can enter the inner gate only after the outer gate competition or foundation building, because the most important thing in sword cultivation is understanding. This is the first test that the sect puts on its disciples before reaching the 4th level of Qi training. I only need to practice steadily, occasionally listen to the lectures of my seniors, and I will be allocated 2 spiritual stones every month. Once you reach the 4th floor, you have to register at the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall and start receiving sect tasks. Everyone needs to complete 20 contribution point tasks every year until entering the inner gate. You can also complete several years of contribution points in 1 year, depending on your personal choice. Other things that disciples get from completing tasks can be kept for themselves, or they can be sold to the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall in exchange for spiritual stones or contribution points. When the contribution points reach a certain number, you can go to the library pavilion to exchange for exercises. Chapter 9, Introducing Qi into the Body. Jia took out the sword art and prepared to try to introduce Qi into her body. Cross your legs. Place your hands on your legs. Palms upward. Qi sinks into the dantian, concentrates, and feels the spiritual energy around you. Jia learned the mental method. But where is this dantian specifically? Having read so many novels, Jia had a wealth of theoretical knowledge, but Jiu's eyesight was filled with confusion as to how to get angry in her dantian. No matter. Let's try it based on our feelings first. Jia thought and began to close her eyes, empty her mind, and began to sense the aura around her. About a quarter of an hour later, when Jia was about to fall asleep, she suddenly found a small purple particle approaching her, stopping half a meter away from her, and then stopped moving. Come here quickly. Jia was anxious. The purple particle observed Jia for a while, then wandered towards her. Jia quickly recited the mental method silently and absorbed it. Slowly, more and more purple particles began to approach, and they were inhaled by Jia one after another. They felt light all over her body, and Jia felt excited. Was she drawing Qi into her body? Concentrating on looking inside, he found that a lot of purple particles appeared in one place in his body and were spinning around. It seems that this is the dantian. Jia felt happy that she finally took the first step in cultivation. After feeling novel for a while, Jia closed her eyes again and began to use her mind to absorb the purple particles. Slowly, Jia seemed to be in a purple galaxy, having already forgotten where she was and what she was doing. A few hours later, a pop sound came from deep inside the body. The sound of something being broken. Jia stopped practicing, opened her eyes, and was pleasantly surprised to find that she had reached the 1st level of Qi training. After the surprise, I smelled an unpleasant smell. Jia looked down and saw that her hands were covered with a layer of black substance. She rolled up her sleeves and sure enough, the same was true on her arms. Presumably this is to cleanse the muscles and cut the marrow. When everyone first steps into the 1st level of Qi training, they will undergo a muscle cleansing to remove impurities from the body, which is more conducive to practice. This kind of benefit can only be obtained when you practice for the first time. From now on, you need special substances that cleanse your muscles and cut your marrow. By the time Jia finished washing, it was already dawn. It only took one night for Jia to reach the 1st level of Qi training, and her Tianlingen was truly worthy of its reputation. Jia, let's go to the dining hall to eat together. Li Yanran's voice came from the door. Jia opened the door and saw Li Yanran standing at the door, looking at her expectantly. Li Yanran was also a little confused at this time. Why did she think Jia looked better? Jia, have you already introduced Qi into your body? Li Yanran asked with a look of shock, thinking of some possibility. Yeah. Jia nodded and didn't say much. Li Yanran didn't care about Ji Yao's cold reaction. She had long been used to Ji Yao's lack of words on the spirit boat, but she felt a little disappointed in her heart. After practicing all night, she couldn't even sense the spiritual energy. After all, her spiritual roots were still too bad. Ji Yao noticed her emotions, patted her shoulder and said, Don't worry. As long as you practice hard, you will be able to introduce Qi into your body soon. Li Yanran forced a smile and stopped discussing the issue. When they arrived at the dining hall, they took their meals and found a corner to sit down. Seeing Li Yanran eating happily, Ji Yao smiled slightly. Yanran is an ordinary person. She has grown up eating ordinary food. She took Big Pill for a month on the spiritual boat and must have been exhausted. She recalled that the first time she took Big Pill, it was similar to her. Chapter 10, Meeting the female supporting character for the first time. Yanran, it's better to eat less of these ordinary foods in the future. After all, impurities will be produced. Let's eat spiritual foods later, when we have some contribution points. Ji Yao rarely said so many words, and she was obviously more worried about Yanran's practice. Li Yanran raised her head, and before she could answer, she heard a sneer. Shi Yu turned her head and saw 3 girls, who were also wearing outer clothing, standing in the aisle. The leading girl looked at her with mocking eyes. Hey, I'm a descendant of the Yi family. How can I care about such vulgar food? Li Yanran, you have the nerve to bring me here. Shi Lanqi looked at Li Yanran and mocked. Li Yanran stood up suddenly when she heard this. Her face flushed red. She pointed at Shi Lanqi and said, Ji Yao is not such a person. Tears fell as soon as she finished speaking. Shi Lanqi curled her lips. She couldn't stand Li Yanran's temperament of shedding tears at every turn. Let's go! Shi Yu stood up, handed Yanran a handkerchief, and pulled her out of the dining hall. From beginning to end, he never looked directly at Shi Lanqi. Shi Lanqi saw Ji Yao acting like this. Her chest heaved with anger. She pointed at Ji Yao's back, but couldn't curse out a complete sentence. Inside the dining room box. TSK! 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 Are all the younger junior sisters now so good? They just started yesterday. And today they have reached the first level of Qi training? Li Ziyuan said with some interest after watching the farce. That's right. I didn't take that little junior sister into consideration from the beginning to the end. Shirchi agreed. Senior brother Jean. Do you think so? Li Ziyuan poked Jean Li's shoulder. Jean Li just glanced at him, then continued to eat. When Li Ziyuan saw this, he felt bored. The entrance of the cave. Jia looked at Yanran and was a little at a loss. She had never been a person who was good at dealing with others, and she didn't know how to comfort others. He had no choice but to say dryly, Don't take what just happened to your heart. Practicing hard is the main thing. I know that Shi Lanqi is used to sowing discord, and I won't be fooled, Li Yanran said angrily, with tears still unwiped on her face. Qilin River? That arrogant little carrot head just now turned out to be Shi Lanqi? If that's the case, it makes sense that she just targeted herself. Shi Lanqi is a minor heroine in the article, the daughter of the head of the Qi family. Second only to the 4 major sects in the Northern Territory are the 8 major families, namely the Yi family, the Qi family, the Lin family, the Zhao family, the Shangwan family, the Jin family, the Luo family, and the Si family. The 8 families cooperate with each other, restrain each other, and maintain a delicate balance. Unfortunately, the Yi family and the Qi family are competitors. Especially in recent years, there has been constant friction. Although Shi Lanqi in the article is the daughter of the head of the Qi family, she chose sword cultivation because of the 3 spiritual roots of gold, wood and fire. Among them, the golden spirit root was of higher purity, and she had some talent in swordsmanship, and was eventually accepted as a disciple of a nascent soul lord. During an experience, he was rescued by Luo Chuan, the chief disciple of Wanjian Sect, and fell in love with him at first sight. It's a pity that as our important male supporting character, Luo Chuan only has the heroine in his heart. So Shi Lanqi naturally followed Yi Jia's path. The difference was that in the end, she was killed by Luo Chuan himself. Thinking of Shi Lanqi's arrogant face, Jia shook her head. Some people were born to be more vulnerable to beatings. Recently, I have to practice in seclusion, so I will not go to the dining hall to eat. Jia patted Yanran on the shoulder and encouraged. You should also work hard and strive to practice the 4th level of Qi as soon as possible. After saying that, he returned to the cave. Chapter 11, The 4th level of Qi training. 2 years later, Jia woke up from her trance and exhaled heavily. After 2 years of practice, he has finally raised his cultivation level to the 4th level of Qi training. In the past 2 years, Jia has spent most of her time meditating, or practicing the most basic movements of the wooden sword, such as chopping, picking, splitting, and stabbing. I only go out every month when I receive training supplies and listen to senior lectures. As a female supporting role, she has no right to slack off. Arriving at the miscellaneous affairs hall, Jia registered her cultivation level and received a junior spirit sword at the same time. Holding the spirit sword in her hand, Jia felt happy that she finally had her first official sword. Mission hall. Jia looked at the densely packed tasks on the task list and was a little confused. With so many tasks, she didn't know which one was more suitable for her. Luo Qitian looked at Jiao, who looked troubled in front of him, and felt a little funny. He had heard that a Tianlingen worshipped the Wanjian sect 2 years ago, and it must be this little girl. Little girl, you have just cultivated the 4th level of Qi. You can choose some tasks of picking low-level spiritual grass. Although this kind of task contributes very little, it is better than safety. It is very suitable for people like you who have just cultivated the 4th level of Qi. Luo Qitian started to love talents and suggested seriously. Jia raised her head when she heard the words, and found that a middle-aged man with a beard had appeared next to her, looking at her with a smile. Disciple, thank you senior for your advice. Jia quickly bowed to the junior to thank him. Go quickly. Luo Qitian stroked his beard and waved towards Jia. Seeing that the middle-aged man stopped talking, Jia looked at the bottom of the task list. When collecting moongrass, 100 bushes of 10-year-old moongrass only contributes 1 point, which is indeed a pitiful amount. But based on my current cultivation level, this is only suitable for me. After making a decision, Jia went to register and received the task. At the same time, she got a jade slip of information about Jiakeo, and then left. Luo Qitian watched Jia leave and nodded with satisfaction. This little girl is neither arrogant nor impetuous. She is humble and polite. She doesn't want to be too ambitious, but she is a rare and good talent. A few hours later, Jia arrived at the outskirts of the Sword Domain forest. It is said that this forest was created by the sword domain of a certain sword immortal hundreds of millions of years ago. The authenticity has long been unknown, but the name has been passed down. Jia remembered what was said in the jade slips, that the moo grass mostly appeared in the southwest of the outer edge of the sword domain. This grass has a total of 4 leaves, each corresponding to a direction of southeast, northwest, and grows by absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. It is one of the materials for refining the rejuvenation pill. After identifying the direction, Jia headed southwest. Not long after, the first 10-year-old moon grass was discovered. Jia carefully dug up the roots and put them into a jade box. After walking and stopping along the way, 2 days later, Jia had collected more than 50 moongrass plants. As the senior said, safety is the best. Suddenly, a 100-year-old moongrass broke into Jia's sight. Jia felt happy and stepped forward to pick. Hiss! There was a sudden sharp pain in her arm. Jia looked down and saw a few bloody scratches. Jia quickly took a few steps back, took out her spirit sword and held it in front of her, always ready to counterattack. However, his spiritual consciousness scanned the surroundings and found nothing unusual. There is no way to waste it like this. This Yu Chao Ji Yao is bound to be obtained. Since you can't find it, you can only lure the snake out of the hole. Jia took a deep breath, and then stretched out her hand to Jiakeo again. Sure enough, just when he was about to encounter Jiakeo, a white figure quickly jumped out from the left side. Seeing the white figure approaching, Jia quickly injected her spiritual energy into her sword and struck hard to the left with her sword. The white figure was blocked by the sword light and had to stop a few meters away, staring at Jia warily. Chapter 12: The First Battle. At this time, Jia finally saw what it looked like. It was actually a mutated white rabbit. It is about the same size as a tiger, and the claws on its limbs glow with a faint silver light. You can feel its sharpness just by looking at it. Jia was a little nervous. This mutated rabbit was a 2nd-level monster, equivalent to the 4th level of human Qi training. Although they are both at the 4th level of Qi training, the fur of monster beasts is harder than that of humans. It's hard to tell who will win and who will lose in a fight. But Jia couldn't give up on this moon-kissing grass. As long as she saved 10 contribution points, she could go to the library to exchange for a basic attack sword technique, and she would be more confident in completing tasks in the future. Jia tried hard to remember where the weaknesses of ordinary monsters were, and planned to fight them quickly. But before she could figure out the reason, the mutant rabbit opposite became impatient. I saw it swooping down and rushing straight towards Jia, with a pair of claws hitting her face fiercely. Jia turned sideways and barely managed to avoid it. But there was another burst of wind behind her. She had no choice but to roll on the spot and hide to the side. The mutant rabbit didn't give her a chance to breathe. and rushed towards Jiyu again, waving its claws. Jiyu barely stabilized her body, turned around suddenly, and stabbed straight into the mutant rabbit's eyes. Poof! The spirit sword penetrated deeply into the mutant rabbit's eye, and blood flowed out instantly. Squeak! The mutant rabbit let out a shrill scream, waving its limbs randomly in an attempt to relieve the pain. Jiyu ignored the arm that was scratched by the mutant rabbit just now, raised her spirit sword and stabbed the mutant rabbit's other eye again. But before Jiyu could get closer, the mutant rabbit went crazy. A blood-red eye stared at Jiyu fiercely, and rushed over desperately. Jiyu found the right opportunity, bent down, and stabbed diagonally. The spirit sword hit the mutated rabbit's abdomen accurately. With one hit, Jiyu retreated quickly. The mutant rabbit ignored the wound, pounced, and scratched Jiyu's neck with one claw. Jiyu leaned back and barely escaped the attack, then felt a pain in her waist. Apparently the mutated rabbit diverted the target. Jiyu quickly took a few steps back, raised her sword again, and stabbed the mutated rabbit in the abdomen. She could see that this rabbit was already struggling to its death, and that was why he was so desperate. Sure enough, as the sword penetrated, the mutant rabbit stopped its offensive, fell to the ground and struggled for a few times, then stopped moving, suddenly losing the threat. Jiyu lost all her strength and sat down on the ground. At this time, there were wounds all over her body. Her Sect clothes were in tatters, and she looked extremely embarrassed. Fortunately, she was wearing the soft defensive armor she brought from home, so it didn't hurt her inside. Jiyu stared at the mutilated body of the mutated rabbit, feeling a little uncomfortable and scared. In this life, she has never killed even a chicken. This incident also sounded a warning to Jiyu. No matter what she encounters in the future, she must observe the environment first and must not be dazzled by the immediate benefits. You must know that if the mutant rabbit came towards your neck from the beginning, you would be the one lying down now. After regaining her strength, Jiyu hurried forward and plucked the century-old moon grass. Then she endured her inner discomfort, cut off the mutant rabbit's fur, and put it away. The second-level demon beast has not yet formed its demon elixir, so only its fur has some value. It's just that she has no experience, so the skin she peeled off was a bit horrible. After handling the scene, Jiyu began her journey to find Jayakeo again. 10 days later, Jiyu was finally ready to return. This mission was very fruitful. I found about 310-year-old moongrass, as well as the 100-year-old moongrass and mutated rabbit fur, which should be able to exchange for 5 contribution points. And after half a month of practice, Jiyu felt that she was becoming more and more proficient in mastering the spirit sword. If she encountered a mutant rabbit again, she would definitely not be in such an awkward situation. Chapter 13. Take another mission. Jiyu returned to the mission hall, handed in the mission, and sold the mutated rabbit fur and century-old moon grass to the mission hall, earning a total of 5 contribution points. Jiyu looked at the 5 extra contribution points on the name tag and felt satisfied. As long as she had 5 more contribution points, she could go to the library pavilion to exchange for the attack sword technique. Just when Jiyu was about to leave, a young man suddenly stood in front of her. Junior sister, we have received the task of picking shishu grass. Now we are still missing one junior sister. I wonder if junior sister is interested in joining our team. Lisa Yuan looked at Jiyu and sighed. In just 2 years, this girl has actually it's the 4th level of chi training. Jiyu was a little surprised. Although the senior brother in front of her was wearing outer Sect clothes, there was an aura of power about him. He should be a high-level chi practitioner. Even if you are a high-level monk, the mission you receive must be very risky. So why would you invite yourself? Is this another person who is obsessed with my beauty? Lisa Yuan thought narcissistically as he looked at Jiyu, who was looking at him in a trance. Jean Li, who was waiting on the side, looked at Lisa Yuan's appearance and knew that he was thinking wildly again. So he had to step forward himself. Shishu grass is a raw material for refining the foundation establishment pill. It grows in the caves of rodents. Rodents are extremely sensitive to male aura, and we will be discovered as soon as we go there. Therefore, we need to lure the rodents away, and then let the junior sister go their pick. Jiyu turned her head and looked at Jean Li, feeling a sense of wonder in her heart. What a handsome young man. Seeing that Jiyu was silent, Lisa Yuan thought she was worried. So he said, Besides us, there are 3 senior brothers and 1 senior sister. You don't have to worry about your safety. After hearing this, Jiyu began to seriously consider the feasibility of this matter. 20 contribution points, Jean Li said. Deal. Jiyu recalled the classics she had read in the past 2 years. remembered the record of Shishu above, and then nodded in agreement. Several people exchanged communication symbols with each other and agreed to set off in 3 days. Jia returned to the cave to recuperate. You still have something to offer, Li Ziyuan teased, hitting Jin Li on the shoulder. Jin Li glanced at him, then turned and walked out. Hey, wait for me. Li Ziyuan chased after him. 3 days later, Jia came to the agreed place and found that Jin Li and Li Ziyuan had arrived, and there was a young man carrying a wooden sword standing next to him. Do high-level Qi training monks still use wooden swords? Jia felt curious. Come on, let me introduce you. This is senior brother Shi Qi, and this is junior sister Yi Ji Yi. Li Ziyuan introduced the two of them to each other. Senior brother Shi, junior sister Yi. After the two briefly greeted each other, they began to wait for the remaining people. Soon, Jia saw 3 people walking towards her. The leading young man has a handsome face and bright eyes. At first glance, you can tell that he is a person with a clear mind. The senior sister on the left is about 16 or 17 years old, with a pair of peach blossom eyes. At first glance, she looks at her with eyes that seem to be full of affection. The young man on the right has a gloomy face and a sinister look in his eyes, which makes him look like a difficult person to get along with. When the 3 of them approached, Li Ziyuan quickly stepped forward and introduced. This is senior brother Lin Ziyu, senior brother Qi Yu, and senior sister Lin Ziyue. This is junior sister Yi Ziyao. It seems that this girl and the handsome young man should be brother and sister. Ji Yao was about to salute when Qi Yu suddenly spoke sarcastically. 4th level of Qi training? Are you going to die? Humph. We will have to rescue you then. Qi Yu? Lin Ziyu's face darkened, as if he was dissatisfied with Qi Yu's words. He turned around and looked at Ji Yao and said, Junior sister Yi, don't be surprised. Qi Yu has no bad intentions, but his words are a bit unpleasant. Senior brother Lin is worrying too much. Jia won't take it to heart. Jia pursed her lips. After all, it was because her cultivation level was too low that others looked down on her. This further strengthened her determination to practice hard. Jin Li and Li Ziyuan looked at Qi Yu. Their faces a little ugly. After all, he was the one he found, and Qi Yu didn't know how to deal with the world. Let's go! Lin Ziyu led a group of people towards the Sword Domain Forest. Chapter 14 Fighting for Shishu Grass. 1 day later, everyone finally arrived near Shishu Grass. This is the closest location to the middle of the forest, and further inside is no place where Qi practitioners can set foot. Lin Ziyu is the one with the highest cultivation level among the group of people. He has 10 levels of Qi training, and only needs 1 foundation building pill to try to build the foundation. Therefore, he is bound to get Shishu Grass. Junior brother Qi and I will lead the rodents to the east, and wait until they all come out of the nest. Junior brother Jean and junior brother Li will then cut off its escape from the rear. Junior brother Shi will pay attention to whether there are any remaining rodents near the nest, so as to ensure the safety of the 2 junior sisters. Safety. Everyone had no objections, and after confirming the division of labor, they walked towards the rodent's lair. After arriving outside the lair, Xiao and the other 3 restrained their auras and hid themselves. Lin Ziyu and Qi Yu looked at each other and struck the nest with their swords at the same time. Lin Ziyu's spiritual sword suddenly emitted a burst of red light, and a sword energy rushed straight into the cave. The sword energy struck the cave, stirring up a burst of dust, and large and small rocks began to fall. Lin Ziyu slashed with his sword again. Roar, roar after roar suddenly came from the cave, and the whole ground shook. Suddenly a rodent ran out of the hole. It was as big as a cow, with 3 horns on its head, 2 sharp teeth poking out of its mouth from top to bottom, and a pair of eyes as big as copper bells staring angrily, looking at Lin Ziyu and the 2 of them. More and more rodents rushed out of the cave. Lin Ziyu and the others slashed at the group of animals with their swords, then turned and ran towards the east. Sure enough, the rodent herd was successfully angered by the 2 men and chased away. Jin Li and Li Ziyuan followed closely, intending to cut off his escape. After all the rodents were lured away, Jiao and Lin Ziyu quickly entered the cave, and Shi Qi stood guard at the entrance to prevent the beasts from turning around. As soon as he entered the cave, a strong stench greeted him. Jiao quickly closed her sense of smell and spread her consciousness to look for the Shishu grass. Soon, Jiao found a clump of grass that was about 100 years old in the corner of the cave. After picking it, she searched all the way inside. Soon after, 2 forked roads appeared in front of them, and Jiao and Lin Ziyu had to separate and go in one direction each. Jiao entered the passage, and at a glance, there were grasses everywhere, some of which were only a few years old, and some of which had been growing for hundreds of years. After picking the centenary-year-old grass, Jiyu walked deeper. Suddenly, a small white flower entered Jiya's field of vision. I saw that in the caves full of grasses, this little flower was surrounded by a piece of bare sand and gravel. So overbearing. Is it actually the plastic flower? Jiya felt happy and immediately stepped forward to dig it up, carefully putting it into the jade box. Jiya hurriedly continued picking the grass. Presumably the rodent would be back soon. Sure enough, Shurqi's urgent cry suddenly came from the cave. Hurry! Come out quickly! The rodent is back! Hurry! Jiyu was startled and rushed out of the cave, without caring about the remaining Zixian KO. After rushing out of the cave, they saw a group of rodents rushing towards them in the distance. The three of them quickly used their spiritual power to escape to the outside. The three of them didn't stop to rest until they had run far away, and were sure that the rodent had not followed. It's so thrilling! If it were a little later, we wouldn't be able to leave. Lin Ziyue patted his heart with a look of fear. Jiyo nodded. If it were a little later, and she faced the rodent, there would be basically no chance of survival. Chapter 15 Need to become stronger. After a while, Lin Ziyu and others also rushed over. At this time, the four of them were all a little embarrassed, and there were some sporadic blood stains on their robes. They didn't know whether they were their own or those of rodents. Sisters, are you okay? It's okay. We ran away before the rodent came back and didn't confront it head-on, Lin Ziyue said excitedly. Thinking of this rich harvest, Lin Ziyue was a little excited. They had taken on such tasks several times, but the amount of grass collected several times was not as much as this time. When she first entered, she was dumbfounded when she saw so many grasses. As long as it's okay, let's divide the things first and then go back, Lin Ziyue suggested. Everyone had no objections and found a safe place to sit down. Lin Ziyue and Jia took out all the Shishian grass they collected. Hiss! Everyone gasped when they saw such a huge number. They have never seen so many grasses in a cave. Lin Ziyue felt a little proud when she saw them like this. She picked most of the grasses here, no matter what. Even though she was at the 8th level of Qi training, she couldn't be compared to a little girl who was at the 4th level of Qi training. Jia was a little surprised when she saw how surprised they were. It was her first time doing this kind of task. She thought all caves had so many grasses. Okay, then let's start distributing according to work. Lin Ziyue came back to his senses. These grasses are divided into 6 parts on average, 1 for each of the 5 of us. And you and junior sister Yi will share 1 share equally. What do you think? Jia had no objection. She was only responsible for picking and didn't contribute much, while the others risked their lives to lure the rodents away. There was nothing wrong with sharing more, and it was fair. To be honest, she still made money. Jia suddenly remembered the flower in the box and was about to take it out. No! Chiyu stood up and objected. She is on the 4th level of Qi training, and she did not contribute much in this operation. Moreover, most of these grasses were picked by Ziyue. Why should they be divided equally? Sharing 100 plants with her is already the limit. Lin Ziyue looked at Lin Ziyue and saw her silence, knowing that she agreed with Chiyu. But there are almost 1,000 plants here that were picked by junior sister Yi. Without her, how would we have been able to get so many? Li Ziyuan retorted. Without us, she wouldn't even be able to enter the cave. Chiyu looked disdainful. You? Li Ziyuan was so angry that his face turned red. But he could not refute. She had turned to look at Lin Ziyue, and seeing the helpless look on his face, she knew that he must be on his sister's side. Senior brother Qi is right. This time Jiyo has indeed taken advantage of all the senior brothers. It is enough to obtain so much grass, Jiyo said calmly. But only she herself knew how unpeaceful she felt at this moment. If he was a high-level Qi practitioner, even if he didn't contribute much, would Chiyu dare to treat him like this? This is the first time Jiyo wants to become stronger so urgently. She must become stronger. Huh? You're smart. Seeing her being so obedient, Chiyu couldn't say anything else. When Lin Ziyu saw this, he didn't say anything more. After all the Shinshu grass was distributed, he took the other 2 people and left first. Li Ziyuan looked at Jiyo worriedly, and pretended to be happy. Let's go! Junior sister Yi. Senior brother, I'll treat you to some spiritual food. After saying that, without waiting for Jiya's consent, he dragged her towards Wanjian's sect. Shurqi and Jinli looked at each other, shook their heads helplessly, and followed. Chapter 16 Shaping Yuan Hua. Inside the private room of Wanjian Zongshan Hall. Junior sister Yi. This first-level demon rabbit meat is delicious. Tender and delicious. Try it. Li Ziyuan placed the rabbit meat in front of Ji Yao and looked at her with a treasured expression. Under Li Ziyuan's intense gaze, Ji Yao took a bite. It was indeed good, and then ate it happily. Li Ziyuan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He was really afraid that Ji Yao would be hit. After getting along with each other for the past 2 days, he admired this little junior sister. Although she didn't talk much, she was flexible and flexible. She was neither humble nor arrogant in the face of senior brothers. And she didn't look like a 7-year-old child at all. After eating and drinking, several people actually took out a jade box at the same time. The 4 of them were stunned for a moment. And then they all laughed. Li Ziyuan pushed the jade box towards Ji Yao. Junior sister Yi, there is some grass in it. Since they don't want to give more, I will give you some from mine. Before Ji Yao could refuse, the other 2 people also pushed the jade box in front of Ji Yao, obviously having the same intention. Seeing this, Ji Yao felt a warm feeling in her heart. Of these 3 people, Li Ziyuan seems to be carefree. But in fact he is thoughtful, Jean Li is mature and steady, taciturn, and Shurqi is honest, and reliable. They are all people with whom we can get to know each other deeply. I found this in the cave. Ji Yao pushed the thing towards Li Ziyuan. Li Ziyuan took the jade box and raised his eyebrows. This girl didn't look stupid. He opened the jade box nonchalantly, thinking that it wouldn't be anything valuable. After all, he had never heard of any good things in the rodent cave other than grass. Sha Yuan Hua! Li Ziyuan shouted out of control. Then he came back to his senses, covered the jade box, and looked around nervously. Fortunately, there was an isolation circle in the box, and no one heard it. He breathed a sigh of relief before opening the jade box again. Jean Li and Shurqi were also a little stunned, doubting their own eyes. Li Ziyuan carefully touched the plastic yuan flower, then raised his head and exclaimed, Plastic yuan flower. This is the main material for refining the Ningying Dan. It has always been expensive, but not marketable. All the interest grasses today add up to less than 1/10 of the plastic flower. Li Ziyuan pushed the jade box back to Ji Yao and seriously suggested, Junior sister, you'd better sell this to the mission hall, which can be exchanged for contribution points or other things. Although the value will be lower, at least it is safe. If you sell it to the public if you are in the city, you will definitely be targeted. Ji Yao pushed the jade box back. Ji Yao was able to collect this thing thanks to several senior brothers. So these senior brothers sold this to the mission hall, and then gave me some contribution points. Okay? Ji Yao also had her own considerations. Although she got this thing, without a few senior brothers, she would not even have the chance to see it. Several senior brothers risked their lives to buy time for the 2 of them. If they concealed this thing from themselves, it would be really hard on their conscience. This is also her bottom line as a person, and she cannot change it just because she has entered the world of cultivation. Another thing is that through this incident, I can see clearly whether these senior brothers are people with whom I can have a close friendship. This, Li Ziyuan hesitated, always feeling that he was taking advantage of his junior sister. Otherwise, I will accept the Zizenko given to me by several senior brothers. How about we share the income from this plastic flower equally? Speaking of which, Ji Yao has benefited from several senior brothers. Ji Yao was a little embarrassed. After all, she barely contributed to this operation. Several others looked at her in surprise, feeling very moved. The junior sister was able to give such a valuable thing to them. It was obvious that she did not treat them as outsiders. Li Ziyuan looked at Jean Li and saw Jean Li nodding, so he no longer hesitated. Then we will be disrespectful. Ha ha ha. Junior sister, if you have anything to do in the future, please come to see senior brother. Li Ziyuan happily patted Ji Yao on the shoulder. The more he looked at this junior sister, the more he liked her. From now on, he will protect her. After putting their things away, several people rushed to the mission hall. Chapter 17, the Heaven-Breaking Sword Technique. Looking at the more than 300 contribution points on the name tag, Ji Yao felt excited. She could finally go to the library. Senior brothers and sisters, please take your leave first. Ji Yao couldn't wait. Go. Go. Li Ziyuan waved his hand, and he could understand the urgency in Ji Yao's heart. After all, they had come this way. Ji Yao turned around and walked quickly towards the library. Junior sister Yi is a person we can be close friends with. Li Ziyuan sighed while looking at Ji Yao's back, and the other 2 people also nodded. Outside the outer door library, Ji Yao looked at the majestic library in front of her. Feeling a little lost, This is just the outer library, but it is much larger than the Yi family's library. After calming down, Jia walked into the library pavilion and saw a middle-aged man sitting behind the jade table. He must be the guardian of the library pavilion. Disciple has met my senior. Jia stepped forward to salute and handed over her name tag with a respectful expression. There are 4 levels of Qi training. You can only stay on the first level. In addition to sword tactics and other jade slips, you can choose. After selecting, bring it here to burn. 1 jade slip will contribute 10 points. After saying this, the young man closed his eyes and stopped looking at her. Thank you for your advice, Senior. Jia walked towards the bookshelf. At a glance, she saw that there were densely packed jade slips everywhere. Qifeng sword technique? The sword light is soft but pervasive, like a breeze blowing on the face. Blazing sword technique? The flames and sword light come out at the same time, trapping the enemy in water and fire. Jia thought along the way that most of these sword techniques had something to do with spiritual roots and were not suitable for her. An hour passed, and Jia still had not found the sword technique that suited her. Suddenly, a jade slip on the top of the bookshelf caught Jia's attention. The sky-breaking sword technique? What a loud tone! But this name is very popular in my heart. Jia was a little moved. She couldn't find a sword technique suitable for her, so she would just stick with this one. Afterwards, Jia picked another skill, transformation, and she could run faster in the future. Senior, please help me burn these 2 jade slips. Jia handed the jade slips to the middle-aged man. I saw the middle-aged man take the jade slip and saw that it was the heaven-breaking sword art. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Are you sure you want to choose this? What kind of spiritual root do you have? Lei Lingzhen. Although she didn't know why the senior had such a reaction, Jia still answered honestly. Then take it. When the middle-aged man heard this, he said no more, burned the jade slip, and threw it to Jia. This, breaking sky, was thrown out by the big boss of Zufeng to find his disciples. Many disciples have tried it but failed. But if this girl is Lei Lingzhen, then there is great hope. After all, the master who created this sword art is Lei Lingzhen. Thank you, Senior. Jia thanked her senior and returned to her cave. As soon as she walked to the door, she met Li Yanran and her group. But she was actually with Qi Lanqi and others. They were talking and laughing, and they seemed to have a good relationship. Li Yanran didn't expect to meet Ji Yao and was a little embarrassed for a moment. Qi Lanqi stood aside with a smile, staring at Ji Yao as if watching a show. She wanted to know how she would react to being betrayed by her friend. Ji Yao just glanced at Li Yanran, then turned around and returned to the cave. When Li Yanran saw this, she was a little embarrassed and angry. Did Yi Ji Yao not take her seriously at all? TSK. 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 Let me just say, Yi Ji is the daughter of the head of the Yi family. How can she treat you as a friend? Qi Lanqi gloated at the side. Li Yanran didn't refute, but she blamed Ji Yao in her heart. Ji Yao entered the house and thought of the scene just now, but she felt nothing in her heart. After all, the relationship between the two was very shallow, and there was no betrayal. Li Yanran is free to make friends with whomever she wants. Ji Yao looked at the heaven-breaking sword art in her hand and smiled. She had more important things to do. Chapter 18 Target, Sword Qi. Chapter 18 Target Sword Qi. Jia took out the jade slip of the heaven-breaking sword technique and gently patted it on her forehead. Suddenly, her spirit fell into a trance, and she suddenly appeared in a vast white place. Practice against the will of heaven and fight for the day and night. If there is any obstacle to the way of heaven, break it with one sword. There was a shocking roar in Ji Yao's ears, and then a black figure appeared in front, slashing into the sky with a sword full of anger. In an instant, the entire sky burst into pieces, and space began to distort. Jia spurted out a mouthful of blood, and her soul was pulled out of the jade slip. The last words of the black figure still echoed in her ears. The way of heaven is nothing. It's really shocking. One sword cuts the entire heaven. What kind of sword technique is this? Why is it in the outer library? However, Ji Yao felt excited when she thought that if she could learn this sword technique, it would be possible for her to reach this level. Thinking of this, Jia picked up the spirit sword and headed to the back mountain. There were few people there, and it was a good place to practice swordsmanship. Arriving at the back mountain, Jia adjusted her condition and began to meditate silently, and struck out with a sword according to the jade slip. However, there was no movement in the air. Jia was not discouraged and continued to strike with sword after sword. 7 days later, while Jiyo was practicing, a messenger talisman suddenly flew over. As soon as it was opened, Li Ziyuan's voice came from inside. Junior Sister Yi, the three of us have just returned from a mission and plan to go to Fanshe. Do you want to come with us? Fanshe? Jiyo raised her eyebrows. She had never been there before. However, Ji Yao felt a little embarrassed when she thought about the few thousand low-grade spiritual stones in her storage bag. When he left home, his father was worried that he would be harmed if he brought a large amount of spiritual stones with him without cultivation. So he didn't give him much. Apart from a few robes, some defensive magic weapons, and life-saving talismans, he only had a small amount of spiritual stones. However, she still wanted to take a look. So after she returned the messenger talisman, she went to find Li Ziyuan and the others. When Jiao arrived at the door, she saw that the three of them had been waiting for a long time. Li Ziyuan waved to Jiao with a happy face. He must have gained a lot from this mission. When Jiao approached, Li Ziyuan took out a paper crane and handed it to Jiao. There is a certain distance between Fanshe and the Sect, so we will use this paper crane to travel. If you need to go out in the future, you can exchange it at the mission hall. Contribution points can be exchanged for 10. Jiao didn't show any pretense. She thanked her seriously and accepted. Seeing Jiao being so straightforward, Li Ziyuan admired her even more. Jiao injected spiritual energy into the paper crane, and the paper crane swelled in the wind until it could hold the size of a person. Jiao sat on the paper crane and followed several senior brothers to fly to Fanshe. At the beginning, because I was not familiar with the operation, the whole paper crane twisted around and almost dropped Jiao. Jiao was so frightened that she broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, as time passed, Jiao gradually mastered the operation method. At this time, she was in the mood to look at the scenery along the way. This feeling of being in the sky is so good. Jiu is looking forward to how she will fly with her sword after building the foundation. Especially after advancing to the golden elixir. You can fly in the air. And after transforming into a god, you can directly tear apart space. 1 day later, a group of people arrived at the gate of Fanshe. As soon as I stepped into Fanshe, I could hear the lively noise. I thought there must be an isolation formation at the door. Jiao looked at the lively scene in front of her and felt a little curious. This market has always been a good place to miss in novels. Li Ziyuan and the others found an open space, threw themselves on the silk cloth, and took out the harvest. Since none of them were too expensive, the three of them did not cover their faces. Junior Sister Yi, we are setting up a stall here. It should take a while. Do you want to go shopping first? Li Ziyuan suggested, fearing that Ji Yao would be bored. Jiao also had this intention, nodded, and walked to other stalls one by one. Chapter 19 Farce in the City. As Yu walked along, she saw that these stalls had everything. Spiritual herbs, formation discs, talismans, elixirs, and some other strange and unrecognizable things. Little girl, come and see if I have anything you like. These are all the good things I brought out from the secret realm. A middle-aged stall owner greeted Jiu enthusiastically. Jiu heard the words and stepped forward and began to choose carefully. Except for a few ordinary spiritual grasses, there are some strange stones on this stall. Little girl, these stones are all obtained from the secret realm of Lingshu. They may be some sort of treasure, and they are destined to be with you. The middle-aged man lies with all his heart. Generally, when a little girl like this hears about the treasure, she will be attracted by it. Get carried away. Jiu ignored him. After looking at them one by one, she found nothing she wanted to buy. After all, not everyone could happen to miss something. After confirming that she had nothing to buy, Jiu turned around and left regardless of the stall owner's repeated attempts to stay. An hour later, Jiu shopped around the entire market, but didn't buy anything. After all, she is short of money, so even if she likes something good, she can't do anything about it. It's cheap. It's not like she's interested in anything. As for picking up the leeks, well, she just wanted to think about it. Just when Jiu was bored, there was a sudden noise in front of her. Boss, I was obviously interested in this first. You have promised to sell it to me. So how can you go back on your word? A beauty in pink clothes asked angrily with her hands on her hips. The stall owner stood aside with an embarrassed look on his face and kept rubbing his hands. Lu Yu, when buying something, the one with the highest price always gets it. Since I paid the high price, this thing will naturally belong to me. The bright girl in red clothes said arrogantly. Since Mingren likes this thing, you can give it to her and look at other things. Senior brother, can you buy it for you? A young man beside the girl in red said gently to the pink girl. Senior brother Ling. You? Seeing that he didn't help her, the girl in pink stamped her feet angrily, and then ran away crying. The girl in red sneered and wanted to grab something from her. Don't even think about what you are. Little girl, this is what you want. The stall owner wrapped a vase and handed it to the girl in red. The young man quickly took out his spiritual stone and paid the bill. Thank you, Brother Ling Qian. The girl in red thanked her sweetly. How could she still see her arrogant look just now? Ling Qian? Why is this name the same as the evil cultivator in the article who practiced by sucking women's yuanin? Gio was shocked and looked at the young man in surprise. However, the young man had an upright face and warm eyes, and he did not look like an evil cultivator. Maybe it's just a coincidence? Junior sister Yi, what are you looking at so seriously? I didn't hear you even after I called you several times. Li Ziyuan asked Ji Yao with a curious look on his face. Ling Qian heard the sound and turned to look at Ji Yao. When he saw her looking at him in a daze, he immediately smiled. However, Ji Yao felt a chill. If this person was really that evil cultivator, he would have been too well disguised. Senior brother, have you sold out? Ji Yao quickly turned around and stopped looking at Ling Qian. Yeah, I'm just here to ask you to go back. Then let's go. With that said, the two of them left together. Several people left Fanshe together and went to the dining hall to eat again after returning to the sect. The spiritual food is still delicious. I eat big a pill every day, and my mouth almost fades away. Li Ziyuan slumped on the chair, patted his stomach, and looked satisfied. When several people saw him like this, they were all amused. Suddenly, Li Ziyuan sat up suddenly and asked Gio with a curious expression. Junior sister Yi, I still don't know what sword technique you received last time. After saying that, he picked up the spiritual tea and took a sip. Heaven-breaking sword technique. Chapter 20 Daily Practice. Li Ziyuan spit out a mouthful of spiritual tea. Several people immediately stayed away from him. A little disgusted. My spiritual tea? 5 spiritual stones only make up such a small cup. Li Ziyuan looked at the tea stains that spurted out with a distressed look on his face. Xia almost laughed out loud when she saw him acting like this. This senior brother Li was really interesting. After feeling sad for a while, Li Ziyuan raised his head and looked at Ji Yao with sympathy. It's strange that senior brother didn't remind you not to choose this sword-breaking technique. Why not? Xia looked puzzled. Li Ziyuan shook his head, pretending to be profound, and said, since the appearance of the heaven-breaking sword art, it has been highly sought after by the outer disciples. 9 out of 10 disciples will choose it. Unfortunately, everyone later discovered that no matter how they practice according to it, they were unable to emit sword energy. Later, more and more disciples gave up and practiced other techniques. But there was one person who did not believe in evil and kept practicing. As a result, until the foundation was established, he could not even emit sword energy, which became a joke for everyone after dinner. Xia was also surprised after hearing this. She did not expect that the sword-breaking technique would be so difficult to practice. But Xia doesn't intend to give up. If she can't overcome this difficulty, how can she be promoted in the future? If it really doesn't work, just look for other methods. Li Ziyuan looked at Xia's expression and knew that she would not give up so easily. He didn't give any more advice. After all, everyone has his or her own destiny. After the 4 of them separated, Xia returned to the cave, took out the sword-breaking technique, and injected her soul into the jade slip again. If other people saw her acting like this, they would break out in a cold sweat. You must know that no one dares to place the soul elsewhere at will. If there is a sudden attack at this time, the soul may be destroyed. Only a novice cultivator like Ji Yao was so unscrupulous. At this time, she had not yet seen the cruelty of the world of cultivation. Even though she knew a lot of common sense in the world of cultivation, sometimes she would still do whatever she wanted subconsciously. This is also a major shortcoming of being a time traveler. You always subconsciously think that you are still in a peaceful world. Coming to the white space again, Gio discovered something different. This time, there were a few more white clouds in the sky. Practice against the heavens and fight for the day and night. If the way of heaven is blocked, break it with one sword. The black back appeared again, and then another sword struck the sky. A burst of purple sword light was seen striking the sky, and the entire sky was shattered again. Xia pulled her soul out of the jade slip. This time she was prepared and was not hurt again. She exhaled heavily, her heart filled with longing. When could she reach the height of the senior? After taking a short rest, Xia came to the back mountain again and began her long sword training career. 3 years later, in the bamboo forest at the back of the mountain, a girl in black closed her eyes tightly and let the wind caress her face. Suddenly, the girl moved. She slowly raised her hand and struck out with her sword. A burst of purple light went straight to the spiritual bamboo on the side. The entire length of the spiritual bamboo exploded, stirring up a cloud of dust. It's finally done. Xia was excited. She had finally developed her sword energy. A few months ago, she had advanced to the 7th level of Qi training, but she still couldn't develop sword Qi. In the past 3 years, her soul has entered the jade slip of the sword formula over and over again, and the entire space has been engraved on her soul. But no matter how hard she practices, she can never emit sword energy. Just now, she finally sent out her first sword energy. But with her current cultivation level, I'm afraid she won't be able to emit too much, and the spiritual energy in her body will be drained. But Ji Yao is already very satisfied. You know, many people can only cultivate sword energy when they are about to build the foundation. After calming down, Jia planned to do the task again in order to better master the sword energy. Chapter 21. The monsters are in turmoil. Jia came to the outskirts of the sword domain forest and began to search for traces of monsters. The task she took on this time was to hunt monsters, regardless of grade, and exchange them for contribution points based on their value. There are often disciples of the sword sect coming and going outside the sword domain, so traces of monsters are rare. So Jia has to go deeper. Suddenly, a porcupine looking for food came into Jia's sight. I saw that this porcupine was about 3 feet tall, and its body was covered with sharp thorns. These sharp thorns sparkled in the sun and made people's eyes hurt. Jia held her breath, and before the porcupine noticed her, she struck out with her sword, breaking the sky. A burst of purple light struck the porcupine's back, and immediately the skin and flesh on the entire back were torn open and blood flowed out. Roar! The porcupine howled miserably. When it discovered Ji Yao as the instigator, it rushed over like crazy. Ji Yao dodged to the side, then turned sideways and slashed straight away with another sky-shattering strike. The porcupine couldn't dodge, and its neck was cut off by a sword. It twitched a few times and then fell to the ground. Jia observed for a while and determined that the porcupine was dead before stepping forward to collect the body. Ji Yao was a little surprised that the battle ended so easily. Is the sword energy so powerful? After taking care of the porcupine, Jia continued to search for the shadow of the monster, and soon found a first-level earth-eating beast, and stepped forward to kill it with a sword. An hour later, Jia already had the corpses of 5 monsters in her storage bag. Although the highest one was only a 3rd-level monster, Jia was quite satisfied. Suddenly, the entire forest shook, and a shrill roar came from deep in the forest. Fellow Taoist, run away! The monsters are in trouble. A group of people ran towards them, and the young man at the head shouted loudly to Jia. Jia was startled and quickly turned around and ran towards the outside. There was an overwhelming roar of beasts behind her, and she didn't dare to look back, so she could only run forward as hard as she could. Poof! A sharp pain suddenly came from her back, and Jia spurted out a mouthful of blood. She looked back and saw a 5th-level monster waving its claws towards her again, so she had no choice but to use Breaking Sky to fight it. It's a pity that the 5th-level monster is equivalent to the foundation building stage of human beings, so it can't be resisted by the 7th-level Qi training. The demon beast slapped the spirit sword away with one palm, and then slapped it towards Ji Yao. Ji Yao was thrown up high like a piece of rag, and then fell heavily to the ground. Another mouthful of blood spurted out, and Ji Yao's entire lungs began to throb. Human screams were heard in her ears. Ji Yao tried her best to open her eyes and looked around. She saw that only 2 or 3 people from the previous group were left, fighting stubbornly. The man who reminded Ji Yao just now was actually dead. Looking at the broken limbs and broken arms here, Ji Yao realized for the first time the cruelty of the world of cultivation. But before Ji Yao could feel sad, the monster rushed towards Ji Yao again, threw her up, and let her fall down. Repeatedly, the monster seemed to have found a fun game and repeated the same actions tirelessly. Ji Yao felt that she was numb from the pain, and no part of her body was intact. After a quarter of an hour, the monster finally got fed up and struck Ji Yao's head with a straight palm, intending to finish her off. Ji Yao gathered her last breath, dodged to the side, then jumped on the back of the monster, grabbing its back and neck tightly. The monster beast found out that this damn human had climbed up on its back, and became furious. It began to swing its body wildly, trying to get rid of this hateful human being. At this time, Jia was clinging to the monster's neck with all her will to live. She didn't want to die. She couldn't die. She must not die. Chapter 22, meeting Luo Chuan for the first time. At this moment, an extremely shrill roar came from deep in the forest. All the monsters were stunned for a moment, and then ran wildly into the depths of the forest. The 5th level monster didn't care about getting rid of Ji Yao at this time, and ran towards the depths with her on its back. Half an hour later, another shrill roar sounded, and the beast suddenly stopped, looking like they wanted to step forward but did not dare. Jia looked up and saw that the roaring thing was actually a black dragon. At this time, Jialong's body was covered with wounds of varying depths, and one of his horns was flatly cut off by something. He was staring ahead with vicious eyes. Jia looked over and saw a man in black standing with a sword. Although he couldn't see his appearance clearly, Jia was still attracted by his aura. Seeing that he was cornered, Jialong suddenly spat out the demon pill at the man. A flash of determination flashed in his eyes, but the man seemed to be aware of its intention, and struck the demon pill fiercely with his sword. The sword light slashed at the demon core with supreme momentum, but it still couldn't stop it from self-destructing. With a bang sound, the demon pill exploded, and the entire sky was dyed red. The surrounding trees were burned to ashes. The man was unable to dodge, and was affected by the explosion, spitting out a mouthful of blood. But Jia only felt a strong force crushing her internal organs, and then lost consciousness. 3 days later. Where is this? Jia woke up from a coma, feeling a little confused. Her memory still stayed at the time when the black dragon exploded the demon pill. Jia sat up, looked around, and found that she was in a cave. The extremely serious injuries inside her body have been healed, leaving only some superficial injuries. Did someone save her? Jia felt happy in her heart, feeling lucky to survive the disaster, just a little bit away from death. While Jia was sighing, there was a sound of footsteps coming from the entrance of the cave. You're awake! A cold voice sounded. Jia followed the sound and saw a man walking into the cave with a light on his back. The sunlight shone on his body, seeming to imbue the man with a sense of charm. When he came closer, even Jiao, who had seen many handsome men and beautiful women, was stunned. The man was wearing a black robe from the Wanjian Sect, with thick black hair, a smooth and white face with sharp edges and cold handsomeness, a pair of deep black eyes with a hint of coolness, and his thin lips were slightly pursed. Jia came to her senses and quickly stood up and saluted. Thank you, Senior, for saving me. The man threw a jade box to Ji Yao. There is a body-shaping pill inside. Please take it. Ji Yao quickly refused. Absolutely not. The senior has a life-saving grace to the junior. It is reasonable for the junior to repay the senior. How can he still accept such valuable things? This incident happened because of me, and it was just an innocent disaster for you. The man explained loudly. I saved you this time just to end the cause and effect. Even Jia knows the importance of cause and effect. The senior in front of him obviously didn't want to have any cause and effect with him. Let's go! The man turned around and walked out without waiting for Jiao's answer. Thank you, Senior. Jiao thanked her seriously, accepted her things and hurriedly followed. Come up! The man threw the flying sword, which swelled in the wind until it was 10 feet wide. Jiao stood on the Phaegian obediently. Before she could stand still, the entire Phaegian quickly flew out of the forest. She could only try to keep her figure steady, and did not dare to say much. An hour later, Phaegian stopped at the gate of the sect. You haven't asked your senior for his name yet? She asked, looking at the man's back. In any case, this senior saved his life after all, and he will definitely repay him if he has the opportunity in the future. Luo Chuan! The man glanced at Ji lightly, then disappeared in a flash. Chapter 23 set off home. Luo Chuan. So this person is Luo Chuan? Ji opened her mouth slightly, with a look of surprise on her face. Luo Chuan, a direct disciple of the Luo family, one of the 8 major families, has a single wind spirit root. Because he was born with a sword spirit body, he was accepted as a disciple by the ancestor of the Wanjian Sect's god-forming ancestor, Venerable Jian Song. At just over 100 years old, he advanced to the nascent soul stage, and together with the male protagonist Shangwan Nanxian, he was known as the 2 geniuses of the Northern Territory. Luochuan loves swords very much. He is a practicing madman and has superb phantom sword skills. Later, he was seriously injured while going out for training and was rescued by the heroine. He gradually fell in love with the heroine as they continued to get along. Later, he became one of the heroine's admirers and was a very important male supporting character in the novel. Unexpectedly, she met her male counterpart. However, whether the male protagonist or the male supporting character has nothing to do with her. She still pays more attention to her own cultivation. This time, Jia felt a little homesick after walking through the gates of H.L. The Wanjian Sect stipulates that you can go down the mountain after reaching the 6th level of Qi training. Jia can go home now that she has reached the 7th level of Qi training. She came to the mission hall, handed over the corpse of the monster, and received 100 contribution points. Adding to the accumulation over the past few years, she already had more than 700 contribution points. After spending more than 200 contribution points to exchange for a quicksand sword, Jio felt a heartache. The previous spirit sword had been lost in the sword domain forest, so she had to exchange it for a new one. Thinking that the Wanjian sect was far from the Yi family, Jio exchanged 30 paper cranes for transportation, a few bottles of Bigu pill, detoxification pill, rejuvenation pill, spiritual restoration pill, and some basic talismans, and spent another 200 contribution points. Later, Jia went to the library pavilion to exchange for a copy of Spectrum of Spiritual Objects. Thinking that her attack methods were really lacking, she exchanged for another copy of Ling Yu Sword Ju. Then she sent a messenger to inform Li Ziyuan and others, and then officially set off home. Along the way, Jiyu stayed on the back of the paper crane, studying the rare treasures in the Spectrum of Spiritual Objects, and spent the rest of the time studying the Ling Yu sword technique. After flying for 10 days, Jiyu felt physically and mentally exhausted. She happened to be passing by a mortal village, so she stopped and planned to stay for the night. Is there anyone there? Jia stepped into the village in a few steps. Oh, where did such a charming little girl come from? An old woman put down the clothes she was washing, stood up, wiped her hands on her body, and walked towards Jio with an enthusiastic face. Is the little girl lost? Auntie, can you let me stay for a night? Jiyu was a little uncomfortable with other people's enthusiasm. Yes, of course. We Duwang village villagers are the most hospitable, the aunt said, then led Jiao to a house in the village. Jiao met many villagers along the way, and everyone greeted Jiu warmly. Although it was a peaceful and beautiful scene, Jiao felt strange, but she couldn't think of a specific reason, so she had to suppress the doubts in her heart. We're here, little girl. My aunt's house is a little shabby. You'll just stay here for one night. My aunt rubbed her hands in embarrassment. Thank you, Aunt. It's very nice here. Jiao thanked her. Hey, you stay here first, and I'll go and wash my clothes. After that, the aunt left. Jiao looked around the room. Apart from a bed, there was only a cabinet and nothing else in the room. She sat cross-legged on the bed, but she still couldn't concentrate on her practice. The weird feeling was getting stronger and stronger. A sudden doubt flashed through Jiu's mind. Chapter 24, Killing the Evil Cultivators, Part 1. Child. In such a big village, Jiu has never seen a single child. There must be something wrong with this village. Jiu felt wary. In the evening, the aunt came back. Jiu dispersed her consciousness and found an uncle sitting at the dinner table with his aunt in the main room. The uncle nuzzled towards Jiu's room, and the aunt suddenly laughed, nodded, and walked to Jiu's room with the food. Jiu frowned. It seemed that they really had a problem, and she didn't know what kind of medicine these two people were selling. Little girl, Aunt has made some food and will bring it to you. The aunt knocked on the door. Thank you. Jiu opened the door and took it, pretending to eat the food as if nothing had happened. Then suddenly pointed at the aunt with a surprised look, and then pretended to faint. The aunt saw Jiao fainting, so she waved her hand to call the uncle over, and the two of them carried Jiao out. In her consciousness, Jiao discovered that the two of them actually brought her to the entrance of the ancestral hall. Great Immortal, I have brought the sacrifice. The uncle put Jiao down and said tremblingly. Obviously there was something in it that made him very afraid. Leave the sacrifice. Get out. A harsh voice came from the ancestral hall. The two of them immediately rolled and crawled away from the place as if they had been granted amnesty. The door of the ancestral hall opened, and an elderly monk dressed in black walked out. With a 9th level of Qi refining, he saw a head full of white hair and a pair of bloodshot eyes looking at Jiu in surprise. You are actually a monk at the 7th level of Qi training. Ha! God is really helping me. As long as I absorb your cultivation, there is no way I can advance to foundation building. The old monk licked his lips excitedly. Gio was shocked. This person was actually an evil cultivator. Since the opponent's cultivation level was higher than hers, she could only continue to pretend to be stunned, planning to give him a fatal blow when he let down his guard. The evil cultivator observed Ji Yao for a while, and found that she was really stunned. So he stepped forward and grabbed her collar, intending to take her into the ancestral hall. At this time, Ji opened her eyes fiercely, took out the quicksand sword from her storage bag, and slashed at the evil cultivator with a sky-breaking move. Xieshio was startled and immediately threw Ji Yao away, but was still injured by the sword energy. Okay, I made a mistake. Xieshio covered the wound on his arm and stared at Gio with vicious eyes. Unexpectedly, this woman turned out to be Lei Lingjian. Lei Lingjian has always been able to restrain evil things. Gio tensed her body tightly and looked at him without speaking. Breaking the sky is currently his strongest attack method, but the opponent only broke a little bit of his skin. Humph. I want to see what you are capable of at the 7th level of Qi training. I saw a black sail suddenly appeared in the evil cultivator's hand, and a black mist suddenly filled the air. Let you see the power of the black demon's sail, the evil cultivator said, and waved the black devil sail towards Gio. In an instant, countless children's souls struggled to break away from the black devil sail and bid Gio. Seeing this, Ji Yao was filled with anger. This person not only sucked the blood and essence of children, but also trapped their souls and prevented them from being reincarnated. This was really extremely vicious. Seeing that the soul was approaching, Jia quickly slashed at the black demon's sail with her sword, but it did not cause any damage to it. Ji Yao's heart felt cold for a while. She didn't expect that this evil cultivator was so powerful. She had to dodge constantly and wait for the opportunity. Xieshio watched Ji Yao keep dodging, and a wave of disdain emerged in his heart. A mere 7th level Qi practitioner dared to cause trouble for him. He didn't have the patience to tease her. So after injecting spiritual energy into the black demon sail again, he attacked Jiyu. Chapter 25 Killing the Evil Cultivators, Part 2. Jia saw that her attack had no effect on the black demon sail, so she could only find a breakthrough from the evil cultivator itself. Seeing the black demon sail coming, Jia suddenly stood still. Seeing this, Xieshio thought she was scared and smiled proudly. Just when Yinhun was about to bite Ji Yao's neck, Ji Yao suddenly disappeared from the spot. In a blink of an eye, she was in front of Xieshio and stabbed her chest with a sword. The evil cultivator sensed the danger and quickly hid aside, but was still stabbed into his body by a sword, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Ji Yao was hit with one blow and quickly stepped back. I felt a little lucky that the transformation, movement technique that I had redeemed at the beginning was finally put to use. It's true that I underestimated you. Xieshio wiped away the blood, his whole body filled with murderous aura. This time, she really pissed herself off. Feeling the strong killing intent, the hair on Zia's body stood up. The evil cultivator recalled the black demon sail, put it into a storage bag, and then took out a human bone, which turned out to be a high-grade magic weapon. Suffer death, the evil cultivator said, and attacked Gio with human bones in his hand. Poof! Gio was smashed to the ground by human bones, and a wound the size of a fist appeared on her back, with the bones clearly visible. Gio quickly took out the rejuvenation pill and the spirit rejuvenation pill and stuffed them into her mouth. But before the elixir could be dissolved, the evil cultivators attacked again. Feeling the approach of death, Gio felt unwilling in her heart. Could it be that she was going to die here today? No. She still wants to change the fate of the Yi family. And she still wants to ascend. No one can stop her. If anyone stops me, I will kill him with one sword. In a daze, Jia seemed to have come to the breaking sky, space again, and saw that figure. Jia followed the black figure and slashed forward with her sword, having forgotten where she was at this time. Boo! The barrier of the 7th level of Qi training was broken at this moment, and Ji Yao advanced to the 8th level of Qi training. Sword intent! Xieshio shouted in horror, then turned around like crazy and ran towards the ancestral hall. Purple sword light followed and split it in half with one sword. The sword light continued unabated and slashed towards the entire ancestral hall. Bang! The entire ancestral hall exploded instantly and was instantly razed to the ground. Jia wielded the quicksand sword and knelt down on the ground unsteadily. She felt very bad at this moment. The sword just now drained all her spiritual energy, and now her whole body ached. Due to the breakthrough in the battle, her cultivation was a bit unstable, and it took a lot of time to consolidate. After taking the elixir, Shiyu struggled to stand up, and went to collect the evil cultivator's storage bag. When she looked at the evil cultivator's body that was split in half, her throat suddenly felt itchy, and she turned her back and retched. It took a full quarter of an hour for her to calm down. He actually killed someone. Although she had long known that such a day would come, Shiyu still felt uncomfortable. The road to cultivation is full of difficulties and obstacles. Only by keeping your heart and doing what you want can you achieve the great road. This path was her own choice, so she can't regret it. Shiyu had to force herself to look at Xiexio's corpse again. Only when her heart was no longer disturbed did she bend down and take off the storage bag from his waist. After erasing the mark of spiritual consciousness on the storage bag, Shiyu looked inside and saw that in a space of more than 10 cubic meters, there were about thousands of low-grade spiritual stones, several books of evil cultivation techniques, and a dusty beads, and the black devil sail that I had seen before. Taking out the black demon sail, she could still feel the cry of the child's soul inside, and Ji felt sad in her heart. This damn evil cultivator. Ji put her soul mark on the black demon sail, and then released all the souls. Hundreds of souls ran out of the black demon sail and wandered next to it, not knowing where they were going. Ji remembered the Tao Te Ching she had read in her previous life, and started to recite it word by word, regardless of whether it was useful or not. Chapter 26 Understanding the Sword Intent. Gradually, these souls become more and more transparent, until they finally disappear. At the same time, in a place invisible to the naked eye, little bits of golden light merged into Jia's body. Seeing that this trick worked, Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief. She put the skills in the storage bag together with the corpse of the evil cultivator, and burned it to ashes with a flame talisman. If you don't need the human bones yourself, you can find a place to sell them. After all, they are high-grade magic weapons, and their value must be high. As for the black demon sail, I don't have the ability to destroy it yet, so I can only keep it for now. I just don't know what this bead is. It's dusty, and has no aura. Looking at the thousands of spiritual stones in the storage bag, Shiyu sighed for a while. Sure enough, killing people and buying goods is the fastest way to get rich. Come out! Shiyu put everything away and said coldly, Shangxian, please spare our lives. We are all forced. If we don't do what he says, we will all die. The people in the village had long been awakened by the movement tonight, and looked at Ji Yao's series of methods have already scared him out of his wits. So you sacrificed your children? Ji felt a chill in her heart, and felt a pain in her heart when she thought of the children in the black demon sail. We didn't want to either. We miss our baby every day. That was the baby we gave birth to in 10 months of pregnancy. A group of people burst into tears. Ji pursed her lips. Everyone's choice is different. Some people will choose to sacrifice themselves to protect their children, while others choose to protect themselves. Although these people were also victims, Ji really couldn't sympathize with them. Presumably, if there is no persecution by evil cultivators in the future, these people will not do such things again. Just take care of yourself. Ji looked at them deeply, then turned and left. A few days later, Ji woke up from meditation and took a deep breath. The 8th level of Qi training was finally consolidated. After being injured and leaving the village a few days ago, Ji found this cave and began to consolidate her cultivation and repair her injuries. Ji thought about her own cultivation and was a little worried. She was only 11 years old now, and had already reached the 8th level of Qi training, which was much ahead of Yizhiu in the original article. The Qi training period is the foundation of cultivation. If the cultivation level grows too fast, it will easily cause the foundation to be unstable, which is not conducive to future cultivation. After making up her mind to stop practicing in the past 2 years and only consolidate her foundation, Shia took out the sword-breaking technique. Thinking of the mysterious feeling that day, Shia was a little excited. She actually understood a hint of sword intention at the critical moment of life and death. But in the past few days, no matter how she thought about it, she could no longer feel the sword's intention. Wanting to capture that feeling, Shia decided not to rush for the time being, but to stay in the forest to comprehend the meaning of the sword. 2 months later, Shia looked at the sword energy and felt a little discouraged. In the past 2 months, that mysterious feeling has crossed her mind countless times, but Shia has never been able to grasp it. She was about to take a break when suddenly there was a loud noise in the sky, and a thunder ripped through the sky and struck a place thousands of miles away. Immediately afterwards, thunder fell one after another, and Jiao's entire mind was captured by the thunder. In a daze, a black figure appeared in front of him, slashing towards the sky with a sword, tearing apart the entire sky like thunder. Jia subconsciously followed the figure and drew her sword, one sword after another. At this time, she could see nothing except the black figure. 2 days later, the thunder stopped and the black figure disappeared. When Jia came back to her senses, she saw that all the trees and rocks around her had been turned into powder, and there was no trace of the forest. Chapter 27: Seizing the Body. Have you understood the sword intention of thunder? Jia was a little in disbelief. Gathering her mind, Jia struck out again with her sword, breaking the sky, and saw a burst of purple light coming from the spirit sword, causing the air passing by to twist slightly, and slashed into a blank space in the distance, and instantly exploded into a tower about 5 feet high. Deep pit. Jia was a little shocked when she saw it. The power of the Sword of Thunder was so terrifying. It was completely different from the sword that killed evil cultivators before. Thinking that she now had another way to save her life, Jia couldn't help but feel excited. Back in the cave, Jia began to pack her things and planned to continue her journey home. But when she saw the gray bead she got from the evil cultivator, Jia felt a flash of curiosity in her heart. Usually in novels, this kind of soulless bead is likely to be some kind of treasure. After a period of hesitation, curiosity finally defeated reason. Jia took out the bead, bit her finger, and squeezed a drop of blood onto the bead. Suddenly, the beads emitted a burst of white light, and Jia collapsed to the ground. In the sea of consciousness, Jia stood in the corner confused, wondering how she ended up here. Ha! It turns out to be Thunder Spirit Root, or a full concentration of Heaven Spirit Root. God helps me. A burst of wild laughter came from the front. Jia looked forward and saw a gray thing beating not far away. What's this? Jia was very surprised. She had never seen this thing before. So how could it appear in her sea of consciousness? Before Jia could figure out the reason, the gray meat ball rushed towards Jia. Jia quickly dodged away, but the gray flesh ball followed closely behind her, unable to get rid of it no matter what. Humph! I want to see where you run. Although your soul is stronger than the average Qi training monk, in my eyes, you are just struggling. The gray flesh ball spoke again. At this time, no matter how slow Jia was, she still understood that she had encountered the legendary duo Shi. Ah! A sharp pain came. Jia looked back and saw that she had been bitten off by a gray meat ball. And then another bite came from the gray meat ball. Jia felt furious when she thought of the crises she had encountered since she started practicing. Since everyone wants to kill me, I will give them a backing up even if I die. Jia turned around and bit down hard on the gray meat ball. Ah! How dare you! Shuzi! The gray fleshy mass shouted in pain. Jia ignored it and took another bite. The two meatballs began to bite each other, neither letting the other. A quarter of an hour later, Jia's soul became a little dazed. After all, she was weaker than the other party. She had only a small ball left, but the other person was still twice the size of her. Seeing that Jia could no longer hold on, the gray flesh ball became excited. It only needed a little more time to regain a new body. It had been waiting for this day for too long. The gray meat ball bit Jia again. Full of madness, Jia felt that she was really going to disappear this time. She could only resist with all her strength, but she was powerless and could only watch it bite her. The gray meat ball bit Jia for the last time. With just this bite, this body was hers. Suddenly, a burst of golden light suddenly lit up, shining on the gray flesh mass, making a sizzling sound. Jia took a look and saw that the gray meat mass was gradually dissolving. How can it have the power of merit? No! The gray flesh ball let out a shrill scream, and was finally completely dissolved, turning into nutrients and beginning to nourish Jia's soul. Chapter 28: Qiyuan City. 3 days later, Jia woke up in the cave, thinking of everything she had experienced. Jia was frightened for a while. The slightest bit of pride that he had before because he understood the meaning of the sword also disappeared. She is just an ordinary member of thousands of monks. She cannot feel that she is unique just because she has traveled through time. Therefore, she takes a chance and thinks that everything she encounters is just chance. Along the way, she is destined to encounter more difficulties and obstacles. Only by constantly getting stronger can she survive. Jia took out the gray bead that almost killed her inside. In the past few days, The memory of the gray flesh ball had merged, and she already knew that it was a soul bead. The soul bead, as the name suggests, is a bead that carries the soul. If someone's body is completely damaged, they can hide in this bead to rebuild their body in the future. It can barely be regarded as a treasure. But the person who wanted to take away his body a few days ago turned out to be a powerful demon clan. He was killed by the enemy 10,000 years ago, and in the end only his soul was left hiding in this soul bead. Over the past 10,000 years, the soul pearl has had countless owners, but all of them were of inferior qualifications, and even the powerful could not look down on any of them, until they met Ji Yao. As for the golden light that appeared in the soul at the end, Ji Yao was also a little confused. The power of merit? Although I haven't actively harmed anyone in these 2 lives, I haven't done any good deeds. I don't know where this merit comes from. In fact, what Ji Yao didn't know was that after the ignorant child was killed, his soul was imprisoned in the black demon sail, which had already generated great resentment, and Ji Yao released them and even saved them for the next life, which was an act of great merit. Cause and effect in the world. One drink and one peck have their own destiny. Half a month later, Ji Yao arrived at Qiyuan City. The entire Qiyuan City was shrouded in a 7th-grade formation. Row after row of defenders on the towering city walls patrolled back and forth. At the city gate, an endless stream of monks came in and out. It was really lively. After paying the 3 spirit stones to enter the city, Ji Yao walked into the city. As soon as they entered the city, several low-level monks came over and asked if they needed a guide. After Ji Yao refused, they walked to an inn in the city. "Shopkeeper, book a room!" Ji Yao knocked on the counter. Shopkeeper Lu raised his head, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. The girl in black clothes in front of her has a pair of bright and clear eyes, a straight nose, and a small mouth that is slightly pursed. Although he is young, he has a beautiful appearance and a cold temperament. The combination of the two is strange, adding a sense of mystery. You can imagine how stunning it will be in the future. Just as Shopkeeper Lu was about to answer, a woman's voice came from the door again. "Shopkeeper, we want 2 upper rooms. I'm sorry, guest, but there is only one last room left in our store. It has been reserved by this guest. You 2 can only find another place." Shopkeeper Lu replied. "We have twice as many spiritual stones. This room belongs to me," the woman said arrogantly. Ji Yao turned around and looked towards the door, and saw 2 familiar people. The one in red is not the arrogant girl who snatched away other people's vases in the market. Next to her is Ling Xian, who was accompanying her that day. Seeing Ji Yao's face, a flash of jealousy flashed in the eyes of the girl in red. She, Lu Minran, hated people who were prettier than her most in her life. She turned her head to look at Ling Xian, and as expected, she saw surprise in his eyes. Lu Minran clenched her fists and suppressed the anger in her heart. "I'm really sorry. Although our yuan lion is small, we value integrity the most. Even if this guest comes first, then this room belongs to her," Shopkeeper Lu said, and handed the room key to Ji Yao. 30 low-grade spiritual stones. Ji Yao nodded, took out the spirit stone and handed it to the shopkeeper, then walked upstairs. Chapter 29. Li Jingwen. Lu Minran became angry when he saw this woman taking the key and going upstairs without paying attention to her at all. "Hey! Stop! I'm calling you! Stop!" Lu Minran pointed at Ji Yao's back and shouted angrily. But Ji Yao kept walking. Walked to the room on the 2nd floor, opened the door and closed it, all in one movement. Any fighting is prohibited in Qiyuan City, so she doesn't dare to take action. You? Lu Minran's chest heaved with anger. "Okay, junior sister, don't be angry over such a trivial matter. Let's go to another inn." Ling Xian comforted him. But because of the recent auction, the inns in Qiyuan City are almost full. Lu Minran curled his lips. "There will always be some. Let's go look for them," Ling Xian said, pulling Lu Minran out of the store. Lu Minran looked reluctant, but had to leave. Ling Xian looked down at Lu Minran, a little impatient. It will be more valuable to wait until she builds the foundation. But when he thought of the girl just now, Ling Xian licked his lips, and a flash of interest flashed in his eyes. He must have tasted very good. Shopkeeper Lu watched the 2 people leave and snorted coldly. Louis has been in this inn for hundreds of years. Who hasn't seen him? But he really didn't take it seriously for the 2 Qi refining periods. But the girl who went up just now may not be simple. After entering the room, Ji Yao laid down and fell asleep. She had experienced too much during this period and was really tired. When I woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Gio went downstairs, ordered spiritual food and found a place to sit down. Hey, have you heard that the final item in Longyuan Pavilion's auction is a mutilated map? A young man at the 8th level of Qi training said to his companions mysteriously. The incomplete map is the finale? Is Longyuan Pavilion crazy? The young man's friend looked surprised. What do you know? It is said that this map is related to the ruins of the ancient war. Unfortunately, it is only a small part of it. The young man shook his head, feeling a little regretful. Map of ancient war ruins? Longyuan Pavilion auction? Could this be the auction where the heroine in the article got her first ruins map? Gio was shocked after hearing this. She didn't expect that she had just bumped into him. She was a little excited, knowing that the heroine later collected the map of the ruins through various channels, and finally obtained the supreme inheritance of the ancient Halcyon Sect. The first map she got was an auction in Longyuan Pavilion. She didn't expect that she would have the opportunity to witness such a famous scene. But when she thought about the few thousand low-grade spiritual stones she had, Gio felt discouraged. She was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to get through the auction door. Hey, what a beautiful sister! A young man wearing fancy clothes suddenly appeared in front of Gio. He walked directly to the opposite side and sat down. His peach blossom eyes were slightly raised, and he looked at Gio with admiration. Gio frowned, although this man's words were frivolous. Fortunately, there was no obscenity in his eyes. Li Jinwen suddenly became interested when he saw that the little girl in front of him had no reaction to his teasing. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Li, and my name is Jinwen. I am a local of Qiyuan City, Li Jinwen said, pretending to be cool. He opened the folding fan and gave Ji Yao a wink. Ji rolled her eyes inwardly. This person was too coquettish. Did she think that she, a girl in her teens, would be smitten by his charm? Chapter 30 Auction. Yi Jiao, Ji said calmly. It turns out to be Sister Jiao. What a nice name. Li Jinwen asked curiously. Is Sister Jiao here for the Longyuan Pavilion auction? Jiao was stunned and did not deny it. I am a little curious, but unfortunately I can't get in. Oh, this is easy. Since Sister Jiao wants to go, I'll leave it to my brother. Li Jinwen patted his chest with a proud look on his face. Jiao looked at Li Jinwen carefully and saw that he looked magnanimous. His eyes were clear, and he didn't look like a bad person. Jiao was a little moved, but after some hesitation she agreed. If the other party is really malicious, no matter whether she goes or not, she can't escape. Thank you so much, Brother Jinwen. Hey, Sister Jiao is so good. Li Jinwen looked at Jiao's pink face and really wanted to pinch her. Jiao blushed a little. Her brothers and sisters were the most ashamed. On the second day, Jiao and Li Jinwen appeared at the entrance of Longyuan Pavilion. Looking up and seeing the huge Longyuan Pavilion, Jiao sighed in her heart. This Longyuan Pavilion is almost spread across the entire Chifeng continent. Even the top sects in the Central Plains have to give it some face. And they don't know who the power behind it is. In the original text, the heroine was treated as an honored guest by Longyuan Pavilion because she sold various high-quality elixirs and magic weapons, and was even given a purple-level token as a gift. Oh, Mr. Li, please come in quickly. A middle-aged steward walked towards the two of them with enthusiasm, and then led them into the pavilion. Master Li, do you two need to wear robes? Who dares to touch me in Qiyuan City? Humph! Li Jinwen said with disdain. Yes, Mr. Li is right. The steward nodded flatteringly and led the two of them to the second floor. Jiao looked helpless. Someone as arrogant as Li Jinwen usually wouldn't survive more than 2 episodes in the drama. The two sat down in the box, and someone presented them with spiritual fruit tea. This is the list of items for this auction. Mr. Li, please take a look at it. The steward presented the list. Okay. Please step back. Li Jinwen waved his hand impatiently. Then, Mr. Li, if you have any questions, call me, the manager said and then left, closing the door behind him. Jiao looked at Li Jinwen. It seemed that this person's identity was not simple. Sister Jiao, come and see what you like. Li Jinwen thrust the list into Jia's hand. Jiao lowered her head and looked at the auction list, feeling slightly embarrassed. This time she just came to see the world, but she couldn't afford to buy anything on it. Are you interested in something? Brother, I'll give it to you, Li Jinwen said generously. Jiao quickly shook her head. If you are not a relative or a friend, you cannot accept things from others casually. The windows of the box are made of one-way perspective glass, so the situation inside the box cannot be seen from the outside. Jia looked downstairs and saw that the hall was already filled with people. Welcome all fellow Taoists to come from afar to participate in this auction. This auction will be hosted by Yuan Yang. A female cultivator wearing a red gauze dress appeared on the central stage. The female cultivator's hair was slightly loose. A hosta stuck diagonally between the tool. The fragrant shoulders are looming. The skin is as moist as white jade, and the lazy and charming eyes are heart-pounding. There was a sudden intake of breath in the hall, and then the atmosphere became heated. Then let's start the auction of our first item. Yuan Yang smiled slightly, reached out and opened the silk cloth, revealing a 5-foot-wide broad knife. Retracing the moon. A high-grade spiritual weapon. The starting price is 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Chapter 31 Meeting the heroine again. 200,000. 300,000. As soon as Yuan Yang finished speaking, someone started bidding. Yuan Yang smiled slightly when she saw this. This sword was made by Master Lu Daoyuan, the master of weapon refining, and it has a thunder attribute attack, which can have unexpected effects on the enemy. 50 million. 1 million. Someone shouted in box 207 on the second floor. 1 million once. 1 million twice. 1 million 3 times. Congratulations to the fellow Taoist in box 207 for winning this lot. Yuan Yang made the final decision. Nowadays, there are fewer sword cultivators than sword cultivators, and they can bid for 101 has been very good. Jia felt a little embarrassed when she saw that the first item was sold for 1 million. She was not doing very well. It seemed that she still had to think about ways to make money. Lots were sold one after another. Jia's initial exclamation gradually turned into numbness, but she gained a lot of knowledge. Next, our auction item is this fire spirit crystal. The starting price is 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Yuan Yang opened the silk cloth, and a fiery red crystal appeared in front of everyone. Jia sat up straight and looked at Hualing Jing. Sister Jiao, do you like this? My brother will take the photo and give it to you. Li Jinwen took the opportunity to show his presence. This girl had been concentrating on the entire auction since the beginning, without even giving him a look. I don't like it. I'm just curious. Jia shook her head and refused. She remembered that in the original text, the heroine took this picture for her spiritual pet Suzaku, and Suzaku successfully reached the second level after eating this fire spirit crystal. 5,000. 7,000. 10,000. A woman's cold voice came from box 302 on the third floor. She must be the heroine. 15,000. A familiar voice came from the hall, somewhat like the girl in red next to Ling Xian. Unfortunately, everyone was wearing isolation robes and could not see their faces clearly. In the hall on the first floor, Lu Minran held Ling Xian's arm and looked at the fire spirit crystal on the stage. Feeling hot in her heart, she originally majored in fire spirit root, and as long as she absorbed this fire spirit crystal, she would have a chance of building a foundation. 20,000. In box 302, Xiaoqiyue looked at the hall and frowned slightly, touching the Suzaku standing on his shoulder. He was bound to get this fire spirit crystal. 25,000. Lu Minran clenched his fists and shouted through gritted teeth. This is the most spiritual stone she can produce. Although her family is a big family in Jinyang City, her father has more than one child. 30,000. Xiaoqiyue said lightly. Now she is really not short of this little spiritual stone. Lu Minran clenched her fists, but ultimately failed to bid again. 30,000 once. 30,000 twice. 30,000 3 times. The deal is done. Congratulations to fellow Taoist box 302 for winning this lot. Yuan Yang was a little surprised. A fire spirit crystal sold for 30,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Far more than it's worth. 30,000 mid-grade spiritual stones? Jia was speechless for a while, thinking about the thousands of low-grade spiritual stones in her storage bag. Jia shook her head. It was really annoying to compare people to each other. The auction was proceeding in an orderly manner, and suddenly an item attracted Jia's attention. The next lot is a 1,000-year-old Jade Thunder Bamboo. As we all know, the Jade Thunder Bamboo is impervious to water and fire. It is the best choice for refining natal magic weapons. The starting price is 10,000 medium-grade spiritual stones. Jia was a little moved. This was more in line with her Thunder Spirit root. After she advanced to the Golden Elixir, she could integrate this object into her own natal spiritual sword. But thinking of its value, Jia sighed in her heart. After all, she had no chance of this thing. Finally, This jade bamboo was photographed by a guest in box 204. Chapter 32 Upgrade Pill. Seeing that the auction was coming to an end, Yuanyang opened another lot and said somewhat mysteriously, "The next lot is the long-lost upgrade pill." As soon as she finished speaking, the entire auction hall was boiling. And Jia also sat upright. This was the upgrade pill that the heroine asked Long Yuan Pavilion to auction on her behalf. Yuanyang signaled everyone to be quiet, and then said, "I believe everyone has heard of the upgrade pill. This item was entrusted by a Taoist friend Long Yuan Pavilion to auction it on his behalf. It is said that the upgrade pill has exhausted its potential and cannot advance." The monk advanced in one fell swoop. Although after advancing, there is no hope of further advancement in this life, but it can increase the lifespan, which is still an incredible thing. At this time, a gray-haired Qi training monk came onto the stage, and Yuanyang introduced her. "This is our manager Lin from Long Yuan Pavilion. He is at the peak of Qi training in the later stages. He is now over 80 years old and has only more than 10 years left to live. There is almost no hope of advancement. Next, we will ask Manager Lin to verify the effect of this elixir for everyone." Then he took out an upgrade pill and asked Manager Lin to take it. Manager Lin took the elixir and sat down cross-legged on the stage. After about 3/4 of an hour, Manager Lin suddenly burst out with a burst of momentum, and he actually broke through to the foundation building stage. The audience was quiet for a moment. Then suddenly a burst of heated discussion broke out. "This thing is really unbelievable. You must know that once it advances, the monks will have more lifespan, and their strength will also increase exponentially. This is really a life-saving straw for people who are on the verge of death." Looking at this scene, Shiyu once again lamented the heroine's luck. A bead that the heroine obtained before traveling through time was a Shumi mustard seed developed by an immortal. She obtained the upgrade pill from this mustard seed space, and also had the inheritance of the pill path from ancient times. When she was weak in the early days, she made her fortune by selling pills in the space. There are 10 upgrade pills in total, and the starting price for each one is 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. 200,000, 300,000, 400,000. In the end, the first upgrade pill was sold at a price of 400,000, and the remaining upgrade pills were all sold at high prices, among which Li Jingwen also took the shot. The price of each elixir is different, and the price goes up towards the end. In just a few dozen minutes, the heroine earned more than 50 million middle-grade spiritual stones. Fellow Taoists, next is our final auction. A partial map of the ancient war site. This map was also entrusted to me by a fellow Taoist to be auctioned by Long Yuan Pavilion. The starting price is 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Hiss. Jia took a breath. This map was too expensive. The starting price was 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones. You must know that one high-grade spiritual stone can be exchanged for 1,000 middle-grade spiritual stones, and one medium-grade spiritual stone can be exchanged for 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. And because high-level spiritual stones contain more pure spiritual energy, no one is willing to exchange them. 20,000. A middle-aged man's voice came from box 206. 30,000. Box 201 also joined the bidding. 40,000. I hope you guys can give my Lu family some face. A powerful voice came from box 301. Auctions always go to the highest bidder. I'm afraid the Lu family's move is inappropriate. I'll pay 50,000 yuan. Box 303 joined the bidding. You? 60,000. The head of the Lu family called out the price again. 70,000. 80,000. All parties joined in the bidding, and in the end it reached 200,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Is this a family effort to make a crappy map? Yes. In Jiyu's opinion, this is a broken map, because the most important part is actually in the heroine's mustard space. But she doesn't know it yet. Even if someone else takes a photo of this thing, it will eventually fall into the hands of the heroine through various channels. This is the halo of the heroine. Chapter 33 set off again. In the box, Xia Qiyue didn't know why, but as soon as this map appeared, a strong desire came out of the mustard seed space, and he couldn't suppress it. I have been following this space for several years, and this situation has never happened before. This map must be very important. 10 pulse renewal pills plus 2 Ninging pills. Xia Qiyue took action immediately. Cokes! The whole hall was quiet for a while, and suddenly there was a burst of exclamation. The legendary continuation pill that can turn human flesh and bones into living corpses? Everyone couldn't believe their ears for a moment. Today, The long-lost upgrading pill appeared first, and now there is a pulse renewal pill. As for the Ninging pill, it is used by monks to condense the nascent soul. Most of these pills are controlled by the 4 major sects and the 8 major families, and are difficult for the outside world to buy. Yuanyang was also frightened. Could it be that this person was the one who entrusted Longyuan Pavilion to auction the upgrade pills? It seems that he needs to be treated well. In box 301, Lu Yuan looked angry when he saw that he was about to get the map. He didn't expect that Cheng Yao Jin would appear halfway. Check it for me. I want to see who dares to steal something from my Lu family. Lu Yuan suddenly smiled. If you want to take the picture, then I will help you. I don't know if you can hold on. There were many people with the same purpose as Lu Yuan, and they sent people to the steward's room of Longyuan Pavilion. Seeing this, Shi Yao shook her head. Those who are hostile to the heroine will be unlucky. It's just a matter of time. Shi Yu is in a good mood. Her mood at this time is more like her inner complaints while reading a novel. Congratulations to our Taoist friend in box 301 for taking this photo. Yuanyang was relieved and finally gave away the hot potato. Ever since the auction house accepted this item, various forces have been coming to inquire about it, which is really unbearable. The auction finally ended, and Jiao and Li Jingwen left together. When I walked to the door, I found a group of people looking around, presumably waiting for the heroine who took the map. It's a pity that they can't wait any longer, because the heroine has already used the purple level token to slip away through the secret teleportation array of Longyuan Pavilion. After walking out of Longyuan Pavilion, Shi bid farewell to Li Jingwen. Thanks to brother Jingwen, Xiao has the opportunity to see the world. It's just that Gio has been away from home for a long time, and now she has to continue her journey home. Seeing that Gio was about to leave, Li Jingwen hurriedly tried to persuade her to stay. Sister Xiao, why are you leaving now? My brother hasn't taken you to take a good tour of Qiyuan City yet. Thank you, brother Jingwen, for your kindness. I will definitely go shopping next time I have a chance. Gio insisted. Okay, then my brother will take you out of the city. Li Jingwen looked reluctant. Although he had known her for a short time, he liked this little girl very much. Just send it here. See you later. Shi Yu smiled and waved to Li Jingwen. See you later. Don't forget me. Brother. Li Jingwen waved his hand with a sad face. Jia turned around and left straight away. She has been practicing for a long time. She is destined to meet many people and be separated from them. But not long after leaving the city, Jia suddenly stopped. Hey, why don't you little girl leave? Could it be that you have discovered us a long time ago? 2 young monks who were at the 10th level of Qi training appeared. Jia glanced at them indifferently. The monk speaking in front of her was holding a broad axe and scratching his head honestly. If she hadn't stopped her here at this time, Jia would have thought that he was an honest person. Why are you talking so much nonsense to her? You have practiced the 8th level of Qi at a young age. If it is used as a cauldron for you and me, it will not take long for us to build the foundation. Another thin man licked his lips with a look on his face, staring at Jia lewdly. Chapter 34 Robbery on the Road. A murderous intention flashed through Ji Yao's heart. Furnace cauldron? If you want her to make a furnace, you have to see if they have the ability. If she had met 2 people at the 10th level of Qi training before, she would have avoided them long ago. But now that he has understood the meaning of the sword, he naturally has to fight for it. Sword cultivators can only grow through constant battles. Hey, brotherly, don't scare people. Lu Su scratched his head and said in disapproval. Obviously, neither of them took Jia seriously. They had been observing Ji Yao for a while. They thought it was some young lady who came out to experience life. But they found that there was indeed no high-level monk guarding her. In this case, don't blame them for being rude. Hee hee, little girl, you should just surrender, so as not to hurt you, Li Yu said, then stretched out his hand to touch Ji Yao with a loose smile. In his eyes, Jia was already scared to death and stood motionless. Just when Li Yu's claws were about to touch Ji Yao struck directly at Li Yu's head with a sky-breaking strike. The thunderous sword intent with murderous intent split Li Yu's body in half, and a monk who was at the 10th level of Qi training died. Brother Li! Lu Su's teeth were chattering, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Jia felt lucky in her heart. This was the consequence of underestimating the enemy. She could not underestimate anyone in the future. Lu Su came to his senses and struck at Jio with a broad axe. The 2 of them really underestimated her. Ji Yao suddenly appeared behind Lu Su and slashed out with her sword. Sword intent! Lu Su spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling frightened and thinking of retreating. This woman actually understood the meaning of the sword. If they had known this, the two of them would never have dared to take advantage of her. You must know that sword cultivators in the foundation building stage of Qi training are not very scary. But monks who have realized the meaning of the sword are very scary. And they can often surpass the level to challenge. Nowadays, most sword cultivators cannot begin to understand the sword's intention until they have established a foundation. Anyone who can understand the sword's intention during the Qi training period is considered a genius. Unexpectedly, they were so unlucky that they encountered a monster. Qiyu didn't think much about it. When they wanted to make their own furnace, they were already on her must-kill list. Another sky-shattering job went straight towards Lu Su. Lu Su smiled bitterly. Now he could only fight to the death. Jia saw Lu Su stuffing a pill into his mouth. And suddenly his aura reached the foundation building stage. Violent spirit pill? Jia was frightened for a moment. This pill can temporarily improve a monk's cultivation level by 1 level for a quarter of an hour. Once the time expires, he will be completely powerless and can only be slaughtered by others. She could kill it as long as she persisted for a quarter of an hour. Lu Su felt the power all over his body, smiled sinisterly, and then swung his axe at Ji Yao. Huh? A burst of attacks with great momentum came. Ji Yao leaned back to avoid the attack, but a section of hair on her temples was cut off. It's so dangerous! Ji Yao was frightened for a while and quickly retreated into the distance. Lu Su didn't give her a chance to breathe and attacked again. He didn't have much time left. He had to get her quickly. Ji Yao could only dodge in all directions, and occasionally struck back with a sword. But she was all neutralized by Lu Su's offensive. She had to find a way. Ji Yao was worried. If she continued like this, her spiritual energy would be exhausted before the effect of the elixir wore off. Seeing that she was avoiding her, Lu Su became impatient. He gathered all his spiritual energy and struck Ji Yao hard on the back with an axe. Ji Yao suddenly stopped and stopped avoiding. When the axe hit her, she stabbed Lu Su in the chest with her sword. Poof! Both of them spurted out a large mouthful of blood. Lu Su looked down at the sword stuck in his chest in disbelief, smiled dejectedly, and then fell down. Chapter 35. Finally returning to Ye's home. Seeing Lu Su fall to the ground, Jia couldn't hold on anymore and collapsed directly to the ground, and then quickly took out the rejuvenation pill and drank it. Lu Su almost cut off his entire left arm with this axe. As the elixir dissolved, the bleeding on Jia's arm gradually stopped. Thinking of her own experiences during this period, Jia smiled bitterly. This world of cultivation is indeed extremely difficult and dangerous. But the more this happens, the more Jia becomes full of fighting spirit. It is such a rich and colorful life that makes it more interesting. After the injury got better, Ji Yao changed into a pink robe. The Wanjian sect's clothes had been damaged in the fight. Looking down at the pink color, Ji Yao felt helpless. Almost all the clothes her father had prepared for her were this kind of pink and tender clothes. In comparison, she still prefers black. After changing her clothes, Ji Yao continued on her way on the paper crane. She stopped and stopped along the way, and finally returned to Jiling City 2 months later. When she arrived at the door of Ye's house, Ji Yao suddenly felt a little shy about her hometown. It had been almost 7 years since she left home. Just when Ji Yao was sighing, the housekeeper Uncle Lu happened to come out of Yu Mansion and saw Ji Yao at a glance. Is Coco the 17th, miss? Uncle Lu asked excitedly. Uncle Lu, I'm back, Ji Yao replied with a slight smile. Uncle Lu was not originally from the Yi family. She was rescued by her father when he was young and went out for training, and he has been staying in the Yi family ever since. During the 5 years she spent in the Yi family, apart from her parents, the closest person she had was Uncle Lu. Hey, well, it's true that Miss 17 is back. I'm going to inform the head of the family right now. Uncle Lu wiped his tears and walked quickly towards the house. But he actually forgot to bring Ji Yao in. Ji Yao shook her head and laughed. Uncle Lu was still so arrogant. I've met Miss 17. Several guards at the door saluted Ji Yao and stared at her curiously. Thank you. Ji Yao nodded and smiled slightly. These are the Yi family. Her family. 17. My 17 is back. In the blink of an eye, Ji Yao fell into a familiar embrace. Ji Yao looked up and her eyes instantly became wet. This was her father. The father who loved her. Ouch. What's wrong? Why are we 17 crying? But someone is bullying you. Don't cry. Dad will help you deal with him. Night breeze hurriedly wiped away Ji Yao's tears. 17 just misses my parents. Jia rubbed Yifeng's cheek. Ha! Daddy also wants to be 17. Yifeng said, and gently tossed Jia upwards like before. Dad, I've grown up. Don't hold me anymore. Jia was a little surprised. It was a bit funny to be held in the arms of such a big person, she said, and struggled down. Oh, we 17 have grown up. We are ashamed. The night wind blew the bridge of Jia's nose. Dad, Jia grabbed Yifeng's arm and acted coquettishly. Only in front of her parents would she show her true side. Okay. Let's go in first. You have a good rest today. Dad will tell you something tomorrow. Night breeze took Jia back to her yard. Mom is still in seclusion? Jia was a little disappointed. She thought she could see her mother when she came back. Well, after all, I want to return to the nascent soul. Yifeng shook his head. Not worried at all. It was only a matter of time before he came out. And it should be soon. Chapter 36 Wanjian. On the second day, Jia came to the Yi family meeting hall and saw that the hall was already full of people. I've met my uncle, second uncle, fourth uncle, seventh aunt, and ninth uncle. Jia hurriedly greeted him. Oh, sure, Chi. Come here quickly and let Auntie take a good look at it. Yi Rushu had grabbed Ji Yao's hand distressfully. We sure Chi have all lost weight, but we have suffered a lot. Chi Gu, Ji Yao has grown up. Ji Yao replied shyly. Isn't that right? We, 17, are getting more and more beautiful. We will definitely be prettier than your mother in the future. I don't know which kid will get the advantage. Yi Rushu sighed with a look on her face. Ahem. You just came back on the 17th. And you just say something about what you have and what you don't have. Yi Chi, the uncle of the Yi family, scolded softly. Yi Rushu rolled her eyes. Her elder brother started to show off again. What's that expression on your face? Huh? Yi Chi was a little angry, and the others quickly smoothed over the situation. In the smoke-filled meeting hall, Jia felt extremely cordial. This was the case with his relatives. They usually had constant conflicts. But if anyone was wronged outside, everyone else would be eager to fight for their lives. How long can 17 stay here this time? Erbo Yiqing asked. About half a year. Jia was also a little unsure. 17. I called you here today because it is related to the ownership rights of Suiyang City. Yifeng explained. Every 10 years in Qibei District, there will be a redivision of the ownership rights of Suiyang City. The main reason is we, Jinling City, are fighting against Lufeng City, which is under the rule of the Qi family. That's right. Yiqi took over. This competition is mainly divided into 3 people each in the Qi refining stage and the foundation building stage. The participating monks must be young people under 50 years old. The main force in our Yi family's foundation building stage is your 9th brother. We are still on our way back to Yejia now. Yiqi picked up the spiritual tea and took a sip. Then said, we are going to send He Yunting, a disciple of the side branch, to participate in the Qi refining period. Now that you are back, how about going to compete as well? Xia nodded. She was very happy to contribute to the family. Seeing how straightforward she was, several people nodded with satisfaction. Then you go down and make good preparations. If you need anything, tell Butler Lu directly. Yiqi waved his hand and motioned for Ji Yao to leave. 17. Please leave first. Ji Yao turned around and left after seeing the courtesy. Arriving at the Yejia garden, Ji Yao decided to take a stroll. From the time she was born to the time she joined the Wanjian Sect, she spent most of her time in her own yard. She was not very familiar with the huge Yejia. When they reached a corner, there was a burst of noise. Beat me to death. Yi Tianjun. Aren't you very capable? Why do you look like a dead dog now? Ha! That's not true. Dead dog. Then, there was another sound of punches and kicks. Ji walked closer and saw a group of teenagers punching and kicking around a huddled figure. Stop! Jia quickly stepped forward to stop him. Who are you? Why do you care about our business? Yi Yanfeng looked back and saw an extremely beautiful little girl. Jia didn't say anything. She just struck the stone next to her with a sword energy. The stone several feet high exploded in an instant. When Yi Yanfeng and others saw that Ji Yao was not easy to mess with, they knew they had to let him go this time. Humph. You're lucky. He kicked Yi Tianjun again and took the lead to leave. Ugh. Yi Tianjun groaned in pain. Holding his stomach, Jia looked at the young man in front of her. His clothes were in tatters. There were wounds everywhere on his body, and his face was so swollen that he couldn't even see his appearance. Jia looked at him silently, feeling a little complicated. It was this Yi Tianjun who later helped the heroine destroy the entire Yi family. Chapter 37 Nai Qingchuan. Yi Tianjun had the 4 spiritual roots of metal, fire, wood and earth, and his cultivation was extremely slow. Later, with the help of the heroine, he washed away the earth and with spiritual roots and turned into dual spiritual roots. From then on, his cultivation level skyrocketed, and his father was executed for betraying the Yi family when he was young. Therefore, his position in the Yi family was extremely embarrassing. He was bullied in various ways since he was a child, and he has held a grudge ever since. So later on, he and the heroine and others cooperated internally and externally to massacre the entire Yi family. Jia looked at him with a cold heart. Although the disciples of the Yi family always bullied him, the Yi family still did not abandon him despite his father's betrayal of the family. All the necessary materials were distributed every month, and he was never owed a cent. Jia shook her head and walked straight past him. But after a few steps, Jia couldn't help but relented. Walking to Yi Tianjun and squatting down, Jia took out a few bottles of rejuvenation pills, put them down, and said coldly, "The biggest reliance on human beings is strength." After saying that, without waiting for his reaction, he stood up and left. People do not have the right to choose their birth. When faced with a harsh environment, they should work hard to cultivate and change their situation, instead of blaming others for it. Yi Juntian looked at the elixir in front of him, and the tears he had been holding back for a long time finally shed. A few days later, 17. Ninth brother is back. Come out quickly and let ninth brother take a good look. A figure suddenly appeared in Jiyu's yard. Jia looked up and saw the person with thick black hair and a pair of slender peach blossom eyes, full of amorous feelings that would make people fall in love with him if they were not careful. The tall nose and moderately thick red lips were showing a dazzling smile. "Brother Ninth?" Jia called tentatively. "Hey, it's your ninth brother." "Ha! 17 girl. Ninth brother was not at home when you were born. Come, this is a meeting gift." He handed a spiritual sword to Jia. Jia picked it up and took a look, and immediately couldn't put it down. This sword is actually a high-grade magical weapon, named Su Hui. This is a growth-type magical weapon. As your cultivation level increases in the future, you can add other things and reforge it. Yi Qingchuan was very happy to see Shichi's happy expression. He seemed to have chosen the right gift. "Thank you, Brother Nine. I like it very much." Jia nodded shyly. Yi Qingchuan rubbed Jiyao's head. His family Shurchi was really cute. "I heard that you have been collecting books related to formations and talismans recently. Well, I want to study it." On the road to cultivation, the Dharma and wealth couple are indispensable. And the way to make money includes the 4 arts: alchemy, weapon refining, talisman making, and formation carving. Refining alchemy or refining weapons requires either fire spirit roots or fire spirits, which are obviously not suitable for Jiao. Then we can only start with talismans and formations. Then you can go to the 3rd floor of the Yi family library to have a look. There are some more precious classics there," Yi Qingchuan suggested. "Then I'll go take a look." Jia nodded. The two chatted for a while. Yi Qingchuan left, and Jia also came to the library. Arriving on the 3rd floor, Jia was a little surprised that there were so many books on the 3rd floor. There are all types of books here, including mental skills, boxing skills, and sword skills. Jia was dazzled by reading them. Arriving at the 4 arts area of the library pavilion, Jia stopped. Among the many exquisite jade slips, a worn paper book stood out. Jia picked it up and took a look. The Encyclopedia of Talismans. Usually in novels, this unique and shabby thing is a very remarkable classic. Chapter 38 Learning to Make Talisman. Jia didn't hesitate too much, so she chose it, and then picked up a book, Preliminary Interpretation of Formation, and went to Yejia Miscellaneous Hall to receive an ordinary talisman pen, a few stacks of talisman paper, and some monster blood. Back in the yard, Jia meditated for a while. After she had enough spiritual power, she took out the Encyclopedia of Talismans. The first page that opened was written about the method of cleaning the 1st-grade talisman. Jia studied it for a while, and made sure she remembered it before laying out the talisman paper. Jia nervously injected spiritual energy into the talisman pen and drew on the paper according to the trajectory of the cleaning talisman. Suddenly, there was a pause in writing. and the entire talisman paper burned, making Jia jump. Fortunately, what I drew was not an explosive symbol. Otherwise it might have exploded. Jia shook her head. She was still too impatient. After calming down, Jia looked at the method of making the cleaning talisman again and started drawing it again. Huh? The talisman paper ignited again. But finally, there were more drawings than before. Jia is not discouraged. She has never been a talented player. An hour later, Jia looked at the cleaning charm in her hand and felt satisfied. This is the first talisman I have made. And I finally succeeded. Arriving in the yard excitedly, Jia activated the cleaning talisman and threw it on the ground. A stream of spiritual power spiraled out from the talisman, and the debris on the ground disappeared in an instant. Sure enough, she succeeded. Jia was full of energy and returned to the house to start painting again. Once you master the technique, the rest of the cleaning charms will be successful every time. Looking at the dozens of cleaning talismans on the table, Jia giggled, as if she saw how she would become weak when counting spiritual stones in the future. After regaining consciousness, Jia began to learn how to make other talismans. 7 days later, Yejia meeting hall. 17. Brother 9th. Let me introduce to you. This is Yi Jingyu, and this is Yi Wenjie. They are both contestants in this foundation building period. Yi Qingchuan pointed to the two young men beside him and introduced. Brother Jingyu. Brother Wenjie. Xiyu called with a smile. Both of them were disciples of the Yi family, so they couldn't be called by numbers. Sister Xiao. The two of them smiled back. This is Yi Yunting. Yi Zhanhong, the representative player of the Qi refining period. Yi Qingchuan continued to introduce. Brother Yunting. Brother Zhanhong. Both of them are at the 10th level of Qi training. They are already in their 20s, and they are both much older than Jia. Yi Yunting nodded coldly and looked at Jia with a somewhat unhappy look. In this competition, Zhanhong and Yaoran were supposed to represent the Qi refining period. But unexpectedly this person suddenly appeared and grabbed a spot. She was only at the 8th level of Qi training, and she was a little too blindly confident. The daughter of the family owner just had a different status. And Yi Yunting was a little disdainful. Sister Jiao. Yi Zhanhong smiled, with a mischievous look on his face. Jia noticed Yi Yunting's coldness and didn't take it seriously. It was impossible for everyone to like her, even the Yi family. Okay, now that everyone knows each other, let's set off. I will lead the team in this competition. Yi Feng stood up and asked everyone to leave. This time, in addition to Xiao and the others, there were also many children of the Yi family who went to Suiyang City to see the world. After leaving Jinling City, Yi Feng took out a spiritual boat, called everyone on board, and sailed towards Suiyang City. Chapter 39 Competition 1. 3 days later, Zhio and his party arrived at Suiyang City. As soon as the spirit boat landed, they met a group of people from the Qi family. Head of the Yi family is finally here. We have been waiting for a long time. Qi Cheng, the head of the Qi family, said mockingly. Ha ha. Master Qi is always so anxious. You know, you can't eat hot tofu if you are anxious. Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. Qi Cheng's face darkened. The Yi family had won the first 2 competitions. No wonder he was so arrogant. Thinking of his trump card this time, Qi Cheng smiled inwardly. He didn't know who would win this time. Even before the game started, the atmosphere was already tense. Xia looked to the opposite side and did not see Qi Lanqi. She must have been in Wanjian Sect at this time and had not returned. A group of people arrived at the competition arena in Suiyang City. At this time, the surroundings were already filled with onlookers. Master Jin! Yi Feng and Qi Cheng saluted an old man with a white beard on the ring. No need to be polite. You all should prepare well, and let's get started. The old man nodded, closed his eyes, and leaned on the chair and stopped talking. Yi Feng and the two were not surprised. As the only 7th grade elixir master in the Qibei district, Master Jin had a high status. This time, he came to witness the competition between the two families. Jia and his party came to the Yi family camp and found chairs to sit down. Everyone does your best in this competition. Don't hurt anyone's life. The ownership of Suiyang City is just a matter of face. Your future is the most important. Don't hurt your foundation just for the competition. Yi Feng looked serious. He warned them, fearing that they would damage their own foundation in order to win. There were disciples like this in the past. Everyone nodded seriously. The competition in Suiyang City that takes place once every 10 years begins now. Please send disciples from the Yi family and the Qi family to the Qi refining stage, a Jindan monk said on the stage, who was the referee for this competition. Yi Zhanhong stood up and went to the stage. Opposite the Qi family, a 10th level Qi training disciple also came up. Yi Zhanhong! Qingming. After the two people greeted each other, they looked at each other warily. Suddenly, Yi Zhanhong moved and took out a handful of seeds from his storage bag and threw them at Qingming's feet. As soon as the seeds touched the ground, they began to take root and sprout, wrapping around Qingming's feet. Qingming gathered his strength and jumped out of the circle of plants. A spiritual fire emitted from his hand and went straight towards Yi Zhanhong. Yi Zhanhong was shocked and moved aside. It turns out to be a fire root, and fire defeats wood, so I have to be careful. Seeing this, Qingming sneered. Then another stream of spiritual fire rushed towards the vegetation on the stage, burning it clean. Seeing that the seeds could no longer be used, Yi Zhanhong took out a spiritual sword from his storage bag. And while Qingming was feeling proud, he slashed it with his sword. Qingming spurted out a mouthful of blood, feeling the golden spiritual energy in the wound, and looked at Yi Zhanhong with some surprise. This person actually majored in 2 spiritual roots during the Qi refining period? Yi Zhanhong didn't give him a chance to breathe, and slashed at Qingming with his sword again. Qingming had to dodge while sending out spiritual fire. Jia looked at the scene on the field and was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Yi Zhanhong was still a talent, and he was majoring in the 2 spiritual roots of metal and wood. You must know that because it is difficult to convert between spiritual roots, most people will choose a practice with higher purity among their spiritual roots. Seeing Yi Zhanhong slashing at Qingming with one sword after another, Ji Yao sighed. Even if they all use spiritual swords, there is still a big difference between sword cultivation and law cultivation. Cultivators only use spiritual energy to inspire the power of the spirit sword itself, while sword cultivators use the spirit sword to display their own swordsmanship. The difference can be seen at a glance. Chapter 40 Competition 2. On the ring, Qingming saw that he couldn't escape no matter what, so he simply gave it a try. Turned around and attacked Yi Zhanhong again with a burst of spiritual fire. Yi Zhanhong did not dodge, but directly faced him with a sword. In the end, Qingming was knocked off the stage by a sword, and Yi Zhanhong's whole body was burned black by the spiritual fire. In the first round, Ye Jiao wins. The referee stood up and announced. Yi Zhanhong came off the stage with a dark look on his face. He scratched his head in embarrassment and accidentally grabbed a handful of the ends of his hair that had been burnt to ash. Jia couldn't help laughing. Yi Zhanhong's entire face turned red, but it was hidden by the dark appearance. Brother Zhanhong is so awesome! Jia saw that Yi Zhanhong was almost angry with embarrassment, so she quickly made up for it. Honor is indeed good! Yi Feng also nodded with certainty. Hearing the compliments from the two of them, Yi Zhanhong blushed even more, and could only go back and sit down quickly. Yi Yunting patted Yi Zhanhong on the shoulder to show his approval, and then jumped onto the stage, followed closely by a female cultivator in white from the Qi family who had practiced Qi at the 10th level. Yi Yunting? Qi Shinran! As soon as the two of them finished the ceremony, Qi Shinran came over with a jade flute. Wherever the jade flute passed, jasmine flowers bloomed, bringing a strange fragrance. Yi Yunting inhaled the fragrance of flowers, and suddenly found himself in a strange place. The flowers were in full bloom, and the water was flowing. It was a paradise scene. Suddenly, a swarm of spirit bees appeared in front of him and rushed towards him. Yi Yunting quickly sent a water arrow forward. Wherever the water arrows arrived, the spirit bees were scattered and staggered. But before Yi Yunting could take a breath, more and more spirit bees gathered together and stung him again. Yi Yunting's scalp felt numb for a while. There were too many spirit bees, so he had no choice but to shoot out water arrows and flee in all directions. Jia was a little worried when she saw Yi Yunting on the stage suddenly running and attacking the open space continuously. Unexpectedly, this woman could actually create an illusion. Yi Yunting was afraid that she would be in danger this time. Qi Chung sat under the stage, feeling happy looking at the scene on the stage. As long as Yi Yunting is taken care of, they will definitely win this Qi refining period. This Qi Shinran is a gift he specially prepared for the Yi family. A quarter of an hour passed, and the faces of the two people on the ring began to turn pale. It was obvious that their spiritual power was almost running out. Yi Yunting felt that the spiritual power in his body was about to be exhausted, and his heart tightened. Spring breeze turns into rain. Yi Yunting concentrated all his spiritual power into this last blow. Suddenly, Drizzle began to fall in the fantasy space, and all the spirit bees that came into contact with the raindrops were cut off from them, and they could no longer die. All the illusions were shattered. Just when Yi Yunting escaped from the illusion, a vine suddenly attacked and knocked him off the ring. I accept it! Qi Xinran clasped his fists in salute, glanced at Yi Yunting, then turned around and walked off the stage. The disciples of the Yi family quickly stepped forward, helped Yi Yunting sit on a chair, and fed him the rejuvenation pill. Yi Yunting's face looked a little ugly. He didn't expect that he would lose to a female cultivator and be in such an embarrassing situation. Xiao didn't pay much attention to Yi Yunting. This person was a bit arrogant, so it was a good thing to be hit. On the contrary, she was somewhat interested in Qi Xinran. If she read correctly, that vine just now was a plant-type spiritual pet? Being able to set up illusions and tame plant spiritual pets. This person is really not an easy person. Chapter 41 Competition 3 17. Go up later and do your best. I'm letting you play this time just to let you practice. Yi Feng warned seriously. In this competition, they all felt that they could take the opportunity to give Shi some exercise, and did not hold out any hope of winning. After all, how could 17-1, who was at the 8th level of Qi training, be his opponent at the 10th level of Qi training? Yeah! Xi nodded and jumped onto the ring. The audience started to boo when they saw that a monk with an 8th level of Qi training actually came up to compete. 8th level of Qi training? Does the Yi family have no successor? Ha. Isn't that right? Are you here to torture me? Oh, it seems that the Yi family is going to lose this time. I even spent 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones to bet on the Yi family to win, a monk said regretfully, beating his chest. Xiu also ignored these comments. She would use her strength to shut them up. At this time, a strong young man came up on the ring. He was covered in muscles, and his clothes were about to burst. He was obviously a bodybuilder. Yi Jiu! Shi Hao! Little girl, you'd better admit defeat on your own, so as not to cry later. Shi Hao looked at Jia with disdain. Such a small one can be pinched with one hand. Break her. Jia looked at him indifferently and said nothing. Her whole body was ready for battle. This time she did not plan to use sword intention, but chose sword energy, because she had understood the sword's intention before. Her sword energy had not reached the point where she could fully comprehend it, which would have a greater impact on her future understanding of the sword's meaning. Because monks do not have much spiritual energy during the Qi refining period and cannot fly. Their physical training is better than most monks during the Qi refining period. But most of these people do not include her. Seeing that the other party did not take him seriously at all, Qi Hao felt angry and immediately picked up the hammer and hit Ji Yao. Everyone in the audience was horrified to see this man carrying such a big hammer to hit such a young girl. It was really shocking. Ling Yu! Jia watched the attack coming and struck directly with her sword without dodging. This is the first time she has used the Ling Yu sword technique that she redeemed at Wanjian's sect. I saw a flash of white light, the sword energy hitting the hammer, and sparks sparking from the friction between the two. Qi Hao was so shocked that he took a few steps back before regaining his balance. He was a little frightened, but he didn't expect that this little girl actually had 2 brushes. Humph! If you only have this little strength, then don't blame me for being rude. Qi Hao smiled cruelly. Xiyu was speechless. Did she still have time to chat during the fight? People like you often don't survive even half an episode. You know? No matter what nonsense he had to say. Ji Yao slashed at Qi Hao again with her sword Ling Yu. Qi Hao dodged sideways and swung a hammer at the sword energy. The 2 attacks met and were offset. Just like that, the 2 of them started attacking each other with swords and hammers. Gradually, Jia felt that the opponent's offensive no longer had any improvement effect on her Ling Yu swordsmanship. So she slashed forward with a sky-breaking sword energy, intending to end the battle. Qi Hao only saw a burst of purple light coming toward him. His body hurt, and he fell off the ring. The hammer in his hand had completely exploded, leaving a mess. Qi Hao was in a daze. He didn't understand. The 2 of them were fighting evenly just now. So why did he suddenly lose? Okay! Seeing that Jia actually won, Yi Feng stood up and applauded excitedly. The audience was stunned for a moment, then came to their senses and gave warm applause. Master Jin, who was closing his eyes to rest, also opened his eyes and glanced at Ji Yao unexpectedly. Chapter 42 Competition 4 Qi Chung stared at Ji Yao on the stage with a pale face. This girl actually used Qi Hao as a whetstone. She was just teasing him the whole time. But he looked away. Now that we have lost in the chi refining stage, we can only hope to compete in the foundation building stage. Ji Yao jumped off the stage, and Yi Feng rubbed Ji Yao's head with excitement. We 17 are really amazing. Isn't that right? We 17 are awesome. Yi Qingchuan also nodded excitedly. He didn't expect that his sister 17 would be able to surpass the challenge during the chi refining stage. Sister Ji is so awesome. Yi Zhanhong also gave a thumbs up. Yi Yunting looked like he was hesitating to speak. His face turned red, and he looked embarrassed. He looked down on Ji Yao before. But in the end, she won and he lost. Ji blushed a little, and felt a little embarrassed by their praise. She quickly sat down again and stopped talking to them. The Yi family won the competition in the chi refining stage. And next is the competition in the foundation building stage. Please send players from both families to the stage. The Jindan monk announced on the stage. Yi Qingchuan jumped onto the stage. And the Qi family on the opposite side also sent a monk who was in the late stage of foundation building. The two stood looking at each other, filled with the smell of gunpowder. Yi Qingchuan! Qi Ming! After seeing the ceremony, the two of them moved away in tacit agreement to prevent the other party from making a sudden move. Suddenly, Yi Qingchuan moved. I saw his finger pointing outward a little, and a small beam of white flame emerged from the finger and attacked Qi Ming. It was obviously a tiny beam of fire, but when it came close, Qi Ming felt that his bones were frozen and his teeth began to chatter. Qi Ming worked hard to inject spiritual energy into the spiritual sword, and slashed at Yi Qingchuan with a laborious sword. Yi Qingchuan was not impatient. He had already roughly seen what the other party was capable of. Seeing the opponent's attack, he sent out another beam of spiritual fire, directly covering Qi Ming. In an instant, Qi Ming felt that his blood and even spiritual power were completely frozen. I give up! Qi Ming was unwilling and had no choice but to give up. He couldn't release his spiritual power, so there was no point in persisting. When Yi Qingchuan saw that the other party had admitted defeat, he took back the spiritual fire and jumped off the stage. This battle is won easily and beautifully. Brother Ninth is awesome. Shi Yao gave a thumbs up. That's right. Don't even look at who your ninth brother is. Yi Qingchuan had a stinking look on his face. He was a little overwhelmed by the praise from 17. He didn't expect to win this battle so easily. Brother Jiao, what kind of fire did you have just now? Jiao was a little curious. It was the first time she saw white flames. Dark fire. Yi Qingchuan was a little worried. This was something he gained from an experience. Because of it, you almost lost sight of your ninth brother. Jiao was shocked. Is this the underworld fire ranked in the top 10 on the list of heaven and earth spiritual fires? The underworld fire from the 9 nether hell? This is just an ordinary nether fire, but not the 9 netherworld fire. Yi Qingchuan was a little embarrassed. How could he be so lucky to meet the 9 netherworld fire? Ordinary H.L. fire is so powerful. Jia quickly made up for it. She just said what she was thinking. During the years when I was a child in Yejia, in addition to learning the writing of this world, I also took potions to regulate my body. Although I had an understanding of these heaven and earth spiritual beings, I could only talk about them on paper. When I arrived at Wanjian Sect, I had been busy improving my cultivation, and I had really neglected these aspects. It seemed that I needed to make up for myself when I returned. What's more, both the nether fire and the 9 netherworld fire were white, and she really couldn't tell them apart. Humph. You guys' knowledge of cultivation is a bit weak. Come on. Brother Ninth will give you some popular science. Yi Qingchuan pulled Jia to his side and muttered in her ear. The competition was carried out in an orderly manner. And soon, the results came out. In the foundation building competition, all 3 of the Yi family won. The winner of this competition is the Yi family. Suiyang City will continue to be under the jurisdiction of the Yi family for the next 10 years. Master Jin came to the stage to announce the final result. Chapter 43 Zhao Qianyu comes out of seclusion. Humph. Congratulations to the Yi family master. The Yi family is really full of talents. Qi Qingpi complimented with a smile. Ha ha. Master Qi is so complimentary. Your Qi family is also full of talents. Yi Feng returned with a smile. This time, the Yi family won again. Seeing the Qi family's deflated appearance, he felt relieved. Humph. I hope the next 10 heads of the family can be so proud. Qi Chung snorted coldly and left with the children of the Qi family. That's enough for now. I'll take my leave. Master Jin glanced at Ji Yao indifferently and disappeared in a flash. Dad? Who is Master Jin? Ji Yu was a little curious. This old man was so strong and arrogant. This Master Jin's name is Jin Yunli, but he is the only 7th grade elixir master in our Chibei region. He is in the early stage of nascent soul. 17 cannot underestimate him. Yifeng looked at Master Jin's back and sighed. Road. Xia nodded. No wonder everyone respected him so much. He turned out to be a master of elixirs. Half a month later, Xiao, who was learning to make talismans in her room, suddenly heard a gentle female voice. 17. Come to my mother's yard. Xiao was overjoyed when she heard this. Her mother was released from seclusion. Hurried to the main courtyard. Mom! As soon as Xiao entered the yard, she rushed into her mother's arms, holding back her tears and hugging her tightly. Over the years, she really missed her mother so much. Zhao Qianyu lowered her head to look at Xiao in her arms, smiled softly, stroked Xiao's back with one hand, and joked, I heard what your father said. When we grow up at 17, we don't like to cling to our parents. Got it. Humph. She just doesn't like to cling to me. Look at her. She didn't see her father at all when she walked in. Yifeng complained with a dissatisfied look on his face. Xia raised her head from her mother's arms, a little embarrassed that she, a person in her 30s, was still acting coquettishly in her mother's arms. 17 will always stick to your parents. You can't escape, Xia said, pretending to be arrogant. Ha ha. Remember that? Mother, is sure she doesn't want her parents anymore. We will cry to you. Zhao Qianyu tapped Xiao's forehead. This little girl is actually more active when she grows up than when she was a child. Don't stick to us all day long. You and I want to enjoy our world together. Yifeng looked at Xiao with disgust. Brother phone. Zhao Qianyu glared at Yifeng with a look that seemed angry but not angry. Yifeng immediately felt soft and could only giggle. Xia couldn't help but laugh. Her father was very majestic outside, but whenever he saw his mother, he looked like a fool. Okay. Let the children see the joke. Zhao Qianyu felt a little embarrassed when Yifeng stared at her, and her whole neck and ears turned red. Xia was a little stunned. Her mother seemed to be more beautiful than before after she came out of seclusion. I saw that his skin was as good as snow. His eyes were like a pool of clear water. His cheeks were smiling. His aura was like orchid. His eyes were looking forward. And he was indescribably gentle and pleasant. She truly deserves to be one of the top 10 beauties in Chiffon continent. Come on! 17. Let's sit down. Mother has something for you. Zhao Qianyu pulled Xia to sit down, and then put a very simple and elegant bracelet on Xia's wrist. This is what your father and I have been preparing for you since we were pregnant with you. Mom still remembers your little and fragile look when you were just born. In the blink of an eye, you are almost 13 years old and have grown up. It's too big. Zhao Qianyu looked at Xiyu with loving eyes. Monks are destined to grow up through ups and downs. Parents cannot always stay with you and protect you. Your life can only be decided by you. When you go out, the most important thing is to take care of yourself. We don't ask you for anything in the future, no matter how much you can accomplish. I just hope you can be safe and happy. Zhao Qianyu rubbed Jiyu's head, which was her and Brother Feng's most precious treasure. Jiyo held back tears and stared at the bracelet with red eyes. Listening to her mother's instructions, she felt so moved. Yi Ji is so lucky to have parents who love her so much in this life. She must protect this warmth. No one can destroy it. Jia secretly swore. Chapter 44 returned to Qiyuan City. Jia looked at Qiyuan City in front of her, and she was back again. After my mother came out of seclusion, I spent a month playing with my parents at home. And then I was ready to go back to Wanjian Sect. After all, it had been almost 2 years since I came out this time. When passing by Qiyuan City, Jia suddenly remembered Li Jingwen. It was thanks to him that he took her to the auction before. This time, the things his mother gave him contained a few Qingyuan fruits, which were just the right thing to give to him and return the favor. Jia looked down at her storage bracelet and sighed in her heart. She was now a truly rich second generation. Jia was really addicted to the full collection of high-grade spiritual stones, spiritual talismans, formation discs, elixirs, and some special spiritual fruits. Stepping into Qiyuan City, Jiyu's waist straightened up, and she was finally no longer a pauper. The summons talisman has just been sent to Li Jingwen, and it should be arriving soon. Sister Jiao, you have come to see my brother. Li Jingwen ran to Jiao with a roar, staring at Jiao with bright eyes. Sister Jiao, why does brother think you are getting more and more beautiful? Jiao rolled her eyes in her heart. This Li Jingwen was still unreliable, but he said, Aren't you here specifically to see Brother Jingwen? You have a conscience. Li Jingwen opened the folding fan and shook it proudly. Let's go to my brother's house and let you get to know my father. Li Jingwen came forward to pull Jia. Meet your father? Jia was frightened. Isn't that right? When I told him that I recognized his sister, he clamored to see you. Thinking of his father's temper, Li Jingwen was a little worried that Ji Yao would be frightened. Oh, Jia nodded. So this was what he meant by meeting his father. Forgive her. She has lived for decades and has never met a boy's parents. So it is inevitable that she is overthinking it. A quarter of an hour later, Jia was sitting in the reception hall of the Li family, holding a cup of spiritual tea to moisten her throat. Li Jingwen had already gone to invite his father. Ha! Let me see. Where does my son recognize the girl? A burst of heroic laughter came from the door. Jia immediately stood up and looked out the door. The visitor was wearing a black robe. He looked about 30 years old and had regular features. If you ignored the way the other party stared at you with unusual enthusiasm, he looked like a knight-errant. I've met Senior. Jia saluted with clasped fists. Hey, I don't like to hear what seniors say. Since you are Jingwen's sister, then call me Dad, Li Yuanlong said expectantly. Jia choked. Did she hear it wrong? Dad? What are you talking about? Don't scare Sister Jiao. Li Jingwen hurriedly explained to Jia. My father just wants his daughter to go crazy, so don't pay attention to him. Jia could only smile awkwardly and stand aside without saying anything. Humph. Have you ever said that about me? Li Yuanlong looked a little confused. Yes. My son is wrong. Li Jingwen raised his hand perfunctorily. Ji Yao, you have to stay a few more days when you come to Qiyuan City this time. Let this boy take you around. Buy whatever you like, and your uncle will give it to you. Li Yuanlong looked at Ji Yao with a happy face. This boy finally did something good and recognized such a beautiful goddaughter for himself. Thank you, Uncle Li, for your hospitality. But I'm just passing through Qiyuan City this time. I'm afraid I can't stay any longer and have to rush back to Wanjian Sect. Jia quickly refused. Uncle Li was too enthusiastic, and she couldn't resist it. Chapter 45 Exploring the Nascent Soul Cave. Oh? Are you in such a hurry? Li Yuanlong was a little disappointed. Then let Jingwen take you around. Next time you have a chance to come to Qiyuan City, Uncle Li will treat you well. Thank you, Uncle Li. Jia thanked him. You boy, please entertain me. Li Yuanlong glared at Li Jingwen, turned to Ji Yao, and said with a smile. You young people are having fun. So Uncle Li will go and get busy first. After that, just one he ducked out of the hall. Huh? Seeing Li Yuanlong leaving, Jia let out a sigh of relief. How's it going? Are you scared by my father? This old man talks a lot. Li Jingwen fanned his hand without caring. Uncle Li is very cute. Jia shook her head. Hey, it's up to you to give him face. Li Jingwen suddenly thought of something, winked at Jia with a mysterious face, and asked, I recently got news about a nascent soul cave. Are you interested in going to see it together? Nascent soul cave? Just the two of us? Jia was a little surprised. Originally I planned to go alone, but now I don't have you. I got this cave map by chance. It should be the cave of a nascent soul monk from the ancient times. Li Jingwen explained with a hint of embarrassment. Nascent soul cave is full of dangers. With just 2 chi refining stages, we are probably very risky. Ji Yao hesitated. Although the sword cultivator wants to move forward bravely, it does not mean that he has to die foolishly. Li Jingwen shook his head. The ancient times are far from the present. Many arrangements have failed, so there shouldn't be much danger. Besides, wealth can be found in danger. Ji Yao thought about it. Opportunities can only be found through your own efforts. They will not come to you automatically. Then let's prepare some necessary things, Ji Yu suggested. 2 days later, the two came to a bare hillside outside Qiyuan City. This is the senior cave? But what are the restrictions? Ji Ya stared at the bare area in front of her, a little confused. She really couldn't see any cave anywhere. Generally speaking, monks generally like to build their caves in inaccessible places such as cliffs and caves. Very few people would choose such small hillsides where people often pass by. Li Jingwen opened the folding fan, raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, Of course it's not that easy to see. Only a handsome monk like me can find it. Jia clenched her fists and comforted herself in her heart over and over again. He is just a retard. Don't be as knowledgeable as him. Seeing that Ji Yao's expression was wrong, Li Jingwen quickly walked to the slope of the hillside. turned a stone there first to the right, then to the left twice, and finally moved it away. Boom! A loud noise came, and a cave entrance actually appeared in front of the entire hillside. It was pitch dark inside, and it was hard to see what was going on. Xiao and Li Jinwen looked at each other and walked towards the passage. As soon as they entered the passage, Li Jinwen took out a formation disc and placed it at the entrance of the passage in case there were any oricans behind, and then continued walking towards the passage. Xiao was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Li Jinwen would be somewhat reliable when it came to serious matters. My consciousness is completely useless here. Sister Xiao, where is yours? Li Jinwen's face was serious, and he felt a sense of panic as soon as he entered this passage. Mine can't do it either. Xia took out a luminous pearl from her storage bag, and the entire passage suddenly lit up. Chapter 46 Nascent Soul Skeleton. The passage in front of you is clean. There are no scary monsters or strange plants, but it makes people feel excited. Li Jinwen moved forward step by step, remaining extremely vigilant. Suddenly, as he stepped out, countless arrows suddenly flew out from both sides of the passage, shooting towards the two of them. The two people hurriedly dodged around and gradually retreated towards the entrance of the cave. But the arrows were moving very fast, and the entire retreat was blocked. Upon seeing this, Li Jinwen quickly took out a red umbrella and hit it on the two people's heads. In an instant, the red umbrella formed a defensive shield to protect the two people. Seeing that the arrows could do no harm to themselves, the two hurriedly ran to the end of the passage. They didn't stop until they ran to a stone door. At this time, the red umbrella had lost all its energy, and the tattered silk strips were hanging on the umbrella stand. Li Jinwen saw that his magic weapon was seriously damaged, and his heart ached. This was a middle-grade magic weapon, worth hundreds of thousands of low-grade spiritual stones. Xiao was shocked when she saw the treasure umbrella turned into such a shape. This thing that looked like an ordinary arrow could actually corrode spiritual energy. What is this? Why is it an ordinary institution? And it is painted with such terrible things. Li Jinwen looked back at the passage angrily. Well, I'm afraid this cave is a combination of some mundane mechanism formations and cultivation methods. We have to be careful next. Xiao looked at the stone door in front of her. The door's opening method must also be a mechanism. Normally, the mechanism would be in a certain concave and convex place on the side. But at a glance, the entire stone door seemed smooth as if it had been deliberately polished. So there is a high possibility that he is still in this passage. Xiao turned around and began to carefully observe the wall of the passage near the stone door. There were indeed some small raised stones on it. When Li Jinwen saw Xiao looking at the passage, he felt sorry for himself and tried to pass the small stones one by one. But after trying everything, Sherman didn't respond at all. Li Jinwen was a little discouraged and had to give up and walk towards the stone gate. Suddenly, Li Jinwen stepped on a stone under his feet. He slipped and fell to the ground. Jia quickly reached out her hand to hold him. Rumble! At this moment, the stone door slowly opened. Jia took a closer look and saw that the stone that tripped Li Jinwen just now was kicked onto the stone door. Could this Li Jinwen be Tiandao's biological son? Is that okay? Jia was a little confused. Li Jinwen also looked surprised. He didn't do anything just now. Let's go! Jia came back to her senses and walked towards the stone door. As soon as he entered the stone gate, he saw an empty hall, with nothing except the skeleton of a monk on the stone platform in the center. Hundreds of millions of years have passed, but the skeleton is still well preserved. But the robes on the body are in tatters, and the original appearance cannot be seen. The two walked up to the skeleton and saluted the senior with clasped fists. After the salute, just as in the routine, a white light flashed on the skeleton's finger, and a storage ring suddenly appeared. Li Jinwen said he was offended and stepped forward to take off the storage ring. How about we cremate the senior's body? Li Jinwen suggested. Seeing Xiao nodding, he sent out a stream of spiritual fire and threw it at the skeleton. The entire skeleton immediately burned and finally dissipated into the air. Xiao looked at the scene in front of her, feeling a little sad. Although the lifespan of monks is longer than that of ordinary people, if they do not become immortals, they still cannot escape the fate of dying. Chapter 47 Li Jinwen gives the stone. After the two got the storage ring, they searched the cave and left together after finding nothing. The two came to the Wanjian again and entered the private room. Li Jinwen ordered a lot of spiritual food. Seeing that he was still tending to order more, Xiao quickly stopped him. Li Jinwen chuckled and took out the storage ring. Sister Xiao, I didn't lie to you. Did I? There is really no danger in this cave. Thinking of this experience, Xiao was speechless for a while. I could encounter a life or death crisis just when I was on my way to rest. But this guy broke into the cave of a nascent soul monk so easily. Li Jingwen took out the items from the storage ring and greeted him carelessly. Sister Xiao, take whatever you like. What's my brother's is yours. He patted his chest as he spoke. Xiao smiled helplessly and looked at the table. There are several bottles of elixirs, a book of exercises, a jade box, and some high-grade spiritual stones in the entire storage bag. Hey, fire soul technique? It's actually a fire attribute technique. It suits me perfectly. Li Jingwen was surprised when he picked up the technique. He has a single fire root and is about to build a foundation. He needs a fire attribute technique. This is really a timely help. Jia picked up the jade box and opened it. And suddenly a warm yellow flame the size of a soybean appeared in front of the two of them. Oh! Isn't this the soul flame mentioned in the technique? Li Jingwen exclaimed with another fuss. Jia looked at these two things and once again confirmed that this cave belonged to Li Jingwen and had nothing to do with her. Xiao, who had already guessed the outcome, opened the bottle of elixir with a look of despair. Sure enough, the elixir inside had lost its spirituality and became a pile of waste. In other words, she had harvested this amount of spiritual stones in this trip. Xiao was a little bit dumbfounded. But she was relieved when she thought that she had done nothing by following them. Li Jingwen looked at Xiao's expression and realized it. He scratched his head in embarrassment. He didn't expect that the ring was full of things that could only be used by himself. Sister Xiao, you see you don't need these. Can my brother give this to you? Li Jingwen said, taking out a stone and handing it to Xiao. My father gave this to me. He once brought it out of the treasure box in the Lingxiu's secret realm. But he didn't see any use for it for hundreds of years. So he gave it to me. Li Jingwen was a little embarrassed. I'll take it, it's almost 10 years since I got it. And I don't see any mystery in it. It's obviously not meant for me. So I thought of giving it to my sister. Jia shook her head and was about to refuse. Don't refuse. I gave this to you just because I know your temperament. You will definitely not accept the others. And this may be an ordinary stone. So just accept it. Otherwise my brother will not feel at ease. Li Jingwen quickly persuaded him that Sister Jia didn't get anything from this trip. And he was really uneasy. Seeing that she couldn't shirk it, Jia accepted it and gave the Qingyuan fruit in the storage bag to Li Jingwen. This is actually the Qingyuan fruit? Sister Jiao, you are indeed the best. Li Jingwen was very moved when he looked at the Qingyuan fruit. I know you are going to build a foundation. And I also know that you will definitely not take the foundation building pill, and will choose the perfect foundation building. So I came here to give you this. Jia looked at Li Jingwen and smiled lightly. She actually liked this simple brother. Sister Jiao, you are so good. Woohoo. Li Jingwen hugged Jiao into his arms. Chapter 48 Return to Wanjian Sect. Jia pushed Li Jingwen away with a look of helplessness. She was really not used to other people being so enthusiastic. Okay. Qingyuan fruit can increase the chance of success in foundation building. I gave you so much. So don't be embarrassed. Jiao gave him a sideways look. Don't worry. I want to set an example for you. Li Jingwen patted his chest with a look on his face. Sure enough. He just deserves a beating. 2 months later. Jia looked at the gate of Wanjian Sect inside. It had been more than 2 years since she left. When she returned home before, Jia took on several tasks of collecting spiritual herbs and hunting monsters. And she slowly completed them along the way. So as soon as she came back, she went to the mission hall and handed in the mission. Then he returned to the cave and sent communication tokens to Li Ziyuan and others, telling them that he was back and inviting them to dinner. After all, he was now a rich second generation. After receiving the reply, the 3 of them had been building foundations one after another in the past 2 years. They actually went to the Chaos Demon Sea to practice. And they didn't know when they would be able to come back. Hearing that the 3 of them had established foundations, Jia was sincerely happy for them. They had truly stepped into the threshold of cultivating immortals. Thinking about his own cultivation level, since he broke through the 8th level of Qi training 2 years ago, he has suppressed his cultivation level. But he is still only a little short of breaking through to the 9th level. This is fine. After all, 1 year from now will be the triennial Outer Sect competition, which will determine the place to enter the Lingxiu's secret realm. And I must fight for it. So in the remaining year, she has to work hard to improve her strength and cultivation. because she has an ambition to directly build a foundation in the Lingxiu's secret realm 3 years later. After making a plan, Jia first laid down and took a nap to relax her mind. After waking up, she began to practice cross-legged practice. It wasn't until one day 2 months later that he successfully broke through to the 9th level of Qi training. Feeling that her spiritual consciousness was once again strengthened and her spiritual power was further enriched, Jia was satisfied for a while. The superior spiritual roots of the female supporting role really won her heart. Feeling full of strength, Jia came to the back mountain again to practice her sword skills. The first is the Lingyu sword technique. Until now, Jia can only emit sword energy and has not yet understood the sword intention. I am afraid it will take a certain amount of opportunity. Jia thrust out her sword one after another, and bursts of white light flashed in the air, which was really beautiful. Jia stopped until she felt that she was not making any progress no matter how much she used her sword. Oh, it seems that the previous realization of the sword intention was really a coincidence. I don't know when I had the chance to realize the Lingyu sword intention. Jia sighed. Lingyu sword technique focuses on the light spiritual root, and she has with thunder spirit roots. It may not be easy to understand the meaning of the sword of light. Putting aside the messy thoughts in her mind, Jia began to practice the sword breaking technique. Again, closing her eyes and coming to the sky breaking space again, Jia followed the figure and struck forward over and over again without any distractions. Jia didn't stop until her spiritual energy was exhausted. When he opened his eyes, he saw a mess in front of him. There were huge pits everywhere, and the boulders that had stood before had turned into powder. Jia smiled stupidly, and her thunder sword intention seemed to be more powerful. But now that my spiritual energy was exhausted, it was time to go back and rest. So I turned around and left after thinking about it, until Jiyao's figure disappeared. 2 figures suddenly appeared in the back mountain. Ha ha! I didn't expect this little girl to practice the 9th level of Qi at the age of 13, and actually understand the sword's intention. She is even more evil than you were when you were a child. Jian Song touched his beard and looked at Ji Yao with a satisfied look on his face before disappearing. Direction. Master, I have to go out for something during this time. So you have to protect your future little junior sister for me. Yeah. Luo Chuan nodded coldly. Chapter 49 Meeting Shangguan Nanxian for the first time. Breaking the sky. Jia slashed at the Fenji beast not far away. It struggled for a few times, and then fell to the ground motionless. Jia stepped forward and put the body into the storage bag, then went deep into the sword domain forest. Arriving at a small stream, Jiu stopped and looked warily at a horseshoe beast that was drinking water. This monster is already at the 6th level, which is equivalent to a human's mid-stage foundation building cultivation. It is the strongest monster Jio has encountered so far. Jia took out a breathing charm, put it behind her, and then quietly touched the horse-hoof beast. The horseshoe beast that was drinking water vaguely sensed the danger. He raised his neck and looked around, but found nothing unusual. So he lowered his head again. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and the horseshoe beast's head fell off and rolled far away. The eyes on its head were still wide open. Apparently, it didn't understand the reason until it died. Ji removed the breath-absorbing talisman and stepped forward to pick up its head and body expressionlessly. After years of experience, she no longer had any feelings after seeing these bloody scenes. I just thought that it would be very dangerous if I met someone who restrained his aura in the future. Thinking of the delusion-breaking eyes that the heroine would get in the future, Ji Yao felt envious in her heart. The eye of deception can see through all illusions. All breath-holding charms, illusions, and disguises are just decorations in front of it. Suddenly, a smell of blood floated into Jiu's breath. Following the smell of blood, Jiu came to a cave. His consciousness extended away, and there was no other danger except for a male cultivator who was seriously injured and fell into a coma. After hesitating for a moment, Jiu walked into the cave and squatted down to check his injuries. Just as he turned his body slightly, a flawless face appeared in front of Jiu. A plain white robe highlighted his snow-like skin. His soft black hair hung down to his waist, and there were bright red blood stains on his thin lips. Ji Yao's heart skipped a beat when she saw it. The appearance in this world of cultivating immortals was so unbelievable. Seeing such a face lying unconscious on the ground, Jia couldn't bear it. She took out a silk mat from her storage bag and placed it in the hole, then moved him over. After thinking about it, he took out a 6th-grade rejuvenation pill and gave it to him. The rest would depend on when he woke up. As soon as she fed the elixir, Ji Yao regretted it. She didn't know whether it was good or bad, but she had spent such a valuable 6th grade elixir. Sure enough, this damn appearance affected her judgment, and Ji Yao was about to cry without tears. A few hours later, while Ji Yao was meditating, a cough came into her ears. Ji Yao opened her eyes and saw that the man had stood up, holding his hand on his chest and looking towards her. When the two of them looked at each other, Ji Yao felt that her whole soul was frozen, and the other person's eyes actually took her into a land of ice and snow. Breaking away from his eyes, Ji Yao was frightened for a while. This man was too strong. If he really wanted to kill him, he might have killed him with just one glance. Is this the artistic conception understood by high-level monks? Ahem. Thank you. Shangwan Nanxian looked at the wandering girl in front of him and thanked him coldly. This time, he was chasing the evil cultivator In Huizi all the way to the Sword Domain Forest. He was about to kill him, but unexpectedly the other party chose to self-destruct. He tried his best to avoid it, but he was still seriously injured. When he found this hiding place, he could no longer hold on and fell. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened his eyes, he noticed that his injuries were much better, and there was a little girl sitting next to him. Chapter 50. It turns out to be the male protagonist. Cough! Seeing that the girl opposite was still in a daze, Shangwan Nanxian coughed lightly as a reminder. Ji Yao came back to her senses and felt a little yearning. She wondered when she would understand the artistic conception of swordsmanship. Are you okay? Are you feeling better? Ji Yao asked the man in front of her with concern. After all, she had spent a 6th grade elixir on her, so she couldn't waste it. Thank you. Shangwan Nanxian was a little surprised when he felt the speed of the injury's improvement. After all, he was injured so seriously. Thinking about it, what this little girl took for herself must be a high-level elixir. For a chi-refining monk to be able to take out a high-level elixir, his identity must not be simple. If you have something to do in the future, come to Qingmu Sect to find me. Shangwan Nanxian took out a communication talisman and handed it to Ji Yao. If you give her something, it will as a life-saving gift. It will not be able to resolve the cause and effect. Don't save people randomly in the future. After a pause, Shangwan Nanxian finally reminded him. This little girl casually took out valuables to save people, and it was easy for her to suffer the consequences. Ji Yao nodded and took the shot. She couldn't save everyone. She was mainly affected by his face. Seeing that she accepted the summons talisman, Shangwan Nanxian no longer stayed. He still needed to find a safe place to recover from his injuries. Shangwan Nanxian. He left his name and disappeared in a flash. Just as Ji Yao was about to talk to him, she almost bit her tongue when she heard the words, Shangwan Nanxian. Male protagonist? I actually met the male protagonist. After being frightened, Ji Yao giggled. She actually used a 6th grade elixir to make him owe her a favor, and made a lot of money. If Tiandao really wants to confront the heroine in the future, he can still let him go around and around her. Shangwan Nanxian in the original article is a genius that the Shangwan family encounters once in 10,000 years, and is the hope of the entire family. He possesses a single mutated ice spirit root. He advanced to the nascent soul stage when he was over 100 years old, and is extremely powerful. He fell in love with the heroine in the Qingmu Sect's outer sect competition, and took her into his sect. Shangwan Nanxian, due to his ice attribute skills, looks cold and ruthless. But in fact he is cold-faced and warm-hearted. And he protects his friends, relatives, and their shortcomings. In the novel, Ji Yao went to find trouble with the heroine because she liked him, and was secretly punished by him many times. When it comes to the love experiences of the male and female protagonists, we have to mention their triangle relationship with Nan Gongyu. After killing Ji Yao, the heroine was chased by the Yi family, fled into the central domain, and was rescued by Nan Gongyu. Nan Gongyu, who was only over 200 years old, had already cultivated to the point of becoming a god. He was the top genius in the entire Chifeng continent, a direct disciple of the first family in the central region, and the ancestor of the largest sect, the Wanjian sect, with an appearance that resembles that of an immortal. Even the heroine was shocked when they first met her. She also practiced the art of breaking up love, and her whole person was extremely indifferent. This character is a perfect male protagonist. Ji Yao thought so at first, but until Nan Gongyu ascended to the spiritual world, she did not fall in love with the heroine and only regarded her as a friend. The heroine's first love ended like this. Later, during various life and death experiences with Shangwan Nanxian, the two fell in love, became Taoist couples, and finally ascended to the upper world together. Ji Yao watched the big triangle drama about you loving me and not loving you with gusto. Thinking about Luo Chuan and Shangwan Nanxian that she had met so far. And then thinking about the male supporting characters she had not met yet. Ji Yao once again lamented that the author of the original article was really the heroine's biological mother. And all the good things had been arranged. Thinking about her evil character again. Ji Yao felt like crying, but had no tears. She should practice diligently and strive to ascend as soon as possible, and not be killed by the heroine. Chapter 51 The Outer Sect Competition 1. Ji Yao lowered her head and looked at the number 1034 on her number plate for the outer competition. And then she tried her best to squeeze towards the 11th ring. Almost all the outer sect disciples in the sect had arrived. And the entire outer sect martial arts square was packed to the brim. It was really difficult to squeeze through. It has been a year since I last saw the male protagonist. During this year, I was either making talismans or practicing swordsmanship. And my life was very fulfilling. I didn't expect that I still have some talent in making talismans. And now I can make second-grade talismans. After finally squeezing into the area around arena number 11, Jia saw two men on the stage exchanging blows with each other. It seems that there are many moves, and they are very exciting. But they haven't even grasped the sword energy yet. There were more than 1,000 people participating in this competition, ranging from the 9th level of Qi training to the peak of the 10th level. Most of the 9th level people were either able to cross level challenges like Ji Yao, or they simply came to accumulate experience for the next step. A big competition to shine again. Due to the large number of participants, the first 3 days of this competition are group competitions. As long as you defeat 10 people in a row, you can advance to the next round. Soon, one of the monks was knocked off the stage. Lu Ju wins! After hearing the referee's announcement, Lu Yu quickly sat down and took pills to recover. It was too difficult to beat 10 people in a row. Seeing this situation, Shi Yu jumped onto the stage. Sooner or later we will have to challenge. It is better to do it earlier. Most of the characters I challenged at the beginning were not very powerful, so I could expose less of my trump cards. Yi Zhiyao! Jia clasped her fists and took the initiative to announce her name. Lu Yu had also recovered at this time, stood up and saluted in return. Lu Yu! After the two of them stood still, Jia didn't say much, and directly slashed at them with Ling Yu. Although Ling Yu's swordsmanship was only done with sword energy, it was enough to deal with Lu Yu. Sure enough, the sword energy directly knocked Lu Yu off the ring, without even a chance to counterattack. Yi Xia wins! Awesome! Young junior sister is pretty good! The monks watching in the audience started to tease Jia when they saw that she defeated Lu Yu with one move. Jia didn't say anything and stood on the stage waiting for the next challenger. Another male cultivator at the 10th level of Qi training jumped on the stage. Lin Yuan! Yi Jio! As soon as the two of them had finished their ceremony, Lin Yuan slashed at Ji Yao with his sword. He had just observed this junior sister, and saw that the speed of the sword was extremely fast. In order not to be passive, he had no choice but to strike first. Seeing the opponent's golden sword energy coming towards him, Ji Yao was not nervous. This person's sword energy was relatively weak, and he had just realized it at first glance. So it was not a threat to him. Ji Yao lightly slashed Ling Yu with her sword. The sword energies of the two collided in the air, making a shishi sound, and then she headed towards Lin Yuan, forcing him off the ring. Yi Xia wins! The referee glanced at Ji in surprise, a little surprised by her strength. TSK! TSK! This junior sister is not simple. A heated discussion broke out in the crowd. Isn't that right? He can understand sword energy at the 9th level of Qi training. He is a talent. Yi Jio? Why have you never heard of him? Why have you never heard of such an outstanding person? I know. She is the daughter of the head of the Yi family, and she joined the sect with me. A disciple at the 5th level of Qi training said excitedly. After hearing this, everyone looked at Ji Yao's 9th level Qi training, and then looked at his pitiful 5th level Qi training, and they all looked at him with sympathy. Chapter 52, Outer Sect Competition 2. A quarter of an hour later, Ji Yao had won 4 games, and the opponents on the stage were getting stronger and stronger. Xi Lin Lin! Yi Jiu! This time, the opponent was a female cultivator at the 10th level of Qi training. Thousands of mountains and flowing water. Xi Lin Lin knew how powerful Ji Yao was, so she showed off her strongest move as soon as she came. A flash of sword energy struck Ji Yao, and when it was about to get close, it suddenly turned into several water arrows and struck from several different places at extremely tricky angles. Watching the opponent's offensive, Jia suddenly felt blessed. Can her own sword energy be transformed into several sword energy? Ji Yao was thinking about how to split the sword energy into 2 parts, and then struck one of the water arrows with the Lingyu sword. Then he suddenly retreated to avoid the attacks of other water arrows. Seeing that Ji Yao could not catch her attack, Qi Linlin felt proud. This was the unique characteristic of her sword technique. Then, he sent out sword energy to attack her again. Seeing the attack coming again, Ji Yao suddenly closed her eyes and used her consciousness to appease the sword energy that was about to be emitted from her dantian. She instilled the thought of splitting into 2 into it over and over again, and then greeted it with a sword. Lingyu, go up. Although the sword energy is a dead thing, Ji Yao just feels that it can understand her own thoughts. Sure enough, as soon as the sword energy came into contact with the water arrow, it split into 2. One of them collided with the water arrow and melted, while the other headed towards Qi Linlin, knocking her off the stage. Qi Linlin didn't react until she fell off the ring. Why did the opponent suddenly defeat her? Ji Yao on the ring was pleasantly surprised. It turned out that she could really communicate with the sword spirit. What about the sword spirit? It seems there is still a lot to discover on your own. I have always relied on 2 sword techniques, and all my training was done by myself. After all, my knowledge is shallow. In the following competition, Ji Yao began to become familiar with some operations of the sword energy, constantly communicating with the sword energy, and in the end, she was even able to divide it into 10 points. Ji Yao wins! Successfully enters the next round. The referee looked at Ji Yao with bright eyes. This woman has extremely high understanding, and her future is limitless. Ji Yao jumped off the ring. Today's competition is over. She will go back in the next 2 days to fully understand what she has learned today. 2 days later, Ji Yao came to Yanwu Square again. Today was the last day of the first round. She needed to watch the battle and get a general idea of the strength of others. Arriving at the second stage, the 2 people on the stage were competing fiercely. One of the stern young men held a spiritual sword and stabbed the opponent directly without any spiritual energy attack. The other young man, with a round face, smiled disdainfully when he saw such a method. This kind of attack could not even break through his spiritual energy defense. Something unexpected happened. The sword was inserted directly into his body, and blood immediately flowed out. The round-faced young man looked down at the spirit sword inserted into his body in disbelief. Feeling the loss of life force, he quickly gave up and went down to heal his wounds. Yu Yuchen wins. As he won, the audience burst into exclamation. How can this hurt the monks without using spiritual power? Who is Yu Yuchen? I've never heard of it. This kind of attack without any spiritual power is terrifying. Isn't that true? It's especially suitable for sneak attacks. Everyone whispered among themselves. Ji Yao looked at Yu Yuchen and didn't understand how he broke through the opponent's defense. Yu Yuchen listened to other people's comments and looked towards the audience calmly. When he found Ji Yao, his eyes suddenly focused. He had seen this woman compete before. She was a very difficult opponent and might be a stumbling block for him to win the championship. Chapter 53, The Outer Sect Competition 3. The competition continued, and Yu Yuchen had already won 5 games. Ji Yao didn't see what attack he used, so she remembered him firmly and moved to other arenas. As soon as I passed by arena number 5, I heard someone sigh. I think the top 3 spots in this competition will be taken by Yin Feng, Si Wenba, and Luo Xiaoxue. Isn't that right? Look at Yin Feng. All his opponents can't make a single move in his hands. Another person nodded in agreement. Ji Yao heard the words and looked towards the ring. A young man with an extremely handsome face slashed at his opponent with a sword, and saw a flash of white light before knocking him off the stage. So strong! Ji Yao was shocked. She actually had a light attribute spiritual root. She didn't know whether it was a single light spiritual root or a hidden spiritual root, because the mutated spiritual root is either a single spiritual root or a hidden spiritual root. Otherwise it cannot coexist with the 5 spiritual roots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Although this person has not yet understood the meaning of the sword, he has already understood the light attribute sword energy to a perfect state, and his Lingyu is completely insignificant in front of him. Another monk came on stage and was also swept off the stage with a sword. Until he entered the next round, he was not seen using any other moves. Ji Yao shook her head. In the world of cultivation, she must not underestimate anyone. A few hours later, the first round of competition was finally over. Ji Yao went back and forth to see a lot of the arena, and got some basic understanding of everyone's strength. So she went back to rest and prepare for the second round of competition. On the second day, as soon as Xiao arrived at Yanwu Square, she saw that the place was already crowded with people. After finally squeezing to the front, Xiao's robe was wrinkled because of the squeeze, which was also difficult for her small arms and legs. Looking at the wrinkled outer robe on her body, Xiao was a little dissatisfied. The outer robe did not have any formation blessings, and was slightly stronger than ordinary clothes. That is, the fabric. When you enter the inner sect, you can receive the inner sect disciple's robe, which is a middle grade robe. After passing the first round of competition, there are still about 500 disciples left among the more than 1,000 participating disciples. In the second round, we adopt a melee mode, with 100 people per arena, and the remaining 10 people in each arena will enter the third round. The disciples of the third round, who are the top 50 in this competition, will receive a foundation building pill. Master Li Yuan stood on the stage and announced the rules, and then looked at the disciples who entered the second round with a look of relief. The disciples of this year have greatly improved in strength. Ji Yao was assigned to the number 3 ring. Once on the ring, everyone signed up with familiar people in 2s and 3s, and then looked around with vigilant faces to prevent anyone from making a sudden move. Jia stood alone in the corner of the ring. Her only friends in the Wanjian sect over the years were Li Ziyuan, and she had almost never seen the others. Li Yanran under the ring looked at Ji Yao standing alone in the corner and sneered. So what if you advance quickly? You will still be beaten down. Qi Lanqi stood next to Li Yanran and deliberately provoked her. TSK. TSK. Yi Zhio has already reached the 9th level of Qi training this time, and she has even entered the second round. It's not like us, who only have the 6th level of Qi training. In the past few years, after her brainwashing, Li Yanran has regarded Yi Zhio as her enemy. Then let them fight, and you just have to sit back and watch. Qi Lanqi looked at Li Yanran and pouted. She was a secular princess with an inferior background and qualifications. Do you really think that you considered her a friend? What a fool. Chapter 54, Outer Sect Competition 4. The competition begins. As soon as Master Li Yuan finished speaking, the battle in the 5 arenas began. Xia stood in the corner, calmly observing her surroundings. People were being kicked off the ring one after another. No one noticed her yet, so she would be in trouble if she didn't take the initiative to avoid being attacked. Suddenly, a 10th level Qi training monk appeared on the left, and a metallic sword energy struck Xiao. Xiao dodged, used transformation to come directly behind him, and kicked him off the ring. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking through the air from behind. Xiao rolled forward to avoid the attack, then turned around and slashed with Ling Yu. The young man spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Xiao with a gloomy expression. Xiao rolled her eyes in her heart. But you attacked me first, making it seem like I had killed your whole family. The young man slashed at Ji Yao with an earth attribute sword energy. Ji Yao also appeared behind him and kicked him off the stage. His face, which was not very pretty, came into direct contact with the earth. The young man stood up. His face was gloomy and terrifying, and he stared at Ji Yao with vicious eyes, obviously holding a grudge against her. At this time, there were many new wounds on his face caused by friction, which looked a bit scary. But Jia couldn't help but laugh when she saw it. Asking you to sneak up on me. Withdrawing her gaze, Jia looked back at the stage. At this time, there were only about 30 people left on the stage. Mostly 3 or 5 people gathered together. Everyone leaned closely together and looked at others warily. But no one took the initiative to take action. Hey, junior sister, do you want to join us? Let's kill them together. A lively young man invited Jio. Jio shook her head and refused. You must know that these people are not familiar with each other. She may have been abandoned in the past. It is more likely that this invitation is a bait. Seeing Ji Yao alone, everyone was a little moved. But they had to take into account that if they took action, others would take the opportunity to take action against them. Finally, a group of 4 people took action, and the 4 people simultaneously sent out sword energy to attack Ji Yao. Ji Yao was not afraid. She just stood there, took out the Su Hui that Brother Jiu gave her from her storage bag, and slashed it back with Ling Yu. This is his first time using retrospective, and he doesn't know how much his combat power can be improved. When several people saw Ji Yao swinging a sword energy at will and then becoming motionless, they laughed wildly in their hearts. This person must have been frightened. Suddenly, the white sword energy split into 4, facing the sword energy of the 4 of them respectively. As soon as they made contact, the white sword energy shattered the other sword energy into pieces and rushed towards the 4 of them. When they came to their senses, the four of them had fallen off the stage. The remaining people on the stage were shocked. They knew that some people were extremely proficient in spiritual power and sword energy, and could send out several sword energy in a very short period of time, giving the illusion of sending out several sword energy at the same time. But this sword energy is suddenly divided into several parts, and the power of each sword energy is not weakened. What is the operation? Li Yanran in the audience saw how powerful Ji Yao was, and felt crazy with jealousy. She clenched her hands tightly into fists, and stared at the figure on the stage. Seeing how easily Ji Yao could fight 1 against 4, everyone tacitly agreed not to provoke her, and started fighting with each other. Ji Yao felt relieved when no one attacked her, so she stood aside and watched them quietly. Chapter 55, Outer Sect Competition 5. Soon, there were only 10 people left on the stage, and it was obvious that the second round of competition was over. A quarter of an hour later, the competitions in several arenas ended one after another. Congratulations to the 50 remaining disciples on the stage. You will receive a foundation building pill. Master Li Yuan did not hesitate, and then announced the rules of the third round of competition. The third round is a defense battle. A total of 10 there is a ring, and one person chooses to defend the ring. Once the others fail in the challenge, they will not be able to enter the finals. However, if the ring guard is defeated, he will have a chance to challenge other rings again. So you must choose which ring you challenge. Do you want to defend the ring or not? Ji Yao was a little hesitant. She was destined to compete with many people, but there were benefits. After hesitating, Ji Yao decided to defend the ring and jumped onto the stage. At this time, there were already defenders on all 5 stages. Ji Yao looked at several arenas and saw Yin Feng and Yu Chen. On the other 3 arenas stood a young man with a kind face, a young man with an arrogant face, and an extremely beautiful girl. Girl. Ling Feng! A voice came from her ears, calling back Ji Yao's attention. When she turned around, she found a young man appearing on the ring. Yi Ji Yao! Ji Yao returned the greeting with fists clasped. I'm offended. As soon as Ling Feng finished speaking, he appeared beside Ji Yao and struck with a sword. Ji Yao sensed the danger and hurriedly bent down, turning her head slightly to avoid the attack. But a small section of her hair was cut off. What a weird movement. Ji Yao felt wary. Ling Feng didn't wait for her to fight back before he disappeared again. Seeing this, Ji Yao hurriedly sent out a Ling Yu sword energy, and saw that the white sword energy was divided into 10, surrounding Ji Yao's entire body. Poof! Ling Feng was injured by the sword energy, and spat out a large mouthful of blood. He didn't expect this woman's moves to be so tricky. Seeing that he was injured, Ji Yao slashed away with another sword energy. This was the so-called taking advantage of your illness to kill you. Although Ling Feng tried his best to block it, he still couldn't withstand the attack and was finally knocked off the ring. As soon as Ling Feng was knocked off the stage, another female cultivator, who looked to be in her 20s, jumped on the stage, intending to knock Ji Yao off the stage when she had just exhausted her spiritual power. Lu Yu! Yi Ji Yao! Just as Ji Yao finished speaking, Lu Yu launched an attack, and a fire attribute sword energy struck Ji Yao. Ji Yao calmly moved away with the Ling Yu sword technique, and the opponent was knocked off the ring. The same was true for the remaining 2 people. Ji Yao knocked them off the ring with one move. Although these people understood the sword energy, they were too shallow and not enough for her. Yi Ji Yao successfully defended the competition and entered the finals. Li Yuan looked at Ji Yao with some surprise. It's just that this girl advanced to the 9th level of Qi training at the age of 14. She is also so proficient in sword Qi. She is really a person who can create material. It's just a female disciple with a light attribute spiritual root. How come I've never heard of it? I had heard of a female disciple of Lei Lingjin before, who was about the same size as her. Ji Yao smiled slightly when she heard the real person announcing that she had entered the finals. She had obtained the qualification for the Lingshu secret realm. Hiss! The people in the audience took a breath of cold air when they saw Ji Yao smiling. This little junior sister was really too beautiful. At this time, although Ji Yao has not yet bloomed, she has already begun to show her girlish charm. She was dressed in a black robe, and her long hair, as beautiful as black silk, was only tied with a few hair ties. Her face was bright and gorgeous, but she had a cool flavor. With a faint smile, she looked like flowers blooming. Li Yanran looked at Ji Yao's face and felt that her whole heart was so sour. Why couldn't she compare to her in anything? Qi Lanqi also stared at Ji Yao with a gloomy expression. Her face was so dazzling that people couldn't help but want to destroy it. Chapter 56, Outer Sect Competition 6. Soon after, all 10 arena competitions ended, and the remaining 10 people entered the finals. Suddenly, a group of people appeared on the high platform. Sitting in the middle was Luo Hong, the leader of Wanjian's sect. There were 7 people sitting below him, and behind each of them stood a disciple. 6 of them are male cultivators, and only 1 is a female cultivator. I saw him wearing a red robe, with spring eyes, long eyebrows and a smile on his lips, sitting lazily on a chair. The female disciple behind her was also dressed in red, and her whole body exuded a sense of heroism and radiance. When everyone saw the scene, they all became excited, including Yen Feng and others. They were suddenly filled with strength and wanted to show off their skills. Suddenly, a black figure suddenly appeared on the high platform, walked to the remaining chairs and sat down. Several major peak masters were a little surprised when they saw him coming. Why did this crazy cultivator come to join in the fun? Jia took a look and saw that it was Senior Luo Chuan. Many female cultivators in the audience were almost stunned when they saw Luo Chuan, and their faces were all red with excitement. Li Yanran and Qi Lanqi were no exception. Both of them had their hearts beating wildly, and looked at Luo Chuan with flushed faces. Ha ha! You must have seen that our sect master and the 7 peak masters came specially to watch our finals. I hope you guys perform well. Maybe you will be accepted as true disciples. Li Yuan encouraged with a smile. Sure enough, when everyone heard that they had the opportunity to become true disciples, they were all excited and wanted to have a fight right away. In the last round of the finals, we will draw lots and compete in pairs. The 5 winners will compete for the top 5 rankings, and the losers will compete for the bottom 5 rankings. Li Yuan announced the final rules of the competition. And the luck of the monks, it is also a type of strength. The result of this draw will greatly affect their ranking. Yi Jiao, Ma Yuanhao. Upon hearing her name, Jia jumped onto the stage. The draw results for several other arenas also came out one after another. Jia looked at Ma Yuanhao. She had observed his previous competitions and found that he was not very strong. Yi Jiao, Ma Yuanhao. After the two greeted each other, Jia struck first and slashed at Ma Yuanhao with a sword. Ma Yuanhao quickly dodged, but Jia dodged, suddenly appeared in front of him, struck him with her sword again, and knocked him off the ring. The battle ended so quickly that the audience didn't even react. Ma Yuanhao was lying in the audience in a daze. Did he lose just like that? On the high platform, Luo Hong looked at Ji Yao and nodded with satisfaction. This little girl has lived up to his expectations and is getting better and better. Hey, this little girl is pretty good. Shang Wanjian, who was dressed in red, sat up slightly. Isn't that right? He has practiced the 9th level of Qi at a young age. He is a good young man. Jin Xiaoyu agreed. Ha ha. It seems that everyone is a little tempted. Zhao Qingyuan joked with a smile. Aren't you moved? Shang Wanjian raised her eyebrows slightly. The big furniture all laughed. Who wouldn't want a disciple with such potential? Luo Chuan sat aside, listening to their discussion, and finally understood why the master asked him to come. A few quarters of an hour later, the results of the 5 arenas came out. 5 people, Ji Yao, Yen Feng, Yu Yuchen, Si Wenba, and Luo Xiaoxue, successfully entered the top 5. Among the 5, only Ji Yao was at the 9th level of Qi training, while the others were all at the 10th level. Chapter 57 The Outer Sect Competition 7. The competition for the top 5 will also be drawn by lot, with 2 teams competing against each other. One person will go directly to the top 3 after a bye, and the 2 who win will also enter the top 3. Li Yuan announced. Then 5 people stepped forward and drew number plates from a box. Jia stepped forward, picked up a number plate, took it out, and saw that it was blank with nothing. Got a bye? Jia couldn't believe it. Her luck had always been a little hard to explain. Seeing that she had a bye, everyone envied her good luck and felt a little dissatisfied. After all, she only reached the 5th level after practicing at the 9th level. But now she directly entered the top 3. Li Yuan also gave Ji Yao a meaningful look. Yen Feng will play against Si Wenba. Yu Yuchen will play against Luo Xiaoxue. And Yi Ji Yao will have a bye. Now that she had a bye, Jia retreated to the audience and observed the people on the stage. The first ones to compete were Yen Feng and Si Wenba. After the 2 people saw each other, Yen Feng slashed directly at Si Wenba with a sword energy. The light attribute sword energy brought out a burst of white light, which made people's eyes hurt. Not to be outdone, Si Wenbo also slashed towards Yifeng with a fire-attributed sword energy. The two sword energies met on the way and exploded violently, knocking both of them back a few steps. Yifeng steadied his body and then charged straight towards Si Wenbo like an arrow off the string. With one punch, Si Wenbo was hit so hard that he vomited blood and then fell off the stage. Sword and body cultivation? Ji Yo was surprised for a moment. She had read many novels and certainly knew the importance of physical training, but she had never encountered a suitable technique and did not dare to practice rashly. I never thought that this person was hiding so deeply. Several peak masters on the high platform also nodded with satisfaction. This disciple is also very good. After the competition between the two ended, Yu Yuchen and Luo Xiaoxue jumped onto the stage. After seeing the ceremony, the two of them struck each other with their swords in tacit agreement. Luo Xiaoxue majored in water spirit root, and her sword energy was also full of water vapor. But Yu Yuchen still couldn't feel any spiritual power, so he avoided the sword energy and attacked directly at close range. Luo Xiaoxue hurriedly backed away. She knew he was not simple. Then he turned around and struck with another sword energy. Then he quickly changed his position and struck out with another sword energy. Yu Yuchen dodged the first one, but was injured by the second sword energy, and blood flowed from his left arm instantly. He didn't care about the wound, and appeared behind Luo Xiaoxue in a few flashes, stabbing out with his sword. Seeing that the attack failed, he kept changing his position, not giving Luo Xiaoxue a chance to react. Finally, he found the right opportunity and stabbed Luo Xiaoxue in the back with his sword, then kicked him off the ring. After watching for so long, Jia finally understood that this person seemed to be worried about something, so he did not use spiritual power and relied on his superb body skills to attack at close range. He must be hiding his trump card. Yan Feng, Yu Yuchen, and Yi Zhio enter the top 3. The next final competition will take turns in pairs. The one with the most wins in the end will be the first place in this competition. Li Yuan smiled with eyes, looking at the 3 people. These 3 people are all good prospects. Ji Yao jumped directly onto the ring. She had a bye before, so she should start this time. Yin Feng also jumped directly onto the ring, leaving Yu Yuchen to recover from his injuries in the audience. After the two of them bowed to each other, Yin Feng struck at Ji Yao with a sword energy. Although Ji Yao knew that her light attribute sword energy was not as good as Yin Feng's, she still responded with a Ling Yu sword energy. She had a hunch that her light attribute sword energy might improve a lot. Chapter 58, Outer Sect Competition 8. The two white sword energy collided in the middle, and the entire space was slightly distorted for an instant, and then exploded violently. But the rest of the offensive was still heading towards Jia. Jia quickly moved to the side, the sword energy brushing against her cheek. Yin Feng was relieved when he saw that the opponent's light attribute sword energy was no match for his own. He must have relied on luck to reach the top 3. While thinking about this, he struck at Ji Yao with a sword energy again. Jia looked at the opponent's light attribute sword energy and wondered what was missing in her. Ling Yu. Seeing the sword energy coming, Jia had no choice but to draw her sword to resist again. Unfortunately, the sword energy was still no match for the opponent, and she was slightly injured. Several sword energy attacks came one after another, and Jia fought back in the same way, already suffering a lot of injuries. However, Yin Feng was impatient. Several of his attacks were neutralized by the opponent, with only minor injuries. Moreover, the opponent's sword energy was gradually improving. Thinking of this, Yin Feng suddenly had a bad feeling. Suddenly, he disappeared from the spot. As soon as Jia saw Yin Feng disappear, she subconsciously used transformation to move to a distance. She remembered that he was a master of both sword and body. Sure enough, as soon as Jia moved, Yin Feng appeared at her original place. Yin Feng was a little surprised when he saw that she had expected it in advance. Then he slashed at Jia with his sword and disappeared in a flash. Jia quickly changed her position, and then struck at her previous position with her sword. Poof! Yin Feng was injured by the sword energy and spat out a large mouthful of blood. He stared at Ji Yao with a surprised look on his face, obviously surprised how she knew his location. Jia looked at his surprised look, but was a little speechless. If the other party wanted to attack at close range, he would definitely go to her side. Anyone with some intelligence can think of this. Putting aside these messy thoughts, Jia slashed away with another sword energy. Heal you while you are sick. Yin Feng stepped away and no longer looked down on Ji Yao. He struck Ji Yao with his sword again with a wary look on his face, and then disappeared from the spot again. Ji Yao dodged again and struck with her sword. Sure enough, Yin Feng was injured again. Yan Feng, however, was a little distrustful. He didn't understand how the other party could see through his body. This is the ancestral movement technique of the Yin family. It does not have any fluctuations in spiritual power. Only those who are 2 levels higher than me, that is, the golden elixir stage, can see it. As the two of them went back and forth, Ji Yao felt a little helpless and a little funny. This Yin Feng looked smart. How could he be a fool? However, I would like to thank the other party for accompanying me to practice my moves. My Lingyu sword energy is almost perfect, and I can find an opportunity to try to understand the light attribute sword energy. No longer wanting to entangle with the opponent, Ji Yao once again, Lingyu, slashed away. When she was about to approach Yin Feng, she suddenly divided into 5 sword energies and attacked him from different directions. Yin Feng was already used to the back and forth between the two of them, and he didn't react at all for a moment. He slashed out with his sword and offset 1 sword energy, but was injured by the other sword energy and fell off the stage. Good! Luo Hong praised loudly. This little girl is really smart. Even if she can defeat the opponent, she is not in a hurry, but uses the competition to make herself better. Isn't that right? He has qualifications and understanding. He is really a good prospect. Zhao Qingyuan nodded with satisfaction. I've fallen in love with this girl, so don't try to compete with me. Shang Wanjian lazily held her temples and said confidently, "Ha ha. Let's see which peak the little girl wants to enter. I heard that girl is a Lei Lingjin." Jin Xiaoyu was a little proud. There is a high chance that the Lei Lingjin will join his Lei Feng. Chapter 59, Outer Sect Competition 9. That's not what you were saying. Although most of our 7 peaks are divided according to spiritual roots. As long as you understand the sword's meaning by building the foundation, you don't have to pay too much attention to the spiritual roots. But the understanding. You see? This girl uses a light attribute sword technique. Zhao Qingyuan retorted. Okay. Let's finish the game first. Luo Hong interrupted their conversation directly. He also wanted to accept this girl. After the first competition, Jia quickly recovered from her injuries. After fully recovering, Yu Yuchen also jumped on the stage. Jia looked at Yu Yuchen and felt wary in her heart. This person was hiding too deeply, and she was a little unsure. If it didn't work out in the end, she would have no choice but to use sword intent. Yu Yuchen! Yi Jiyao! The two of them clasped their fists and saluted. Then Yu Yuchen rushed towards Jiyao. But Jia stood still. She wanted to understand how he destroyed the spiritual energy defense first. Seeing that the other party was approaching, Jia suddenly saw the ring on his hand flashing. And then she felt that the concentration of spiritual energy around her dropped a bit. I see. Jia figured out the reason. He no longer stood and was beaten, but ducked to the side. Then he turned around and slashed at the opponent with his sword. Yu Yuchen felt the fierce attack of the sword energy and was startled. He leaned back violently to avoid the sword energy and rushed towards Ji Yao again. Ji Yao sent out a sword energy, which was suddenly divided into 10 parts and distributed around Ji Yao to prevent the opponent from getting close. Seeing that there was no chance to get close, Yu Yuchen had no choice but to retreat and stand not far away. It seemed that this method would not work for her at all. Ji Yao didn't care what he thought and just struck with another sword. Yu Yuchen also moved, raising his hand to greet Ji Yao's sword energy with a sword energy. It turned out to be metallic sword energy. I saw a sword energy with golden light passing by, and the spiritual energy in the place it passed was directly drained. The further it went, the more powerful it became, until the two sword chi collided. A sizzling sound erupted. And finally Jia's light attribute sword chi directly became the nourishment of the metallic sword chi. Jia was shocked. What kind of swordsmanship was so overbearing? Everyone in the audience also gasped. This sword technique is too weird. Seeing the sword energy approaching, Jia had to quickly hide to the side. But she was still injured by the sword energy and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Yu Yuchen looked at Ji Yao, but there was no joy in his heart. He intuitively felt that the other party was definitely not simple. Jia felt the opponent's fierce offensive, and knew that she could no longer hide her clumsiness, and slashed at the opponent with a fierce, sky-breaking strike. The lightning attribute sword energy was extremely domineering and struck straight at the opponent. Yu Yuchen's heart skipped a beat, and he rushed towards him with a sword energy. It's a pity that this time, his sword energy failed to swallow the opponent's sword energy. What's going on? Ji Yao felt relieved. Petion didn't even pay attention to the way of heaven. He was extremely overbearing. So how could he be absorbed by other sword energies? Seeing that the attack was effective, Jia slashed at the opponent with another sword. She had already fully understood the thunder attribute sword energy, and used it with ease. Yu Yuchen had to summon up all his energy to deal with it, and slashed at the opponent with sword energy. But at this time, the other party actually sent out several sword energy one after another, heading straight towards him. Yu Yuchen was frightened. How could it be so fast? The other party's attainments are actually so high? Seeing the opponent's sword energy coming from different angles, Yu Yuchen could no longer dodge it. The opponent blocked his escape route, and he could only watch as he was knocked off the stage. Chapter 60 Apprenticeship. Wow! Why is this little junior sister so powerful? Yi Jio? That seems to be her name? A person at the 9th level of Qi training won first place. It's simply unbelievable. The last person who had the same experience seemed to be Zhenjuan Luochuan. Seeing Ji Yao's victory, everyone was very surprised and started a heated discussion. Jia won the competition, felt relieved, and was quite satisfied with her performance. A quarter of an hour later, the competition between Yu Yuchen and Yan Feng also ended. Yu Yuchen was second and Yan Feng was third. The outer sect competition is officially over. The top 3 in this competition can go to the treasure pavilion to receive a high-grade magic weapon. The top 10 can all be qualified to enter the Lingxi's secret realm 2 years later. The top 50 can all obtain foundation establishment, 1 pill, and successfully enter the inner gate. Next, please invite the top 10 to come on stage. Master Li Yuan looked at these disciples with some relief. They are all the hope of revitalizing the Wanjian sect. Jia and the others jumped onto the stage and stood according to their rankings. They were very excited. For them to stand up must be because some disciples were attracted by several peak masters and wanted to accept them as true disciples. Just as Luo Hong opened his mouth and wanted to take Ji Yao in, he heard a cold voice coming from his ear. Yi Jia, my master ordered me to take you to Sword Sangzu Peak. Luo Chuan looked at Ji Yao and said calmly. Ji Yao was stunned for a moment, unable to react. Luo Hong and others were also shocked when they heard this. Although this little girl is highly talented, she is not so talented that she is favored by Grandmaster Jian Song. Right? You must know that except for Luo Chuan, there are many geniuses in Wanjian sect who want to become their disciples. But they have all been rejected. If they had known that Jia could realize the meaning of the sword during her chi refining period, they wouldn't be so surprised. Several people looked at Luo Chuan questioningly, and when they saw Luo Chuan nodded, they all fell silent. They couldn't compete with their uncle. Seeing Ji Yao stunned, Luo Chuan rolled her up, and then disappeared in a flash. Li Yanran and Qi Lanqi saw Jia winning step by step, and now being accepted by Master Jian Song as his disciple, and becoming Luo Chuan's junior sister. Their eyes turned red with jealousy. Why is she Jiyu? Jia was stunned, and suddenly her vision went dark. When she regained consciousness, she came to a large hall and Luo Chuan was standing beside her. Little girl. A loving voice came from above. Jia looked up, and saw a middle-aged man in black sitting in the main hall. He had straight features and a sense of righteousness. Looking at her with a smile. Master Jiansong? Ji Yao asked tentatively. She really couldn't figure out how she could be favored by her master. It's master. Jiansong shook his head and looked at Ji Yao with a smile. This girl did not live up to his expectations. The progress over the past year has been very significant, and it is a good seedling. At this time, Ji Yao was finally sure that her master really wanted to accept her as his disciple. So she knelt down directly. Ji Yao pays homage to the master. Ha! Good disciple. Get up quickly. Jian Song raised his hand to let Ji Yao get up, and handed out a storage ring. Jia felt herself being lifted up to stand up, and then a storage ring appeared on her hand. What's inside is a meeting gift given to you by my master. Please accept it. Jian Song said with a smile, but then his expression suddenly became serious. Sword cultivation practice mainly depends on your own understanding and constant fighting. Master, I can't help you too much. If you have anything you don't understand about your daily practice, you can ask me, or your senior brother. I'm just 2 of my disciples, and I hope you can help each other. At the same time, if you encounter someone bullying you, whether it's anyone can be killed. If the sky falls, your senior brother and I will hold it up. Do you understand? Chapter 61 Secret Key Competition. When Jiao heard the last sentence, her eyes instantly turned red, and she was very moved. She suddenly felt that she was very lucky to have parents and friends who loved her so much. And now she also had a master and senior brother. Jia nodded heavily. Jian Song looked at Ji Yao's performance and was satisfied. This girl was talented and emotional at the same time. She was not a cold-blooded person. Many swordsmen followed the path of killing, and he did not want his apprentice to be a person who lost all humanity and only knew how to practice. After becoming a true disciple, you can choose an affiliated mountain peak as your own cave. Later, after you go to the mission hall to receive the rewards from the competition, you can choose a mountain peak near Jiansong Ancestral Peak and register it in your name. Jiansong rarely explained the precautions to Ji Yao in detail. After all, this is a precious little girl, which is different from that boy Luochuan. After everything is done, you can take the time to go to the Sword Chi Tower and Sword Intent Cave to study, and be well prepared for the competition for the secret key of the Lingxiu secret realm in 2 years' time. Disciple, I obey. Jia nodded seriously. She had seen this secret key in the book. The Lingxiu secret realm is mainly for monks in the Qi refining stage. It is opened every 10 years, and only 100 people can enter at a time. Among them, there are 10 people from each of the 4 sects, 5 from each of the 8 major families, and a total of 10 people from the Casual Cultivator Alliance. The remaining 10 places will be determined by the secret key competition. The secret key competition takes place in a secular world. This world is completely isolated from spiritual energy, and is filled with people from the secular world. The 10 secret keys are distributed in this capital city, and each of the 4 sects sent 5 people to participate in the competition. Therefore, the world is completely cut off from spiritual energy, and monks cannot use spiritual energy as soon as they enter, making them no different from ordinary people. What the monks have to do is to find a way to obtain the secret keys from those residents, which is somewhat similar to the NPC tasks in the game. If you finally get a few secret keys, that sect can add a few more secret realm qualifications. In the original text, the heroine alone holds 6 secret keys, thus adding 6 more places to the Qingmu sect and earning the gratitude of 6 Qi training monks. Luochuan, please send your junior sister to the mission hall. Obviously, he was asked to support Jia and let everyone know that Jinsong Zufeng attaches great importance to Jia. If anyone wants to deal with her in the future, they will have to think carefully. Luochuan nodded, and as soon as he raised his hand, Jia felt her eyes darken again. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at the entrance of the mission hall. He must build his foundation early and learn to fly with a sword. The feeling of being carried away by others is really terrible. Jia secretly encouraged herself. Jia walked into the mission hall. Hello! I'm here to receive the competition reward. When the steward Luoqi heard the sound, he glanced up lazily and saw Luochuan standing behind a little girl with an expressionless face. His heart suddenly trembled. Why is this murderer here? Luoqi has met true Lord Luochuan. Yeah. Luochuan nodded. Oh, is this junior sister here to receive the reward from the outer sect competition? Luoqi asked Jia with a flattering look. Yes. Master asked me to pick a mountain peak near Jiansong Ancestral Peak. Ji Yao politely replied. She naturally knew that his compliments to her were all because of the great god behind him. Luoqi was shocked when he heard this. He chose a mountain peak near Jiansong Ancestral Peak? This woman actually became a disciple of Master Jinsong? I just went out for a while and missed such a big event. Luoqi has met my uncle. Luoqi bowed respectfully this time. If she can be favored by Master Jinsong, this girl's talent must be amazing. Chapter 62 Tianzhan Peak. Great uncle? Jia almost spat out a mouthful of blood when she heard this. I, a teenage girl, have actually become my great uncle. Think about it carefully. Guancher Luo in front of you is in the middle stage of foundation establishment, and he is now the same generation as the peak master in the nascent soul stage. Manager Luo, you are too polite. Just call me Jia. The master uncle thing is really... Absolutely not. This generation cannot be messed up. Luo Chica did not dare to go beyond the rules, but looked at Ji Yao's attitude. After all, I felt a little more comfortable, and my impression of her was much better. Seeing this, Jia no longer pressed. Uncle Master, this is your reward and your monthly routine after you become a true disciple. Luo Qi presented 2 storage bags, took out a jade slip, pointed at it and said, the peak affiliated to Jiansong Ancestral Peak there are 11 in total, including 1 for true Lord Luochuan, and there are 10 left for Uncle Master to choose from. Jia took the jade slip and took a look. 11 peaks surrounded the Jiansong Ancestral Peak. One of them was red, and the others were gray. The red one must be the peak of her senior brother, This heavenly slashing peak is suitable for you. Just when Jia was struggling, Luo Chuan pointed to a gray dot on the jade slip and said, "This heavenly slashing peak was once completely cut off by the sky thunder. And now there are still some thunder left. Attribute elements. Suitable for you." Jia was a little surprised when she heard Luo Chuan say so many words for the first time. After hearing his analysis, she looked at the jade slip. I saw that Tianzhan Peak was close to Luo Chuan's Feilite Peak, and very close to Zhu Peak. Then I'll choose this one. Jia pointed to the sky and cut the peak. Okay. So, uncle, do you have any chore disciples you want to choose? Luo Qi asked after registering the mountain peak. Miscellaneous disciple? I would like to ask Guancher Luo to help me choose some honest disciples. Guancher Luo is a pretty good person, and he is happy to give him this favor. Sure enough, when Luo Qi heard this, the smile on his face became more sincere. Master, don't worry. My disciple will do a good job for you. This master will have a bright future in the future, and he has to think carefully about what kind of family members he has. The disciple is suitable. After settling the matter, Jia did not intend to stay any longer, so she turned back to look at her senior brother. The next second, everything went dark again, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw an incomplete mountain peak. The entire mountain peak was cut off by the thunder. But even so, the remaining mountain was still towering into the clouds, actually higher than Zufeng. Isn't this the broken mountain peak that I saw when I first entered the sect? Unexpectedly, it was now in his own name. This is Tianzhan Peak. You can choose your own cave or build your own house, Luo Chuan said and handed a storage ring to Jia. Meeting gift. Jia quickly took it and thanked her. Seeing her take it, Luo Chuan disappeared. Jia looked at Luo Chuan's disappearing figure with some envy. A genius like Luo Chuan can actually tear apart space in the nascent soul stage and come and go freely. I wonder when he will be able to do it. Putting aside these distant thoughts, Jia began to climb to the top of the mountain. An hour later, we finally reached the top of the mountain. Jia took a breath and looked forward. The top of the entire mountain peak is different from other peaks. It is an extremely flat peak surface, with an area of about several hundred feet. There are many thunder and lightning scattered on it, and they are intertwined. Jia fell in love with this place as soon as she saw it. This would be her future home. Chapter 63 Storage Ring. After choosing an open space to sit down, Jia took out the storage ring given by her master and senior brother. First of all, it was given by the master. When Jia opened it, she was dazzled by the spiritual stones inside. How many spirit stones are there? Jia counted carefully and found that there were probably more than 1 million high-grade spiritual stones. Jiyao is a bit conceited. Master, isn't this too generous? Looking to the side, there are some jade boxes placed there. Opening the jade boxes one by one, Jia was so happy that she almost cried. There is a sword art book in the box, called Jiansong Sword Art, which must be the master's own sword art, a top-rate pink robe, made of heavenly silk, a raw sword stone. This thing it is a must-have item for casting the natal spiritual sword in the golden elixir stage. In addition to these jade boxes, there are also many elixirs, formation discs, etc. in the storage ring. It is obvious that they are worried about Jiyao. Jia opened Luo Chuan's storage ring and saw a very exquisite mobile house at a glance. Jia was overjoyed, took it out, stamped it with her soul mark, and threw it into the open space. The whole house gradually grew larger, and finally stood there motionless. Jia happily walked into the house. The entire house consisted of 2 floors. Each floor had 5 rooms and a hall. One of the rooms actually had a fire vein, which could be used to practice weapons and make elixirs. Jia felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, and her heart was full. She really didn't expect that 2 grown men, master and senior brother, could be so attentive and thoughtful. After finding a bedroom and lying down, Jia looked at the things in the ring. There was also a raw sword stone, hundreds of thousands of high-grade spiritual stones, and a detailed explanation of formation. When she opened it, she saw there were some annotations in it, which should be from her senior brother, written by his own hand. The original text states that he is extremely good at formations. In addition, there are many formation discs, including 3 8th-grade formation discs. You must know that in the entire Chiffon continent, the highest level array is only the 8th grade. Senior brother is indeed a genius. Taking out an 8th grade, transferring flowers and grafting trees array disc, Jia activated it according to the operating instructions and placed it directly on Tian's Hanfeng Mountain. covering the entire mountain. This is a combination of phantom formation and attack formation, so that others cannot enter or leave the mountain at will without your permission. Putting the 2 rings on her hands, Jia opened the 2 storage bags received from the mission hall. There was a bottle of elixir in one of the storage bags. When he opened it, it turned out that it contained a foundation building elixir and a treasure pavilion access token. Then he opened another storage bag. Inside was a top-grade cassock belonging to a true disciple. There was a spiritual sword embroidered on the chest, and the color could be changed at will. Jia put it on, and finally chose black. In addition to the robes, there is also a high-grade magic weapon, a spiritual sword, and 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Now that I have returned, I no longer need this spiritual sword. I will find an opportunity to dispose of it in the future. After finishing organizing everything, Jia looked at the 2 storage rings and storage bracelet on her left hand, and suddenly felt like a rich woman. It felt so good to be pampered, and Jia was very satisfied. What I can do is to practice hard and strive to be able to rely on them one day. After thinking about this, Jia lay down on the bed, planning to take a nap to relieve her fatigue. Although meditating will make people feel refreshed, Jia is from this world after all, and she always wants to sleep every once in a while. Closing her eyes, Jia fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 64 Sword Chi Tower. On the second day, Jia came to the inner gate Sword Chi Tower. The tower was divided into 10 levels, corresponding to the 10 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. Walking to the door of the tower, Jia placed the identity tag into the groove. The entire door panel emitted a burst of white light, and then a light curtain appeared with 10 attribute choices. Jia clicked the light attribute button, and the entire door panel emitted a burst of white light that enveloped her, and then disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Jia arrived at the 8th floor of the tower. When she got closer, she saw that this floor was divided into 12 compartments. Each compartment was filled with sword energy, and the purity was getting higher and higher. The anger is getting worse and worse. There were people in one of the compartments, probably other disciples. Jia decided to start from the most basic. As soon as she entered the number 1 compartment, Jia was shocked to find that her spiritual energy was imprisoned. At this time, a sword energy struck, and Jia hurriedly hid to the side. But just as she dodged, another sword energy struck, and Jia had no choice but to roll on the spot and avoid it again. Slowly, the sword energy became more and more powerful, and Jia could no longer avoid it. Hiss! A sword energy cut through Jia's arm, and another sword energy cut through her waist. Just as Jia was about to dodge, she suddenly discovered that some weak sword energy had entered her body through the scratched wound and hovered above her dantian. I see. These sword energies actually enter the body directly, and are used by the monks to achieve the purpose of understanding. After understanding the principle, Jia stopped evading and stood still, letting countless sword energy pierce her body. A quarter of an hour later, Jia was kneeling directly on the ground. At this time, there was no intact part of her body. The blood stained her entire robe red, and the sword energy in her dantian was enough to send out a sword energy. Jia stood up hard, gathered the sword energy in her dantian, then took out Suhui and slashed out with one sword. A ray of light attribute sword energy slashed directly towards the wall, as if some mechanism had been triggered. The sword energy in the entire compartment stopped. Suddenly, a burst of white light fell from above, covering Jia. In an instant, Jia felt that all her injuries were healed, and the confinement of her spiritual power was also released. He tried to emit a light attribute sword energy, and the entire sword energy hit the wall, leaving a deep mark. It was actually much stronger. Jia was stunned for a while. The designer of this sword energy tower is really amazing. You don't need to understand it yourself. As long as you can endure the pain and persist, you can understand the sword energy. After coming out of the first compartment, Jia entered several more compartments one after another. By the time she came out of the 12 compartments, it was already 3 months later. The sword energy behind it was so powerful that I almost couldn't hold on several times. However, I have gained a lot from this trip. Not only has the light attribute sword energy been perfected, but my body's strength has also increased a lot. Jia once again lamented the designer's good intentions. After the sword energy damaged the body and then repaired it, it could gradually strengthen the body. After coming out of the sword energy tower, Jia planned to go back to the cave to have a good rest. After 3 months of high-intensity training, She was really tired. As for the thunder attribute sword energy, she could only go back next time. 3 days later, Jio woke up from meditation, and a communication talisman appeared in her hand. After opening the communication talisman, he heard Li Ziyuan's whirring voice. Junior sister Yi, we are back. Come out quickly. Senior brother invites you to dinner. Chapter 65 The Sea of Chaotic Demons. When Jiyu came to the dining room box, Li Ziyuan and 3 others were already waiting. Junior sister Yi? Li Ziyuan called with some confusion. Senior brother Li? Senior brother Jean? Senior brother Sure. Jiyu nodded and smiled slightly. But Li Ziyuan suddenly blushed and said hesitantly, Junior sister, why are you getting more and more beautiful? After saying this, he scratched his head in embarrassment. Jiyu was stunned when she heard this. She seemed to have never paid attention to her appearance since she started practicing. Okay, everyone, please sit down, Jean Li greeted. Several people sat down one after another, and Li Ziyuan began to talk about the experiences of the 3 of them during this period. Junior sister Yi, let me tell you, we have been experiencing life and death every day in the Sea of Demons in the past 2 years. And the monks there are really scary. Thinking of his experiences in the past 2 years, Li Ziyuan was still frightened, and continued, the people there don't have any order at all. If you don't like it, we just have to deal with it. We have only dared to wander around the periphery in the past 2 years. But there are advantages. There, materials are extremely abundant, and as long as you can grab them, they are yours. Jiyu was a little moved when she heard this. The growth of sword cultivator requires constant fighting. This chaotic sea of demons is a good place for training. Li Ziyuan saw what she was thinking and quickly advised her. Don't be impulsive. It's better to wait until the foundation is established before going. After the chi refining period, you don't even know how you died. Jiyu nodded, and she had the same plan. How have you been in the past 2 years? Li Ziyuan was also curious. I became a disciple of Master Jian Song some time ago. Jiyu answered with a smile. Li Ziyuan's hand that had just picked up the teacup shook so hard that he almost threw the teacup away. The other 2 people also looked at her in shock. TSK. 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 Junior sister Yi. You can do it. You can hide it so deeply. Li Ziyuan stood up, walked around Jiyu, and then looked at her with excitement. How did you become the master's disciple? Maybe because I am the first place in the outer sect competition? Jiyu was also a little unsure. Li Ziyuan curled his lips when he heard this. Jean Li also ranked first in the outer sect competition before. So why wasn't he admitted to his master sect? It is obvious that the junior sister is extremely talented. Oh, it's really annoying to compare people to each other. Both you and Jean Li have become true disciples. And we are just inner disciples. Li Ziyuan sighed and said pitifully, wiping his tears. Come on. Stop acting there. Jean Li couldn't help but interrupt. This guy has been doing this for the past 2 years. Hee hee. Aren't I teasing junior sister Yi? Li Ziyuan smiled and raised his eyebrows at Jiyu. Jiyu laughed. This Li Ziyuan and Li Jinwen are really comparable. Are people named Li so funny? Senior brother Jean. Which peak master have you joined? Jiyu looked at Jean Li. Senior Jean Xiaoyu is now my master. And we are all disciples of the Jean family. Jean Li replied. It turns out to be Senior Jean. Jiyu was also a little surprised. She didn't expect that Jean Li turned out to be a disciple of the Jean family, and she had never heard him mention it before. What do you plan to do in the next 2 years? Li Ziyuan looked at Jiyu curiously. I plan to go to the Sword Chi Tower and Sword Intent Cave to practice first, and then participate in the secret key competition. Li Ziyuan gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Then he said with some envy, it's a pity that we have already established the foundation and failed to catch up with the Lingxiu secret realm. Jiyu shook her head. You have established the foundation, and the secret realm of the foundation period is waiting for you. Ha ha ha. You're right. Li Ziyuan patted Jiyu on the shoulder and smiled happily. After a few people finished talking, they stopped talking and started enjoying the food. Chapter 66 Thunder Attribute Sword Chi. Coming to the Sword Chi Tower again. Jiyu chose the 7th level of Thunder Attribute. She was somewhat looking forward to her. Breaking Sky. Improving. Coming to the 7th floor. There are also 12 compartments, but there is not a single monk. Jiyu entered the number 1 compartment and was instantly hit by a lightning attribute sword energy. Jiyu stood still, but was directly struck by the sword energy, and her whole hair was completely fried. He reached out and wiped it on his face, and his whole hand, was instantly stained with a layer of black. Jia was a little confused. Why, even though her thunder attribute sword energy could hurt people, it couldn't bring such strong thunder and lightning power? If you learn this trick yourself, wouldn't it greatly increase your strength? Before Jia could think about it, sword energy struck one after another. A quarter of an hour later, Jia lay on the ground and started coughing. The power of this thunder and lightning was so strong that her whole lungs were feeling bad. The absorbed sword energy does not hover above the dantian obediently like the light attribute, but travels throughout the various meridians of the body, causing serious internal injuries. She is still thinking about how to add thunder attribute aura to the sword energy. After all, directly releasing thunder attribute aura is Fa Shio's attack method. Another sword energy struck Ji Yao's back directly, leaving a very deep sword mark. Jia spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling a little anxious. If this continued, she would have died before she could absorb enough sword energy. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration occurred. Absorb. Yes, it is absorption. Try to see if you can directly absorb these sword energies. But how to absorb it specifically? Jia suddenly remembered the first time she introduced Qi into her body. Jia closed her eyes, completely relaxed her mind, and began to recite the sword art, silently, and feel the sword energy around her with her heart. Slowly, sword energy began to appear next to Jia. Jia's consciousness slowly approached, then gently touched it, and then watched it enter her body and sink directly into her dantian. Efficient. Jia felt happy and quickly concentrated on absorbing other sword energies. A few hours later, Jia opened her eyes, and her body was filled with thunder attribute sword energy. With a casual wave of his hand, a sword energy slashed towards the wall, creating a crater. What a powerful force. The attack power of the sword energy after adding the thunder attribute spiritual energy has increased so much. And I will have one more way to save my life in the future. After Bai Guang repaired her body, Jiu walked out of compartment number 1. This time it actually took more than a month to get out of cubicle number 1. It seemed that I could only stay here for the rest of the time. Jia took a breath and walked to the second cubicle again. A year and a half later, Jiu walked out of the Sword Chi Tower and took a deep breath. I have been absorbing sword energy every day for the past 2 years. I have been injured every day, and I have become a little numb. 3 months ago, I successfully advanced to the 10th level of Chi training. I also reached perfection in the Thunder Attribute Sword Energy. I also learned how to add Thunder Attribute Aura to the Sword Energy. It was really an unexpected joy. Just as he was about to return to heaven and John Peak, he received a message from Master. Girl, come to Zoo Peak. Jia had no choice but to go to Zoo Peak first. When she entered the main hall, she saw her master and senior brother there. I've met Master. I've met senior brother. Jia cupped her fists and saluted. Jian Song looked at Ji Yao and nodded with satisfaction. He had indeed not misjudged her. This little girl was both talented and diligent. She was also down to earth and would not be arrogant or complacent just because of a little progress. Chapter 67 Departing from Qihong Realm. The competition for the secret key is about to begin. Your senior brother is leading the team for this mission. If you have anything to do, please consult with your senior brother. Okay? Jian Song said to Jio with a serious face. Jio nodded seriously. After Jian Song gave his instructions, he turned to Luo Chuan and said, You kid, you have to protect your junior sister for me. Luo Chuan also nodded, indicating that he had taken note of it. Then you go. Jian Song waved his hand. Just as Jio was about to salute, her vision went dark. When she regained consciousness, she was already in the main hall of the head of the main peak. At this time, in addition to the sect leader, there were 4 people in the hall who were among the top 5 in the previous competition. I've met the sect master. Jiu saluted with clasped fists. You're so polite, little junior sister. Luo Hong raised his hand gently. After 2 years of not seeing each other, this little junior sister's cultivation has improved greatly. Jiu choked. Little junior sister. I've met the real Lord Luo Chuan. And I've met my uncle. The other 4 people also hurriedly paid tribute. Jiu blushed fiercely and felt a little embarrassed. She was really not used to being called uncle by a bunch of people older than herself. It's better to be a senior brother. The advanced Yuanying has a title and can be called by his Taoist name. Ha ha. I called you here this time for the secret key competition. Luo Hong saw Jia's embarrassment and came to the rescue. The secret key competition is about to begin. The place you are going to is called Qihong Realm. A small world was discovered in the Northern Territory 10,000 years ago. It is different from other secular worlds. This world has no spiritual energy, and the residents have no spiritual roots and cannot practice. Luo Hong then explained. Your purpose is to obtain the secret key from the residents. You must not underestimate any mortal. You have no spiritual power, and may even be weaker than them. Previously, someone had offended a person in this world. A person in the world of martial arts was beheaded. Several people nodded carefully after hearing this. Without spiritual energy, it is really a big challenge for the monks. Junior brother Luo Chuan is the one leading the team this time. Everyone just listens to his arrangements. Luo Hong said, and looked at Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan nodded. Luo Hong was relieved to hand them over to Luo Chuan, and let them leave without saying anything more. When the 5 people stepped out of the main hall, their vision went dark. When they opened their eyes again, they were already at the entrance of Wanjian Sect. Luo Chuan took out a spirit boat from the storage ring and explained coldly. Your bodies can't withstand long-distance spatial transmission, so you can only take the spirit boat. After that, he directed everyone to get on the boat. After everyone got on board, the spirit boat suddenly increased its speed and flew into the distance. Jia looked at the scenery flashing around her inside. It had been more than 10 years since she last rode the spirit boat, and she was now 16 years old. Uncle! A pleasant female voice came, interrupting Jia's sigh. Jia looked back and saw Luo Xiaoxue standing next to her. At this time, Luo Xiaoxue was more beautiful than when she was in the competition. She was wearing a blue robe, with a fair face, soft lines, and faint eyebrows, which gave her a bit of an otherworldly look. Seeing Jiu staring at him, Luo Xiaoxue felt a little nervous. It had been so long since the competition ended, but she had never said hello to her uncle, and she didn't know if the other party would think she was too abrupt. Just call me Zia. Jia shook her head and said helplessly. How can this be done? Seniority? Before Luo Xiaoxue finished speaking, Jia interrupted her. When I hear you calling me uncle, I get a headache. Seeing that she didn't look fake, Luo Xiaoxue also called her Xiao, which sounded more friendly after all. Chapter 68 Secret Key Competition 1. By the time the spirit boat stopped half a month later, the two had become familiar with each other, and Jia also liked this simple-minded girl. We're here. Luo Chuan stopped the spirit boat, and several people stepped off one after another. This is a desert place, and a lonely house stands there in the distance. Luo Chuan put away the spirit boat and led them towards the house. As soon as he entered the house, he saw a group of people already inside. Ji Yao was attracted by the heroine at first sight. She saw the heroine at this time, wearing white clothes. Her skin was as good as snow, and her eyes were like a pool of clear water. As she looked around, she had an elegant and noble temperament. The whole person looks cold, which is indescribably suitable for the male protagonist. At this time, the 4 major sects have also arrived. The Qingmu sect is led by Shangwan Nanxian, and the disciples are all male cultivators except the female lead. The Shenin sect is led by a Yuaning male cultivator with a handsome appearance, and has 3 male and 2 female disciples. The Dan sect is led by a handsome Yuaning male cultivator. A young male nascent soul cultivator who looked a little shy led the team, consisting of 3 female and 2 male disciples. When Shangwan Nanxian saw the arrival of Wanjian and others, he nodded to Luo Chuan, then looked at Jiao and nodded slightly. Jia smiled politely in return, and it seemed that the male protagonist could still recognize her. Xia Qiyue saw that her master was actually greeting a Qi training monk, and looked at Jiao with some curiosity. When Jia saw the heroine staring at her, she also smiled slightly, expressing her kindness. When reading the novel, she liked the heroine very much. I also sighed in my heart. The heroine, who has 5 spiritual roots, can practice the 8th level of Qi at the age of 16, and can also challenge the level and become the first place in the competition. This is really admirable. Xia Qiyue watched Ji Yao smile at him, pursed her lips slightly, and then turned away. Ji Yao is not surprised either. The heroine is such a cold person who doesn't trust others easily. When Shangwan Nanxian saw that everyone had arrived, he took out a token from the storage ring and placed it in the groove of the altar table in the house. In an instant, a burst of white light flashed, and a teleportation array appeared. He took the lead and walked in, followed by others. When everyone stood still, the entire teleportation array started. Jia felt suddenly dizzy, and her whole soul was a little unstable. A quarter of an hour later, the teleportation formation stopped, and Shangwan Nanxian led everyone out. As soon as he stepped out of the teleportation array, a lively noise could be heard in his ears. Let's take a walk and take a look. Fresh buns. Freshly baked buns. Cost 2 cents each. Hey, young master. Look at this. Our beauties are top-notch. Those beauties like them the most. Mom, I want to eat candied haws. Looking at the bustling streets in front of her, Gio felt a little dazed, as if she had returned to the time when she was watching dramas in her dormitory. In 3 days, the number of secret keys you find will only be a few. You cannot grab them forcefully. At the same time, I advise everyone not to provoke the locals at will, Wanjian said coldly. In 3 days, meet at the Fuxing Inn. After saying that, the 4 yawning monks left everyone behind and walked towards the inn. Let's go! Jia called to several disciples of Wanjian's sect, and everyone followed. Let's go! Xiaoqi glanced at Jio's back lightly and chose to go in the opposite direction. The rest also used the sect as a team and dispersed in all directions. Jiu sighed as she looked at the stalls she encountered along the way. She only knew that the heroine got the secret key at powder stalls, bun shops, bookstores, and other places. But there are such shops everywhere. Where can I find them? The only thing that is certain is that King Qin has one in his hand. But it is the prince, and he is not that easy to get close to. It seems that he can only rely on intuition and wisdom. Chapter 69 Secret Key Competition 2. Let's work separately. This way, the chances are higher. Remember not to provoke others at will, Jia told them with a serious expression. Yes. Several people nodded seriously and then dispersed around. Gio randomly selected a bookstore and walked in. Sir, what kind of books do you want to buy? Our store not only has basic enlightenment textbooks, but also many unique books from previous dynasties. A waiter greeted Gio enthusiastically. Just take a look. Jia shook her head. Okay. Then you watch slowly and call me if you need anything. After the guy said that, he backed away. This service attitude is quite good. Gio nodded in her heart. Half an hour later, Gio finished browsing the entire bookstore and had a certain understanding of the state of learning in this world. But there was no trace of the secret key. Excuse me. Have you heard of any keys? Jia asked the clerk casually without giving any hope. Hey, are you here to find the key? A slightly questioning voice suddenly came from beside him. Jia looked back and saw a scholar standing not far away holding several books in his hands. When Lu Shi saw Jiao turning around, she suddenly blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look at her for fear of offending the beauty. Jia felt embarrassed when she saw the other person lowering his head. Did she look scary? Hello, my name is Yi Jia. Do you know about the key? Jia asked with a smile, trying her best to appear friendly. Lu Shi heard the voice, looked up, and instantly his whole neck turned red. He replied hesitantly, Xiao Xiaosheng Lu Shi is a scholar. Xiao Xiaosheng is one of the keys the girl mentioned at home. Only I just don't know if it's what the girl is looking for. Then can you take me to have a look? Jia was delighted when she heard this. Okay, please come with Xiaosheng. After Lu Shi said that, he staggered out. Jia quickly followed and walked for about 3/4 of an hour before stopping in a small courtyard. Lu Shi opened the door, welcomed Jiu in, and then invited her to the study. This is the key. Lu Shi turned the vase, and a hidden grid was revealed. In the center of the hidden grid was a key with the word, Lingshu, written on it. Sure enough, it was this. Jia felt happy and stepped forward to take it off, but found that she couldn't take it off no matter what. The elders in the family have told Xiaosheng that if someone comes to take this thing, they must let him copy the Qingqingju before taking it away. After Lu Shi finished speaking, he prepared the pen, ink, paper and inkstone, and put the Qingqingju, take it out. Ji walked over, kept her composure, picked up the brush, dipped it lightly in some ink, and started copying according to Qingqingju. But as soon as she finished writing the first word, Jiao's face turned red. Looking at the dog-peeling words on the paper, she felt a little embarrassed. Lu Shi was also a little confused. For such a beautiful woman, why is this word like this? For the key, Jia could only bite the bullet and keep writing, numbing herself constantly, writing very well. However, she was always embarrassed and panicked. After all, there was someone watching nearby. Suddenly, Jia discovered that this Qingqingju was actually a book of mental training, aiming to calm the mind and calm the qi. Immediately, Jia recited it silently in her heart, and soon the heat on her face disappeared. Slowly, Jia has forgotten where she is deep in her body, and her soul seems to have come to a paradise with birds singing, flowers fragrant, and flowing water, and the pressure on her whole body has been relieved. Chapter 70 Secret Key Competition 3. When Jia made the last stroke, she heard a click in her ears, bringing her whole soul back. Putting down her pen, Jia turned towards the secret compartment, reached out, and took out the key. Jia felt happy that she had obtained the first secret key. Thank you. Jia thanked her sincerely, and then took out a shouyuan fruit from her pocket, knowing that the spiritual energy would be imprisoned. Unable to open the storage bag, she put a few longevity fruits in her pocket. If a mortal eats this fruit, he or she can live 10 years longer, which is suitable for ending this cause and effect. Jia thrust the spirit fruit into Lu Shi's hand. Lu Shi quickly shook her head and refused, wanting to stuff it back to her. This thing has a great effect on me, so you can accept this fruit with peace of mind and eat it sometime. Jia shook the secret key and explained to him. Seeing her insistence, Lu Shi could only accept it with a blushing face. During the argument just now, he accidentally touched the girl's hand, which was really a bit embarrassing. Then I'll say goodbye. Jiu saluted with clasped fists, and then walked out the door, leaving Lu Shi looking at her back sadly. Just as Jiu walked out of the gate, a carriage suddenly rushed over. Jiu quickly rolled away, but without the protection of spiritual energy. Her hands were covered with wounds from friction. Stop! A man's voice came from the carriage. Jiu was checking the injuries on her hands, when suddenly a figure walked in front of her. Looking up, Jiu's heart jumped suddenly. The man's face actually stopped 2 centimeters away from her, and she almost bumped into it. Jiu quickly stepped away, then looked at him, and suddenly felt her breathing stagnant. I saw him wearing a red dress, with thick black hair pulled up high by a jade crown, a pair of slender peach blossom eyes under a pair of sword-shaped eyebrows, a high bridge of nose, and sexy lips slightly raised. Looking straight, he looked at her with an interesting face. Ji Yao looked a little frightened. There was someone with such an outstanding appearance in the world, who was a few points higher than the male protagonist. Little girl, you're injured? The man in red asked knowingly. Uh-huh. Jia rolled her eyes inwardly. Isn't this obvious? It's all my fault. Why don't you follow me to the palace to find an imperial doctor to look at for you? The man in red seduced. Prince? Jia was a little confused. Yes, I am the current king of Qin. And so is Qin Yu. As he said this, he took out a folding fan and fanned it with a bit of coolness. Seeing him acting like this, Jia thought of Li Jingwen. Turns out to be the king of Qin? It's really hard to find anything without wearing iron shoes, and it takes no effort at all to get it. Thank you very much. Shiyu nodded and got into the carriage together. Oh, you're not afraid that I'll kidnap you? Qin Yu looked at Jiao teasingly. Jiu ignored him and recalled the contents of Qingxin Ju. Hey, why don't you say anything? Qin Yu suddenly approached Jiao. Jiao was startled and subconsciously swung her hand out, hitting the opponent in the face with a slap. Both of them were suddenly stunned, and the car became completely quiet. Your Majesty, we're here. It wasn't until the servant reminded them that the two of them came back to their senses. Qin Yu snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and got out of the carriage. Jiao coughed awkwardly and walked away. When he looked up, he saw the three characters, Prince Qin's palace, hanging above the mansion. It seemed that he had come right. Why are you standing there? Why don't you come in? Qin Yu shouted angrily. How dare this woman hit him? Chapter 71 Secret Key Competition 4. Jiu smiled awkwardly and walked in. The entire palace is very large and has a beautiful environment. It is really a good place to live. But along the way, she didn't see any servants, and Jiu felt a little strange. When the two came to a pavilion, Qin Yu stopped and asked Jiu to sit down. Then he took out a medicine bottle from his arms and opened the bottle cap, and a fragrance came out. After opening the medicine bottle, Qin Yu came to grab Jiu's hand and wanted to give her medicine. Jiu quickly retracted her hand, and then looked at the other person warily. Hey, do you think I want to take advantage of you? Qin Yu looked at her with disgust. You don't even look at your naked body. You are not as good looking as me. Humph! Jiu felt hurt internally because she had no words to refute. Seeing that she didn't speak, Qin Yu directly dragged her hand over, spread her palm, and slowly spread the ointment. Jiu was a little embarrassed. As a single mother, although she only touched hands, this was the first time she had such close contact with a man other than her father. It was a bit desolate to think about it. Okay, it's done. Let's go! Qin Yu spread all the ointment and started to drive people away. Wait a minute. Am I here to ask for something from King Qin? Jia said with a guilty conscience. After all, she had just slapped him in the face not long ago. You want this? Qin Yu took out a key and twisted it around his finger. Yes. Jia was delighted. It turned out to be the secret key. Then why should I give it to you? But many people want this thing. Qin Yu looked at Jia with a teasing look. How about exchanging this thing? Jia took out a longevity fruit from her pocket. This thing is the longevity fruit. If you take it, you can live 10 years longer, and you will not have any pain. Qin Yu looked at Shou Yuangua, then at Ji Yao, and laughed as he looked at it. This was the first time he met a monk who made deals with mortals. Monks usually look down on mortals, and only think that this thing is what they deserve. The person I met just now had a condescending look, which was really annoying. Well, since you look pretty good, I'll switch with you. Qin Yu put the key in Ji Yao's hand and took away the longevity fruit. Jia was a little confused. She had just thought of a lot of words to persuade the other party. But why did she get it now? What? You don't want it? Then give it back to me. Seeing her in a daze, Qin Yu made a show of trying to snatch it back. Jia quickly put the secret key into her pocket and thanked Qin Yu seriously. Thank you. TSK. If you really want to thank me, how about you become my princess? Qin Yu opened the folding fan and raised an eyebrow at Ji Yao. The gratitude that had just risen in Ji Yao's heart disappeared instantly. She should have given him an extra slap just now. I'm leaving first. Farewell. Jia didn't want to talk to him anymore. So she turned and walked out. Qin Yu looked at her back, opened the folding fan, shook his head, and sighed. Women, you are so cruel and cruel. After saying that, he laughed to himself. A young man with a handsome face walked towards him. His smile dazzled him, and he secretly sighed that he was a monster. What exactly do you want to do by pretending to be my king? Young Qin Yu asked. TSK. I just borrowed your identity. Now I'll give it back to you. After saying this, the man in red walked unsteadily out of the house. What a weirdo. Qin Yu remembered that this person suddenly appeared in his house a few days ago and took away the key that his father wanted to protect. He even said that he would use his identity to use it. He refused, but no one in the whole family could defeat him. So he had no choice but to agree. Chapter 72 Secret Key Competition 5. Jia left the palace and started looking for the secret key again. Until the third day, she did not find the third key, presumably because it had nothing to do with her. Jia was sighing when suddenly there was a quarrel in the distance. Jia squeezed into the crowd and saw that it was Luo Xiaoxue and others who met the heroine and were arguing. Jia quickly stepped forward and stood in front of the Wanjian sect. Seeing Jia like this, Xiaoqiyue frowned and was a little dissatisfied. Xiao, you came just in time. We obviously found this key. But when the Qingwu sect came, they insisted that they found it first and asked us to return it to them. When Luo Xiaoxue saw Jia coming, she felt in her heart instantly there was a backbone. Jia looked at Luo Xiaoxue, then looked at Yuchen and others. They all nodded, presumably not lying. I wonder what fellow Taoists from the Qingwu sect did. Jia looked at Xiaoqiyue and asked calmly, no matter who you are, the heroine, you can't step on the person I'm protecting. Hey, what's your attitude? A thin man from the Qingwu sect pointed at Ji Yao and said fiercely. Xiaoqiyue raised her hand to stop it, then looked at Ji Yao. Several senior brothers in our sect said they were the first to discover this thing. Liar. We obviously discovered it first. Luo Xiaoxue shouted angrily. Then let's take the inner demon oath, Shiyu suggested. But they didn't dare. Sure enough, the monks opposite him blushed and looked angry. But they did not dare to respond. Seeing this, Xiaoqiyue's face instantly darkened, and she looked back at the Qingwu sect members expressionlessly. These people actually used themselves as gunmen. Sorry. Xiaoqiyue apologized to Ji Yao, then turned and left, no longer caring about the others. Seeing that Xiaoqiyue was gone, several people didn't want to stay any longer, and prepared to leave with gloomy faces. After taking a few steps, the thin monk suddenly turned around and smiled sinisterly. I'll be waiting for you in the Lingxiu secret realm. After saying that, he turned around and left. Who is this? Luo Xiaoxue stomped her feet angrily. We should all be careful in the Lingxiu secret realm. Don't underestimate anyone. Jia reminded a few people. Yu Yuchen raised his eyebrows. I would like to experience how powerful he is. No. One person dares to say harsh words to us. He really doesn't take a sword cultivator seriously. Si Wenba twitched the corner of his mouth mockingly. Let's go. The time has come. Jia shook her head and led a few people to Fuxing in, walking up to the private room on the 3rd floor. In addition to a few nascent soul lords, people from the Dan sect had already arrived. Xiao and others walked behind Luo Chuan and waited for the remaining people. A few minutes later, everyone came back. Take out the key you obtained, Shangwan Nanxian said calmly. Everyone took out the keys, and Xiao took a look and found that the heroine only received 4 keys. 2 from the Shenin sect, 1 from the Dan sect, and 3 from the Wanjian sect. Shangwan Nanxian nodded with satisfaction when he saw that Xia Chiyue had obtained 4 secret keys alone. Then go back. After Shangwan Nanxian finished speaking, he led everyone back to the Northern Territory. When they arrived in the Northern Territory, everyone rushed back to their sections. After all, they still had to prepare for the Lingxiu secret realm. Not bad. Luo Chuan stretched out his hand to rub Ji Yao's head and praised. Master said that the little junior sister is Zhu Feng's treasure, so she should be pampered and encouraged. Shi Yao, who was drinking tea, spat out a mouthful of tea, and Yifeng on the other side quickly stepped aside in disgust. Shi Yao's face turned red. She was really embarrassed, and at the same time, she got goosebumps. Senior brother's painting style is not quite right. Seeing her reaction, Luo Chuan's whole face darkened. He flicked his sleeves, and then walked towards the Lingzhou box. Huh? You really shouldn't listen to what Master said. Chapter 73. Non-attribute Kung Fu. Half a month later, the spirit boat stopped at the entrance of Wanjian Sect. Luo Chuan asked everyone to disembark, and after putting away the spirit boat, he directly wrapped up a few people and came to the Master's Hall. Okay. You guys are all very good. Luo Hong was very satisfied when he saw that several people had gotten back 3 secret keys. In this way, a few more disciples could enter the Lingxiu secret realm. I see that you are all about to build a foundation. I also understand your plan. Later you can go to the library to pick out a book of cultivation techniques. After Luo Hong finished speaking, he handed a few tokens to a few people. Thank you, Sect Master. Several people thanked and saluted. Go. Go. Junior brother Luo Chuan will stay here first. Luo Hong waved his hand. Xiao and the others didn't wait long. Turned around and left the main hall, heading towards the library pavilion. The inner library is really too big. Looking at the library in front of her, Xiyu sighed. This is her first time here. Several people entered the library, took out their tokens to register, then walked upstairs and dispersed. Xiyu looked at all kinds of exercises along the way, but there was no one she wanted. Foundation building, as the name suggests, is to lay the foundation for cultivating immortality. Practicing skills is very important. The chi refining period is just a stage where one has just left the mortal body, and any technique to absorb spiritual energy will not have much impact. But when it comes to foundation building, a good skill directly determines your future and your combat power. But this library is so big, I don't know when I can find a suitable one. Suddenly, Xiyu remembered the novel she had read. The people in it all use their spiritual consciousness to sense if the technique could resonate with her soul, then it would be suitable for her. Then try it yourself. Xiyu closed her eyes and extended her consciousness to the surroundings, covering all the jade slips on several floors in an instant. But a quarter of an hour passed, and there was no response from Yu Jian. Is it useless? Ji Yao shook her head and was about to withdraw her consciousness when suddenly a jade slip floated up and flew towards Ji Yao. Xiyu opened her eyes and caught the jade slip. Attributeless skills. This name? Xiyu looked at the jade slips and laughed a little. Are all the jade slips of Wanjian sect so casually named? But looking at this jade slip, Xiyu felt a sense of joy from the bottom of her heart. She wanted to choose this. This was an inexplicable intuition. After making the choice, Ji Yao left the library and went back to the heaven and climbed the peak. The other people didn't know when they would be able to make their choice. Back in the room, Xiyu gently slapped the jade slip on her forehead, and a huge energy hit her instantly. Xiyu spurted out a mouthful of blood and fainted. When I woke up again, it was already the second day. Xiyu smiled bitterly. She was really in trouble. Shouldn't this bad fate be the standard for the heroine? Ji Yao's soul came to the sea of consciousness, and this attributeless skill turned into a book and took root in her sea of consciousness. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not open the first page. I'm afraid I won't be able to see it until I build a foundation. But thinking of this skill, Jia felt excited. Could this be considered her golden finger? I can't tell you what a great treasure this is. Jia laid down on the bed with satisfaction, thinking that in 1 month, it would be the time for the secret realm of Lingxiu to be opened. She didn't know who would lead the team in the Yi family. And would she be able to see her father then? Thinking about her life during this period, Jia slowly fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 74 Departure to Lingxiu's Secret Realm. A month later, Jia came to the head hall. At this time, in addition to the sect leader, there were 12 people standing in the hall. When she walked in, they all saluted her. Uncle! Uncle! Ha ha! No need to be polite. Jia forced out a smile. Ha ha! Since you are all here, I will tell you about this secret realm of Lingxiu. Luo Hong distributed more than a dozen maps to several people. This is the map left behind by your seniors after they entered. After entering, if you discover a new area, you must also write it down. Once you enter the secret realm, you will be randomly teleported, which may be very risky. There are dangers inside, so you need to pay attention. Luo Hong paused and then said, the most dangerous people inside are the monks. I hope you can help each other and jointly resist foreign enemies. Don't take the opportunity to fight internally and hurt your own people. Disciple, I obey. Several people promised seriously. Well, the person leading the team this time is Jingju and Siyu. Just follow his arrangements. Luo Hong waved his hand and motioned for the others to leave. Several people bowed and left. As soon as they walked out of the hall, they found a nascent soul lord in black robes waiting at the door. Let's go! Siyu glanced at everyone indifferently, then took out the spirit boat. After everyone got on the boat, he drove the spirit boat towards the outside of the sect. The spirit boat was speeding through the sect. The disciples who were aware of it looked up and felt envious, wondering when they would have the opportunity to enter the secret realm. A month later, the spirit boat arrived at the edge of the northern sky realm and slowly stopped. Looking down, there were already many people waiting here. Jia felt happy that Yi Jia was really led by her father. Siyu put away the spirit boat and led everyone forward, nodding and greeting all the nascent soul lords. Jia asked Siyu for instructions and then walked toward Jia's house. Yi Feng had also discovered Ji Yao a long time ago. He led the team himself just to meet Shi Qi. Dad. Jia stepped forward and gently held Yi Feng's sleeve. Well, that's right. We're about to build the foundation. It's much better than your father back then. Yi Feng patted Ji Yao's head with some pride. Listening to her father's praise, Jia felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. It turned out that this was the feeling of being recognized by relatives. But you plan to build a foundation in the secret realm? Night Breeze asked. Well, I'm 70% sure. Jia nodded. You have been practicing for more than 10 years. You are 17 years old after you came out of the secret realm. You should know that the most dangerous thing is always the human heart. Don't trust anyone easily. Do you understand? Yi Feng warned Jiyu with a heavy expression. Although Qi has a cooler temperament, he is the simplest. 17 understands that I am no longer a child. Jiyu solemnly promised. The father and daughter here were talking about what was in their hearts. And the people from the Qingmu sect over there finally arrived. Jiyu looked over and saw the heroine coming. Standing next to her was a delicate and refined female cultivator. She was smiling and talking to the heroine. She must be the grown-up Luo Qiuli. In the team, there was not only the thin male cultivator from before, but also a young man who looked extremely handsome, but had a gloomy air. One glance reminded her of Si Ruochen from the Qilian Mountains. Jia frowned. The gloomy air on this man was getting stronger and stronger. But thinking that he would eventually fall into the devil's path, Jia couldn't bear it, because he was really pushed into the abyss step by them. In fact, he was really not a bad person. Chapter 75 Lingxiu Secret Realm 1. About a quarter of an hour later, the entire earth suddenly trembled, and a huge vortex slowly appeared not far away. Everyone worked hard to steady themselves until the whirlpool stabilized. Everyone, go in. You can only stay in there for half a year. If you exceed the time, it will be 10 years later. Siyu said to everyone with a serious look. Go in quickly. Remember what Dad told you. Night Breeze patted Ji Yao on the shoulder. She nodded and took the lead to step into the whirlpool first. Seeing this, others followed suit. As soon as she stepped into the whirlpool, Jia felt a flash of white light in front of her eyes, and she quickly closed her eyes in excitement. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself at the edge of a river. Jia took out the map and found that there was a record of this river on it. And there was a ferocious beast in it that could swallow spiritual energy. Jia tentatively sent out a sword energy. Sure enough, the sword energy disappeared into nothingness as soon as it touched the river surface. But she didn't even see the shadow of the vicious beast. Jia had a headache. She had to cross the river to get to the area rich in material and spiritual energy. There was nothing here. Remembering that water can conduct electricity, I don't know if it will be useful to release some thunder-attribute spiritual energy. Jia was also unsure. So she tried to emit thunder-attributed sword energy again, and mixed it with thunder spirit energy to strike into the river, as the sword energy tower had learned. Suddenly, the entire river crackled with waves, and a huge fish floated up, sucking the sword energy into its mouth in one gulp. Then he glanced at Ji Yao, and spit out his sword energy towards Ji Yao. Jia quickly hid aside, and looked at the big fish warily, thinking about how to subdue it. But Big Fish looked at her disdainfully, and spit a bubble at her. I was actually despised by a fish. Breaking the sky! A lightning-attributed sword intent went straight towards the big fish. Jia thought it would cause some damage to it, but she didn't expect that the opponent could even swallow the sword intent directly. The big fish raised his eyelids, and stared at Ji Yao, then spit out another bubble. Calm down. This fish is definitely provoking himself. Jia recited, Ching Ching Ju, silently. It was not until her mood completely calmed down that she discovered a problem. At this time, the sky was getting darker and darker. The first time he attacked the river, the fish didn't come up. Later, the darker the space, the more arrogant it became. Could it be? Jia had a suspicion in her mind. So she tried to send out a Ling Yu sword energy and went straight towards the big fish. When the big fish saw the sword energy glowing with white light coming, it trembled all over and wanted to return to the water. Before he could, he was struck by the sword energy. Suddenly, smoke began to rise from the place where it came into contact. Seeing that this attack was effective, Ji Yao quickly sent out several sword energy to attack the big fish. The big fish kept struggling, trying to get rid of the sword energy. The entire river began to sway, and the water kept hitting the river bank. Ji Yao didn't care about anything else and just slashed at it with one sword after another. Gradually, the big fish stopped struggling and began to twitch while floating on the water. Ji Yao struck its neck directly with a sword intent, killing it instantly. After meditating for a while to replenish her spiritual energy, Jia took out a paper crane and rode it to prepare to cross the river. When passing the big fish carcass, he collected it. What is this? Demon pill? A pure black bead in big fish's head caught Jia's attention. Jia stretched out her hand to pick it up and study it. But as soon as she touched the bead, the whole bead released a huge suction force, trying to suck away her spiritual energy. Jia quickly let go, cutting off the connection between the aura and the beads. Chapter 76 The Secret Realm of Lingxiu 2. What the hell is this? Can you actually absorb spiritual energy? Could it be that the reason why the big fish sucks spiritual energy is because of this bead? But now is not the time to study this. Jia directly stamped the soul mark on the bead and received it into the storage ring. Because it has no owner, the soul mark allows you to control it. What it is exactly cannot be understood until you identify its owner. After putting away the beads, Jia flew forward on the paper crane. 2 days later, we finally arrived at a forest. Jia put away the paper crane and walked towards the forest on foot. It must be dangerous in the forest. If you ride a paper crane, you will be a target. After walking for a few minutes, the sound of someone talking suddenly came from ahead. Jia took out a breathing charm and put it on her body, then carefully touched it forward. There is actually a mature Qingyuan fruit tree here. Senior Brother Lin, there are a total of 13 Qingyuan fruits here. There are 3 of us. How should we distribute them? A somewhat mean-looking female cultivator asked a male cultivator next to her. Junior Sister Fang, you only entered the secret realm thanks to the 2 of us brothers. Do you still want to share it equally? A tall male cultivator on the other side mocked in an angry voice. You? The female cultivator surnamed Fang was so angry that her face turned red. Okay, before we get to things, you guys started fighting among yourself. Senior Brother Lin interrupted the argument between the 2. Let's pick them first. It will be troublesome when others come later. After saying this, he gave the tall man a vague look. The tall man understood and immediately agreed. Okay, let's go quickly. After saying that, he made a gesture to rush out. When the female cultivator surnamed Fang saw this, she was afraid of falling behind. So she rushed forward with a few strides. Just when her hand was about to touch the Qingyuan fruit, a huge spiritual snake appeared and sprayed out a stream of venom towards her. Ah! In an instant, the female cultivator's skin began to fester, and she screamed. The two male cultivators looked at each other, and when the female cultivator took advantage of the spiritual snake's attention, they took out their magic weapons and started attacking the spiritual snake. The tall magical weapon was a pair of iron hammers, which were swung with great force and brought up a cloud of dust towards the spirit snake. Senior Brother Lin held a long halberd and stabbed at the spirit snake, causing a red fire wherever it passed. The attack fell on the spirit snake, instantly causing several deep wounds visible to the bone, causing the spirit snake to curl up in pain. Then he turned around and stared at the two men with sinister eyes, spraying out venom and attacking them, and the two quickly dodged. Senior Brother Lin, save me! Junior Sister Fong called out for help. At this time, less than half of her body was corroded by the venom, and her vitality was draining away at a rapid speed. Junior Sister Fong, don't be afraid. Senior Brother is coming soon. Senior Brother Lin responded and ran towards Junior Sister Fong. Senior Brother Lin is so kind to me. Junior Sister Fong looked at the figure of Senior Brother Lin running over, and was moved to tears. As soon as Senior Brother Lin approached Junior Sister Fong and lifted her up, the spirit snake sprayed out another stream of venom towards them. I saw that Senior Brother Lin suddenly lifted the female cultivator surnamed Fong in front of him, perfectly blocking the venom, and then threw her towards the spirit snake. Junior Sister Fong felt the pain in her back and looked at Senior Brother Lin, who was pushing her out, with a look of disbelief on her face. The spiritual snake rolled the female cultivator surnamed Fong into its mouth. Before it could swallow her, Senior Brother Lin suddenly threw a thunderbolt at it. Bang! Tian Lizzie exploded instantly, and a powerful impact came. The two male cultivators quickly took out their defensive magic weapons and hid. Chapter 77 Lingshu's Secret Realm 3. After the explosion calmed down, the two of them appeared. At this time, the spirit snake and the female cultivator named Fong had already become a pile of mincemeat. Ha! Senior Brother Lin looked at the mincemeat and sneered. He didn't even know that Qingyuan fruit had a companion spirit snake, so he still expected to share it equally with him. Brother, this woman is finally dead. She acted condescending all day long, but she was just a fool. Seeing that she was dead, the tall man felt relieved. Let's go and pick the Qingyuan fruit. Senior Brother Lin led the tall man to pick all the Qingyuan fruit and left here. Jiyu stayed still and looked ahead. Brother, I'm telling you you're overthinking. Where is there anyone here? The two of them left and came back again. Well, let's go! Senior Brother Lin was a little strange. He had been feeling like someone was spying on him just now. He thought he was too sensitive. It wasn't until a quarter of an hour after the two left, and they were sure they wouldn't come back, that Ji Yao dared to show her body. I don't know how many thunder seeds these two people have on them. This thing is extremely lethal, and is something that can only be encountered but not sought. Looking at the pile of minced meat on the ground, Ji Yao shook her head. These two scum were so unscrupulous in using others. Sure enough, the most dangerous thing in the world is the human heart. These two people were not wearing sect clothes and had no family symbols. They should be casual cultivators. Ji Yao memorized the appearance of the two of them, and should be careful if they meet again in the secret realm. Seeing that there was nothing else here, Jiyu walked deeper into the forest. 3 days later, Jiyu looked at the cave in front of her and frowned tightly. This cave cannot be penetrated by spiritual consciousness, so there must be something mysterious inside. Jiyu took out 2 Vajra talismans and 1 breathing talisman, patted them on her body, and walked cautiously into the cave. Tick-tock! Tick-tock! Water was dripping everywhere in the entire cave tunnel, which seemed a bit strange in this quiet environment. Jia took out a luminous pearl, and the entire corridor suddenly lit up. Looking forward, I saw that the top of the entire corridor was covered with mutant bats. And those tick-tock sounds were their saliva, and they were obviously sleeping. Jia thought of the water drops that had just fallen on her body, and felt nauseated. But she endured it forcefully. Bats are afraid of fire. But I don't understand the nature of fire. The only thing I have is some flame talismans. But it is not enough to deal with so many bats in front of me. It seemed that she could only pass through quickly with caution. Jio held her breath, put away the night pearl, tried her best to gather the spiritual energy into her eyes, and then walked cautiously towards the corridor. Just halfway through, a fist-sized stone suddenly appeared under her feet. Jiu didn't check it, and it suddenly slipped and hit the wall. Suddenly, The noise woke up many bats, and they began to become restless. Seeing this, Jia could no longer tolerate hiding. So she simply rushed towards the end. As soon as she moved, all the bats also moved and attacked her. Jia didn't dare to look back, so she had to run as fast as she could. But soon a large group of bats appeared in front of her, and she couldn't avoid it. Breaking the sky! Ji Yao sent out a thunder-attributed sword intent and slashed directly at the group of bats in front. The bats touched by the sword died one after another, but more bats came immediately. Ji Yao's scalp felt numb when she saw it. There were too many bats, and the entire corridor was crowded with bats. Hiss! There was a pain in her back. Jia looked back and saw that some bats were already close and hurt her. Chapter 78 Lingshu Secret Realm 4. There were too many bats. Jia took out a large handful of flame talismans and threw them at the bats behind them. Then she slashed forward with her sky-breaking sword intent, while the bats were frightened by the fire and scurrying around. Jia hurriedly ran towards the end. But before she could reach the end, the bats came to their senses and surrounded her again. Jia's heart sank when she saw this. She couldn't defeat them at all, so she had no choice but to fight. Slashing forward with one sword after another, Ji Yao struggled to open the way forward. There were wounds everywhere on her back, and her Sect's clothes were in tatters. A quarter of an hour later, Jia finally came to the end of the corridor. When she turned a corner, she saw a different scene in front of her. The bat swarm stopped chasing us and stopped at the corner. Looking very fearful, Jia breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. She was almost naked now. She raised her hand and wiped it on her face, and a few blood marks appeared on her hands. Jia took out her cassock and put it on, and then took a few rejuvenation pills. But she did not dare to meditate to open the pills, so she could only wait for them to slowly dissolve on their own. Moving forward, Jia was amazed that this place was actually a paradise. There is a large medicinal field in front of you, full of elixirs, and there are even some elixirs that are thousands of years old. On the left side of the spiritual field is a spiritual spring, with gurgling spring water flowing out. Why does this place look like it has an owner? Jia was a little confused, because this place really looked like a man-made medicine field. Spiritual consciousness cannot be extended, and one can only rely on one's own eyes. Jia patrolled around and found no danger before stepping forward to pick the elixir. But as soon as I walked into the medicine field, the entire space changed. There were no medicine fields in front of me, but only a desert. Fantasy? Is the medicine field an illusion? Or is the desert here an illusion? Jia couldn't figure it out either, so she could only try to find flaws. 3 days later, Jia was so tired that she laid down in the desert. She had been walking for 3 full days, and her storage bag could not be opened, and her spiritual energy could not be used. For these 3 days, she relied solely on the fruits of a fruit tree here. Suddenly, a figure walked in front of him. Jia quickly sat up straight and looked at him defensively. When Fang Qi saw a person sitting in front of him, he immediately stopped where he was and stopped moving forward. I was also unlucky. I originally found a spirit fox and wanted to catch it, but unexpectedly it suddenly came here. Both of them looked at each other defensively. After all, their current state was too fragile. Suddenly, the entire desert shook, and plants with spikes emerged from the ground one after another. Feeling the abnormality around her, Jia quickly stood up and looked for a safe place to hide. Those plants grew taller and bigger. In the end, the entire sky was blocked. Jia could only huddle tightly to prevent herself from being stabbed. Looking up, I saw that there was some dark liquid on the spikes of these plants, which was obviously poisonous. What on earth is this? More and more plants are growing, and the space that can accommodate 2 people is getting smaller and smaller. Finally, with the push of the plant, the 2 people were squeezed into one place. Jia seemed to understand its meaning, but she couldn't make a move. Fang Qi also realized that the purpose of these plants' appearance was to get the 2 of them to confront each other. Looking at Ji Yao with a complicated expression, Fang Qi no longer hesitated. If only one person could survive, he hoped it would be himself. Chapter 79 The Secret Realm of Lingshu 5. Fang Qi pounced towards Jia, trying to push her down on the plant. When Jia saw the opponent coming, she had to squat down and move to the side. Fang Qi suddenly stopped, and kicked Ji Yao. Jia felt angry. She had no hatred against him, but the other party actually wanted to kill her. With deep anger, Jia struck Fang Qi with a palm. It was obviously a palm without spiritual energy, but a burst of sword energy suddenly burst out and struck directly on Fang Qi's head. splitting him in half. Xia was shocked when she saw the other party fall. What is going on? As Fang Qi fell, all the plants began to retreat back into the desert, and the entire sky became distorted. Xia returned to the cave in the blink of an eye, with the voice from the desert still echoing in her ears. Ascetics, you must uphold good thoughts. Xia came to her senses, and quickly stepped forward to pick some high-level elixirs from the medicine field. At this time, a 9-petal lotus slowly rose from the spiritual spring next to it. Then it separated from the spiritual spring and flew towards Xia. It entered Xia's sea of consciousness and stayed in the attributeless gongfa. Next to it stopped moving. Xia was a little dazed. What kind of lotus is this? Why have I never seen it in the classics? Focusing your consciousness on the lotus, a message suddenly came. It turns out that this thing is called Pure Heart Lotus, and its function is to purify resentment. It can only be owned by people with a pure mind and a childish heart. Xia frowned. How could this lotus look like a Buddhist object? In Chiffon continent, the main systems are divided into spiritual cultivation, demonic cultivation, demon cultivation, and ghost cultivation. Several cultivation systems require different media. Spiritual cultivation also includes legal cultivation, sword cultivation, physical cultivation, and Buddhist cultivation. But almost all of them in the Northern Territory are spiritual cultivation. But with this thing, if I encounter demon cultivators and ghost cultivators in the future, I will have some advantages. Thinking of the male cultivator in the fantasy world, Xiyu sighed. Although her hands were bound to be stained with a lot of blood on the way to cultivation, she still couldn't do it if she wanted to kill innocent people at will in order to survive. She has her own principles of life. After putting everything away, Xiyu didn't stay any longer and continued walking deeper into the cave. After passing through a spacious and bright corridor, Xiyu came to a stone door. Xiyu looked at the stone door. There was a small recessed hole in the center of the door, which must be its switch. But what is missing here? Xiyu touched the groove and thought. As soon as his hand touched the groove, his storage bracelet suddenly became hot, and an urgent will came from it. Xiyu opened the storage bracelet, and a stone suddenly came out and was embedded in the groove. Suddenly, the entire stone gate flashed with a formation pattern, and then slowly rose upwards. Xiyu took a look and saw that this was not the stone given to her by Li Jinwen. It turns out that this thing is the key here. No wonder Uncle Li has not found any mystery after hundreds of years of research. After the stone door opened, Xiyu walked in. The first thing that catches the eye is a huge willow tree, with a swing wrapped around flower vines tied to its branches. Then there is a bamboo house, with several strings of wind chimes made of SHLs hanging outside, swaying gently even in the absence of wind, emitting a series of pleasant ringing sounds. Next to the bamboo house is a flower field, surrounded by fences. Xiyu looked at the scene in front of her. Her heart strangely calmed down. She felt like she was in a safe place to hide from the world. Chapter 80 Lingshu's Secret Realm 6. Is there anyone? Xiyu asked softly. After a while, when no one answered, Xiyu knew that no one was living here. Xiyu stepped forward and pushed open the door, stepping in with one foot. As soon as she entered, Xiyu was fascinated by the portrait in front of her. There are portraits of a woman hanging everywhere in the house, some playing the piano, some on the swing, and some pruning the flower branches. Xiyu saw full of love in these paintings, as well as the full affection of the people in the paintings. Xiyu walked to the desk and saw an unfinished letter lying on it, with the last word only half written. Letter, Dear Wanjian. It has been more than a month since we last parted, and I miss you very much. When I advance to the Mahayana, I can go to Gu's house to see each other to relieve the pain of missing each other. Before the last word, bitter, was written, the ink dripped on the rice paper. It was obvious that something unexpected had happened. Apart from a letter, the only thing left on the desk was a piece of silk. Xiyu picked it up. The whole piece of silk was white with no traces on the surface. But when she put it in her hand, it felt like she was holding a puddle of water. The cool and comfortable touch made Xiyu decide to accept it. After packing her things, Xiyu walked around the house and found nothing. The only thing in the house was the portrait of the woman named Wanjian. After walking out of the room, Xiyu turned around and closed the door, then came to the flower field. The flower field here was shrouded in a formation. It was unknown how many years ago it was still blooming in full bloom. Just by looking at it, Xiyu could feel the owner's intentions. Xiyu took out a bottle of Lingyu spring water from the storage ring and sprinkled it into the flower field. This was prepared for herself by her mother, who was an alchemist. It could promote the growth of plants and allow them to maintain strong vitality in extremely harsh environments. Although I don't know if the two will meet again in the end. This can be regarded as my blessing to them. After pouring the spiritual spring, Jiyu didn't stay any longer and walked along the passage on the other side. 2 hours later, Jiyu walked out of the cave, looked at the sky outside and took a deep breath. It was inevitable to feel depressed after staying in the dark passage for such a long time. Taking out the map and roughly jotting down this place, Jia continued to set off to the next place. Seeing the monks in front of her all heading in the same direction, Jiyu frowned in confusion. In the past month, I have passed through many places, collected many elixirs and fruits, and encountered many monsters and beasts, but rarely encountered monks. But in recent days, I have seen many monks, and they all headed in that direction, and I don't know what they found. Jia thought for a while and followed. A few hours later, Jia stopped under a high tower. At a glance, most of the monks were almost here. "Uncle Master!" Luo Xiaoxue shouted excitedly when she saw Jiu appearing. Jia walked up to everyone in Wanjian Sect and asked why they did this. "Uncle Master, you don't know something. This high tower suddenly appeared a few days ago. A monk happened to be passing by and discovered it. He thought he had encountered a chance, but found that he couldn't get in. So he sent a communication talisman to his companions. But we still couldn't enter. So he notified everyone and wanted to gather everyone's efforts to find a way to enter." Luo Xiaoxue explained aloud that in fact, she had only been here not long ago and only knew a little bit about it. Jia nodded upon hearing this and looked up towards the tower. The entire tower towers into the sky, but it's actually only 6 stories tall. Why didn't any tower appear in the original text? Jia was a little confused, but she actually knows that many things are different from the original text. This is a real and cruel world, not just a novel. Chapter 81 Lingshu Secret Realm 7. Looking at the tall tower in front of her, Jia always felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She always felt that the tower was not very clean. Xiaoqiyu felt a little uncomfortable looking at the tower. She felt like there were eyes staring at her in the tower. "Fellow Taoists, since everyone is here, I won't hide anything. Our brothers and sisters have been studying this tower for many days, but we can't open it. There is an ancient prohibition on the door of this tower." A man in Singi said. The young casual cultivator spoke. As soon as the words fell, everyone started discussing. It was an ancient prohibition that had been lost long ago. How could anyone still know how to solve it? When Jia heard this, she subconsciously looked at Xiaoqiyu. The heroine knew how to do it. Xiaoqiyu felt Jia's gaze, and her heart trembled. Could this person know something? Jia only glanced at it, and then withdrew her gaze. You must know that the heroine is suspicious by nature. Although she is not afraid of her, she cannot cause trouble in vain. Seeing her look away, Xiaoqiyu breathed a sigh of relief. He was still young, and the less people knew about his trump cards, the better. Thinking of his achievements and status in his previous life, Xiaoqiyu felt anxious. He needed to grow up as soon as possible. Just when everyone was a little worried, an old-looking casual cultivator stood up and said, "Fellow Taoists, I have had the opportunity to come into contact with the ancient prohibition. How about I give it a try?" Yi Qing sighed helplessly. He was already over 70 years old. If he didn't have the chance to build the foundation this time, I'm afraid the 10th level of Qi training would be the end of his life. "Then I'll trouble Taoist Yi Qing." The male cultivator who had discovered the tower before saw that someone had a solution. He felt happy and quickly spoke up. Yi Qing nodded, walked to the door of the tower, sat down cross-legged, and began to study. Seeing this, everyone sat down around one after another, and some disciples began to wander around to see if they could find anything. The more Jia looked at the tall tower, the more panicked she became, as if something bad was going to happen. "I think there is something wrong with this tower. It makes me feel very uncomfortable." Jia frowned and said to the others of Wanjian Sect, "Really? Why don't I feel it?" Luo Xiaoxue also looked up at the tower. "I feel the same way." Yu Yuchen nodded seriously. He had a bad feeling from the beginning. You must know that he has always been very sensitive to danger. Others heard what he said and felt the seriousness of the matter. "Then do we still want to go in?" Yin Feng asked aloud. After all, the opportunity was right in front of us, and no one wanted to miss it because of some doubts. "Wait!" Jia looked at Yi Qing. She didn't know if this person could do it. If he couldn't break the restriction, she and others wouldn't be able to get in. Obviously, the heroine didn't want to take action. 3 days later, Yi Qing was still sitting there motionless, studying the restrictions. A small number of monks have already left to look for other opportunities. After all, there is too much competition here. I can't fight for it even if I don't have enough strength. So it's better to look for other opportunities while everyone is here. Xia wanted to leave, but seeing that everyone from the Wanjian sect and the Yi family wanted to go in, she didn't feel comfortable leaving them behind. Xia called the 5 members of the Yi family together and reminded, "There may be something wrong with this tower. If you really go in, you need to be extremely careful." A few people nodded cautiously after hearing this, and they were careful not to make a big mistake. Not to mention that there were so many monks here. Even if the tower was not in danger, they had to be careful about these people. Chapter 82 Lingshu Secret Realm 8. I understand! Yi Qing suddenly shouted excitedly, his whole face turning red. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and quickly gathered around. Yi Qing took out a few spirit stones, and threw them in several directions. I saw the entire restriction suddenly twisting, gradually forming a vortex, slowly getting smaller and smaller, until finally disappearing completely. When everyone saw this, their eyes lit up, and they all wanted to rush in as if they had been given blood. Xia shook her head to several people, and signaled everyone not to worry. The first ones to rush in were a few casual cultivators. Cultivation is inherently difficult. Casual cultivators have no background or resources, so they can only rely on themselves to fight for everything. Oh my god! Several monks were stunned by the sight before them as soon as they entered inside. After everyone heard this, they couldn't help but rushed in together. Seeing this, Xiao and others also followed in. As soon as they entered, they saw that many monks were already fighting, while some monks were avoiding attacks and collecting top-quality spiritual stones on the ground. Even Gio also took a breath of cold air. The entire first floor was actually piled with top-quality spiritual stones, with various attributes, reflecting various colors of brilliance in the fight between the people. No wonder everyone is so crazy. These are the best spiritual stones. Seeing this, everyone from Wanjian Sect and Yi family also joined the team competing for the best spiritual stone. Xi Yao didn't stop her either. No one can resist such temptation. Didn't you see that even our heroine is competing for the spirit stone? Looking around, Xi Yao discovered that there were several shabby-looking boxes placed in a corner on the first floor. Apparently no one had noticed it yet. Xi Yao moved slowly along the wall, put a few boxes into the storage ring while no one was paying attention, and then joined the fight. After all, everyone is like this. If you don't join, you will only cause controversy. Just as Xiao was close to the edge of the fight, a female cultivator spotted her and directly sent a row of earth thorns rising from Xiao's feet. Xiao glanced at the opponent lightly, then went away with a sword energy, hitting the opponent against the wall and spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. The earth thorn disappeared without the blessing of its owner. Junior sister! Lu Zhuo suddenly realized that his junior sister had been blasted against the wall and was seriously injured. So he cried out worriedly. The female cultivator fell off the wall, covering her chest with her hands, and stared at Ji Yao fiercely. Lu Zhuo followed his junior sister's gaze and spotted Ji Yao. His face changed. This person dared to hurt his junior sister. It was an unforgivable crime. Thinking of this, he slashed at Ji Yao with his sword, bringing out a burst of fire. Seeing the attack coming, Shi Yu stood still and just watched. When Lu Zhuo saw this, he smiled contemptuously. He was just a disciple of the Wanjian sect. Lu Zhuo lowered his head and looked at the spiritual sword on his chest. Feeling a little confused, he raised his head and saw that the female cultivator, who was far away, just now appeared in front of him and stabbed his sword into his chest. Xia looked at the shocked male cultivator in front of her. Without saying a word, she directly pulled out the sword, and then hurriedly avoided it. A large pool of blood spurted out from the male cultivator's chest, and then he fell down, his eyes full of confusion. Unfortunately, he never had the chance to think about why he ended up like this. Senior brother! The female cultivator was a little unbelievable for a moment when she saw that her senior brother was killed by this woman. I'll fight with you! After the female cultivator said that, she attacked Jiao again. Alas! Jiu sighed, slashed with sword energy, and killed the female cultivator. Chapter 83 Lingshu Secret Realm 9. A few quarters of an hour later, all the spiritual stones on the first floor were looted by everyone, and the fighting stopped. Everyone huddled together and looked at others warily. Everyone wants to go to the second floor, but they are worried about being stabbed in the back. Xia Qiyue looked at the second floor, ignored everyone, walked directly to the second floor, and disappeared at the top of the stairs in a few flashes. Ji Yao was deeply impressed when she saw this. The heroine's calmness and self-confidence still need to be improved. When everyone saw that someone had already gone up, they all ran to the second floor without taking precautions. As soon as she stepped onto the second floor, Ji Yao found that everyone else was gone, and she was the only one left on the entire second floor. Formation? Ji Yao frowned. She was really a novice in this area. It seemed that she needed to study the formation given by her senior brother in detail when she went back. Crack! There was a sound behind him. As soon as Ji Yao turned around, an attack was already in front of her. Ji Yao leaned back violently and barely managed to avoid the attack, but was kicked directly. She was kicked 10 meters away, and her entire left leg was directly broken by the kick. Feeling a heartbreaking pain, Ji Yao did not dare to delay. Quickly took the pill and looked forward. I saw a puppet made of steel walking towards me step by step, crushing the entire floor tiles wherever it passed. Such a strong force. No wonder he was injured so badly. After her left leg recovered, Ji Yao didn't wait for the opponent to come over, and directly slashed with her sword intent. The sword intent bombarded the puppet and exploded, submerging its figure in it. But before Ji Yao could breathe a sigh of relief, the puppet figure reappeared. Ji Yao's heart sank. The sword intention failed to cause any harm to it. Seeing the puppet approaching again, Ji Yao had no time to think. She could only keep changing her position and slashing at the puppet with sword intent. A quarter of an hour later, Ji Yao stopped panting. This was really consuming her spiritual energy. Although she was not hurt by it, she could not hurt it at all. So where is its weakness? Ji Yao stopped and began to observe carefully. Suddenly, Ji Yao saw a groove on the puppet's waist. If she looked carefully, she could see the shadows of several spiritual stones in it. Turns out this is its switch. Ji Yao discovered its weakness. Her heart relaxed, and she no longer evaded when the puppet attacked. When the puppet approached and raised his hand to attack her, Ji Yao directly struck the groove of the puppet's waist with a sword intent. As soon as the sword intent approached the groove, it directly blasted the spiritual stone inside into powder. The puppet also stopped a few centimeters away from Ji Yao. Huh? Ji Yao let out a long breath. This thing is really too strong, and she doesn't know what material it is made of. After recovering her spiritual energy, Ji Yao put away the puppet and then stamped it with her soul mark. This thing was a good helper. Seeing that there was no threat on the second floor, Ji Yao walked towards the third floor. As soon as we got to the third floor, we met the heroine. When Ji Yao saw it was Ji Yao, he just glanced at her lightly and went into a room. Ji Yao didn't take it seriously. No matter how powerful the heroine was, she was only an 8th level chi practitioner. If she really fought, she might not lose. Entering the third floor, Ji Yao looked around and saw that there were 10 rooms in this building, corresponding to 10 types of aura attributes. The heroine entered the fire attribute room just now. Ji Yao remembered that in the original text, she did choose to major in fire attribute skills after building the foundation, and later obtained a 9 netherworld fire. This fire was made from the resentment of all the wronged souls in the entire 9 nether hell. Although it was fire, it had no warmth at all. On the contrary, it froze the heart. If you reach a high level, you can directly freeze other people's souls, which is extremely domineering. Chapter 84 The Secret Realm of Lingshu 10. Ji Yao chose the thunder attribute room and walked in. As soon as he entered the room, he came to a starry sky market. The whole sky is full of stars, forming various patterns. Suddenly, a thunderbolt struck down, tearing apart the entire sky and destroying all the stars. Thunder struck from the sky, and when it was about to approach the ground, it suddenly changed direction and struck Ji Yao. Ji Yao had no choice but to take it on alive. Poof! A large mouthful of blood spurted out. But Ji Yao remembered the time in the Sword Chi Tower. Ji Yao smiled bitterly, wondering why she was always struck by lightning. Another thunder struck down. This time it struck directly towards Ji Yao. Ji Yao wanted to run, but found that she was frozen in place, and could only watch helplessly as the thunder struck down. Another mouthful of blood spurted out, and Ji Yao's heart tightened. She was afraid that if she did it a few more times, she would end up here. While Ji Yao was thinking nervously, she discovered that her injuries were getting better on their own. His spiritual consciousness carefully scanned the body, and suddenly found that a lot of lightning entered the body, actually opening up his own meridians. Once all the meridians are opened, foundation building will be a matter of course. Ji Yao was overjoyed. As long as there were a few more thunders, Her confidence in establishing the foundation would be even greater. Thunder struck down one after another, and Ji Yao took it hard. She even forgot how much blood she had vomited. But as she felt the meridians gradually opening up, Ji Yao felt that it was all worth it. An hour later, the thunder stopped. Ji Yao felt that all her meridians had been opened. She just needed to find a safe and spiritual place to build the foundation. The purpose here is to open up the meridians and lay the foundation for building a foundation? What on earth is this tower? Ji Yao was a little confused. After leaving the room, Ji Yao saw many monks also ascending to the 3rd floor, and they all chose their own rooms. Regardless of others, Ji Yao went directly to the 4th floor. As soon as she arrived on the 4th floor, Ji Yao found that the surroundings were filled with various images. Ji Yao casually walked to a picture and stopped. She raised her head and looked up. She was in a trance and suddenly came to a city. Ji Yao calmed down and walked towards the town. "Hey! The little girl in front of you! Wait a minute!" A shout came from behind. Ji Yao didn't think it was calling her, so she continued to walk forward until an old man stood in front of her. "Old sir, what are you doing?" Ji Yao asked in confusion. She didn't recognize the person in front of her. "Little girl, I have a question to ask." The old man touched his beard and looked at Ji Yao seriously. "Huh?" Ji Yao was a little confused. "May I ask, girl, why can't I see your past and future? Isn't the girl from this world?" The old man stared at Ji Yao with bright eyes, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Ji Yao's heart tightened when she heard this. Can others see through her at will? "Oh, don't be nervous, little girl. No one else can. And only I, Ling Zi, can see it." After the old man finished speaking, he stroked his beard with a little pride. "Ling Zi? Could it be that this person has some connection with the Lingxiu secret realm?" Ji Yao nodded and did not deny it. "Sure enough, my vision is not wrong. Now that I'm here, how about I take you to experience the excitement of our Lingxiu city?" Ling Zi invited him. He was also a little excited that someone from outside the world appeared here. "Okay, I'll bother you, old man." Ji Yao agreed with a smile. She was also a little curious about the relationship between this place and the secret realm. Chapter 85, The Secret Realm of Lingxiu, 11. "Look, this is our Lingxiu city." The two sat down on the 2nd floor of the inn, and Ling Zi pointed downstairs with a proud look on his face. Ji Yao was shocked when she saw such a prosperous scene. Just walking along the way, there are all kinds of heaven and earth spiritual objects on various stalls. If they are placed casually in Chiffon continent, it will cause a bloody storm. The whole street is full of monks coming and going, and no one can see through their cultivation. "Dare you ask me about your senior's cultivation?" Ji Yao looked at Ling Zi curiously. "Mahayana period," Ling Zi returned calmly. He was about to ascend, but he really couldn't let go of his Lingxiu city. It had been thousands of years since he became the city lord here. Ji Yao was shocked when she heard this, and quickly stood up and saluted seriously. "Ji Yao has met senior." This person is actually in the Mahayana stage. You must know that since the ancient war 1,000,000 years ago, the entire Chiffon realm fell apart and was divided into two. Now the highest cultivation level in Chiffon continent is the God Transformation Monk. Later, it was the heroine who unlocked the continent's seal, and the monks from Chiffon continent could ascend to the spiritual world. No need to be polite. Since you, little girl, are able to come here, you are also destined to me. After Ling Zi finished speaking, he laughed. The little girl in front of her is about to build a foundation, so she can give her an opportunity. As for whether she can seize it, it depends on herself. Just as Ling Zi was about to speak, a burst of noise suddenly appeared below. The two of them looked down and saw that a middle-aged male cultivator had caught an extremely beautiful female cultivator, and another young man was chasing after her. Ji Yao was shocked when she saw the woman's face. "Isn't this the woman in the portrait in the cave?" "Waiting!" The young male cultivator had an eager face. His eyes were red, and he chased forward desperately. Seeing this, Ling Zi waved his sleeves and blocked the two people in front of him. "May I ask which fellow Taoist is blocking the way?" Gu Nanshan looked at the formation in front of him, turned around and asked with a guarded expression. "Humph! How dare a junior in the integration stage come to our Lingxiu city to rob someone?" Ling Zi snorted, expressing his dissatisfaction. Gu Nanshan spit out a mouthful of blood. His heart was horrified, and he even suffered internal injuries from his cold snort. "Dad!" Waiting beside her supported Gu Nanshan nervously, and looked at him with worry. "Humph! I don't need you to worry about it. Gu Nanshan threw Waning's hand away. Dad! Seeing him like this, Waning shed tears of grievance. Uncle Gu! Waning and I truly love each other. Yi Qingchen hurriedly expressed his attitude. Humph! How dare you! A young cultivator in the transformation stage. To covet my legitimate daughter of the Gu family? Gu Nanshan shouted fiercely. Did you know that Waning was born with inflammatory poison in her urine? And she needs to be found every 10 years? Soak in the cold spring for 7 or 49 days. Otherwise you will be attacked by the poison and poisoned to death. Gu Nanshan was really angry. The man in front of him didn't understand anything, but he still kept saying that he loved his daughter. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingchen looked at Waning in disbelief. Is what Uncle Gu said true? Yeah. Waning cried and nodded. Before she could find a chance to tell him, her father came to find her. Yi Qingchen's heart ached after receiving the affirmation. How much suffering has Waning suffered since she was a child? Humph. Now you know. If you insist on being together, you will harm her. Gu Nanshan looked at Yi Qingchen, who looked sad. If Qingchen advances to Mahayana, can you come and look for Waning? Yi Qingchen put away his emotions and looked back at Gu Nanshan expectantly. Chapter 86, The Secret Realm of Lingshu 12. Yes. Gu Nanshan nodded. If this child advances to the Mahayana, he can take Waning to look for Han Quan. And he can rest assured. Waning? Then wait for me. I won't let you wait too long. Yi Qingchen solemnly promised. Well, I'll wait for you. Waning wiped away her tears and smiled at him. Ling Shuzi also understood the whole story at this time and waved his hand to cancel the formation. Gu Nanshan didn't stay long and left directly with his daughter. Yi Qingchen watched their figures disappear completely before heading home in despair. Jiyu sighed deeply after seeing everything. Love, family affection, and friendship will all become a person's weakness. Girl, what do you think after reading this? Ling Suzi was a little curious when he saw her sighing. If a monk wants to realize the immortal way, do he really need to cut off his earthly ties? Jiya wondered from the bottom of her heart. Ling Suzi looked at her meaningfully. What do you think? I think everything in the world exists is reasonable. And you can't become a bloodless person in order to become an immortal. Jiya shook her head. She never quite understood those who cut off all earthly connections in order to become immortals. And even some the act of killing one's own relatives with one's own hands. Since you think so, just follow your own heart. Ling Suzi looked at Jiyu with satisfaction. This little girl was kind-hearted and even smelled a pure heart lotus. This was what he started with the reason why I am more optimistic about her. Let's go. I'll take you to a place. Ling Suzi spoke again. Jiya's vision suddenly went dark. And when she opened her eyes again, she came to a remote place. What she saw in front of her was not the tall tower in the secret realm. This? Jiya turned sideways and looked at Ling Suzi. This is the trial tower of our Lingshu city. Ling Suzi looked at the tower with some emotion. Today, I see that you are in love. So I will give you a chance. After speaking, he took a deep look at Jiya. Jiya was stunned for a moment. Obviously a little surprised. Thank you, Senior. Well, let's go! Ling Suzi accepted Jiyu's salute. And with a gentle wave of his hand, Jiya disappeared. Jiya stood on the 5th floor in a daze. Was she in an illusion? Or returned to the tower in the secret realm? Really unable to see why, Jiya could only give up and start observing the 5th floor. He was still the only one on the entire 5th floor. What appeared in front of him was a floating river, with many streaks of shining strips of matter in it. What's this? Jiya is a little curious, but also a little cautious. After all, there are lessons learned from the past. And her curiosity almost kills herself every time. But in a blink of an eye, I thought about what my senior said about giving me a chance. It must not be a big deal. And it won't kill me. Jiya stepped forward carefully and gently grabbed a piece of shining material from the river. As soon as it came into contact, it entered the sea of consciousness through the palm of his hand. And a fragment suddenly flashed in his mind, which made Jiya have a slight headache. It's actually a fragment of time? Jiya was shocked. The thing in the river was actually a fragment of time? So this is the legendary river of time? How can there be time in this tower? Jiya was a bit overwhelmed by this surprise. The time attribute was really too bad. Among the several artistic conceptions, the time artistic conception ranks 3rd. And my own thunder and light attributes are completely incomparable with it. So the place I went to before was not an illusion, but entered the long river of time and went to Lingshu City in the past? Wanting to understand everything, Jiya felt horrified. What kind of method could this bring people to the past through a painting? Chapter 87 Lingshu's Secret Realm, 13. Shaking his head. This method of reaching the sky is not something that he can understand now. What I should do now is to collect as many fragments of time as possible so that I can understand it in the future. I don't think I will have the opportunity to understand the artistic conception of time in the future. The opportunity given to her by her senior was really precious. And Jia was filled with gratitude. Jia thought and began to salvage time fragments seriously. Although most of them have passed, she can always get some. A few quarters of an hour later, Jia had probably caught more than a dozen pieces. Just when she was about to make another effort, the entire tower suddenly shook. The long river in front of her suddenly disappeared, and she was suddenly teleported to the 6th floor. As soon as they arrived on the 6th floor, they saw the heroine fighting with several puppets. The Suzaku standing on her shoulder was also spitting fire at the puppets. There is a high platform where the puppets are guarding, with a pure white bead placed on it. As soon as she saw the bead, Jia felt her brows jump. It seemed that it was this bead that had given her a frightening feeling before. Uncle Master! Luo Xiaoxua and others saw Jia standing aside as soon as they reached the 6th floor. Jia turned around after hearing this and found that monks were being teleported to the 6th floor one after another. Others came upstairs, and when they saw the white beads, they immediately joined the team to attack the puppets. Uncle! Are we going? Yu Yuchen frowned and asked Jia. As soon as he reached the 6th floor, he felt that he was being stared at by a pair of eyes. Jia tried her best to ignore her inner uneasiness and looked at the Yi family disciples in the crowd. They were fighting fiercely with the puppets, and 2 of them had been injured. Jia sighed. Sometimes she knew that there were tigers in the mountains, but she had to go to the Tiger Mountains. There must be a problem here. I'm going to help the disciples of the Yi family. You should be careful. Jia warned everyone carefully, and then she dived into the crowd. After hearing this, several people looked at each other, nodded, and rushed into the crowd together. Jia knew the weakness of the puppet earlier, so she directly slashed at a puppet near the Yi family disciple with a sword energy. Yi Yunyun looked at the puppet in front of him and closed his eyes in despair. My spiritual energy has been exhausted. There are wounds everywhere on my body, and I am no longer able to resist. However, the expected pain never appeared. Yi Yunyun opened his eyes in confusion and saw that the puppet stopped in front of him, still maintaining an attacking posture. Not far from the puppet, the daughter of the house owner was standing there holding a spiritual sword. Looking at him, Jia glanced at her lightly, then went to help other Yi family disciples. Yi Yunyun just looked at Jia stupidly, forcing a puppet to stop with a sword, and the admiration in his heart suddenly rose. Before, the 5 of them listened to her just for the sake of the head of the house, but they didn't expect that she would protect them so much. Feeling moved in his heart, Yi Yunyun took out a few pills and put them in his mouth. After the pills melted, he dove into the crowd again to help fight against the puppets. Jia felt very uneasy as she looked at the puppets that kept appearing in front of her. Many monks had been injured, and more than 10 people had died. But when this puppet stops one, another one will appear, as if it can never be solved. Xiaoqiu also had a headache when she looked at the puppet in front of her. She discovered the white bead when she went upstairs first, and then she felt a call to step forward and take it away. But as soon as he got close, several puppets appeared, and he had no choice but to fight them. Soon after, others rushed up and joined the fight. However, these puppets are very strong and difficult to destroy, and new puppets are constantly appearing. And even though he had the support of his spiritual marrow, he could no longer hold on. Chapter 88 Lingshu's Secret Realm, 14. Hey! Jia put away a puppet, and suddenly found that not many more puppets appeared. Hurry! We are going to win! Someone shouted excitedly. Apparently other people also discovered this, and the already low morale suddenly rose sharply, and everyone started fighting the puppets even more desperately. After a few quarters of an hour, the puppet was finally completely eliminated, but everyone did not dare to relax. They all tensed up and were ready to rush to fight for the beads. Xiaoqiu felt the strong call of the beads and took out a spiritual sword. This sword was a low-grade treasure that he had obtained while practicing outside. With this sword in hand, he can at least increase his combat power to the foundation building stage. After all, even if it is a low-grade weapon, it is much more powerful than a high-grade spiritual weapon. This bead is destined to be obtained by oneself. It's just that his cultivation level is too low. He can only launch 3 attacks at most, and his spiritual energy will be drained. Just as everyone was waiting with bated breath, a middle-aged monk suddenly rushed out and stretched out his hand towards the beads. When the others saw this, they all attacked him. This was like a signal to start a war, and everyone once again fell into a melee. Jia stood aside and did not join the fight. She did not think this bead was a treasure. Seeing the heroine holding a spiritual sword and injuring a large number of people with one strike of the sword, Ji Yao was also shocked. This sword is actually a low-grade treasure? Seeing that the others had no power to fight back, Jia shook her head. The ownership of this bead was already obvious. Jia then turned to stare at the bead and frowned slightly. Why did she feel that this object looked a bit like the black bead she had gotten in Big Fish's head before? Although the bead was pure black and the bead in front of her was pure white, she somehow felt that they were related. Just when Xiaoqiyue reached out and was about to get the bead, Jia took out the black bead from the storage ring and observed it. Suddenly, the whole white bead trembled violently, flashed with light, and directly bounced Xiaoqiyue away and hit the wall. Slowly, the white bead stopped, and a wisp of black smoke actually floated out from it. Ha ha ha! I'm finally out! The black smoke turned into a terrifying human face, and the terrifying eyes swept across everyone's bodies, finally stopping on Jiao. Xiaoqiyue fell from the wall and was seriously injured. She took out the elixir and drank it. She looked at the black smoke with fear on her face. She had no power to fight back just now. Seeing the black smoke staring away, Xiaoqiyue followed his gaze and frowned tightly when he saw it was Ji Yao. Why is it her again? When Jia saw the black smoke staring at her, her scalp suddenly became numb, because she found that she could not move at all at this time. Ha! It's been 1,000,000 years. I've been trapped here for 1,000,000 years. Link Susie, you old man has trapped me for 1,000,000 years. Hyan smiled at the top of the tower and became angry at other times, which made people feel a little uncomfortable. Terrified. Senior Link Susie? It turns out that this thing was trapped here by Senior Link Susie. After he invented the anger in his heart, he turned his head and stared at Ji Yao again, and laughed suddenly. He was originally interested in the female cultivator just now. After all, the luck on her head was so red that she was the child of heaven. As for the female cultivator in front of her, there was nothing above her head, and her whole body was covered up. But I didn't expect that this woman would actually get another part of herself. A part of herself that she had lost. This is destiny. Chapter 89 Lingshu's Secret Realm, 15. Everyone looked at the black smoke in front of them and felt very scared. They regretted coming to this tower. What chance was there? This is a monster. Everyone saw that the black smoke was getting bigger and bigger, and in an instant, a suction force suddenly sucked a female cultivator in, wrapping her directly in it. Uncle Master! Luo Xiaoxue and others screamed, and then rushed towards the black smoke. They did not expect that Ji Yao was swept away directly. Yi Yunyun was shocked when she saw this, and rushed forward to pull Jia back. But before they could get closer, the entire tower began to shake violently. When they came back to their senses, they were sent directly out of the tower, and the tower disappeared. Uncle Master! Luo Xiaoxue cried sadly as she watched the tower disappear. Why is such a good person like Uncle Master like this? Yi Yunyun also had a look of disbelief on his face. He watched the tower disappear and knelt down on the ground, unable to recover. Don't cry. Uncle Master Ji has his own destiny. He won't get into trouble so easily. Yu Yuchen watched the tower disappear, but he was not particularly nervous, because his intuition told him that Uncle Master would be fine. Yes, maybe Uncle Master was just teleported to another place. We will be able to see him when we leave the secret realm. Yin Feng also spoke to comfort Luo Xiaoxue. Yeah. Luo Xiaoxue wiped her tears and responded with a reluctant smile. Xiaoqiyue took a deep look at the direction in which the tower disappeared, then turned around and left. The others waited around for a while, confirming that the tower had really disappeared completely, and left the place one after another. Let's leave too. Yu Yuchen also left with the Wanjian Sect disciples. Jia looked at the spiritual pool in front of her in a daze. She had just been controlled by the black smoke and arrived at this place in the blink of an eye. The spiritual pool in front of her was boiling constantly. Jia could feel the rich spiritual energy, and her cultivation was a little overwhelming. Ha ha! You're not afraid either. Black smoke absorbed the lost part of the black bead and became stronger, actually directly forming a human form. Hyan looked at the little girl in front of him, somewhat admiring her calmness and talent. In the past, he could have accepted her as his disciple and taught her a lesson. But unfortunately, now he really wanted to take her body and build a foundation directly in this spiritual pool. This little girl's cultivation actually saved her a lot of effort. She was better than that girl. Hyan felt more and more that she had made the right decision. Upon hearing this, she had just looked at the black smoke indifferently. But her spiritual consciousness reached the sea of consciousness and came to the side of Jingxin Yulian. I don't know if this thing can deal with black smoke. Jiyu was still a little worried. This black smoke was already 1,000,000 years old. And she didn't know how high it was. Seeing that she didn't speak, Hyan didn't waste any more time and ducked directly into Ji Yao's sea of consciousness. She had quickly let Jingxin Yulian wrap her soul. How is that possible? As soon as the black smoke entered the sea of consciousness, he let out a scream of terror, and then wanted to run away. But just as he reached the edge of the sea of consciousness, a burst of white light flashed, and the edge of the sea of consciousness was directly covered by the pure heart lotus. Ah! Black smoke roared in pain. Why? Why? Why is the heaven so intolerable to me? Ah! He regretted it. He had been trapped for 1,000,000 years, and he was finally about to see the light of day again. But he fell into this woman's hands. He shouldn't have chosen her. He Yin glared at Ji Yao with teeth cracking. Jiyu was a little surprised when she saw the black smoke burning. Chichichichi. She thought that Jingxin Yulian would have some restraint effect, but she didn't expect that the effect would be so great. Chapter 90 Lingxiu's Secret Realm, 16. The black smoke was purified bit by bit by the white light emitted by the pure heart lotus, until it finally dissipated completely, and turned into nutrients to nourish Ji Yao's sea of consciousness. Seeing that the black smoke was completely eliminated, Ji Yao felt relieved, raised the corners of her lips, and stretched out her hand to touch the pure heart lotus. Yulian actually twisted slightly, and the originally white petals were dyed pink. Knowing that she was shy, Ji Yao chuckled. This lotus was really cute. After the sea of consciousness completely absorbed the nutrients, Ji Yao finally understood why black smoke was so vulnerable. The black smoke is not a demonic cultivator, but is caused by the resentment of all the dead cultivators in the ancient war. The more people died, the more powerful it became, until it was later discovered by Link Suzy and suppressed in this tower. If you are a demon cultivator, pure heart nether lotus will only have some restraint effect. But the function of Jingxin Yulian is to eliminate resentment, and black smoke unfortunately ran into it. Ji Yao withdrew from the sea of consciousness and looked at the spiritual pool in front of her, feeling happy that the black smoke had actually made her wedding dress. Taking out a defensive formation plate from the storage ring and placing it by the pool, Ji Yao stepped directly into the spiritual pool and sat down cross-legged. As soon as he sat down, the spiritual energy in the spiritual pool rushed into the body, and there was no need to absorb it deliberately. Looking at the spiritual energy inhaled into her body, Ji Yao guided them to her meridians bit by bit, until all the meridians were filled. And then they began to accumulate in her dantian. More and more spiritual energy poured into her dantian, and Ji Yao could only squeeze it desperately, and then squeeze it again. Gradually, the squeezed spiritual energy began to turn into spiritual energy water droplets. Drop by drop, more and more, and finally formed a piece of liquid. Crack! Ji Yao heard a soft sound from her body, and the barrier of cultivation at the 10th level of Qi training burst. Immediately, the non-attribute cultivation technique in the consciousness started to turn over by itself and stayed on the first page. A string of invisible symbols headed towards Ji Yao's soul. As soon as Ji Yao received the technique, she started to operate it subconsciously. In a trance, she saw herself floating up and arriving at a strange place. Ji Yao floated forward. She saw the minerals buried underground, the dense forests, the flowing rivers, the burning flames, the spiritual fields planted with medicinal herbs. She felt the oncoming breeze, the ice and snow falling from the sky. Days and nights alternate with thunder and lightning. She completely forgot why she was like this, and just drifted further along with the wind. 3 months later, when she woke up from meditation, Ji Yao felt happy that she had improved her cultivation, and she finally established a foundation. At this time, the spiritual pool had already exhausted its spiritual energy and became an ordinary pool. Ji Yao stood up and stepped onto the shore. After building the foundation, not only did he improve his cultivation, but his body skills also improved. It has been almost half a year since I entered the secret realm, and I need to get out quickly, Ji Yao thought and began to look for a way out. He is currently in a cave, no longer in the tower, and has no idea where it has gone. Putting the formation disc away, Ji Yao approached the stone gate. This place was decorated with black smoke. Now that it has dissipated, there must be no threat to this stone gate. Jia thought and pushed directly towards the stone gate. Sure enough, the entire stone door moved forward and was finally completely opened. Seeing this, Jia hurried out and then left the cave along the corridor. As soon as he left the cave, he saw 2 monks passing in front of him, hurriedly heading towards the exit of the secret realm. Xiyu immediately followed, and this trip to the secret realm was over. Chapter 91 Return to the clan. 2 days later, Jia came to the exit of the secret realm and stepped out. 17. Yi Feng saw Ji Yao finally coming out and ducked in front of her. He had just heard what Yi Yunyan said about the tower, and he was so frightened that he lost his mind. Fortunately, his family, Shirchi, came out safely. Dad, I'm fine. Jia looked at Yi Feng's expression and knew that he must know what happened in the secret realm. So she hurriedly comforted him. You girl, you are the most troublesome. Yi Feng smiled and tapped Jia's forehead. Yes, the foundation has been established, and the foundation is very stable. I can see that you have put in a lot of effort. Looking at Shirchi's solid cultivation, Yi Feng felt deeply proud. His daughter was just amazing. Uncle Master. Several people from Wanjian Sect also gathered around and looked at her with concern. Luo Xiaoxue hugged Jia directly, extremely excited, feeling everyone's concern. Jia laughed from the bottom of her heart. The bright smile dazzled Si Ruochen's eyes from afar. He still remembered that more than 10 years ago on the ladder. It was she who had the love and care of her relatives who were out of reach. This smile is indeed a bit dazzling. Jia felt the gaze from afar, and when she looked over, she found Si Ruochen looking at her gloomily. I don't know how I provoked him. After all, I had never met him or Luo Qiuli in the secret realm, and I didn't know where they were. Xia Qiyue noticed the eye contact between the two, glanced at them suspiciously, and asked aloud, Do you know each other? I don't know. Si Ruochen denied coldly. Seeing his denial, Xia Qiyue stopped asking and just glanced at Jia lightly. This woman is really lucky. Okay, you seniors are already waiting. Come back quickly. Go home and see more when you have time. You know? Yi Feng reluctantly rubbed Ji Yao's head. Since his family started practicing at the 17th, the whole family has there is so little time together. I know how to do it. Parents should also take care of themselves. Jia hugged Yi Feng gently, and no matter how much reluctance she felt, she was deeply suppressed. Parting is for a better reunion. A quarter of an hour later, the entrance to the secret realm was closed. After confirming that no more disciples would come out of the secret realm, everyone began to pat the injured disciples lightly. 100 people went in, and only about 60 people came out. This is just a secret realm of qi refining period. Wanjian zone also lost 2 people. And see, you didn't look good. Shio felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, although she didn't have much contact with these 2 disciples. They were fighting side by side not long ago. Now they have died, which is a bit hard to accept. Let's go! Si released the spirit boat, directed everyone to get on board, and then said goodbye to all Yuanying Taoist friends. A month later, everyone returned to Wanjian Sect, and the spirit boat stopped in front of the door. I am going to report the results of this trip to the leader, so you can go back by yourself. Those who have gained something can also go to the mission hall to exchange their gains. CU arranged everyone and disappeared. Uncle Master, let's take the first step. Most of the disciples saluted Ji Yao and left. Ji Yao, I can finally call you Jiu. It's hard for me to say it without them here. Luo Xiaoxue held Jiu's arm, pursed her lips, and complained. Seeing her like this, Jiu smiled faintly. Luo Xiaoxue had a lively nature, which was in great contrast to her initial impression. Let me treat you to dinner, Jiu invited. Okay. Luo Xiaoxue was the first to raise her hand in agreement. She had not had dinner with Ziya yet. Yu Yuchen and Yan Feng looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Several people went to the dining hall. Chapter 92 Master and Disciple Gathering. I haven't congratulated you on becoming the disciple of true monarch nascent soul, so I will offer you a cup of tea instead of wine. Ji Yao picked up the teacup and smiled slightly. She was taken away directly by her senior brother, and she didn't know what happened next. It was only on the spirit boat that I learned that Luo Xiaoxue became the disciple of senior Shengguan Xinyao. Yu Yuchen became the disciple of the sect leader, and Yan Feng became the disciple of senior Xiao Qingyuan. And they all became her nephews. Uncle, you're welcome. After hearing this, several people also picked up their teacups, and the 4 of them drank the tea in one gulp. You should call me Jio. Jia rubbed her temples with a headache. After more than 10 years in this other world, she was still used to distinguishing seniority by age. That's a good relationship. Yin Feng rubbed his head in embarrassment. He also felt that calling such a beautiful girl uncle was a bit awkward. Hey, Ji Yao, try this fried wing meat. It's delicious. Luo Xiaoxue sighed with satisfaction and strongly recommended it to Ji Yao. Well, it's really good. Ji Yao took a sip and nodded in agreement. Really? Let me try it too. Yin Feng also joined in the fun and took a piece. Oh, it's really good. Seeing his exaggerated expression, Ji Yao and the other two laughed one after another, and several people made a fuss. Yu Yuchen didn't say much at the side, but looked at them with a pair of eyes full of smiles. After eating and drinking, they separated and went to find their master to report that they were safe. Xia came to the Zufeng Hall, and before knocking on the door opened by itself. Come in quickly. Master's voice came from the hall. As soon as Xiao entered the hall, she found that her master and senior brother were waiting for her. It was obvious that she had known that she was back, thinking that she did not come back immediately to report that she was safe, but instead had dinner with her friends. Xiao lowered her head in embarrassment. Humph. Why? You still know to come to see your master? Jian Song complained emotionally, looking at his little apprentice eagerly, fearing that she would be harmed in the secret realm. It's a good thing for her to go have dinner with others first when she comes back. I was wrong, Xiao murmured. She really didn't think carefully enough. Seeing her aggrieved look, Jian Song felt so distressed that he didn't care to vent his anger on her. Okay. Look at you like that. I'm just joking with you as a teacher. After saying that, he smiled and praised. Our Gio is really good. He established a foundation at the age of 17. And the foundation is solid. He is better than your senior brother. Much better. After Jian Song finished speaking, he glanced at Luo Chuan proudly. Luo Chuan laughed a little when he saw it. He didn't know who it was. He had just been muttering here and complaining that the junior sister had grown up and no longer needed him as a master. Xiyu was a little embarrassed to be praised. Senior brother is still around. Is it appropriate for you to say this all the time? Did you encounter any trouble during this trip? Jian Song heard that he lost 2 disciples during this trip. The disciple encountered a high tower in the secret realm, which contained a monster that was caused by the resentment of the dead monks in the ancient war. This monster wanted to seize the disciple. Fortunately, the disciple had previously harvested a pure heart lotus, which prevented it from being snatched away. The fate of giving up. Thinking about it now, Xiyu was still a little scared. If she didn't get the pure heart lotus, the consequences would be disastrous. When Jian Song and Luo Chuan heard this, their hearts tightened. Was it related to the ancient war? Pure heart lotus? Jian Song was a little surprised. How could this Buddhist object be obtained by his little disciple? Chapter 93 Pure Heart Lotus. Jian Song frowned. Confused. He once met a Buddhist cultivator during his training, and he also learned about the pure heart lotus from him. With the occurrence of the ancient war, this object has long disappeared in the long river of history. The Buddha sect has been looking for it, but unexpectedly it was in the secret realm of Lingxiu. Take it out and have a look. Jian Song looked at Ji Yao seriously. Ji Yu felt the master's seriousness and became nervous, taking out the pure heart lotus from the sea of consciousness. Suddenly, the entire hall was enveloped in a warm white light. Jian Song and Luo Chuan were shocked. They actually felt their karma slowly dissipating. Sword cultivators are destined to have blood on their hands and be riddled with karma. When they transcend tribulations and ascend, thunder tribulations are more severe than those of Dharma cultivators. But I didn't expect that this thing could eliminate karma, which is really contrary to heaven. Seeing the unnoticed look on the young apprentice's face, Jian Song sighed. This girl has only been practicing for a short time, and her karma is very shallow, so she will definitely not be able to feel it. It's okay for us, the 3 masters and disciples, to know about this thing. We must not show it to others at will in the future. Jian Song told Ji Yao with an extremely serious expression. This object disappeared after the ancient war. The Buddhist sect has been trying to find this object for millions of years. Although Buddhism mainly focuses on merit, you have to understand that becoming a Buddha with just one thought will the principle of one thought becoming a devil. Disciple understands. Xia kept her master's words firmly in mind, nodded, and put away the pure heart lotus. Jian Song looked at his little apprentice, and the more he looked at him, the more satisfied he became. He was not lacking in luck and hard work, and he also had a kind heart that was rare among monks. Okay, one of my master's friends is coming to visit me recently. You can go down on your own first. Jian Song thought of his old friend's ability and added, I'll let you guys come and meet me when the time comes. Disciple, I obey. The two of them clasped their fists in salute and then withdrew. Senior brother. Junior sister got something this time. Suitable for senior brother. Xia walked out of the hall, took out a jade box from the storage ring, and handed it to Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan raised his brows, feeling a little surprised. He took the jade box and opened it, only to find that it was 1,000-year-old concentrating grass. Xia scratched her head in embarrassment and said, I also found this thing in the secret realm. The Ningxian grass is just suitable for my senior brother's nascent soul stage. Unfortunately, I couldn't find anything that could be given to my master. Xia thought a little frustrated. Master and senior brother had prepared so many things for her, but she couldn't repay them properly. Luo Chuan looked at the Ningxian grass and then at Xia. A touch of tenderness flashed in his eyes. The corners of his lips curled up, and he smiled faintly. Then he stretched out his hand and gently rubbed Xia's head. He found that the touch felt good, so he rubbed it again. Xia looked at Luo Chuan and actually smiled. She was dazzled by the smile and sighed inwardly. I like it very much. Luo Chuan said, Go back and take a good rest. Then go to the Sword and Tent Cave to have a look. The junior sister has a solid foundation and no longer needs more retreat. So the Sword and Tent Cave is suitable for her. Xia nodded. That was exactly what she meant. After the two of them finished speaking, they each returned to their own mountain peaks. It wasn't until the two of them left that Jian Song regained his consciousness and felt satisfied. He didn't hurt this little girl in vain, and he also knew that he wanted to give her a gift, which was much better than that brat. Girl dolls are so considerate. I don't know when my good friend will arrive, and I will ask him to take a good look at his two apprentices. Chapter 94 Sword and Tent Cave. 3 days later, after Xia had rested, she went to the Sword and Tent Cave. In the past 3 days, she had made an inventory of what she had gained in the secret realm, and exchanged everything she didn't need in the mission hall, and among the few boxes he obtained in the tower. They were not top-quality spiritual stones, but a lot of stones of unrecognizable materials, and no one knew what they were used for. Sword and Tent Cave is on the inner gate of Sword and Tent Peak. As soon as Xia stepped onto the mountain peak, she saw the disciples coming and going, which was very lively. When everyone saw Xia wearing the clothes of a true disciple, they all saluted. Arriving at the entrance of Jinni Cave, Xia was a little surprised. I originally thought that the Sword and Tension Cave would be a particularly imposing place, just like the Sword and Tension Tower. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be just a cave, with a very narrow entrance. Xia walked to the entrance of the cave and placed the name tag in the groove next to it. Suddenly, a pattern flashed across the entrance of the cave and then disappeared. As soon as Xia stepped in, she felt a cool air entering her body. Even if she gathered spiritual energy to wrap her body, it would have no effect. With her frozen legs, Xia walked towards the cave with difficulty. Not far away, he found himself in a land of ice and snow, with ice attribute sword and tent flying everywhere. Many disciples are sitting cross-legged to comprehend. Xia did not delay and continued to move forward. It's really too cold here, and my cultivation level isn't quite strong enough to withstand it. Yi Wulue, who was closing his eyes to comprehend, opened his eyes and glanced at Ji Yao's back lightly. I have long heard that Grandmaster Jian Song has accepted a female disciple, so this must be her. Then he closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the meaning of the sword. A few hours later, Xia finally arrived at the Thunder Attribute Sword Intent area. Along the way, she experienced a lot of sword intent, all of which were very domineering. Xia sat down cross-legged and began to understand the meaning of the sword. Previously, her Thunder-attributed sword intent could only be regarded as an entry-level skill, and she still had a long way to go. Just as she closed her eyes, Xia's consciousness caught a sword intent passing in front of her eyes. The consciousness stretched out, and as soon as it attached to it, it was electrified by thunder and lightning, and the soul was numb. What a powerful thunder and lightning power! Ji Yao felt happy. The greater the power of the sword, the more beneficial it would be to herself. At that moment, let go of all your thoughts and begin to comprehend with all your heart. A month later, Ji Yao woke up from the realization, feeling excited that her thunder attribute sword intention had reached a small level. He slashed with his sword, and the sword intent shot out quickly, which immediately caused a resonance with other sword intents, and they all trembled. Ji Yao nodded with satisfaction. Her combat power has been greatly improved now, and she has the basic ability to protect herself. She can take some time to go to the Chaos Demon Sea to practice. After getting up and moving her body, Jia left the Sword Intent Cave. I have not yet learned the light attribute Sword Intention. If I start to understand it in the Sword Intention Cave, I will only get twice the result with half the effort. This matter cannot be forced. As soon as she stepped out of the Sword Intent Cave, Jia received a message asking her to go to Zoo Peak. It must be Master's friend who is here. Jia didn't waste any time. Took out the spirit crane and flew towards Zoo Peak. Now that I have established a foundation, I can fly with my sword. Good. I can practice hard in the past few days. Arriving at Zoo Peak, Jia came to the top of the peak and saw two other people besides her master and senior brother in the stone pavilion. One of them was wearing a black robe, with a kind face, a long white beard, and gray hair, somewhat like the immortal he had imagined before. Another man was wearing a white robe and had a very young and handsome face. He was standing behind the old man. He must have been his disciple. Chapter 95 Machine Pivot. Jian Song was playing chess with his friends. When he saw that he was about to lose, his little disciple came over and quickly disrupted the chessboard. Then he turned around and waved to Ji Yao, motioning for her to come over. When Ji Shuzi saw this, he smiled and said nothing. His old friend was still the same as before, always cheating. Jia quickly stepped forward to greet them. This is my master's friend, Ji Shuzi. You can call him uncle. This is your uncle's apprentice, Ling Che. Jian Song took the initiative to introduce. This is my little apprentice, Yi Xiao. Xiao has met my uncle and senior brother Ling. Jia clasped her fists and bowed respectfully. Ji Shuzi touched his beard, nodded with satisfaction, and then sent a message to Jian Song. You are really lucky. You have accepted another evildoer. Hearing this, Jian Song raised his head proudly, with his nostrils turned upward. When Ling Che saw how beautiful his junior sister was, he suddenly blushed and murmured speechless. It's the first time we meet. This is a gift from my uncle. Ji Shuzi smiled, took out a jade box and handed it to Jia. Jia thanked her and stretched out her hand to take it. Jian Song took the jade box and said, You old guy is the most stingy. What did you give me this time? With that said, he opened the jade box and was about to make fun of it. But he was stunned when he saw the contents in the box. What is this? Jian Song looked at Ji Shuzi with some surprise. Hearing this, Jiao and Luo Chuan also looked at the jade box, a little curious as to what could surprise the master so much. I saw a jade palace lying in the jade box, with a lifelike phoenix carved on it. Ji Shuzi nodded, and did not tease Jian Song for his gaffe. Before, you asked me to see your two disciples. But what's the accident? When Jian Song heard this, his heart tightened. This friend of his was the current master of the Tianji sect, and he was the most capable of breaking the destiny of the heavenly sect. Ji Shuzi shook his head and returned with a serious face. Your eldest disciple Luo Chuan has strong luck and a smooth path to Taoism, but he is destined to have a disaster. What calamity? Jian Song's heart sank, and he was a little worried. Love tribulation. Ji Shuzi glanced at Luo Chuan with deep meaning. What calamity? Jian Song was a little surprised. As a disciple of his, any calamity is possible. Just this love calamity. For more than 100 years, he has not seen a single flower bloom from his disciple's iron tree. Luo Chuan also didn't believe it when he heard this. Will he encounter a love disaster one day? Only Jia nodded after hearing this. Wasn't it Yiqing Jia? The heroine didn't love him. Not being able to love is a calamity of love. Everything you need should be allowed to take its course. Don't force it. Ji Shuzi pointed out to Luo Chuan. Disciple, thank you, master, for your guidance. Luo Chuan sincerely thanked him. No matter what happens in the future, master will accept his wishes. As for you, Ji Shuzi turned to look at Ji Yao and said worriedly, You are destined to die. After hearing this, several people looked at Ji Yao in surprise. But Ji Yao looked calm. She had known it for a long time. After all, Yi Jia in the original text only lived to the foundation building stage. Seeing that there was no change in her expression, Ji Shuzi was somewhat appreciative. Very few people could keep their expressions unchanged even when they knew that they were in danger of death. However, there is one thing that is very puzzling. Although I can calculate that you are going to die, I can't tell anything else at all. Your whole secret is covered up. Ji Shuzi was really puzzled and turned into a god. This situation has never been encountered in more than 1,000 years. This woman's secrets were really vague. Even the death disaster was calculated by herself After using up a lot of skill, she tried to calculate other things, but she almost got backfired. Chapter 96 Ling Che. The gift I gave you as a meeting gift is the Phoenix Life Tablet. Ji Shuzi looked at Ji Yao and patiently explained. I got this thing from Liuxi River. You must also know that the Phoenix has the destiny of nirvana and rebirth. This thing, it can help you when you encounter a fatal disaster. But whether you can survive it or not depends on you. When Ji Yao heard this, her eyes were slightly hot. It was just the first time they met, and her uncle gave her such a precious thing. This was her second life. Take it. Jian Song looked at Ji Yao and sighed, then put the jade box back into her hand. Unexpectedly, his little apprentice would have a rough life. Thank you, uncle. Shio was moved and thanked Ji Shuzi again. You young people, go and have your own fun, and don't stay here with us old bones. Ji Shuzi waved his hand and motioned for the three of them to leave. Jian San also waved his hand and spread out the chessboard again. When several people saw this, they didn't stay any longer and left towards the foot of the peak. Junior Sister Yi, don't worry too much. With this life card, you will definitely be fine. Ling Che looked at Ji Yao and comforted him awkwardly. I'm fine. It's just a matter of death. If anyone wants me to die, I will send them to H.L. Ji Yao's whole body suddenly burst out with aura, startling Ling Che. Not bad. Ambitious. Luo Chuan stretched out his hand to rub Ji Yao's head and nodded with satisfaction. This is sword cultivation. Ji Yao raised her head and looked at Luo Chuan with a bright smile. She was really not afraid of this so-called death disaster. It is a great blessing to be able to come to this world. But I am a little reluctant to leave my relatives and friends. It seems that I have to work harder to practice. Senior brother, you still have something to do. You can take junior brother Ling around for a walk. Luo Chuan told Jia. He knew that his junior sister would definitely go out to practice after building the foundation, and he had to prepare some things for her. Jia nodded and took Ling Che to other places in Wanjian Sect. When Luo Chuan saw the two people leaving, he took a deep look at Ji Yao's back and disappeared in a flash. A few hours later, Ji Yao had already taken Ling Che to visit most places in Wanjian Sect. Senior brother Ling, how about we go to Shangxiafang City to have a look? Ji Yao suggested. She went there once when she was at the 4th level of Qi training. Okay. Ling Che nodded gently. After saying that, he took out a folding fan and threw it out. When the folding fan was completely enlarged, Ling Che invited Ji Yao to come up with him. After the two people went up, the folding fan rushed down the mountain. Ji Yao became unsteady and fell backwards. Ling Che quickly stretched out his hand to hold her. Thank you, senior brother Ling. Ji Yao thanked her. It seemed that she had to practice sword flying as soon as possible. Okay. No. You're welcome. Ling Che's voice became weaker and weaker, stammering a bit. Ji Yao looked at him and found that he was already red from his neck to his cheeks, and he was looking away unnaturally. I felt funny in my heart. This Ling Che looked a bit like the ordinary scholar from Qinghong realm, with the same simplicity and clear mind. 2 hours later, the two dropped down outside Fanshe and walked in. As soon as she entered Fanshe, Ji Yao once again felt the lively atmosphere. Why don't we take a stroll? Ji Yao looked at Ling Che inquiringly. Okay. Ling Che smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Ji Yao felt a little helpless. In the past, she was the one who talked less. But now she met a person who was even less talkative. Let's go then. Ji Yao took the lead, and the two of them started shopping. Chapter 97 Furnace. Both of them rarely appeared in the market, and everything they saw was quite new, and they shopped for most of the street. While I was having fun shopping, suddenly someone in the distance started beating gongs and drums. The two looked at each other and stepped forward together in tacit understanding, intending to take a look at the excitement. Fellow Taoists, don't miss it if you pass by. I'm lucky enough to get 2 furnace cauldrons with pure Yin physiques, both of which are still young. They are being auctioned here publicly. I hope everyone will bid enthusiastically. One of them had a big beard. The very rugged male cultivator shouted loudly. When Ji Yao heard that it was a cauldron being auctioned, she felt angry and tried her best to squeeze in through the crowd. Seeing this, Ling Che quickly opened the way for her to prevent her from being squeezed. The two finally squeezed into the crowd and looked at the 2 female cultivators on the stage. Looking at it, even Yao almost lost her soul. A woman is lying on her side, with thick waist-length hair spread to the ground. She is wearing a red gauze dress, with a touch of hibiscus on her forehead. She looks at you with a pair of peach blossom eyes, which will make your bones feel crisp. is truly charming to the core. Only the word beautiful can be used to describe it. Another woman sitting on her knees was dressed in white. Her skin was like snow. Her beautiful brows were slightly wrinkled, and there were faint tears on her face. She looked lovely. The onlookers were also shocked by the appearance of the two people, and the scene became quiet for a while. Ahem! Fellow Taoists, you have also seen that these are two top-quality furnaces. The bearded man repaired the pots and said in a loud voice, which made people's eardrums hurt. The starting price is 1 million high-grade spiritual stones. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone started talking. 1 million. Why don't you go and grab it? Someone choked. Isn't that right? Why don't you go to Wanjian Pavilion instead of Lifeon City when the price is so high? Some people also asked. Ahem. Isn't this because I have some personal grudges with Wanjian Pavilion? Otherwise, how can I give you any advantage? The bearded man returned with some arrogance. If you don't have a millionaire in the auction pavilion, you can't do it, as long as they keep the two of them together. By practicing, you will no longer have to worry about your cultivation becoming stagnant. No amount of money can buy this. Jia frowned. She always felt that the appearance of the woman in red was familiar, but she was sure that she had never seen this person before. Ling Che was trembling with anger, and his face turned red. How could they do this? These are people, not objects. Ji Yao nodded. In the world of cultivation, the weak and the strong prey on the weak. If you don't have the strength, you can only be slaughtered by others. Should I take action to save them? Xiao hesitated because her intuition told her that this matter was not simple. The atmosphere was stirred up by the big beard, and people immediately participated in the bidding. 1,050,000. A Jin Den monk took action. Hey, you have the nerve to take action for such a small amount? 1.5 million. Another golden elixir stage monk took action. You? 2 million. 2.5 million. The two started to compete, and no one else dared to intervene. These two were both golden elixir monks. Even if they took the photo, they might not be able to enjoy it. Is there anything higher than 2.5 million? The bearded man asked. Sister, I'm afraid. The female cultivator in white suddenly spoke weakly, looked at the woman in red with a sad expression, and then shed tears. Everyone felt heartbroken when they saw the beauty weeping. 3 million. A young man suddenly took action. Chapter 98 Furnace Auction. When the two Jindan monks saw Chung Yao Jin coming out of nowhere, they were furious and rushed towards the young man with coercion. Humph! A cold snort came from their ears, and the two of them spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the old man behind the young man with fearful expressions on their faces. Young ones are too young to see Taishan. I hope our seniors won't argue with us. The two people quickly apologized to the old man. Why don't you get out of here? The old man said again. Yes, get out now. The two received permission and left the place quickly. There is actually a nascent soul cultivator escorting him. This young man's identity may not be simple. I took pictures of these two people, the young man said calmly, and then threw a storage bag to the bearded man. The bearded man opened it, took a look, took stock, and then smiled like a flower. Okay, these two are yours now. After saying that, he ran away like a gust of wind, as if there was a ghost chasing behind him. The young man walked onto the stage, squatted down, stretched out his hand, lifted the chin of the female cultivator in white, and rubbed it carefully. It hurts. It hurts. Please be gentle. The woman in white looked at the young man with tears in her eyes. Shio felt hurt internally and almost laughed out loud. Such a terrible line. What's your name? Huh? The boy whispered. My name is Zhao Shireen, and my sister's name is Zhao Shiwen. The woman in white said weakly, and then pretended to be strong and said, Don't think that you can control us just because you bought us. I will not obey. I also have dignity. Oh, then I want to see how you behave with dignity. The young man pinched the face of the woman in white with a teasing smile. You bastard. The woman in white cried out in a grieved tone. Ji Yao was amazed by what she saw in the audience. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, she would have wanted to applaud. How does it feel like you accidentally entered the set of President's film? The woman in red watched the whole process indifferently, without saying a word, as if nothing could attract her attention. And obviously, the boy was only interested in the woman in white, and was teasing her the whole time. Sir, we should go back, the old man reminded. Let's go then. The young man stood up, helped the two of them up, and took them out of Fansher. Seeing that there was no excitement to be seen, the crowd of spectators dispersed. Junior sister Yi. Am I useless? Ling Che asked in frustration as he watched the two women being taken away. Huh? Shiyo was a little confused as to why he asked. I wanted to save them from the fire. But my financial resources and strength are not as good as theirs. So I could only watch them fall into the fire. Ling Che said with red eyes. Ji Yao was shocked. This Ling Che was too naive. Senior brother Ling. There are many things in this world that are beyond your control. There is no need for you to shoulder all the responsibilities on yourself. Even immortals cannot truly do whatever they want. Let alone you and me. Seeing that he didn't speak, Xia stopped trying to persuade him. He would eventually understand the helplessness of this world in the future. Let's go back. Ji Yao took the lead to walk outside Fang City, and Ling Che quickly followed. Just as she reached the door, Xia suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Ling Che asked in confusion upon seeing this. It's okay. Xia shook her head and continued walking out. But she was thinking about the woman in red just now, and she finally understood where that familiar feeling came from. Isn't this woman an 18th tier female supporting actor who appeared in the article? Chapter 99 Daching Village. This woman in red named Zhao Shiwen is actually an evil cultivator. She has been naturally charming since she was a child. Because of her pure Yin constitution, she was trained as a furnace since she was a child. Later, by chance, I got a book on the method of harvesting Yang and replenishing Yin, and then embarked on the path of evil cultivation. And the bearded man is also her accomplice. Through the auction, the two of them can earn spiritual stones and improve their cultivation. In an auction, she was photographed by the heroine, and later she was influenced by the heroine, and finally died to save the heroine. At that time, Ji Yao was still impressed by the power of the heroine's halo. The reason why I didn't think of it immediately was because the woman in white never appeared in the original text. Xia shook her head. These two people had nothing to do with her, but she was afraid that the young man was in trouble. Half a month later, Xia stopped in a village and wanted to stay overnight. He returned to Wanjian Sect half a month ago. After bidding farewell to his master and brother, he set off towards the Chaos Demon Sea. After half a month, we arrived at this village. Looking at the village in front of her, Xia felt a little hesitant. She still remembered the village she passed by when she returned to Yejia. However, thinking about the sword talisman given by her master and senior brother in her storage ring, Xia felt warm in her heart and gained a lot of confidence. These sword talismans seal the Kendo conception of the god-transforming sword cultivator. Even if Luo Chuan is a nascent soul cultivator, he can still challenge the god-transforming cultivator beyond his level. After hearing that he was going to die, the master was so nervous that he just stuffed a lot of sword talismans into himself. It seems that I could also find some time to seal some sword intent into the talisman, so that I can have more trump cards in case of emergency. Thinking of her own talisman-making skills, Xia was a little stunned. Since she was able to make the second-level talisman, she put it down due to other things. The production of sword talismans is different from traditional talismans. Sword talismans only use talismans to seal the sword's intention, etc., while traditional talismans achieve the desired effect by drawing symbols, which is essentially different. As soon as Xia stepped into the village, two children in very shabby clothes walked towards her. One boy stared at her curiously, while the other little girl was a little shy and hid behind the boy, secretly raising her head to look at her. Xia looked at the two children and smiled slightly, then asked in a gentle voice, Children, are your adults here? My mother is at home. Sister, do you have anything to do with her? The boy looked at Xia curiously. Sister, if you want to stay one night, can I come to your house? Xia reached out and touched the boy's head. He was such a cute kid. Okay. The boy was touched on the head, feeling shy and embarrassed. After saying that, the two children led the way and took Xia to a dilapidated house at the end of the village. Xia frowned when she saw it. The thing in front of her couldn't even be called a house. It was just made of a few logs. The roof and surroundings were covered with thatch. Sheltering from wind and rain was a problem. Seeing Xia frowning, the little boy said with some embarrassment, I'm sorry. I forgot that my house is too dilapidated to allow more people to live in it. After saying that, he lowered his head. The little girl even shed tears. Xia felt distressed for a while. She frowned not because of herself, but because she didn't expect their living conditions to be so poor. It's okay. My sister likes this kind of house. It feels very interesting. Really? The boy raised his head and stared at Xia with bright eyes. Really? Xia smiled and rubbed the boy's head. Chapter 100 Shiyun. Shia followed the two people into the house, and saw a woman dressed as a woman lying on the bed. Mom, this sister said she wants to stay at our house for one night. The boy led his sister to the bed, and looked at his mother carefully. Ahem. Sorry. I'm not in good health. Ahem. I'm neglecting the girl. Ahem. The boy's girly face looked at Shia apologetically and said, I disturbed my sister's rest. Shia shook her head, and couldn't bear to see her coughing. If you don't mind. Girl. Just call me Sister Yun. Cough. Yun Yang said with some embarrassment. Sister Yun. Shia called out calmly, then walked to Yun Yang and injected some spiritual energy into her body through her back. But as soon as her spiritual energy entered her body, a burst of demonic energy suddenly burst out and became entangled with the spiritual energy. Poof! Yun Yang spat out a large mouthful of blood. Mom! The two children cried. Sister Yun. She was a little panicked. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Are you okay? She blamed herself for a while, blaming herself for being too impulsive. She only wanted to take care of her body, but she didn't expect that there was demonic energy in her body. It's okay. Yun Yang shook her head. Shung'er, take Chi-Chi out to play for a while. Kun Yang talked to the sister. Cough. Okay. Mom. The two children nodded obediently and went out. Sister Yun, what are you doing? Shia was a little confused. Why would there be demonic energy in a mortal's body? Ahem. You still don't know what I should call you? Yun Yang asked aloud. Just call me Xia. Xia walked to the bed and sat down. Xiao. That's a good name. Cough. You must be curious about why I, a mortal, have demonic energy in my body. Right. Yun Yang's eyes instantly turned red as she thought of her own experience. My surname is Qi Yun, and my father is a collateral disciple of the Qi family, one of the 8 major families. Cough. Yun Yang sat up with difficulty and continued. My father won a jade medal in a training. Cough. Later, an elder in the clan found out that he and the demon cultivator came to rob it. Yun Yang clenched her hands into fists, her expression full of resentment. Later, during the escape, my father was killed by them to protect me. Cough, cough, cough. Xia quickly stepped forward to help her back and looked at her with some distress. She really couldn't imagine the scene of her parents being killed in front of her. She would go crazy. And I was also injured by the demon cultivator. When I was about to be killed, I was saved by the child's father. Ahem. Yun Yang thought of her husband and smiled softly. The child's father has never despised me. Mortals have been looking for a cure for me all these years. Ahem. But it's been 4 years since he left. Hey! If Aunt Len hadn't always taken care of us, I'm afraid we wouldn't be alive now. Yun Yang shed tears as she spoke. It was she who dragged Qi Lang down. Your husband will definitely be back soon. Don't worry too much. Xia didn't know how to comfort her and said dryly. Yes. Yun Yang nodded and smiled reluctantly. She was really worried about Qi Lang. He had never been away from home for so long. I don't know what your husband's surname is. I don't know if I will have a chance to meet him in the future. Xia asked aloud. Qi Xiu. Yun Yang said with hope in her eyes. Maybe she could actually meet her in the future. Before Xia could say anything, a woman's urgent roar suddenly came from outside. Mother Yun, go and see. Your Shung'er is fighting with someone else. Chapter 101 Dispute. Ahem. What did you say? Ahem. Aunt Lin, please take me to see her quickly. Yun Yang coughed violently, hating her body very much. She became weaker and weaker after giving birth to the child. Hey, go quickly. A woman dressed in coarse cloth came in from the door and came to help people anxiously. When he saw Xia sitting beside the bed, he was startled. Xia stood up without stopping and carefully helped Yun Yang up. How far is it from here? Xia asked. Not far. Just at the willow tree at the end of the village. Aunt Lin also hurriedly stepped forward to help Yun Yang. This Yun Yang was really a pitiful person. The two of them supported Yun Yang and walked towards the willow tree. Before they even got close, they heard the little girl crying and the woman cursing. You outsiders! Thank God for having a place to live. How dare you hit my baby? Are you impatient? Or are you? You expect your sick bitch to support you? Huh? She is just a broken shoe abandoned by a man. My mother is not a broken shoe. Shung'er's cry came from the crowd. You bitch! It's wrong for you to talk like this. Yun Yang is in bad health after giving birth, and Shung'er's father went out to find medicine for her. Why did you say such nonsense? This was an older voice. Sound. Shunger. Shichi. Yun-yang almost fell down when she heard the crying and arguing. Jia didn't care to stop, and quickly helped her over. Ha ha. Who knows where her man has gone? He may have run away with some wild woman. The woman continued to taunt. Jia frowned when she heard this. This person looked like the shrew in the farming novel she had read. Everyone wanted to say something. But when they saw Yun-yang coming, they all closed their mouths and made way for them. They just stared at Ji Yao with some curiosity. When did such a fairy-like girl come to the village? Hey, isn't this our Mrs. Yun? Why? Do you have the strength to get out of bed? Gooden looked at Yun-yang with mocking eyes. Ever since this bitch came to Murakami, these men have lost their souls. Blindly ran to her house to help. The dead ghost of my own family is no exception. He also said that it is not easy for her to raise 2 children by herself. Please help her. I bother. As soon as he sticks his butt out, I know what he is going to do. Sister Guihua. Cough. I apologize to you on behalf of my child. He is still young and not sensible. Don't cough. Yun-yang looked at Gooden's mother apologetically. Ouch. Don't break me. Let these men see me and eat me alive? Gooden continued to make sarcastic remarks. Yun-yang blushed when she heard this. She had always kept herself clean and had never done anything over the top. Mom! Why are you apologizing for me? I did nothing wrong. Shunger frowned, looking dissatisfied. Shunger, no matter what, you can't hit anyone. Yun-yang looked at him dissatisfied. Mom! You? Shunger was so angry with his mother that he turned around and ran away. He really didn't understand. Growing up, his mother would only apologize. Even if she was bullied, she would apologize. Why? Shunger! Cough! Cough! Yun-yang watched Shunger run away and coughed eagerly. Seeing this, Ji Yao raised her hand. And Shunger realized that she couldn't run no matter what. And there seemed to be something blocking her in front. Shunger! Come here! Ji Yao waved towards Shunger and spoke calmly. Seeing that she couldn't run away, Shunger moved towards Jia step by step. Chi-Chi also walked over, with tears still on her face, and gently grabbed her mother's skirt with a look of fear on her face. Chapter 102 Shunger. When Shunger came closer, Jia rubbed his head and said seriously, You did a good job. If someone wants to insult your family or bully you, just beat them back until they dare not scold or bully you anymore. Until you. When Shunger heard the words, he was stunned. No one had ever said these words to him. His mother once taught him that he should be sensible and patient, and should not hit anyone when encountering difficulties. When everyone heard what Jia said, they looked at her in confusion. They had never seen anyone teach children like this. Xiao then turned to look at Gooden's mother and said, If it were me, I would beat him so hard that he wouldn't even recognize him. The aura of the foundation building stage was directed at Gadanfu, frightening her so much that she sat on the ground, her heart beating wildly. Xiao took back her momentum. This was just to teach her a lesson. You must know that you should not bully a young man into poverty. Seeing this, Shunger stared at Xiao with bright eyes and gently held her hand. Xiao didn't push him away, and held his little hand back. Then she turned sideways and looked at Yun-yang. Let's go back. You shouldn't be exposed to too much wind. Yun-yang came back to her senses, nodded, and left with the help of the 2 people. Village chief, who is this little girl? Gooden's mother patted her heart and asked with some fear. Humph. You don't care who she is. You can't afford to offend her anyway. I usually ask you not to target Yun-yang and the others. Orphans and widowed mothers are pitiful. What do you want to do with your aggressive behavior? The old man angrily punched the ground with his cane. I am not. Gooden really can't say it out loud. You can't say that she seduced her man, right? Humph. Let's all disperse. The old man shook his head and went home. When Gooden's mother saw this, she hurriedly took Gooden away. Seeing that there was no excitement to watch, everyone had no choice but to disperse and go home. Back at the house, Aunt Lin also went home, and there were still a few half-grown boys waiting for her. Jia helped Yun-yang lie down, took out a rejuvenation pill from the storage ring, and fed it to her. The rejuvenation pill can only suppress your demonic energy so that it won't corrode your heart so quickly. But to completely eliminate the demonic energy, you need to find the devil-eating grass. Thank you. I know this. The child's father is looking for this. Yun-yang felt that her body felt much better, and her throat was no longer so itchy. So she sincerely thanked her. Mom, you're hungry. If you're hungry, I'll cook first, Shunger said guiltily. He shouldn't yell at his mother today. Jia saw that he was about to leave. She looked around and saw that there was almost nothing else in the house except a bed, a table, and a few chairs. The so-called cooking place is an earthen stove with a rusty iron pot on it. Sister Yun, since Shenger's father is also an immortal cultivator, how come this family is in such a situation? Ji Yao really couldn't figure it out. No matter what, she wouldn't even have a decent home. When Yun Yang heard Ji Yao's question, she smiled awkwardly and lowered her head. Sister, our family doesn't live here, and we are very wealthy. Seeing that his mother remained silent, Shunger said a little guiltily, It's all my fault. I always fight with Gooden and the others, and the whole family is ruined. Pay it back. After saying that, he cried uncomfortably. It was all his fault that the family was like this. But every time he heard them insulting his parents, he couldn't help but take action. He was really useless. Jia was speechless after hearing this. Did she lose her entire family in a fight? Is this Yun Yang mentally ill? Chapter 103 Measuring Spiritual Roots. Jia shook her head and looked at Yun Yang with disapproval. This was too weak. How can such a weak character support this family? Yun Yang was a little uncomfortable being stared at by Ji Yao. And she also knew that what she did was wrong. But after Qi Lang left, she had no one to rely on, so she could only tolerate everything. Jia also thought about the reason why she did this. Without strength, she could only rely on others, and she could only compromise when things happened. For the first time, she was so grateful that she had spiritual roots. Shunger! Chi-Chi! Come here! Jia waved to the two of them and took out a Ouija board. This thing was prepared for her by her parents. She was still thinking about what to do with this before, but she didn't expect to use it now. Shunger! Put your hand on this plate first. Shiyu guided. Yun Yang knew the Ouija board, and she was a little excited and a little expectant for a moment. She didn't want her child to live a mortal life like herself. Shunger didn't know why Jia wanted to do this, but she still put her hand up obediently. After a breath, the entire Ouija board lit up, and the dazzling white light blinded several people. Is it actually the best light spiritual root? Shiyu was a little surprised when she looked at the soul measuring board. The concentration of this spiritual root almost caught up with hers. Shunger watched the disc in front of him shine with white light, quickly closed his eyes, and then withdrew his hand. He didn't understand why it suddenly glowed. Chi-Chi, do what your brother did and put your hands up. Jia rubbed Chi-Chi's head. The little girl was no longer afraid of her. Chi-Chi looked at her mother, and then put her hand on the disc until her mother nodded. After a few breaths, the disc lit up in red and green colors. It turned out to be the dual spiritual roots of fire and wood. Jiyu frowned in confusion. The spiritual roots of children are closely related to the genes of their parents. It is rare that one parent does not have spiritual roots, but the children have exceptionally good spiritual roots. Either it was a coincidence, or there was another reason. Yun Yang, who was standing by, cried immediately when she saw the result, and started laughing again while crying. Shunger and Chi-Chi gathered around Yun Yang with some worry, holding their hands tightly. Shunger! Chi-Chi, do you want to become stronger and protect your mother in the future? Jia looked at the two of them seriously, not knowing whether they deserved the opportunity she gave them. I want it! I have never dreamed of it. Shunger stood up excitedly. Her whole face flushed, and her hands clenched tightly into fists. He dreamed countless times that he had become a martial arts hero, and that no one would dare to bully his mother and sister again. I think so too, Chi-Chi also said weakly, expressing her determination. Jia stepped forward and rubbed their heads. Sometimes, what people lack is an opportunity. Sister Yun, please explain to them about cultivating immortals. I'll go find some food and come back. After Jiyu finished speaking, she left without waiting for her to agree. An hour later, Jiyu came back with 2 rabbits and a pheasant, and then roasted them, and they had a delicious meal together. At night, after all of them fell asleep, Jia took out a futon and sat down cross-legged. Then he sent a messenger talisman to his senior brother and told him the truth. The senior brother said that he would come to pick him up immediately and would arrive in a few days. Jia could only let them join the Wanjian sect. All her mental skills and techniques came from the Wanjian sect and could not be passed on to others at will. However, the 2 people's spiritual roots will definitely receive the sect's key training, and other seniors can help suppress Sister Yun's injuries. It was the only thing she could do for them. Chapter 104 First Arrival at the Sea of Chaotic Demons. Looking at the level 5 monster in front of her, Jiyu was a little nervous. She held Suhui in her hand and stared at it warily. It had been more than 3 months since Sister Yun and his family left, and he finally arrived at the outskirts of the Chaos Demon Sea. But before he could be happy, he met this monster. Magical beasts are different from monsters. Magical beasts are contracted pets of demonic cultivators, which means that the magical beast in front of you has an owner, and the owner's cultivation level is not low, because the cultivation level of this 5th level monster is equivalent to the foundation building stage of spiritual cultivation. Its owner must also be at the golden elixir stage at least. Otherwise the monster will bite him back. The reason why Jia was so nervous was because she was worried that killing the beast would attract its owner. The demonic beast glanced at Jia with an arrogant look, and kicked the ground with a rather contemptuous look, stirring up a burst of dust. Bah! Jia's face was covered with dust, and she wiped her face in embarrassment. If you weren't worried about the people behind you, why would you be so arrogant? Jia stared at the monster with anger in her heart, wanting to poke a few holes in it. The monster didn't fight back when he saw her. Feeling a little bored, he glanced at her arrogantly, snorted, and ran away swaggeringly. This monster deserves a beating. If you have the guts, wait for me and see if I beat you after I advance to the golden elixir. Jia looked a little frustrated when she saw the monster running away. Why was she always despised by the monster? He must be jealous of how good-looking he is. Jia found a completely unreliable reason for herself, comforted herself, and then carefully walked along the perimeter. Chaos Demon Sea. As the name suggests, there are demons and seas here, and the order is very chaotic. There are various types of monks gathered here, including demonic cultivators, spiritual cultivators, and demon cultivators. If the terrain were not suitable for ghost cultivators to practice, I am afraid that there are all kinds of cultivators here. It is also because this place is a mixed bag of fish and dragons, so there is no order at all. If you accidentally provoke someone, you may not survive tomorrow. The entire Chaos Demon Sea is very large, and is located at the junction of the Northern Territory and the Eastern Territory. There are mainly cities and forests on the periphery, and the real core is the sea in the center, which is extremely rich in materials. This is why everyone risks their lives to come here. Jia was walking on the road, wanting to stay in a city ahead, when she suddenly noticed a man in black riding a horse galloping behind her. Get away! The man waved his whip and rushed straight towards Jia. Someone dared to block my young master's way. Jia frowned and was about to get out of the way, but the whip was already thrown towards her. Seeing that the whip was about to be thrown at her, Jia turned around fiercely, grabbed the riding whip with her left hand, and at the same time slashed the man with her right hand with the sword Lingyu, knocking the man off the horse. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Jia with venomous eyes. How dare this bitch hurt herself? Ever since I was young, I have always been respectful to everyone I met. Jia frowned when she saw him like this. It was obvious that this person had a grudge against her, but he had already taught him a lesson. If he yelled and killed him because of this trivial matter, it would be a big deal. After giving him a faint look, Jia continued to walk forward. Did I let you go? The man said gloomily. Seeing that Jia actually wanted to leave directly, he felt angry in his heart. He took out a time lazy from his storage ring and threw it directly towards Jia. Jia's consciousness had been staring at him warily. Seeing his actions, she quickly transformed and ran forward. Bang! The entire time lazy exploded, creating a large crater of dozens of feet on the road. Chapter 105 Facing Yuanying. Poof! Jia was hit by the aftermath and fell several feet away, with wounds all over her body. Feeling the pain in her body, Jia became really angry and turned around directly, slashing at him with a sword intent. When the man saw her drawing out her sword, he glanced at her indifferently. She was only at the early stage of foundation building, one level lower than him. He casually struck back, waiting for her to cry and beg for mercy. But he didn't expect that the attack he launched was directly destroyed, and a powerful force came towards him. Sword intent? The man shouted in horror, and quickly took out his defensive weapon, trying to resist. It's a pity that Jia's thunder attribute sword intention has reached a small level now. So how can he deal with it in such a hurry? The sword intent shattered the defensive weapon, struck him directly, and cut off one of his arms in an instant. Poof! The man spat out a mouthful of blood again and knelt down directly on the ground, until he felt the other party's strong murderous intention. He became afraid. You can't kill me! I am the son of the Lord of Jushu City. If you kill me, my father will not let you go. The man threatened in fear. Jiu just glanced at him lightly, and then struck with another sword intent. Seeing this, the man hurriedly activated the jade tablet of his father's soul that his father had given him. It contained a ray of his father's soul that could save his life. As soon as the jade card was taken out, a middle-aged monk emerged from it and stopped the sword intention with a wave of his hand. "You dare to hurt my son?" the middle-aged monk said angrily. Fortunately, he left a trace of his soul in his son. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. It was actually a ray of soul from the Yuanying monk. Jiya's heart tightened, and the hairs all over her body stood up. She felt a strong murderous aura, and he had no chance of winning against the nascent soul cultivator. Xuan looked at the female cultivator in front of him. She was just a foundation-building sword cultivator. When he saw me, he didn't kneel down and beg for mercy. He snorted coldly and struck Jia with a palm. Jia quickly sent out several sword intents one after another to meet him, only to see several sword intents mix with the power of thunder and lightning meet with the big palm in the air, and they were directly smashed into pieces. There was no splash at all. After smashing the sword intention with his big palm, he attacked Jia directly and smashed her whole body into the soil. Poof! Jia spit out several large mouthfuls of blood. It hurt. Her whole lungs hurt. Her body seemed to be torn apart. Ji Yao was so hurt that her soul was a little unstable. It seemed that the gap between him and nascent soul was really too big. He tried his best but couldn't even receive a palm from the soul. Seeing that she was smashed into the pit, Xuan sneered, not overestimating his own abilities. Then, he slapped her with another palm, trying to finish her off. Jia felt the attack and didn't care about anything else. She quickly took out a sword talisman from the storage ring, activated it, and threw it towards the big palm. A fire-attributed kendo mood suddenly burst out from the sword talisman, and as soon as the master touched it, it was melted. Then, the artistic conception of swordsmanship continued towards the two of them. The artistic conception of swordsmanship! Xuan shouted in horror, and wanted to run away as soon as he mentioned his son. It's a pity that the artistic conception of swordsmanship in the divine transformation stage is beyond what his nascent soul can resist. In just the blink of an eye, the two of them were directly melted by the artistic conception and disappeared. Shushu City Lord's Mansion. Xuan spat out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes were red, and he shouted loudly, "Tomorrow!" The entire City Lord's mansion was shocked, and they all looked curiously towards the direction where the City Lord lived. "Dad will definitely avenge you. I must kill this bitch with my own hands." Xuan punched the wall hard, biting his entire lip, and his whole body was filled with powerful murderous intent. Chapter 106 Meeting Ling Xian again. "Where is this?" Jiu opened her eyes, a little confused. This was obviously an in-room, and he was lying on the bed at the moment. "How did you get here? Did someone save him?" Her memory still lingered on when she was fighting Yuanying. In the end, she issued a sword talisman and then fainted from the pain. Xia, the door opened from the outside, and the dazzling sunlight shone in. Xia raised her hands to cover her eyes, feeling a little uncomfortable. "Are you feeling better?" A gentle voice came from his ear. When Xia heard this, she looked up and was shocked to see that it was Ling Xian whom she had seen before. "Ha ha! You have been sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights, and now you are finally awake." Ling Xian smiled with relief, and said softly, "Is there anything else that feels uncomfortable? Do you want me to help you take a look?" "No need," Jiu blurted out subconsciously. Seeing her reaction, Ling Xian was also stunned and looked a little hurt. Ji Yao's scalp felt numb after seeing him. Although he seemed to have an extremely gentle temperament and did not look like an evil cultivator, she still felt that there was a high possibility that this person was the evil cultivator Ling Xian. This is a gut feeling. The evil cultivator Ling Xian in the original text was already a nascent soul cultivator when he appeared. He took a fancy to the heroine's chaotic body and wanted to defraud her of Yuanying. In the end, he was beheaded by the heroine. And he is not like other evil cultivators, who can just pick Yin and replenish Yang at will. There is a hacking setting in his technique, which is that he needs others to really like him and voluntarily hand over their Yuan-Yin to him. Although it takes a lot of effort, the effect of one-time supplementation is 10 times that of other evil practices. "Why are you looking at me without saying anything? But did I scare you?" Ling Xian went in said, then sat on the edge of the bed and stretched out his hand to see her injuries. "Don't come over." Jia's reaction was a bit loud. She had just woken up and her injuries were not fully healed. She was groggy and had no strength at all. Ling Xian's hand stopped in midair, and a murderous intention flashed in his heart. Could this woman be resisting him so much? Maybe she knew something? I'm not used to being in contact with men. Jia quickly explained that since she is an evil cultivator, she is definitely a ruthless, sensitive, and suspicious person. If she arouses his suspicion, she may be in big trouble. Whoever caused him to be seriously injured now can't even think of fighting back. Ha ha. I see. It's Meng Lang. Ling Xian stood up apologetically, but felt a little proud in his heart. It's best to overcome this kind of woman who has not had much contact with men. Say a few nice words and give her a good hug. Just got it. I have met her several times, but I didn't expect that her talent must be amazing since she is already building a foundation at the age of 17. If you let yourself collect supplements, you can definitely advance to the golden elixir directly. Thinking of this, Ling Xian smiled even more sincerely. You smile so proudly. Are you afraid that I won't be able to tell that you are a pervert? Shiyu was speechless. Are the villains so arrogant? You haven't asked your benefactor Gao's name yet? Zhiyao endured the discomfort and spoke. Ling Xian. You can just call me Brother Xian. Ling Xian replied with a smile, tapping Zhiyao's forehead affectionately. Damn. Take your dog's paw away quickly. Zhiyao felt uncomfortable for a while. She reluctantly raised the corners of her lips, holding back the nausea in her heart, and said, Brother Xian, thank you for saving me. But I want to heal my wounds first. Can you go out first? After saying that, he lowered his head pretending to be shy, not daring to look at him. In fact, she was just afraid that she would vomit when she saw his hypocritical face. Chapter 107 Escape. Ling Xian saw her lowering her head and smiled. She was really an innocent little girl. I'm afraid it won't take me a few days to get it. Okay. This is the 5th grade rejuvenation pill. You eat it and heal your wounds. If you need anything, call me. Ling Xian took out a bottle of pill from his storage bag, put it on the bed, and rubbed Jiyao's head. Wanjian said, Thank you, Brother Xian. Jiyao tried her best to resist the urge to hit him, and said softly. Ling Xian raised his eyebrows, looked at her deeply, and left. Jiyao didn't let out a sigh of relief until she was sure he was gone. This Ling Xian was so disgusting that the hair on his body stood on end. Jiyao rubbed the goosebumps on her arms, and felt a little anxious. When I first met Ling Xian, he was still a monk in the early stage of foundation establishment. Now his cultivation was in the late stage of foundation establishment. And the unruly girl beside him was no longer around, and must have been brutally murdered. And he was not good at disguise. And there were flaws in his performance just now. He would definitely be able to detect it if he thought about it carefully when he went back. Feeling anxious in her heart, Jia quickly took out a 6th grade rejuvenation pill and drank it, hoping to recover as much of her injuries as possible. In her current state, she would definitely die if she faced him. Although he has many ways to save his life, he doesn't want to use them unless he has to. She wants to rely on her own strength to move toward the future step by step. A quarter of an hour later, the elixir had melted away a little, and the injury was a little better. Xiao immediately stood up, took out an attack formation disc from the storage ring, and placed it at the door. I hope I can resist him when he chases me. Open the window. There is a small lake outside, surrounded by houses. Taking out Su Hui, Xiao stepped on the flying sword and escaped. Oops! Ling Xian, who was sitting down to drink tea in the inn lobby, suddenly stood up. I was actually tricked by a little girl. From just now, he has always felt that there was a sense of disobedience in that girl. Now that he thought about it, wasn't it that she was completely different from the character he had seen before? And her so-called shyness also made her whole body tense. Obviously to defend herself. A murderous intention flashed through my heart. If this is the case, I can't keep you. Then, he quickly walked towards the room. As soon as he opened the door, Ling Xian stepped into the formation and fell into a vast white space. Suddenly, a flash of sword intent came towards him. Ling Xian quickly dodged it sideways. But just as he dodged it, another burst of spiritual fire came towards him. Unprepared, his clothes were burned directly. Bitch! Ling Xian cursed, hating Zhiyao in his heart. Unexpectedly, while hunting geese all day long, a goose pecked his eyes out. When I catch you, your life will be worse than death. Another row of soil thorns emerged from the soles of his feet. Ling Xian quickly jumped away, then took out a spiritual sword and began to break the formation. Zhiyao escaped from the inn and staggered all the way out. She was so seriously injured that she was now a little unsteady with her sword. There was a sense of urgency in his heart. With Ling Xian's suspicious temperament, He must have realized that he had escaped by now. And there was not much time left for him. Looking down, the whole city is very lively. But it is not suitable for hiding. And it is easy to be discovered by others. The best way is to hide in the forest. Having an idea, Jia no longer thought about it, and just flew towards the forest. Ling Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, and wiped the blood off his face with a ferocious expression. This damn formation actually injured him. But fortunately it was finally broken. When he walked to the window, Ling Xian chased after Ji Yao. She still had the mark of his soul on her body. Want to escape? No way. Chapter 108 Forest of Death. Huh? A fire dragon came from behind. Ji Yao quickly dodged and then rushed forward again. She didn't expect him to catch up so quickly. Although she knew he was right behind her, Ji Yao didn't dare to look back at all. As long as she paused, she wouldn't be able to run away. Humph! I want to see where you run! Ling Xian had long since stopped maintaining his own persona and looked at Ji Yao's back with a ferocious smile. This kind of cat-chasing mouse feeling was not bad at all. Thinking about it, he sent out another fire dragon and sprayed it at her, wanting to see how she was hiding in embarrassment. Ji Yao's consciousness swept over the fire dragon, and she was about to gather her sword intent to fight with the opponent. But there was a sharp pain in her dantian. My body can't even send out a sword intent. Ji Yao's heart sank. She took out a large number of talismans she made from her arms, and threw them directly behind her regardless of whether they had any effect. There are still many formation discs and high-level talismans in the storage ring. But Ji Yao doesn't want to develop the habit of relying on others. Now is not the time to run out of resources. Various talismans came and blocked Ling Xian for a moment. But before Ji Yao could breathe a sigh of relief, Ling Xian chased after her again. Fortunately, we will soon reach the forest. If we find a place to hide, we should be able to escape. Ji Yao gritted her teeth, endured the pain in her dantian, and plunged into the forest. Ling Xian frowned and stopped at the outer edge of the forest. This was the famous forest of death outside the Chaos Demon Sea. 8 out of 10 monks who entered could not come back. Do you want to chase it yourself? Ling Xian hesitated. But in the blink of an eye, I thought that I had been deceived by this woman, and I felt a burst of anger in my heart. I must not let her go. Ling Xian thought and rushed in. Ji Yao looked at the fog in front of her, feeling a little confused. Where were she? The consciousness extended outwards, but as soon as it touched the mist, it was directly burned. Poof! Ji Yao, who was more injured than ever, could no longer hold on and fell down. Hey! What is this? A somewhat transparent doll stared at Ji Yao curiously with a pair of big eyes, and stretched out his hand to poke her face. Finding something interesting, she started poking again. It wasn't until he saw this thing on the ground that his face wrinkled up, that he took back his hand in embarrassment and looked at the unconscious Ji Yao apologetically. The little baby looked around and saw that no one was here, so he carried Ji Yao on his shoulders. The whole person was almost unable to stand upright due to the pressure, and the little doll didn't care and dragged her towards his cave. Poor Ji Yao was being carried, but her head was on the ground, and she was rubbing on the ground. A few minutes later, the little doll returned to the cave and put Ji Yao down. When he looked back, he was shocked. Why is there blood everywhere on this face? She was clearly not like this just now. The little baby bit his finger in confusion. After looking at it for a long time, he couldn't figure out the reason. The little doll didn't care, just threw Ji Yao in the hole, and ran to play with her little friend. 3 days later, Ji Yao opened her eyes. Hiss! Ji Yao felt as if her whole body had been crushed. It hurt. It hurt so much. Her whole body hurt. As for the dantian area, the spiritual energy has been exhausted, and his cultivation seems to be regressing. Ji Yao was shocked. She actually hurt her foundation this time, and she didn't know how long it would take to recover. Thinking of the long-dead culprit, Ji Yao sighed in her heart. Thinking of her soft-hearted problem. I am no longer in a legal world. The rule of survival here is survival of the fittest. The law of the jungle. Sometimes you let others go, but others may not let you go. Chapter 109 Fua. Ji Yao tried her best to get up, stuffed a few pills into her mouth, and then started to meditate. Ling Xian would never let him go easily. Hey! Are you awake? A soft and waxy voice came from the cave entrance, interrupting Ji Yao's meditation. Opening his eyes and looking towards the entrance of the cave, he saw a little transparent little girl with pigtails and a green skirt, staring at her with a pair of big grape-like eyes, tilting her head and looking at her curiously. So cute, Ji Yao exclaimed in her heart. How could there be such a cute child? Hey, why don't you speak? Could it be that your brain is broken? The little doll came closer to Xiao, pointed at her fingers, and looked at her with a puzzled expression. Ahem. Kid, did you save me? Xiao resisted the urge to ravage the other person and asked with a smile. Yes, I was originally looking for red flowers to play with, but then I saw you lying there. The little baby wrinkled its nose gently and returned with a milky voice. Honghua. Then what's your name? Xiao reached out and rubbed her little head. She was so cute. What if she wanted to steal her home? My name is Hua. The little doll shook his head, feeling a little proud that he had the best name among the friends. When Xiao heard this, she laughed in her heart. This name reminded her of the Olympic Hua in her previous life. The name is so nice. Xiao smiled, nodded, and praised loudly. This is the name given to me by Grandpa Lingshan, saying it means happiness. Happiness and health. I don't understand it either. The little doll pursed her lips. Grandpa Lingshan's words were always hard to understand. Grandpa spiritual god? Are there many of you here? Xiao was a little curious. At a glance, she knew that the little baby in front of her was the spirit of plants and trees. Yes, our place is very lively. Hua pointed at Xiao's face and said with some disgust. You first wash yourself clean. Then I can take you to see Grandpa Lingshan. Grandpa doesn't like dirty things the most. What a silly little kid. Dirty? Xiao lowered her head and looked at herself. The clothes on her body were obviously very clean due to the blessing of the formation. Thinking about the face she pointed at her just now, Xiao suddenly had a bad premonition. Taking out a mirror from the storage ring, Xiao was shocked when she took a look at it. Is this ugly guy in the mirror with his face covered in blood and scars his own? After all, she is also a supporting actress. A very good-looking supporting actress. What exactly happened after he fell into a coma? Could it be that he was attacked in some way? Xiao was a little puzzled. So she quickly took out a few cleaning charms and put them on her face. And the blood stains disappeared immediately. It's just that this scar needs to wait until the elixir is completely dissolved and the injury improves before it can heal. Hey, what are you talking about? How come you're clean without washing your face? Hua's whole face was almost attached to it, and she looked at the cleansing charm on Xiao's face in surprise. Do you like this? Then sister will give you some. After Xiao said that, she took out a lot of cleaning charms, handed them to her, and taught her how to use them. Just after teaching, Hua ran away, saying she wanted to show off to her little friends. Xiao looked at Hua running away and smiled softly. She was really a lovely child. After thinking about her injury, Xiao stopped delaying, took the elixir again, and began to meditate. The spiritual energy that recovered quickly in the past disappeared for a long time this time. Xiao looked inside her dantian and frowned with some worry. During this period, she must heal her injuries and repair her foundation. Otherwise it will affect her future practice. Chapter 110 The World of Grass and Trees. Huh? Xiao woke up from meditation and exhaled a breath of turbid air. After 7 days of healing, she finally recovered and her foundation damage was repaired. It's good to have a mother who is an alchemist. Xiao sighed in her heart. If her mother hadn't prepared so many high-level pills for her, she wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. I am not a heroine. Nor am I a monster genius. I have no space. And I don't have time that is several times proportional to the outside world. It is obviously unrealistic to want to learn everything. The road to spiritual cultivation is inherently difficult. And most people cannot ascend by just studying and practicing, let alone practicing the 4 arts. If you pursue it blindly, it may affect your practice, and the gains outweigh the losses. It's just that I need to pick up the talisman making technique again. I have been delayed by something before, and my skills are a bit rusty. In addition, I also need to study the formations. I am bound to encounter many restrictions when I go out to practice, so as not to have a black eye and return to Baoshan empty-handed. After getting up and stretching her muscles, Xiao walked out of the cave. As soon as he walked out of the cave, he was shocked by the sight in front of him. There are all kinds of towering trees everywhere. All kinds of flowers are blooming. Bees are coming and going among them. Various spiritual animals are playing and playing. And in the river not far away, there are 3 children having a water fight. Xiao had a feeling of not knowing where she was. After a while, she came back to her senses and walked towards the river. The spiritual beasts passing by along the way were not afraid of her, and an elk even nuzzled her. Xiao curled her lips and smiled. She liked it here very much. Hey, sister, Are you okay? Fua saw Gio from a distance and said low happily. Well, it's completely healed. Gio nodded and walked quickly to the river. Are you the little sister who was saved by the Fua? A little girl in a red skirt asked curiously. Gio heard the sound and looked towards her, and saw an elf-like little girl. Yes. Gio nodded. Oh, Fua, you're not bragging. She's really prettier than Aunt Lou. A whirring voice came. That's right. I will definitely be more beautiful than my sister in the future. Fua patted her chest. Shh, Brother Shin. Please keep your voice down. If Aunt Lou hears this, she will be angry. The little girl in red looked around nervously, and then reminded her. When Shinhua heard this, she trembled all over. Aunt Lou was extremely angry. She quickly spoke up and said, Aunt Lou is the most beautiful person in the world. Gio couldn't help laughing when she saw their ghostly looks. What a bunch of cuties. I won't play with you anymore. I'm going to take my sister to see Grandpa Lingshan, Fua said with some reluctance. She loved playing with her friends the most. Then go ahead. We'll be waiting for you. Honghua waved her hand. Fua reluctantly walked ashore and led the way to her grandfather's house. Gio couldn't help laughing. It was really hard for her, following Fua all the way. Gio kept sighing from the beginning. But now she is a little numb. She was already convinced that this was a world of vegetation. It's just that on the map of the Chaos Demon Sea that I bought before, it only marked this place as the Forest of Death, which is very dangerous. Now few monks have set foot on it. When I escaped, I had the idea of escaping death, but I didn't expect that what I saw was a peaceful world. Chapter 111 Spiritual God. When they came to a big tree, the two stopped. In front of me is a huge oak camphor tree, with a trunk that is dozens of feet in diameter, and branches and leaves that tower into the clouds. Grandpa Lingshan, I brought my sister to see you. Fua called softly towards the big tree. Suddenly, several branches swept towards the two of them, taking them directly into the trunk of the tree. As soon as she entered the tree trunk, an extremely rich and comfortable aura of wood rushed towards her, and Gia suddenly felt refreshed. Fua is here, came an old voice. Gia followed the sound and saw an old man sitting in the distance, weaving a basket with branches in his hands. I've met Senior. Gia immediately clasped her fists and saluted. Ha ha, little friend. You don't have to be polite. You've come all the way as a guest. The old man looked at Gia and nodded with satisfaction. He had already expected that there would be visitors, so he was not surprised to see Gia. Not to mention that she still smelled a pure heart lotus, which was a sacred object of the grass and tree clan. Grandpa, I brought my sister here. Can I go find Honghua and the others? Fua looked at the spirit god expectantly. Go! Spirit god smiled and waved his hand. He knew this girl's temperament, and she was most playful. Fua got permission from the spirit god and ran away. My little friend, come and sit down, Lingshan said, inviting Xiu to sit down. Xiu smiled and walked over to sit down without being polite. My little friend, you have the pure heart lotus? The spirit god confirmed in a voice. Xiu was shocked when she heard this. How could this person know? Ha ha, little friend. Don't be nervous. The pure heart lotus is a sacred object of our grass and tree clan, and I can naturally sense it. However, once this object recognizes its owner, it will recognize its owner in this life, and I will not force it to do anything. The spirit god gave Ji Yao a meaningful look. But I am a little curious. Judging from my aura, I am definitely not a Buddhist cultivator. How can a holy object recognize me as its master? The spirit god is indeed a little curious. Pure heart Yulyan rarely recognizes its master. Even if it does, it is all Buddha. Build. Jia actually didn't understand the reason. She just got into an illusion and got such a precious thing, which always felt a little unreal. I don't know either. Gio shook her head seriously. Even if I don't know, that's it. I think my little friend is destined to have a destiny with my Tsamu clan. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to come here. The spirit god laughed. If it weren't for Jingxin Yulyan, she wouldn't be able to get in here at all. The world of vegetation. Since I'm here, little friend, please stay here for a while. 1 month from now will be the day when our Tsamu clan will be spiritually enlightened. You can come and have a look. It is a sacred object in his clan, so he has to find a way. Help me. The day of enlightenment? Jiyu was a little curious. Yes. When we, the grass and trees, grow to a certain stage, we can unlock spiritual wisdom. Grass and trees that have open spiritual wisdom will practice faster. When they reach a certain level of cultivation, they can cultivate into human form like Fua and the others. The spirit god looked at Ji Yao. The pure heart lotus she owns has obviously reached the stage of enlightenment. Ji Yao was overjoyed when she heard this. But she didn't know if her pure heart lotus could be wiped out. Then can you trouble me, Senior, to help me see if Jingxin Youlian can enlighten your mind? Ji Yao was a little embarrassed. She had just met, so she had to ask others for help. Ha. Of course it's okay. I just hope that you will cherish it. Being able to get this thing is also a blessing for you. The spirit god looked at Ji Yao with a deep look. I am afraid that this girl has already been burdened with some kind of mission, but still don't know it. Chapter 112 Enlightenment. A month later, Ji Yao followed Fua to a valley. The valley here looked a bit abrupt and bare, in a world full of green vegetation. At this time, there were already many people waiting here. Everyone was holding a small backpack. But the basket was empty. The spirit god was standing on a stone platform, and he didn't know what to carve on it. Next to him was an extremely beautiful middle-aged woman, handing something to him. As soon as the two arrived, they were surrounded by everyone, and they all stared at Ji Yao curiously. Ji Yao blushed a little. Anyone would be embarrassed to be watched like this. Fua, is this the sister you brought back? Can she do tricks like Aunt Lu? A little girl in purple clothes looked at Fua with envy. She loved watching tricks the most. That's right. My sister can do anything. Fua returned with a proud face, then turned to look at Ji Yao cutely. Sister, can you do a trick? Little Putao and the others want to see it. Ji Yao's face turned even redder. She didn't know how to perform any tricks. She just took things out of the storage ring. Yeah. Okay. Ji Yao nodded, pretending to be profound. Everyone cheered when they saw her promise. And even the two people on the stone platform glanced this way. Don't blink. Ji Yao deliberately teased these little guys. After staying here for a month, she became more and more childish. After saying that, several jade bottles suddenly appeared in his hand, which contained Lingyu spring water, which was very good for vegetation. Here! This is delicious! Do you want to try it? Ji Yao handed the bottle to Fua and the others. A group of children cheered and immediately surrounded Fua, chattering and discussing who should drink first. But Ji Yao had already been pushed aside by them. These little guys deserve a beating. Ji Yao stood aside and laughed while watching their play. A few quarters of an hour later. Ahem! Children! Stop making trouble and stand up quickly. The spirit god has made all preparations, and the ceremony is about to be held. When the children heard this, they immediately stood upright and rose. The spirit god nodded with satisfaction, looked at Ji Yao and said, My friend, please put your pure heart lotus on the stage, and the others will also put their baskets on their backs. Upon hearing this, Ji Yao immediately stepped forward, released the pure heart lotus, and placed it on the stone platform. As soon as Youlian was released, there was a sound of gasping all around, and everyone looked over curiously. This was the first time they had seen a sacred object in the clan. Aunt Lu looked at Youlian, then turned sideways to look at Ji Yao. She was a little confused about what was it about the little girl in front of her that deserved her to be recognized as the owner of a sacred object from the grass and tree clan. Okay, after you put it away, you should stay away. I want to pray. The spirit god looked at Youlian with satisfaction. He didn't know where it grew up. It was in very good condition. After everyone heard this, they quickly moved away, and Ji Yao followed suit, standing in the distance with her neck stretched out to look at the stage. Unavailability of spiritual consciousness is a problem. The spirit god took out a pen from his arms and started drawing in the void. Void symbol? Ji Yao was shocked. Someone could actually draw a talisman on the void? This can only be accomplished by a true talisman master. There are no such monks in the entire Chifeng continent. Even the heroine will have to learn it after a long time. This spiritual god is really a master of hiding things. Chapter 113 Youlian enlightens your mind. Fua, what are those backpacks for? Ji Yao asked sideways. She was a little confused. Oh, are you talking about those little backpacks? Those are Fua's future brothers and sisters. Fua looked at the stage with some excitement. Soon she will have brothers and sisters, and she will no longer be the youngest child. Huh? But there's nothing in it? Ji Yao looked into the backpack again and again to confirm that there was indeed nothing. Those are backpacks made by Grandpa Langshan using his own branches. Each backpack contains the soul of a member of the grass and tree clan who will be enlightened. Fua pursed her lips and continued to explain. When we, The Tsaomu clan reached the age where we can enlighten our spirits. We already have a certain amount of spiritual intelligence, but we are still a little ignorant, and their bodies cannot move at will. So Grandpa's spiritual god did this specially. So that's it. She nodded and looked towards the stage again. At this time, the spirit god had already drawn the talisman, and then sent it up into the sky with the palm of his hand. After lighting the incense on the sacrificial table, the spirit god clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and began to recite in a low voice. As for the content of the recitation, she didn't hear a word clearly. The spirit god had just finished reciting, and when he looked up, a large dark cloud appeared in the sky, and the entire space became oppressive. More and more dark clouds gathered, and everyone held their breath and looked at the sky nervously. Boom! A thunderbolt rushed straight towards the stone platform and hit the grass and trees clan, but it automatically ignored the spirit god. Boom! Another thunderbolt fell, and the entire stone platform was shrouded in white light, and nothing could be seen. Boom! Another thunder struck down, hitting the stage hard. Ji Yao's heart tightened. This was similar to the way a monk would overcome a calamity. After a few breaths, the dark clouds in the sky began to slowly disperse. A burst of colorful light shone towards the stone platform, making the entire stone platform shine. After a quarter of an hour, all the visions disappeared. Ji Yao looked towards the stage. The stone stage was exactly the same as before. Even the position of the basket on her back had not changed. Come! Each of you take these little guys back. The spirit god looked at these new little guys and nodded happily. This spiritual enlightenment was very successful. After hearing the words, everyone immediately came forward, holding the basket in their arms in a strange way, and left one after another. They had to take the little guy's soul back to their main body, and the spiritual enlightenment was officially successful. Looking at the pure heart lotus in front of her, Ji Yu blinked in confusion. She didn't feel any changes in it. Could it be that she failed? Sister, Xiaoyan did not fail. A soft childish voice suddenly came from the sea of consciousness, startling Ji Yao. Xiaoyan? Ji Yao called from the sea of consciousness. Sister. A somewhat shy response came from the sea of consciousness. Ji Yao looked at the ghost lotus in front of her, and felt warm in her heart. It once automatically recognized its owner, but after enlightenment, it was able to communicate with her in the sea of consciousness. I have an extra little friend from now on. Ha ha. But it was successful. The spirit god looked at her happy expression and sighed in his heart, hoping that this lotus girl would have a good future with her. Well, thank you, senior. Ji Yao thanked the spirit god with gratitude in her eyes. Ha ha. I hope my little friend will treat her well in the future. Spirit god accepted her gift calmly. Yes, I will definitely do it. Ji Yao nodded solemnly, promising. It is my partner and my responsibility. They will grow together in the future. Chapter 114. Leaving the world of grass and trees. Ji Yao looked at the dark forest in front of her, turned back and looked at the restrictions of the world of vegetation, feeling a little reluctant. After enlightenment, I played in the world of vegetation for a few days, and now I am leaving. Recalling the time when Fua hugged me with tears in her eyes, I felt extremely uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, the girl was reluctant to part with the Lindu spring water, a little guy who deserves a beating. After reciting the Qingxingju silently several times, all the reluctance calmed down, and Jia no longer stayed any longer. Now she was in the dangerous forest of death, not the world of vegetation. After patting the breath-holding talisman on her body, Jia moved forward carefully. A cave in the northern part of the dead forest. I finally sensed this dead girl. Ling Xian was a little excited. As soon as he entered the forest, he suddenly couldn't feel the mark of the soul left behind. Crack! A whip hit Ling Xian directly, causing him to shrink in pain. Ling Xian came back to his senses, trembling with anger, and looked angrily at a foundation-building demon cultivator holding a magic whip. What are you looking at? Work honestly. Why are you wandering there? The demon cultivator raised his head, pointed his nostrils at Ling Xian, and said arrogantly, You? Ling Xian couldn't bear it anymore and planned to rush forward and start a fight. Just as he rushed out a little, Qi Xiu immediately grabbed him and said, Fellow Taoist Ling, don't be impulsive. It will be terrible if the nascent soul demonic cultivator discovers you. Ling Xian calmed down after hearing this, feeling angry that he was reduced to mining here. Yes, he is mining. When I came in after that dead girl, I lost contact and searched for her for several days. When I couldn't find her, I planned to leave. Unexpectedly, I ran into a nascent soul stage demon cultivator and captured him here to mine. In addition to him, there are about 100 spiritual monks here. Hey! What? You still want to hit me? The demonic cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage said in a sullen voice, staring at him with disdain. I endure it. Ling Xian clenched his fists and tried his best to smile. Where are you? I'm joking with my fellow Taoist. Humph. I'm sorry you don't dare. The demon cultivator sneered. He was really a coward. Then he turned around to supervise the others. Ling Xian looked at his back fiercely. Don't fall into my hands in the future. Otherwise you will die ugly. When his figure completely disappeared, Ling Xian turned around and planned to continue mining. As soon as he turned around, his face was covered in dust, and he coughed violently. After finally calming down, I looked up and saw that it was that damn monster again. This monster was only in the Foundation establishment stage, but it was the pet of the nascent soul stage demon cultivator. It was very arrogant, and always bullied them. The monster glanced at him arrogantly, snorted, and then ran away, bringing up a cloud of dust. This damn beast. Ling Xian was furious with hatred. It was all because of that damn girl that she always opposed him. Nothing good ever happened to her. Fellow Taoist Ling, don't be as knowledgeable as this beast. Let's dig the mines quickly. Otherwise, if we don't meet the standards again today, we will be punished. Qi Xiu comforted him from the side. What Brother Qi said is absolutely true. Today's mission is still a bit far behind. Let's go to the mine and try. Ling Xian tried to control his emotions and acted harmless. Okay, let's go. Qi Xiu took the lead and walked in, sighing in her heart. She didn't know when she would be able to go out. Yun Yan was still waiting for her at home. Chapter 115 Rescue Si Ruachan. 3 days later, Jia was still traveling through the forest of death. This forest is vast and full of dangers, so you need to be vigilant at all times. When Jia reached a valley, there was a sudden sound of fighting in front of her. With her heart tightening, Jia immediately slapped a few breathing charms on her body and touched them quietly. When she came to a stone, Jia turned sideways to cover her figure and looked forward. At this time, there were 3 monks fighting in front of them. 2 early-stage foundation building monks were fighting against a peak-level chief practitioner. 2 monks were already lying on the ground. Obviously they were with the foundation building monks. I saw one of the foundation building monks holding a spiritual sword and fiercely attacking the chi training monk with bursts of golden light. The chi training monk's back was turned to him, and he was actually a sword cultivator, holding a broad-edged sword in his hand, and he walked straight towards him. As soon as the broad sword was slashed out, a strong golden light flashed towards the foundation building monk. Knife intention? Jia was slightly shocked. This person actually understood the meaning of the sword during the chi refining stage. No wonder he could cross the level in challenge, and even kill 2 people. The sword's intention collided with the sword light, directly splitting the sword light into pieces, and striking the foundation building monk's shoulder. But before the chi practitioner could retract his sword, a row of thorns rose from under his feet. He quickly jumped away to avoid it. But a spirit-eating vine suddenly appeared next to him and wrapped directly around his ankle. It turned out that another foundation building monk had taken action. As soon as the soul-eating vine came into contact with him, it directly robbed him of all his spiritual energy. He couldn't even pick up the knife, and it fell to the ground with a clang. Bah! The foundation building monk, who was injured by the sword, spit out a mouthful of blood and glared at the chi training monk fiercely. This brat actually hurt himself. Then with an angry look, he struck at the chi practitioner with a sword, directly injuring him and flying towards Ji Yao. With a bang, he fell directly to the ground. Ji Yu just frowned and looked at it, with no intention of saving anyone. She was not the virgin. But the chi training monk raised his head with difficulty, glanced at her indifferently, and then fainted completely. Si Ruochan? Seeing his appearance clearly, Ji Yu was shocked. Why is it him? Damn! I finally subdued this kid. The injured foundation establishment monk spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at the unconscious Si Ruochan with a gloomy expression. 4 of his brothers accepted a mission and came to hunt down this kid. They thought that a few foundation builders could defeat a chi training monk, but unexpectedly they lost 2 brothers. The other foundation establishment cultivator also had a bad look on his face, and said with a cold face, Let's go! Kill him, so that we won't have long nights and dreams. The 2 looked at each other and headed in the direction of Ji Yao. Ji Yao looked at Si Ruochan's figure with a complicated expression and sighed in her heart. She felt particularly sorry for him when she was reading the article, because there is a trace of his past life in him. He also has no love from his parents and has few friends. He has trapped himself in a closed world. Now that I've encountered it, I can't just let it go. So I'll help. The two foundation building monks were completely unaware that there was anyone else here, and walked over without any precautions. Ji Yao struck out with a fierce sword intent and struck directly on the injured foundation establishment monk's head, splitting him in half and making him dead. Who? The other monk was startled and quickly stepped back, looking warily in Yao's direction. Chapter 116 Wake Up. Seeing that she had been discovered by the other party, Jiu stopped hiding and walked out directly. I wonder why you killed my brother, the foundation building monk said with a gloomy look. Jia dodged and hid to the side. Sure enough, a soul-eating vine appeared where he was standing before. Humph. She's quite smart. Seeing that she had escaped, the foundation building monk snorted. But he became defensive. Both of them were in the early stages of foundation building, and the outcome was unpredictable. Jia didn't say anything. Her movements changed, and she kept changing positions to confuse the other party's sight. Combining the TV series and novel she had read, she came to the conclusion that people who talk nonsense in fights generally do not live long. Seeing that she was so difficult to deal with, the foundation building monk took out a large handful of plant seeds from his storage bag and scattered them directly in Jia's direction. In an instant, Jia was surrounded by plants that emerged. With a faint glance at the foundation building monk, Jia struck out with a sword intent, which split into 10 parts in the blink of an eye, carrying a strong force of thunder and lightning, and headed towards the surrounding plants. As soon as the two came into contact, the plants were directly scorched by lightning, and some were even blown to pieces by the sword. Jia didn't waste much time. She changed her appearance and came directly behind the foundation building monk. Before he could recover, he directly slashed with his sword and split him in half. Looking at the bodies of the two people, Jia frowned. Her current method seemed a bit cruel. Why she always split people in half? I still have to change it in the future. For such a cute girl, my character cannot be ruined. After putting away the storage bags of the 4 of them, Jia walked to see Ruachan, hesitated for a moment, and then helped him up. A few quarters of an hour later, a safe cave was found, and Jia helped him in. She took out a silk blanket from the storage ring and placed it on the ground. Jia gently put him down, then ignored him and took out a futon to meditate and recover. 3 days later, Jia looked at the mutated rabbit in her hand with satisfaction, finally seeing the meat. In the past few months, she had been eating big pills, and she really missed the taste of meat. After processing the rabbit meat, Jia carried it back to the cave, then set up a fire rack and roasted the rabbit. Turning to look at Ruachan, Jia was a little worried. It had been 3 days, but there was no sign of him waking up. Standing up, Jia came to sit next to him, wanting to feel his lifeline to see if there was anything wrong. Just as he stretched out his hand, Ruachan suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. One hand directly grabbed Ji Yao's neck and looked at her with a gloomy face. Feeling the pressure on her neck, Jia did not resist. The opponent's current state could not hurt her at all, and he must have understood that she saved him. But she wanted to see if it was worth saving him. Sure enough, Ruachan only pinched her for a few breaths before letting go of her hand and looking at her defensively. Jia didn't feel surprised when she saw this. He was a sensitive, suspicious and insecure child. If he suddenly became grateful, she would be a little scared. Ahem. Are you feeling better? Do you have any healing elixirs on you? Jia asked after clearing her throat. Ruachan nodded without saying a word, took out a rejuvenation pill from his storage bag, drank it, closed his eyes, and meditated to heal his injuries. Sure enough, it was still annoying. Jia rolled her eyes in her heart. He is still the little kid on the ladder. Chapter 117 Awkward Ruachan. A few minutes later, the rabbit meat was finally cooked. Jia sprinkled the meat with seasonings and happily pulled off a leg. Just as he was about to put it in his mouth, he remembered that there was another person beside him. Do you want to eat? Jia leaned over with a leg and asked aloud. Ruachan opened his eyes and frowned at Ji Yao, who was approaching. He was not used to being so close to others. Don't eat! He said 2 words concisely, and then closed his eyes again. Gulu! But his stomach made a noise, and Ruachan's ears turned red instantly. The scene was very embarrassing for a time. Oh! Jia pretended not to hear, then returned to the fire with the rabbit leg and ate it happily. Ruachan opened his eyes and looked at Jia, who was eating deliciously beside him. Feeling a little angry. He had already eaten up all the big pills during his escape, and there were not many healing pills left. He was now a veritable pauper. And a seriously injured pauper. Why doesn't this woman know how to persuade her a little more? Wanjian felt depressed for a while. Xiao, however, was eating while using a ray of consciousness to look at him. Seeing that he wanted to eat but was pretending, she felt a smile in her heart. Let you pinch me. Thinking about it this way. The meat seems to be more fragrant? Xiao happily pulled off another leg and ate it happily. This dead girl definitely did it on purpose. Wanjian was so angry that he simply closed his eyes, keeping his eyes out of sight. But his consciousness still drifted towards the barbecue involuntarily. Ji Yao's cultivation level was higher than his, and her spiritual consciousness was stronger than his. So she noticed it, trying not to laugh. Xiao turned around and said, I'll go out and see if there are any monsters. There's still some meat here. If you're hungry, just eat it. Wanjian felt happy when he heard this, but remained silent. Xiao left the cave without saying much. Seeing that Xiao had left, Wanjian opened his eyes, stood up quickly, walked to the entrance of the cave, and looked out. It wasn't until he confirmed that Xiao had left that he sat down by the fire and started eating. At the same time, he also extended his spiritual consciousness outside the cave in case Xiao suddenly turned around. I can't afford to lose face like this. After finishing all the remaining barbecue, Wanjian stopped, feeling a little unfinished. It had been a long time since he had eaten so happily during his time on the run. Wanjian felt much better after getting up and performing a Qingqing on himself. Returning to the silk carpet, he meditated again. A few hours later, Xiao looked at the several 6th-level monsters in the storage ring and nodded with satisfaction. Judging from Wanjian's injury, I'm afraid the two of them will have to stay in the cave for a while. Just in time for him to pick up the talisman-making technique. These monster meat and monster blood are enough. Thinking about it, he headed towards the cave. As soon as she stepped into the cave, Ji Yao was not surprised to see that the monster meat on the grill had been looted. Ji Yao raised her eyebrows slightly, curled her lips and smiled. Ji Yao walked aside and took out a jade table, and then took out the talisman pen and paper. He silently recited the Qingqing, and when his mind completely calmed down, he picked up the talisman pen and dipped it in the blood of the monster to draw. The last stroke stopped, and a flash of spiritual light flashed across the entire talisman, and it was completed. Xiao looked at the 2nd-grade talisman in her hand and smiled with satisfaction. It turned out to be a top-grade talisman. Then he drew several 2nd-grade talismans one after another. After reviewing all the talismans, Xiao took out the Encyclopedia of Talismans and began to study the drawing methods of 3rd-grade talismans. Chapter 118: The Forest Overturned. 7 days later, Xiao was holding a 3rd-grade flame talisman and looking at it with joy. She could actually make a 3rd-grade talisman. Wanjian was grilling meat on the side, looking at her with disdain from time to time. Suddenly, the entire cave shook violently. Stones began to fall one by one, and countless dust covered the two of them. How is this going? The two of them looked at each other, then dodged and headed out of the cave. Unfortunately, before stepping out of the cave, the entire cave collapsed. Xiao quickly took out a defensive bell and placed it over the two of them, blocking out the stones from the outside world. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the entire ground began to shake, and countless large trees outside the cave were uprooted and then fell down. The monster became completely confused and began to run wildly out of the forest. The entire earth's crust turned over, covering the entire forest directly underground. Xiao and the other two had no power to fight back. The world was spinning, and they were knocked to the ground and slid all the way down. Various boulders and trees fell on the two of them along the way. Even the spiritual bell lost its spirituality and became a piece of waste. Both of them spit out a lot of blood and stretched out their hands to grab something, but in vain. Instead, their hands were covered with wounds. A huge boulder fell from above and hit Xiao directly on the head. She fainted on the spot. Yi Xiao! Wanjian shouted in shock when he saw this, eager to step forward and hold her, even though he usually criticizes her with all kinds of vicious words. She is his savior after all. Another boulder rolled down and separated the two of them. As her body fell, Ji Yao's figure completely disappeared from Wanjian's sight. The changes in the entire Earth's crust lasted for 3 days before completely stopping. After the storm, the forest of death no longer looked like a forest. There were gravel and lava everywhere. This change also attracted the attention of many monks. And more monks gathered here. Hey! Who am I? It turns out that our Balrog is here. A nascent soul demon cultivator, who was wearing a purple robe and looked a little thin and haggard, spoke up, teasing another demon cultivator who was watching the forest of death. Upon hearing this, Balrog turned his head and glanced at him lightly, then turned back to look at the forest of death and frowned. In the past few years, he happened to pass by this place and discovered a vein of top-grade fire spirit stone. He stayed here ever since and captured many monks to help mine. A few days ago, the forest was suddenly overturned without any warning, and he was the only person in the mine who ran out. The hidden demon was furious when he saw that he was actually ignoring him. The Balrog was indeed as arrogant and self-righteous as the rumor said. With a cold snort, the hidden demon flicked his sleeves and walked towards the forest. The sudden big changes here are probably due to the emergence of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Didn't you see that there were suddenly many nascent soul cultivators here? Balrog released the monster and asked. Damao, before this, did you sense the approaching danger? The monster shook its head and nuzzled the Balrog, just like a docile and well-behaved pet. Seeing it shaking its head, Yenemo frowned even more tightly. Although Damao had no other abilities, he was extremely sensitive to danger. He relied on its sensitivity to avoid many dangers before he could advance to nascent soul. This is why even though Damao is still in the foundation building stage, he has never had any objections. After all, the role of Warcraft is to help its master fight, not to hold him back. But this time, even Damao didn't notice it in advance, which was really a surprise. Chapter 119 Zhuangsheng Dreams of Butterfly. Miss, it's time to get up. Today I'm going to Mingwan Temple to pray for my ancestors. A gentle female voice came to my ears. Jia opened her eyes with difficulty and stared at the gauze above her head, feeling a little dizzy. Miss, I'm still a little dizzy. Do you want to invite Dr. Liu to come and take a look? Xiaoya, who was waiting on the side, felt worried as she watched her young lady staring at the gauze curtain without speaking. When Jia heard this, she turned sideways and saw a girl with buns and a blue dress looking at her nervously. Jia opened her mouth to say something, but when the words came to her lips, she didn't know what she was going to say. Miss, my head is a little dizzy again. It's always been like this since you woke up after falling into the water some time ago. Xiaoya felt a little guilty in her heart. If she hadn't been ordered away, the lady would not have fallen into the water. Why don't you let me report to the madam? After you feel more comfortable, how about you go to Mingwan Temple to pray for our ancestors? Hearing this, Jia was about to nod, but she refused directly. No, my grandmother has been ill recently. As a junior, I should put my grandmother's health first. As soon as she finished speaking, her body automatically slowly sit up. How is this going? Jia was shocked. Why was her body not under her control? Then slave girl, go get some water for you to wash up. Xiaoya helped Jia up and hurried out. Jia sat in front of the dressing table and looked at herself in the bronze mirror. Her dark and smooth hair was straight down, and she was wearing white obscene clothes. Although her face could not be seen clearly, she could still tell that she had a good complexion. My body felt a little uncomfortable, and my whole person looked rather pitiful. Soon after, Xiaoya walked in with water, helped Jia wash up, and dressed her up. The lady is so beautiful. No wonder my cousin is so in love with the lady. Xiaoya stared at Jia infatuatedly. My young lady and my cousin, Prince Qi, have been childhood sweethearts since they were young, and they have grown up together. His Majesty even granted them a marriage not long ago, and they will choose an auspicious day to get married in the next year. Cousin? Jia is a little confused. She seems to have lost her memory. Why do these people and things feel so strange to her? Let's go! Jia shook her head, stood up, and stopped thinking about the questions that she couldn't figure out. She had a headache. Jia helped Jia to the door of the house, where a beautiful woman was waiting at the door. Girl E, are you feeling better? Mother told you to rest at home while she goes and prays for you. I think even if your grandmother knew about it, she would definitely not blame her. When the woman saw Jia coming, he stepped forward to hold her hand and said with a look of disapproval. Jia shook her head and returned with a gentle smile. Praying for blessings. The more people there are, the more sincerity there is, and my grandmother's illness can be cured faster. Okay. I know you feel sorry for the old lady. The woman tapped Jia's forehead with a doting look on her face. After saying that, He helped Xiao get into the carriage together, and headed towards Mingwan Temple. Xiao sat on the carriage, feeling the bumps of the carriage, feeling a little uncomfortable and frowning tightly. But you're a little dizzy again? The woman quickly took out a small bag of sour plums from the box on the side, then twisted one out and put it into Xiao's mouth, feeling a sour smell. Xiao finally felt better, but the feeling of sitting on a carriage became increasingly unfamiliar. Chapter 120 Mingwan Temple is in danger. 2 hours later, the carriage finally stopped. Xiao was helped out of the carriage by Xiaoya. She was a little dizzy, and her limbs were weak. Quickly, help the young lady go to the temple to have a rest. Seeing her like this, the woman asked Xiaoya anxiously. Xiaoya nodded and helped Xiao walk towards the temple. The woman led a large number of people to follow closely behind. After arriving at the cicada room and arranging Xiao's arrangements, the woman took the others to the main hall to pray, leaving Xiaoya to take care of her. An hour later, Xiao woke up from her sleep and sat up suddenly. She had just dreamed that she was flying around in the sky on a flying sword. But then she fell from the sky due to instability. Xiao patted her heart. Luckily it was just a dream. Miss, are you awake? Are you feeling better? Xiaoya was startled when she saw her suddenly sitting up. Yes. Xia nodded with lingering fear, her heart still beating wildly. Then please take the young lady to the main hall. Xiaoya helped Xia up and took her to the main hall. Xia accepted Xiaoya's support and felt a little sad because of her fragile body. She missed the feeling of flying with a sword in her dream. The two of them were walking to a peach forest in the temple, when suddenly two people fighting appeared in front of them. I saw one of them dressed in black and holding a sword, while the other was dressed in white and holding a jade flute, fighting fiercely. Xia rubbed her eyes vigorously, fearing that she was dazzled. Why is there so much golden light and fire everywhere in this fight? Xiao! Miss! This is it! Xiaoya was so frightened that her legs weakened. Are these two monsters from the storybook? I saw the man holding the spiritual sword slashing at the man in white, and a dazzling golden light flashed by. Xia quickly closed her eyes, but tears still fell. Humph! Jianichu! You are too nosy! The man in white was very angry and attacked back with a jade flute. Just when the man in black was about to strike with his sword again, he suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, with a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. The man in black threw a 5th-level thunder explosion talisman directly at the man in white, and then disappeared in a few flashes. The thunder explosion talisman exploded, and the man in white was injured and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Ah! Xiaoya exclaimed, and the two of them were affected by the explosion. The man in white flew over and took Xiao into his arms, blocking all harm. And poor Xiaoya was so shocked that she fainted. Xiao was a little confused. It was obviously a terrifying visual impact, but she was not frightened like Xiaoya. Instead, she felt an inexplicable kindness. Girl, where are you injured? The man in white released Xiao and stared at Xiao with concern. Xia raised her head and was about to say thank you, but when she saw the graceful figure of the man in white facing the wind, she lowered her head, her whole face flushed with embarrassment, and whispered back, Thank you for your concern. Sir, Shuyi is fine. Xia felt her state and went crazy again. This was not what she wanted to say. This was not her own idea. Looking at this face, she clearly had no fluctuations in her heart, but she could feel a sudden burst of love sweeping over her, making her heart feel sore and painful. It's fine. It's all my fault for letting the girl suffer this unreasonable disaster. The clear voice of the man in white came. My lord, Wei Ziyue, do you dare to ask the girl her name? Chapter 121 Elopement. Guishui. Xia bowed her head shyly and returned, clutching the handkerchief nervously with both hands. What a good name. The man in white looked at her with a smile. I'm going to stay here for a while to recuperate. I wonder if I can come and find a girl. Yeah. Okay. Xiao's face turned even redder, and her entire neck was stained with a layer of scarlet. Xia stretched out her hand to cover her chest. This feeling was so unfamiliar that it made people feel uncomfortable. Then I'll take my leave first. After saying this, the man in white disappeared and Xiaoya on the ground suddenly let out a cry and slowly woke up. Xia raised her head and stared at the deserted Taoyuan, feeling a sense of loss in her heart. Miss, are you okay? Xiaoya woke up and stood up quickly, nervously checking whether Xia was injured. I'm fine. Let's go. Mother is still waiting for me. Xia shook her head. Where are those monsters just now? Xiaoya stared around nervously, fearing that a monster would suddenly appear and snatched them away. There are no monsters. Let's go! After Xiao said that, she walked forward. Xiao hurriedly followed, wondering in her heart. Maybe she was dazzled? 3 days later at night, Xiao and Wei Ziyue were sitting on the roof, looking at the stars. In the past few days, every night, Wei Ziyue would come to look for her, take her to fly, take her to stargazing, and take her to see more beautiful mountains and rivers. At this moment, she was leaning on Wei Ziyue's shoulder, feeling sweet in her heart, feeling the love in her heart. Xiao felt helpless. She wanted to refuse countless times in the past few days, but she couldn't control her body at all. Shui, I'm leaving tomorrow. Wei Ziyue gently held Jia's shoulders and said in his ear with a hint of sadness. Jia was shocked when she heard this, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. Don't cry. Wei Ziyue noticed her reaction and quickly straightened her up, hurriedly wiping her tears with a distressed look on his face. Xiao felt a lot of reluctance in her heart, but she couldn't speak. Shui, are you willing to leave with me? Wei Ziyue asked cautiously. Xiao was stunned when she heard this. She didn't want to, but this thought suddenly filled her head. He and King Qi have been granted marriage by His Majesty. Even if Wei Lang proposes marriage, it is absolutely impossible for the two of them to get married. The only way to be with him is to leave him and go to a wider world, where the two of them can live happily until old age, and maybe have children. Think about it carefully. Can you answer me when I come to say goodbye to you tomorrow night? Wei Ziyue felt happy when he saw that she was already a little shaken. Yeah. Xiao nodded. After the two made an agreement, Xiao was sent back to the cicada room by Wei Ziyue. The next night, Wei Ziyue came to look for Xiao. At this time, she had already packed some small things. When Wei Ziyue arrived and saw her like this, he smiled with satisfaction. Let's go! Wei Ziyue released a flying magic weapon and walked up with Xiao. The flying magic weapon took the two of them and flew into the distance. Jia looked at Mingwan Temple and thought about her parents. She felt guilty and shed tears uncontrollably. Then he knelt down in the direction of Mingwan Temple and kowtowed. As an unfilial daughter, I cannot afford the nurturing kindness of the Guo family. Chapter 122, Family Ruined. 2 days later, the two stopped in a cave. Shui, I will wrong you for a while first. When we return to the sect, I will definitely let you live a good life. Wei Ziyue said and took Qi Yao into the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, he saw a futon and the ashes of a fire in the cave. Wei Ziyue took out a silk blanket from his storage bag, spread it on the ground, and carefully helped Xiao sit down. Xiao looked at the simple cave, and her uneasy heart suddenly calmed down strangely. You rest for a while. I'll go find some food and come back. Wei Ziyue smiled at Xiao and left the cave. Xiao stood up and started walking in the cave, touching here and there. For some reason, she liked this place a little bit. A few quarters of an hour later, Wei Ziyue came back with a rabbit. After roasting it, the two of them started eating it. Seeing her eating happily, Wei Ziyue was a little surprised. He thought that she, a young lady, would not be able to bear such suffering. For a while, the two of them lived in the cave, relying on Wei Ziyue to hunt for food every day. At the same time, Wei Ziyue said that Jia was too weak and prepared a lot of medicine for her to improve her physical condition. Now Qiu is no longer the delicate and frail young lady. A month later, Shui, we need to leave. Wei Ziyue proposed to leave after finishing the meal. Xia felt reluctant to leave. After staying here for so long, she already regarded this place as her home. Yeah. Xia nodded, endured the reluctance, and started packing. After everything was packed up, the two headed to the next town. Arriving in the town, the two came to an inn and planned to take a rest. Sitting in the corner of the hall, the two of them were enjoying tea comfortably when they suddenly heard a discussion coming from the hall. Brother Liu, have you heard about Prime Minister Guo's family being raped and executed a few days ago? A young man dressed as a scholar asked mysteriously to a scholar next to him. Bang! The teacup in Ji Yao's hand fell down. A little unbelievable. Prime Minister Guo? Wei Ziyue naturally heard it, frowned, and held Jia's hand with a worried look on his face. Who doesn't know about this? Well, who would have thought that the Prime Minister of a country would be disloyal and keep a dragon robe at home? Another scholar shook his head regretfully. TSK. Brother Liu, you don't know something right now. The young man shook his head somewhat ostentatiously. Actually, It's not because of this at all. It is said that it was because someone saw the eldest daughter of the Gua family eloping with someone else. Think about it. This is such a big deal. How could His Majesty let go of the Gua family when the royal family's face is trampled on the ground? You can't. Right. Didn't you hear that Miss Gua accidentally fell ill and died of a sudden illness? Another scholar looked shocked. Hey, who can be sure about the affairs of this mansion? The young man shook his head and said no more. Gia was completely stunned, with tears falling down her eyes. She curled up in pain and clutched her chest desperately, trying to relieve the pain in her heart. She! Wei Ziyue picked her up worriedly and wanted to take her away. Wei Lang! Take me back! Take me back! Gia grabbed Wei Ziyue's clothes and said painfully. Please! Take me back! I want to see my parents! Please! Okay! Okay! I'll take you back! Wei Ziyue responded quickly. Chapter 123 True Colors Revealed. Back in the capital, after Wei Ziyue asked someone to inquire, he took Jia to the mass grave. When Jia saw the bodies piled up in front of her eyes, she could no longer see whose bodies were whose. She couldn't help but break down and cry. She was so heavy with guilt that she couldn't breathe. It was all because of her selfishness that Gua Mansion ended up like this. When she left, she clearly thought that the Gua Mansion might suffer disaster because of her. But her selfishness finally defeated her reason, and she chose to leave with a little bit of luck. She is the one who should die. The whole pressure directly overwhelmed Jia. From then on, she could only lie in a daze every day and cry when she thought about it. But Wei Ziyue never complained. He prepared medicine for her every day, fearing that she would be damaged. Jia looked at Wei Ziyue, who was feeding her medicine with tearful eyes, feeling very complicated. After today, we will leave this cave. After she fell ill, the two returned to the cave and stayed. Yes. Jia nodded sadly, then turned her back to Wei Ziyue. Wei Ziyue stood up, tucked her into bed, looked at her deeply, and then left. He still had something to prepare. At night, Wei Ziyue, who was rare, had not come back yet. Jia felt a little panicked. Her heart was beating fast, and she always felt that something was going to happen. Struggling to get up, Jia walked toward the cave entrance, wanting to see why he didn't come back. But as soon as he arrived at the entrance of the cave, he was stopped by a light curtain, and Wei Ziyue was standing outside the cave, his hands waving non-stop, not knowing what he was doing. Wei Lang, what are you doing? Can you let me out? Jia felt very uneasy and spoke with some fear. It's a pity that Wei Ziyue, who used to be very caring about her, completely ignored her at this time and continued to be busy setting up his corpse-raising array. Wei Lang, let me out! Jia became anxious and slapped the light screen desperately. But Wei Ziyue remained unmoved and didn't even look at her. A few minutes later, Jia was so tired that she collapsed on the ground, her face covered with tears. She didn't understand why Wei Lang locked her in there, but there was a faint uneasiness in her heart, which she suppressed hard. Wei Ziyue stopped and smiled with satisfaction. He had indeed arranged the corpse-raising formation according to the technique described in the book. Looking up at the sky, today is the night of the full moon. When the moon comes out, it will be time to do it yourself. Shui! Wei Ziyue called softly. Wei Lang, why did you lock me in there? Can you let me out? Jia said to Wei Ziyue with a pleading face. Shui, don't you understand? Wei Ziyue shook his head and sneered. Do you really think that I, a cultivator, would fall in love with you? A mere mortal? What do you mean? Jia was a little scared and didn't want to listen to him anymore. Everything you have experienced was designed by me. I designed you to fall in love with me. I designed you to leave me. I designed you to spread the news about our elopement. Wei Ziyue curled his lips slightly. Woman, she is really stupid. So pitiful. What did you say? Jia stood up suddenly and looked at him in disbelief, her whole body trembling with anger. Otherwise, you think that a mortal would notice me? A cultivator? Taking you away? Wei Ziyue looked at her funny. Chapter 124 Corpse Raising Formation. When Jiao heard the words, it was like 5 thunders struck her head, and she almost lost her balance. She pointed one finger at Wei Ziyue, but she couldn't say a complete sentence. Huh? What? Regret it? It's a pity that hundreds of people in your Gua family died because of you. Wei Ziyue smiled cruelly. Jia looked at him, her heart filled with sadness. He was extremely strange at this time, and this must be his true appearance. Why? Why exactly? Jia said dumbly. She didn't understand why the other party treated her like this. Who told you that you were born in a Een year and had a very Een constitution? You are destined to become my puppet zombie. Wei Ziyue looked at her suspiciously, feeling a little proud in his heart. I was originally an ordinary inner disciple of the corpse control sect. I got a copy of the corpse raising technique when I broke into a secret realm. This technique is introduced to find a person with extremely Een faith, burn him alive, and finally bury him in a corpse raising array. It only takes a few years for it to grow into a flying zombie and become its own puppet corpse. The more resentful this person was during his life, the stronger his fighting power will be in the future. This is why he wasted so much effort. Otherwise he would just kill her. It was also her fault that she was unlucky. She was looking for another person. But unexpectedly, Jian Yichu intervened halfway and ruined her plan. But God was kind to him after all, and sent him one in the blink of an eye. Zombie? Jia was startled. Is it the kind of zombie she saw in the story book? As the two of them communicated, the sky turned completely dark and the moon gradually crawled out. Wei Ziyue looked up and smiled happily, knowing that his own time was coming. With a flick of his fingers, a cluster of white flames emerged from his fingertips. Wei Ziyue curled his lips slightly and threw the flames directly towards Ji Yao. The flames penetrated directly through the light curtain and headed straight for Ji Yao's head. A burst of heartbreaking pain came, and Ji Yao's soul suddenly floated up from her body. Ji Yao looked at her transparent body and was a little confused. Why was she flying? Ah! Guishui in the cave rolled on the ground in pain, holding her head with both hands, trying to relieve the pain. Ji Yao felt panic in her heart when she saw her scratching her whole face with blood everywhere, screaming in pain and beating her head hard. She tried hard to fly towards her, to help relieve her pain, but her body passed right through her, and she couldn't even give her a hug. Tears fell. Jiyu stared at Shuyi's painful look, feeling a pang of pain in her heart. There was really no other way. So Jia flew towards Wei Ziyue again, trying to kill him. Yes, kill him. Looking at the body that she passed through again, Jia felt weak for a while, and she couldn't do anything at all. Wei Ziyue, I hate you. I want to curse you. Curse you to be hopeless. Curse you to be unable to become an immortal. Curse you to die a good death. Ah! Guishui struggled to get up from the ground, her face already covered with blood. But he was still struggling to get out of the cave. She wants him dead. She regretted it. She really regretted it. Her family was dead, and she didn't want to live alone. But she didn't want to let this beast go. She is not willing to give in. The more Wei Zi saw her staring at him with hatred, the happier he smiled. The technique said that the more resentful he is, the stronger he will be in the future. Jia flew next to Guishui again, wanting to hug her and give her support. But she watched as her breath became weaker and weaker, until finally dying completely. Chapter 125 Raising Corpses. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Wei Ziyue suddenly laughed wildly, and looked at Guishui's body somewhat crazily. A tear fell, and he stretched out his tongue to lick it. It was salty. There seemed to be a missing piece in his heart, and Wei Ziyue clutched his chest in discomfort. This feeling was a bit unfamiliar, and he was at a loss as to what to do. Suppressing the discomfort in his heart, Wei Ziyue stepped forward, took out a coffin covered with array patterns, and put Guishui inside. Then he squeezed a drop of his heart's blood and dripped it into Guishui's forehead, and began to dance with his hands and recite the heart method. Jio had been standing nearby, watching numbly. It wasn't until a quarter of an hour later that the drop of his heart's blood was completely integrated into Guishui's body. Wei Ziyue spit out a mouthful of blood after losing a drop of his heart's blood, his expression a little gloomy. Why can't I feel happy at all when I see that the ceremony is about to succeed? Wei Ziyue stepped forward and covered the coffin lid, then drew countless patterns on it, and finally affixed a few talisman papers. After everything was taken care of, they came to a cave in the forest. In recent years, he has found a very suitable place to raise corpses, and has also set up a corpse-raising array. After placing the coffin into the ground dozens of feet deep, Wei Ziyue began the final step of casting a spell to officially start raising the corpse. He sat down cross-legged, took out his jade flute, and started playing. As the music sounded, Jio suddenly had a headache. She felt a force pulling her, trying to take her away. Jio tried her best to resist, but her body gradually twisted and finally disappeared. Deep underground in the forest of death, Jio opened her eyes with difficulty, looking at the wall in front of her in confusion, as she had not yet come out of her previous dream. It wasn't until a quarter of an hour later that all the memories returned. Jia touched her forehead and saw a big cut on it. and blood flowed from her forehead. Gio tried her best to push herself up, and when she stood up, she saw that she had bumped into a coffin and was stained with blood. This? Gio looked at the coffin and took a step back. Isn't this the coffin that Wei Ziyu had placed Guishi in before? At this time, the coffin had already been opened, and the lid had flown to the side. Jia took a closer look and found that there was nothing inside. Guishi's body had long since disappeared. Thinking of what Wei Ziyu had did in the dream, Jia's heart ached, and she curled up in discomfort. These feelings actually affected her. If she remembered correctly, the last thing Wei Ziyu used was the 9 netherworld fire, and Guishi was burned to death by it. To use such vicious methods against a mortal, he is simply a beast and a pervert. Suddenly a flash of inspiration occurred, and Jia suddenly understood what was happening at the moment. She didn't expect that she had encountered it. In the original text, the heroine came to the Sea of Chaotic Demons at the peak of her chi training. While she was training in the Forest of Death, the entire forest suddenly overturned, and a drought demon broke out. Yes, it's the drought that happens wherever it goes. The heroine received a 9 netherworld fire in this accident, which became a major killer weapon for her in the future. In the end, she directly built the foundation. Presumably, the 9 netherworld fire was the one that Wei Ziyu had back then, and that Han Bao was Guishi, who was buried deep underground. Thinking of this result, Jia felt a little uncomfortable. She personally experienced Guishi's deep love for Wei Ziyu, and she did not hesitate to betray the family for him. But she never imagined that she would end up like this. Chapter 126 Cave. Jia stepped forward again, stretched out her hand and touched the coffin. Perhaps because it was contaminated with her own blood, she actually felt a sense of intimacy. You know, in her previous life, when she saw this thing, she would feel eerie and scary. Just as she was about to leave, something in the coffin suddenly broke into Jia's sight. He reached out his hand and picked it up. It turned out to be a blood bead. Jia frowned. There was nothing else in the coffin except Guishi. Where did this blood drop come from? After putting away the blood beads, Jia no longer wanted to stay any longer. She still needed to find a way to escape. I don't know how long I have been here underground now. Jia took a few pills, then extended her consciousness to explore the exit. Fortunately, spiritual consciousness is not isolated here. Soon, Jia discovered a passage that led all the way to the distance. Although she didn't know where the end was, she still had to break through. After her injury got better, Jia walked along the passage. The entire corridor is filled with yin energy, and even if the body gathers spiritual energy, it still cannot resist the coldness that invades the body. The further she walked, the heavier Jia's heart became, and she felt a little irritable. This place could actually affect people's emotions. Jia quickly recited the Qingxing Ju silently to dispel the haze in her heart, but she became even more nervous. From the moment she walked in, her brows had been beating, and her heart was uneasy. An hour later, Jia walked out of the passage, exhaling heavily. Jia looked forward. Is this the cave in my dream? Jia was shocked. How did this cave get to this place? She remembered that in the dream, the cave was far away from the place where the corpse was raised. Where could it be reached within an hour's walk? Could it be that this crustal movement is too violent? Jia shook her head and walked into the cave. She saw the silk blanket and futon on the ground at a glance, and felt a burst of sadness in her heart. I don't know how many years have passed, but these things are still so well preserved. Walking forward, Jia sat down on the silk carpet. In a trance, she seemed to have returned to the time when she was still Guishi. Looking up and looking around, Jia felt a little helpless. This dream had a great impact on her. Her Taoist heart had not yet been formed, and she was extremely susceptible to external influences. I'm afraid I need to settle down a bit this time out. After practicing for so many years, I have been pursuing strength blindly, fearing to follow Yijiyu's old path, but neglecting to improve my state of mind. It doesn't show much at ordinary times, but once it reaches the golden elixir thunder tribulation, I'm afraid that I will fail to overcome the tribulation due to a flaw in my state of mind. Crack! The sound of something being crushed suddenly came from the distance. Jia was startled and stood up. He took out Su Hui and looked at the entrance of the cave with a wary expression. You made it easy for me to find you. You damn girl. Ling Xian stood at the entrance of the cave looking at Ji Yao with a gloomy face. Some time ago, the entire forest suddenly overturned, and he was buried underground. After waking up a few days ago, I felt that this dead girl was not far away, but I was seriously injured because of the overturning of the forest. As soon as the injury improved, he came over. Ling Xian became furious when he thought of the suffering he had suffered during this period. If he catches her this time, he will definitely make her life worse than death. It was Ling Xian. And Ji Yao's heart sank. The difference in cultivation between the two was 2 levels. Although she could cross the level to challenge, she didn't have much confidence if it was 2 levels. I'm afraid this will be a fierce battle. Chapter 127 Facing Ling Xian. Ji Yao looked at him coldly and said nothing. But she was ready to fight at any time. What? Could it be that I don't recognize your brother Xian? Ling Xian saw her looking at him blankly and spoke with a hint of ridicule. Just as he was about to make some more sarcasm, Ji Yao didn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore. If you want to fight, then fight. Ji Yao directly used a sword to break the sky. And the strong sword intent carried the power of crackling thunder and lightning and slashed directly towards Ling Xian. Ling Xian was unprepared and was struck by a sword, which shattered his defensive weapon and spit out a mouthful of blood. Ling Xian raised his head with a ferocious expression and glared at Ji Yao. This bitch. He actually underestimated her. Ji Yao didn't wait for his reaction and directly slashed away with another sword, and at the same time changed his appearance, moved behind him, wanting to give him a heavy blow. But Ling Xian was already on guard, so how could he be so easy to deal with? He turned around and struck Ji Yao with his sword, knocking her out of the cave and back into the corridor. Ji Yao rubbed her numb palms. The opponent was really powerful, so she had to be careful. Ling Xian smiled when he saw this. But in the early stages of foundation building, he still had to fight to the death. Ji Yao wasn't nervous either. She was just testing the waters just now, wanting to explore the opponent's strength. But her true ability hadn't been revealed yet. At that moment, she no longer held back and released the sword intent that had been refined to a small extent. The sword intent was divided into 10 and attacked him from different angles. At the same time, he took out a handful of talismans he had made before from the storage ring and threw them all at him. The sword intention and talismans all exploded, directly submerging Ling Xian's figure. Ji Yao did not dare to relax and struck directly with her sword, hoping to cause some damage to him. Ling Xian was attacked by the sword, and his heart was filled with anger. This dead girl was so difficult to deal with. Ling Xian finally struggled out of the circle of sword intent. At this time, Ling Xian's robe was already in tatters. His hair was completely disheveled, and he glared at Ji Yao with vicious eyes. Then he put away the spirit sword and took out a magic flag from the storage bag, which he got from the corpse of a magic cultivator 2 days ago. As soon as the demon flag was released, a strong demonic energy filled the air, struggling to go in the direction of Ji Yao. Ji Yao frowned when she saw this. Why do evil cultivators like to use this kind of magic weapon? The magic flag she once obtained is still lying in the storage ring. The demonic energy came and wanted to erode Zia's body. Just as Ji Yao was about to avoid it, she suddenly felt a comfortable feeling in her body, as if she was soaking in a hot spring. Don't be afraid, sister. Xiaolian will protect you. A soft yet firm voice came from her mind. Ji Yao felt a warmth in her heart when she heard this. Xiaolian had been falling into a deep sleep and practicing since she was awakened. Unexpectedly, she woke up now. Ling Xian saw a layer of white light suddenly appearing around Ji Yao, and the demonic energy melted automatically when it came into contact with the white light. A sense of fear came from the demon flag. Licking his lips, Ling Xian suddenly laughed. There were so many treasures in this dead girl. If he killed her, they would be his. Thinking of this, he waved his magic sail and approached Ji Yao, hoping to capture her completely. Ji Yao didn't have to worry about the demonic energy and directly sent out several sword intents in succession, slashing towards Ling Xian. As soon as the two met, a burst of dazzling light erupted. Boom! With a sound, the entire cave suddenly shook violently again. Chapter 128 Hanba is born. The two tried their best to stabilize their bodies, but they still couldn't resist the shaking of the ground. A violent shaking directly threw Ji Yao against the wall. Ling Xian didn't fare much better, being thrown directly into a far corner. What on earth is it? Ji Yao's heart tightened, and her uneasiness became more and more serious. Outskirts of the forest of death, several Yuanying monks were each holding their own natal magic weapons and looking nervously at a woman not far away. Many golden elixir monks and foundation building monks only dared to stand and watch from a distance, not daring to take a step forward. This woman was wearing a white dress, which was covered with stains and blood. Her face looked a little dull, and her eyes were extremely empty. Yangimo! This is the 10,000 years drought demon. Hidden Demon said nervously and excitedly. in addition to its powerful combat power. Hanbo's body is directly equivalent to a top-grade treasure. If he could become his own contracted beast, how powerful would he be? The hidden demon licked his lips excitedly. A little impatient, Yinmo frowned when he heard this. This Hanbao has been cultivating for 10,000 years, which is almost equivalent to the human cultivation stage of becoming a god. Although our side has the advantage in numbers, there is not much chance of winning in a fight. Blessings, fellow Taoist Lu. Although we have temporarily reached an agreement with the demonic cultivators to fight against the drought demon together. However, the demonic cultivators have always been crafty, so we need to be careful. Chizé looked at the two demonic cultivators next to him, and then asked the two spiritual cultivators. Transmission road. Zhuan nodded, feeling a little excited. I originally came here to avenge my son, but I didn't expect that I would encounter a huge change in the forest as soon as I arrived. And now I also found this drought demon. As soon as the drought demon comes out, the red ground will be thousands of miles away. At this time, the forest floor was full of cracks, with large and small magma distributed. Feeling the rich fire attribute, Zhuan felt secretly happy in his heart. He was a major in fire spiritual roots. This drought demon has begun to gain spiritual intelligence, and the inner elixir must have formed in his body. If you get the inner elixir, you will definitely be able to successfully advance to become a god. Thinking of this, Zhuan's body started to tremble a little, and he wanted to rush forward immediately. After we deal with the drought demon together, we are destined to have friction with the demon cultivators. How about the three of us join forces to kill the two of them? And how about we discuss the final issue of the drought demon's ownership? Lu Hai suggested in a voice transmission. Zhuan and Chizé nodded and agreed to the proposal. The three looked at each other and reached a consensus. Everyone, this stalemate is not an option. How about we take action directly now? Chizé stood up and suggested to the other four. Okay. Hima immediately responded. He had already wanted to take action. Several other people nodded when they heard this and rushed forward with magic weapons in hand. Among them, Chizé and Zhuan's magic weapons are both a spiritual sword, and Lu Hai's magic weapon is a pair of rings. The magic weapon of the Balrog is a ruler, faintly glowing with silver. The hidden demon's magic weapon is a jet black folding fan with a strong demonic aura rising from it. Several people attacked Hanba at the same time. Guishui looked at the people in front of her with a feeling of indifference. She didn't understand what these were in front of her, but seeing that they looked the same as her, they should be her kind. However, the smell on their bodies made her feel very uncomfortable, and she also felt the deep malice of the other party. Seeing various attacks coming at the same time, Guishui subconsciously stretched her hand towards the sky, and then pointed forward. Chapter 129 Encirclement and Battle against Drought Demon. Immediately, a cluster of 9 heavens mysterious fire was attracted and attacked several people. 9 heavens mysterious fire! Zhuan shouted in surprise, and quickly stepped back. This is the second-ranked fire on the list of strange fires. I saw that as soon as the attacks of several people came into contact with the 9 heavens mysterious fire, they disappeared without any waves at all. Several people quickly retreated and looked at Guishui nervously. This Hanbao actually has the ability to draw the 9 heavens mysterious fire. It seems that he and others have underestimated her. The monks who were watching were also shocked. Even though they were so far apart, they could detect a strong heat. Senior Brother Yi, this Hanbao is so powerful. Do you think the seniors have a chance to win? Shiryu looked into the distance and asked the young sword cultivator beside him uneasily. The chance is not big. Yi Wulua shook his head. The strength of the seniors was far from Hanba, and they might let her run away. Then if she escapes, I'm afraid the world of cultivation will be unstable. Shiryu frowned nervously. The Han demon has great combat power, and as a zombie, it is inhumane. I'm afraid that once she escapes, it will completely disrupt the situation. The entire world of cultivation, especially in the Northern Territory. Among the several territories, the spiritual energy is the thinnest and there are few high-level monks. It is called a desolate place. Guishui watched several people retreat and threw out another cluster of spiritual fire. Then she teleported in front of the hidden demon and slapped him with a palm. A huge impact came, and the hidden demon was slashed into the distance without any resistance. It hit the ground hard and spat out a large mouthful of blood with a wow sound. This palm broke his heart and soul, and the demonic energy in his dantian seemed to have collapsed. Inemo quickly took out a few magic potions and drank them, staring at Guishui with a fearful expression. As a wind spirit root, He was always known for his speed. But he didn't dodge at all. And he didn't even notice the opponent's attack at all. Guishi dealt with one of them. Then turned around and slapped Chise. Seeing this, Chise quickly picked up his spiritual sword. And with a flash of golden light, he attacked Guishi. Guishi did not dodge and let the attack hit her body. She hit Chise's chest with her palm and immediately knocked him into a pit several feet deep underground. He didn't know whether he was alive or dead. When everyone saw this, their hearts tightened. This fighting power was truly incredible. And the nascent soul monk's vigorous attack failed to leave even a single wound on her body. What kind of monster is this? Several people immediately moved further away, staring at Guishi warily, not daring to act rashly. Guishi was a little impatient, and in a few teleports, several people were seriously injured. Seeing that no one was stopping her, Guishi was ready to leave. Seeing that she wanted to leave, Juin gritted his teeth and stood up to attack again with his sword. He has been cultivating Yuaning for hundreds of years, but he has been unable to advance to become a god. This opportunity, he cannot give up. Guishi felt angry when she saw someone trying to stop her. She teleported directly to Juin, grabbed his arm, and started beating him, left and right. Juin would spurt out a mouthful of blood every time, and the ground was filled with holes one after another. Juin, who was beaten, collapsed at this moment. He was actually being played with like a toy. It was really a great shame and humiliation in his life. The onlookers in the distance were also stunned at this time. It was hard to believe that a nascent soul cultivator was being tossed around like a rag. This is a nascent soul cultivator. A nascent soul cultivator who can move mountains and fill seas. Chapter 130 Xiaqiyue. After a full quarter of an hour, Guishi let go of his hand, threw Juin out, and then left in a swaggering manner. Juin, on the other hand, was already lying on the ground, unconscious. After the onlookers repeatedly confirmed that Hanba had left, they stepped forward to help their senior. Yi Wuluo saw that the curtain had come to an end here and didn't want to stay any longer. He came out this time to practice, and there was no need to waste time. Let's go. After greeting Shiryu, Yi Wuluo left here and headed towards the depths of the Chaos Demon Sea, deep underground in the Forest of Death. The shaking finally stopped, and Jia knelt down on the ground with some discomfort. After a long period of shaking, her head felt dizzy and uncomfortable. At this time, Ling Xian was even more miserable. His already disheveled hair became more and more messy, wrapping around his entire face, making him look a little funny. Just when Jia wanted to stand up and continue fighting, there was a sudden sound of footsteps from the entrance of the cave. With her heart tightening, Jia looked at the entrance of the cave warily. Ling Xian also stood up suddenly, holding a spiritual sword and looking at the entrance of the cave. As the footsteps approached, an unparalleled face appeared in front of him. Is it actually the heroine? Jia was a little surprised. She didn't expect to meet her. Xiaqiyue was shocked when she saw the two of them. She didn't expect that there were people inside. I came here to practice some time ago, but I didn't expect to be directly crushed deep underground. Fortunately, I hid in the space in time and escaped the disaster. After leaving the space, he followed the passage all the way to the cave, but he didn't expect that there was someone inside. TSK. Here comes another beauty. Ling Xian teased when he saw another beauty coming, who was still at the peak of Qi training. Xiaqiyue frowned when he heard this and looked at Ling Xian indifferently. It's a pity that it's just a person at the peak of Qi training. It's really tasteless to eat, and it's a pity to throw it away. Ling Xian shook his head with a little curiosity. This woman has such an outstanding temperament. Even if she can't take supplements, sleeping with her will not be a loss. When Ji Yao heard this, she looked at Ling Xian with admiration. She was amazing. She was such an ambitious person. Even the heroine wanted to sleep. She might not survive until the Yuaning appeared in the later stage. Didn't you see that the heroine was filled with a strong murderous aura at this time? And her eyes were almost poking holes in Ling Xian's body. Jia silently lit a candle for him in her heart. When Ling Xian saw that dead girl looking at him with admiration, he felt weird and got goosebumps in his heart. What are you looking at? We haven't even settled the score yet, Ling Xian said fiercely. Jia stood up. Under the influence of the elixir, most of her previous injuries had healed. Then we have to see if you have the ability to settle accounts with me. Jia felt a strong murderous aura all over her body. The other party really annoyed her. If it weren't for his pursuit, she wouldn't be trapped here. You know, going on an adventure with a heroine is a real escape from death. Not to mention that you are still a supporting actress. The heroine's luck is such that wherever she goes, something goes wrong and everyone else dies. But she gains a Conan physique that defies heaven's odds. Immediately, he didn't say anything more, and directly struck out with several sword intents, surrounding Ling Xian. Explode! Gio commanded softly. I saw several sword intents suddenly exploded. A huge impact came, and dazzling lightning suddenly filled the entire cave. Xiaoqi Yue was also forced out of the cave by the impact, and looked at Jia with some fear. Unexpectedly, after not seeing each other for a short time, the opponent's strength turned out to be much stronger. Chapter 131 9 Netherworld Fire. Ling Xian was hit by the explosion of sword intent, and spit out a large mouthful of blood. His clothes were already in tatters, and now he was almost naked. His disheveled hair was directly blown into curls by the power of lightning. As soon as I touched it with my hand, it turned into ashes and fell down. You? Ling Xian was shaking with anger, pointing at her and unable to speak. Jia was helpless when she saw this. Didn't the villain die because he talked too much? Now I still have time to talk nonsense, and I am really confident in myself. However, she didn't expect that this move would have such great destructive power, and Jio felt satisfied. Although the previous sword intention would explode, it was a reaction after contact with an object. The explosion just now was due to his communication with the sword's energy. He had this conjecture long after he discovered that he could communicate with the sword's energy. I just tried it, and it was indeed successful. And the power of the explosion was quite powerful, and it could also cause considerable damage to the later stages of foundation building. Ling Xian wiped away the blood on his lips, took out a handful of whipped grass seeds from the storage bag, threw them at Ji Yao's feet, and then struck her with a sword mixed with golden light. Go! Sensing the danger, Jia rolled to avoid the sword attack, but her feet were entangled by the whipped grass. With a strong force, Jia pulled out her leg, but due to her unstable center of gravity, she fell down onto the futon that had already fallen to the corner. As soon as Jia sat down, the entire futon suddenly turned into ashes, and then a cluster of white flames ran out. 9 Netherworld Fire? Feeling a biting chill, Ling Xian exclaimed and looked at the flames in disbelief. The 9 Nether Hell Fire is one of the top 10 spiritual fires on the list of strange fires. It is formed by gathering the resentment of the ghosts in the 9 Nether Hell. And if you want to get this thing, you have to go to the 9 Nether Hells and try your luck. Unexpectedly, I encountered one in this place. Ling Xian felt happy. This 9 Netherworld Fire was his own. Jia was startled by the coming out of the underworld fire. She felt its breath and her heart tightened, remembering the painful feeling in her dream. But when Xiaoqi Yue saw the 9 Netherworld Fire, her heart skipped a beat, and she felt a guidance from somewhere, asking her to take it. Girl Xia, take it. Senior Ling Yu's voice came from the space, and Xiaoqi Yue became even more determined. This thing is something you must get. Xiaoqi Yue slowly approached the cave, took out a high-grade magic weapon, Xixia Pilian, and looked at the two of them warily. TSK, I won't talk about that dead girl. You? A Piqi practitioner? Want to fight for this thing? Ling Xian laughed when he saw Xiaoqi Yue's actions. Are female cultivators nowadays so overestimating their abilities? Or do you think you will let her go for the sake of her face? How naive. This person is an evil cultivator. How about we work together to get rid of him first, and then decide who owns this thing? Jia sent a message to Xiaoqi Yue. Xiaoqi Yue analyzed the current situation. Although he still had the trump card to defeat the male cultivator, he might be seriously injured, and in the end, he would be taken advantage of by the female cultivator. It would be better to form an alliance with her first. Yes! Xiaoqi Yue nodded coldly and gradually walked into the cave. Seeing this, Ling Xian stared at the two of them with some amusement. Do they really think that challenging the level is just like eating? Then let them see if the gap in cultivation is so easy to cross. He is bound to get this 9 Netherworld Fire. No one can take it away. After thinking about it, Ling Xian struck preemptively and struck Xiaoqi Yue with his sword. In his eyes, this woman was only at the peak of her qi training, and could not handle any of his moves. Chapter 132 Killing Ling Xian. The attack in the later stage of foundation building struck, with a huge impact heading towards Xiaoqi Yue. His whole body was tense, and Xiaoqi Yue rushed forward with Pai Lian in hand. However, there was a huge gap in cultivation between the two. As soon as Xiaoqi Yue came into contact with the sword light, he was thrown out and suffered a deep wound on his body. However, Jia took advantage of the fight between the two and appeared beside Ling Xian. She struck him with a sword that cut through the sky, and then immediately jumped away. Ling Xian spat out a mouthful of blood again, and was hit by the sword intent, hitting the wall. At this time, Xiaqiyu also released the Suzaku. Once released, the Suzaku spit out a mouthful of fire, and attacked Ling Xian. Then she grabbed a large handful of third-grade talismans from the space, and threw them at him. Xia didn't let him breathe at the side, and struck with several sword intents one after another. The entire cave was flooded with lightning and flames. After a few breaths passed, the light dissipated, and Ling Xian lay on the ground, his breath becoming weak. Jiao and Xiaqiyu looked at each other, both standing warily at a distance, unwilling to step forward. It is impossible to be knocked down so easily in the later stage of foundation building, and there is a risk of fraud. Ling Xian, who was lying on the ground, felt angry when he saw the two of them being so cautious. He didn't expect that these two people were so difficult to deal with. With a sudden movement, Ling Xian stood up and took a pill. His aura suddenly rose to the peak of foundation building, and he was only one step away from the golden pill. Violent pill? Jia frowned. Now she was in trouble. We used the dragging technique. After only 2/4 of an hour, he will be at the mercy of others. Jia sent a message to Xiaqiyu. Okay. Xiaqiyu nodded, took out a formation disc from the space, activated it, and threw it towards Ling Xian. Damn it! Ling Xian found himself trapped in the formation again. His whole body felt bad. When the effects of the violent spirit pill wore off, he was afraid that he would have no choice but to wait for death. Then he began to eagerly search for the formation's opening, hoping to break the formation. Jia saw that he was waving on the spot, and knew that he had fallen into the formation. Jia was a little helpless. She originally wanted to delay time through fighting and improve her combat power at the same time. Unexpectedly, the heroine was so direct and used the formation disc. If she launched another attack, she would help Ling Xian break the formation. This incident also reflects the difference between Dharma cultivation and sword cultivation. Dharma cultivation can be done with any auxiliary means, as long as the cultivation level and state of mind improve. There is hope for ascension. As for sword cultivators, they can only improve their strength and understanding of the sword through constant fighting. And finally they can hope to ascend. This is why most sword cultivators follow the killing path. Xiaqiyu melted the elixir in her body while watching Ling Xian. Later, there might be a battle waiting for her. The same is true for Ji Yao. She seizes the time to regain her strength. After all, the heroine has never shown any kindness to her from the beginning to the end. She knows that the heroine has many cards. 2/4 of an hour passed, but Ling Xian still failed to break out of the formation. All his spiritual energy was drained, and he collapsed to the ground with a look of unwillingness. As soon as Xiaqiyu put away the array, Ji Yao immediately slashed with her sword and cut off his head. Ling Xian's head rolled a long way before he stopped, his eyes widening in disbelief. He must not understand until his death why he fell into the hands of these two people. After Ling Xian died, the two immediately moved away from each other and looked at each other warily. Next, it was time to decide the ownership of the 9 Netherworld Fire. Chapter 133 by Gigi. Looking at the 9 Netherworld Fire floating in the air, Jia felt determined in her heart. She also wanted to compete with this fire, although he never intended to snatch the heroine's opportunity. If the opportunity presented itself, and he didn't even have the courage to fight for it, there would be no need to become an immortal. Might as well go home and play in the mud. Looking at Xiaqiyu cautiously, Ji Yao was just about to take action when the H.L. fire flew towards the heroine and entered her body directly. Grass. Ji Yao wanted to curse for the first time. This was really awesome. As expected, she is the biological daughter of Tiandao, and no one else has this kind of luck. Jiao vomited blood in her heart, but she didn't even give her a chance to compete. Xiaqiyu felt happy when she saw Jiao Minghua automatically recognized her as the master. She had another trump card, but when she thought of Ji Yao, who was still watching eagerly from the side, her joy dimmed. She was afraid that this person would not give up so easily, but Jia saw that Minghua had automatically recognized the owner, and no longer struggled. There was no point in grabbing things that didn't belong to her. Her own opportunity must be waiting for her. Xiaqiyu saw her, and didn't do anything. Just when he was about to speak, the cave suddenly shook violently again, and the sound of dong 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 footsteps came from the distance. At the same time, there was a melodious flute sound. Jia was shocked. Isn't this the corpse-raising song that Wei Ziyu played? A feeling of uneasiness came over them. The two of them looked at each other and backed away to the corner. The sound got closer and closer, until finally a group of zombies appeared at the entrance of the cave. I saw that its whole body was covered with long hair. Its two fangs were glowing faintly. Its eyes were white, and its hands were all covered with long pointed nails, glowing with cold light. It was actually white stiffness. Zombies also have levels. From low to high they are purple zombies, white zombies, green zombies, hairy zombies, flying zombies, watering zombies, prone zombies, and non-bone zombies. Drought demons, on the other hand, belong to the category of immortal bones, sleeping for thousands of years. Immortal, immortal, and immortal. The white zombie in front of him belongs to the second level zombie, which is equivalent to the advanced level of human chi training. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not a high-level zombie. Otherwise they would probably have stopped eating. Seeing that the zombie had entered the cave, Jia no longer waited and struck directly with a thunder attribute sword intent. The sword struck a zombie, and a sizzling sound was heard. The hard body was actually somewhat damaged, and a hole was broken in it. The power of thunder and lightning directly attached to it, making crackling sounds. Jia felt happy. As expected, the thunder attribute had a restraining effect on these evil things. Then, there were several more slashes of sword intent, accompanied by extremely strong lightning power, hitting the zombie. Not to be outdone, Xiaoqiyue took out the pillion and attacked the zombie next to him. The pillion was accompanied by a burst of red light and hit the zombie fiercely, leaving a wound with fire attributes. Suzaku also flew up in the cave, and when he found the opportunity, he breathed fire at the zombies. Seeing this, other zombies also joined the fight, and the two of them got into a melee with the zombies. As time passed, the physical strength of the two gradually became exhausted. The bodies of these zombies were very hard, and they relied entirely on their physical strength to carry them. But he has never been able to find a suitable body training method, and his body's strength is only at the ordinary level in the early stages of foundation building. Xiaoqiyue waved her sword and struggled to avoid the claws of a zombie. However, she was suddenly slapped by a zombie behind her, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and plunged into the pile of zombies. Chapter 134 Controlling Corpses. When Jia saw this, she was startled. She subconsciously moved towards Xiaoqiyue, hugged her, and jumped away from the zombies, carefully putting her aside. Jia took out a defensive array disc from the storage ring, activated it, and placed it next to her. She had just seen that the zombie's palm not only injured the heroine, but also scratched several wounds on her back, which were already infected with corpse poison. She must detoxify now. When Suzaku discovered that his master was injured, he immediately flew over worriedly and circled around her. "Thank you." Xiaoqiyue endured the pain and said thanks, took out the antidote pill and drank it, then closed her eyes and sat up to meditate. Jia no longer cared about her, took a few healing pills, and rushed towards the zombies again. Although these zombies move relatively slowly and have not yet developed intelligence, they know how to cooperate with each other. Thinking of the flute she heard just now, Jia felt a little heavy in her heart. She didn't know who was controlling these zombies. A few miles away from the cave, underground, a foundation building monk was sitting cross-legged, muttering something silently. In front of him was a water mirror, and what was shown in the mirror was the cave where Jia and the others were. Humph. It's really useless. A group of white zombies can't even deal with two little girls. There was a remnant soul floating in the sea of consciousness of the young monk, and he spoke with some dissatisfaction. "Master, these two female cultivators are very powerful. If you want to take them down, I'm afraid it will take a lot of effort." Fang Zishu came to the sea of consciousness with his spiritual consciousness and explained to remnant soul in a low voice. "I was originally a non-rooted cultivator. I passed by this place a few years ago and picked up a soul bead, which actually contained the remnant soul of a senior nascent soul. Immediately, he became a disciple of remnant soul and learned the method of controlling corpses. Now he has built a foundation to control Bai Zheng. That's all. The stronger they are, the more powerful they will be when made into zombies. Please worry a little more." The voice of the master from the sea of consciousness came, interrupting Fang Zishu's memories. "Disciple, please obey." Fang Zishu responded and withdrew from the sea of consciousness. Wei Ziyue watched him leave and shook his head helplessly. If he hadn't really had no choice, how could he have chosen such a waste as his disciple? Thinking of everything that had happened, Wei Ziyue felt so angry that his heart ached. After he completed the zombie raising ceremony, he left here and started his own experience, planning to wait for the zombies to reach a higher level before making a contract. Unexpectedly, he accidentally entered a space crack during his training and went to the sky world, where he stayed for hundreds of years. It wasn't until he advanced to Nascent Soul that he returned to Chiffon continent. So he came here non-stop and planned a contract with Wishui. But damn, I met that dead guy Jianichu again, and was killed by him in the end. Fortunately, he obtained a soul bead during his training and placed a ray of remnant soul in it, thus avoiding the fate of completely dissipating. Thinking of Jianichu, Wei Ziyue felt itching with hatred. This man was really his nemesis. Therefore, he hated Jianxiu the most in his life. Looking at the girl in the cave, he felt extremely unhappy and decided to make her into a zombie. The other one is just incidental. Humph. Wei Ziyue snorted coldly and stopped paying attention to the situation in the cave. However, in the early stages of foundation building, it would only take time for Bai Zheng to capture her. The outcome has already been determined. Chapter 135 Battle Against the Zombies. Sister, let me help you. Xiaolian's light once again covered Jia's body, helping her fight against white stiffness. Sure enough, with Xiaolian, the zombies began to subconsciously avoid Jiyao, looking at her and not daring to step forward. Even with Fang Zishu's control, they still shrank and instinctively resisted. Jia felt happy when she saw that the zombies were no longer surrounding them, so she could defeat them one by one. Just do it. She chose one of the clumsiest Bai Zhang, and rushed forward with Su Hui in hand. A sword intent directly cut across Bai Zheng's neck, breaking half of it. The power of thunder and lightning remained on it, preventing the wound from healing. Seeing that this move was effective, Jia felt reassured and did not panic. She struck the other side of the neck with another sword. Bai Zhang waved his hands in a panic, trying to block the sword's intention, but it was in vain. His entire neck was cut off directly. His head fell to the ground, and his body also fell down. Poof! Fang Zishu spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Jia in the mirror with a gloomy expression. This bitch actually killed his own baby. After getting rid of a white zombie, Jia raised her eyebrows. It seemed that they were not much of a threat to her. She could take the opportunity to hone her sword power. Thinking like this, Jia separated part of her consciousness and entered the sky-breaking space to study it again. Seeing her standing still, Fang Zishu wiped the blood and strengthened the spell, allowing the group of white zombies to rush up and attack her. Several white zombies came forward slightly stiffly, and just stretched out their hands to scratch her. Jiyao suddenly made a move, and a sword intent was sent out again, which actually directly blew up a white and stiff head. Startled, Jia patted her chest in surprise. She only had a little understanding. But how could it be so powerful? Fang Zishu spat out another mouthful of blood and stared at the mirror in disbelief. Why did this woman's combat power suddenly increase so much? Have you been hiding your strength before? Thinking of this possibility, Fang Zishu's face turned dark. This bitch was actually playing tricks on him. At that moment, he felt angry, took out the jade flute from his storage bag, and started playing it. A flute sound came, and Jio's heart tightened. Sure enough, there was someone behind these zombies controlling them. However, this person must have some reason why he dare not show up and instruct these zombies to deal with him. Either Wei Ziyue's remnant soul no longer has any offensive power, or the others have low cultivation levels and do not dare to fight him head-on. After thinking about this, Jia felt a little more relaxed and once again concentrated on dealing with the swarm of zombies rushing up in front of her. With Yudi's control, these zombies are obviously much more flexible. Jia slashed at a white zombie with her sword intent, but before she could retreat, she was grabbed by the claws of the zombie behind her. Squatting down violently, Jia had just avoided the attack when she was kicked far away by another zombie. She hit the wall and spurted out a large mouthful of blood. The zombie that was hit by Ji Yao's sword before was also hit in the head and fell down. As soon as Xia Qiyue came out of the formation, she saw this scene and looked at Jiyu in surprise. It only took a quarter of an hour to heal her wounds, but her strength had improved so much. "Heal your wounds and leave them to me first," Xia Qiyue said to Ji Yao. Then he stopped thinking about it and attacked with Pai Lian in hand. Skipping Chapter 136 does not affect viewing. Chapter 137 Acquaintance. I saw Xia Qiyue waving the fiery red Pilian and constantly shuttled among the zombies. The Pilian, which looked very soft, left many scars on these zombies. Who? Suzaku once again sprayed out spiritual fire and headed towards these zombies. Although Suzaku's current cultivation level is extremely low, and the spiritual fire is still low level, it cannot cause much harm to the zombies. However, who made the zombies afraid of fire gradually pushed them into a corner. Seeing this, Ji Yao felt relieved and took out the elixir to quickly restore her spiritual energy. Seeing that they had been forced into a corner, Xiaoqi didn't want to waste any more time. He took out a 6th level flame talisman from the space and threw it towards the zombies. Then he immediately retreated to Ji Yao and took out a spiritual umbrella to cover the two of them. This 6th level flame talisman is produced by our own space. Even if a Jin Dan cultivator encounters it, it will be quite embarrassing. Let alone these white zombies. Sure enough, the flame talisman burned violently as soon as it came into contact with the zombies, igniting them instantly. The entire zombie group fell into chaos, and many zombies rolled around in a humane manner. It's a pity that they can't resist this 6th grade flame talisman. Seeing this scene in the distance, Fang Zishu's eyes were about to split, and his whole body was filled with a murderous aura. He quickly played the flute again, trying to summon them back. Ji Yao and the others discovered through their spiritual umbrellas that the zombie group was actually trying to run away. So they spontaneously took out a formation disc and threw it towards the entrance of the cave, instantly blocking the zombie group's retreat. The two of them were a little stunned when they saw that each other and themselves had thought of the same thing. Then they looked at each other and laughed. A quarter of an hour later, the flame talisman was completely burned out. At this time, there were no zombies anywhere in the cave, but only puddles of corpses on the ground. Fang Zishu was hit by the death of the zombies, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood and passed out. Seeing that the zombie group had been eliminated, Xiyu breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried for so long after waking up. Xiaoqi had put away her spiritual umbrella, looked at Jia sitting cross-legged on the ground, stretched out her right hand, and said, "Xiaoqi." Seeing this, Jia also stretched out her right hand, used the strength to stand up, and replied, "Yi Xiao." After saying that, the two let go of their hands and looked at each other with a smile. Wei Ziyue realized that Fang Zishu was seriously injured and fell into a coma. He felt angry. He couldn't control a group of zombies to defeat two little girls. What a waste. Then he narrowed his eyes gloomily and looked at the two people in the light mirror with a grin. This underground place is not that easy to break into. I want to see if you can get out alive. In the cave, Ji Yao and the other two took a good rest and quickly recovered from their injuries. Xiaoqi took out some prepared spirit beast meat from the space, and also took out a pot of spirit wine, placed it on the silk carpet, and invited Ji Yao to share it with him. Jia looked at such a sumptuous meal and sighed in her heart. She mostly ate big pills when she went out to experience. How could there be such wine and meat? The heroine's life is really enjoyable. Then she was not polite, thanked her, and started eating happily. Seeing how straightforward she was, Xiaoqi curled her lips and smiled, looking at Jiu dotingly. She has always been a sensitive and suspicious person, and it is difficult to trust others. But in the previous battle, she subconsciously gave her back to the other party. Even she was surprised by this. But since she is her recognized friend, I will protect her from now on. Chapter 138 Bloody Evil Formation. Xiyu was enjoying the food at this time and didn't think too much about it. When she was reading the novel, she admired the heroine's temperament very much. She was very principled and decisive in killing, so she was able to pursue it until the end. Being able to become friends with Thighs was something she could only wish for. An hour later, the two of them had rested for a while, and after adjusting to the best condition, they began to explore the cave. There is only the tunnel ahead, and if you want to get out, you can only find a way through this cave. Jia frowned and groped towards the wall inch by inch, trying hard to recall whether the cave in her dream was different from now. But a few minutes later, the two of them had searched the entire cave, but found nothing. Jia came to the entrance of the cave again, condensed her consciousness into a bundle, and headed towards the corridor to confirm again whether there was an exit there. But no matter how you explore, it's a dead end when you get to the corpse-raising area. Seeing her heavy expression, Xiaoqi knew that the road was dead, so he turned back and started searching in the cave again. It's just a pity that spiritual consciousness cannot be used after entering the cave. Otherwise there would be no need to go to such trouble. Have you found it? Jia came in from the cave entrance and asked. No. Xiaoqi shook her head and frowned slightly. Is it possible that the place below has been completely sealed, and we can only break through the ground above our heads to get out? Xiyu was a little unsure. She didn't know how deep it was, and she was afraid it wouldn't be that easy to get through. Just when the two of them were confused, a wall of the cave suddenly made a click sound and slowly unfolded toward the back. A new corridor appeared in front of them. The two looked at each other, took out their magic weapons, and walked towards the corridor with wary expressions. Wei Ziyue smiled when he saw the two of them entering. Welcome to H.L. As soon as Xiao and the two stepped into the corridor, they smelled a pungent smell. They quickly closed their sense of smell and stretched out their consciousness to find out the source of the smell. But he didn't expect that the wall of the corridor actually blocked his spiritual consciousness, so he could only explore forward along the corridor, but not far ahead. There is a dead end. Xiao frowned. She always felt that something was wrong here. There is a formation here, Xiao suddenly said, looking around seriously. Array? Xiao was a little surprised. Well, it should be the ancient blood evil formation. Xiao frowned. Senior Ling Yu had just sent a message to him, telling him that there was actually a blood evil formation here. Blood evil formation? Just hearing the name doesn't sound like a good thing. Xiao immediately tensed up. She must have trust in the heroine's formation skills, since she said she had it. She was probably right. Well, to form this blood evil formation requires at least 100,000 blood sacrifices. And this place is already a mature blood evil formation. I don't know how many years it has been formed. Xiao replied in a low voice. Yes. She was also shocked when she heard Senior Ling Yu's explanation. 100,000 people? Xiao's brows jumped after hearing this, and she rubbed her brows with some discomfort. I don't know who pervert arranged such a tragic array. I'm preparing to break the formation, but I don't know what will happen next. So you should be prepared, Xiao said to Xiao with a serious expression, and then started to break the formation according to the instructions of Senior Ling Yu. Xiao took out a few diamond talismans and attached them to her body, holding Su Hui and standing aside with a nervous look on her face. Chapter 139 Blood Pool. Xiao took out dozens of top-quality spiritual stones from the space and threw one towards a node in the air. Suddenly, a slightly distorted light curtain appeared in front of him, full of array patterns and glowing with bursts of white light. Xiao held her breath and did not dare to disturb her. Xiao frowned and threw another spirit stone. Until an hour later, Xiao still had the last spiritual stone left in his hand. She turned sideways and nodded towards Xiao. Xiao also nodded in response. Seeing her throw out the last spirit stone, she immediately rushed to Xiao and took out a defensive spirit bell to cover the two of them. Xiao didn't put the bell away until she was sure there was no attack outside. The two of them looked forward and saw that there was no tunnel or wall here. The place where he was actually a deep pit that could not be seen to the end. The wall above the head was actually inlaid with blood-colored spiritual beads, illuminating the entire pit. Seeing this, Xiao rubbed her arms. Not only was the Yin energy very strong here, but also combined with the blood-red light. It was really weird and made people feel uncomfortable, although she knew that there were ghost cultivators in this world. Xiao, as a New Age atheist, was indeed a little afraid of these things. Seeing that nothing appeared nearby, the two continued to move forward. It was not until a few quarters of an hour later that the two discovered the monk's skeleton. It was unknown how many years had passed. The robes on this man's body had completely weathered, leaving only a bare skeleton. And this skeleton is not sitting, but lying on the ground in an extremely twisted posture. When the two saw this, their hearts sank. A monk had actually been here before. Sure enough, as we walked further, there were more and more monks' bones, and the distortion of the skeleton became more and more serious. Ah! Just as the two were examining the bones, a scream came. The two were startled, looked at each other, and headed towards the direction of the screams. Si Ruochen! Junior brother Si! The two of them exclaimed in surprise as they looked at the figure struggling in the blood pool. At this time, Si Ruochen was floating in a pool of blood. His hair had completely fallen down, and the things on his face were squirming one by one, which was very scary. Xiao was shocked when she saw this, and had a bad premonition. The original text only stated that Si Ruochen modified the demon skills when he was building the foundation, and he became a demon cultivator from then on. But the man in front of him had just a little bit of aura before he was about to build a foundation. I'm afraid it had something to do with this place. Seeing Si Ruochen in such pain, Xiaoqi's heart tightened, and she rushed forward with a horse in hand, trying to rescue him. But as soon as she came into contact with the blood pool, she was bounced away by an extremely strong impact and fell to the ground. spitting out a mouthful of blood. Jia quickly stepped forward to help her aside, and then began to observe the place not far from the blood pool. He tentatively took out a spirit stone and threw it towards the blood pool. When he was about to approach the blood pool, he was suddenly stopped and ejected directly back. Jia remembered the position where the spirit stone was blocked, and approached it defensively, wanting to find out what was blocking it, because it was obviously not a formation. Just as they got closer, before Jia could think about it, a blood-red bead suddenly flew out of the storage ring. It was the blood bead she found in the coffin. As soon as she ran out, a blood-red light curtain suddenly appeared near the blood pool. Jia was startled and subconsciously stepped back. At this time, Xiaqiu also recovered her spiritual power and came to Jia's side, looking at the light curtain with a serious face. Chapter 140 Leaving. The blood beads began to fly around the light curtain, circled several times, and suddenly stopped in one place. Then he suddenly rushed towards the bloody light curtain, and saw that as soon as the two came into contact, the light curtain began to gradually fade. Are these blood beads absorbing the light curtain? Jia was a little surprised. She didn't expect this bead to have this function. Gradually, the bloody light curtain became transparent, and finally disappeared. When the two saw this, they rushed forward quickly, because Si Ruochen had no response at this time, and was just floating in the pool of blood. Since flying was not possible here, Xiaqiu could only jump up and use his strength on the surface of the blood pool to directly fish Si Ruochen out. Ji Yao immediately threw a ribbon towards the two of them, and when Xiaqiu reached out to grab it, she pulled the two back directly, putting Si Ruochen on the ground. Xiaqiu quickly took out a 7th level rejuvenation pill from the space and fed it to him. I thought the injury would get better, but more than 10 breaths later, he was still lying on the ground unresponsive, with something bulging on his face from time to time. When the two of them saw this, their hearts sank. They didn't expect that such high-level elixirs would be useless. Sister, let Xiaoyan try it. Xiaoyan's voice came from the sea of consciousness. Jia was delighted when she heard this and immediately took it out. As soon as Xiaoyan was released, Xiaqiu felt the fear of Joyo Netherfire, and was currently hiding in her sea of consciousness and trembling. What is this thing? Why is Xiaohua so scared? Xiaqiu stared at Xiaoyan, frowning tightly. Xiaoyan floated over Si Ruochen and began to absorb the resentment in his body. Yes, that blood pool was made up of the blood of countless humans, and it was filled with the resentment of dead humans. Jia felt relieved when she saw the gray gas gradually coming out of Si Ruochen's body and being absorbed by Xiaoyan. I think Xiaoyan can solve it. After all the resentment in Si Ruochen's body was absorbed, Xiaoyan flew directly to the top of the blood pool. The previous blood bead noticed its arrival, trembled, and then burrowed into Ji Yao's storage ring, refused to come out again. Gradually, more and more gray gas went towards Xiaoyan and was absorbed by it, and the entire blood pool began to roll violently. Wei Ziyue, who was far away, saw this scene, and his heart was bleeding with pain. This was all his hard work. He also hoped that Fang Zixi would practice in the blood pool in the future. As long as he advances to the golden elixir, I can take him away. From now on, with the blessing of the blood pool, his cultivation speed will be extremely fast, and he will soon be able to return to his previous cultivation level. Then he can go find Guishui. She is his own person in life and his puppet corpse in death. No one can take her away. Unexpectedly, all the plans were ruined by this bitch in front of him. If he didn't have only a trace of his soul left, and his energy has been exhausted after 10,000 years, how could he allow her to be arrogant? Sword Cultivator is indeed his nemesis. The more ways he hated it, the more he hated it. It was all because of this waste that he couldn't even deal with an early stage of foundation building. Soon, the resentment in the blood pool had been absorbed, and the entire blood pool was boiling. Xiaoyan returned to Geoconsciousness C and said a little tiredly, Sister, I may not be able to wake up for a while. I need time to absorb these grievances. But before Ji Yao could respond, the entire bottom of the blood pool exploded. Countless blood emerged from the entire pit, and the place where the three of them were was unavoidable. Just as the two of them reached out to grab Si Ruochen, a pillar of blood shot up into the sky, leading the three of them upwards. Chapter 141 Ningxia City. The huge impact force actually led the three people to rush to the ground. Jio and Xiaqiu took out defensive magic weapons to cover the three people. Otherwise, when they rushed up, several people would be seriously injured even if they didn't die. The blood column rose too fast, and within a few dozen breaths, it broke through the ground and flew into the air. Some of the monks, who were still left here suddenly saw countless blood pillars emerging from the forest. They were all frightened and rushed towards the blood pillars. They couldn't tell what kind of treasure this was. Xiao, who was carried up into the sky by the blood pillar, immediately threw Su Hui out. After taking the other two people up, she used her sword to drill into the gap of the blood pillar, twisting and turning all the way, and finally escaped from its range. Xiao didn't stop until she flew far away from the forest of death. At this time, Si Ruochen also woke up from the huge impact. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Jiao. Yi Jiao, Si Ruochen said in surprise. The two of them were separated when the forest collapsed. But they didn't expect to meet now. Huh? Jiao looked at him with some confusion. Why was she so surprised? Cough. Si Ruochen coughed as he suddenly remembered his own personality, and the joy on his face immediately faded. He said slightly mockingly, "So you're not dead? This stinky kid deserves a beating." The two of them were so concerned about his injuries. How could he be okay? It seemed a bit regretful that he was not dead. Cough. Xiaoqi saw that Ji Yao didn't look good, so she quickly coughed and interrupted the strange conversation between the two. Si Ruochen was startled by a violent cough. When I woke up, I was only looking at the smelly girl and didn't notice anyone else around me. Seen your sister Xia? Si Ruochen was a little surprised when he saw the person behind him. How could these two people get together? Well, junior brother Si, is your injury feeling better? Xiaoqi nodded and asked lightly. Huh? When he mentioned the injury, he remembered that he accidentally fell into a deep pit after being separated from Yi Jiao. I explored the deep pit all the way, and later found a pool of blood. But as soon as I got closer, I was sucked into it. What happened next, I have no memory of. Okay, I know you're fine by looking at your high energy. Let's enter Ningxiu City before it gets dark. Jiu interrupted his memories. Hai was very uneasy at night. The cultivation level of the three of them was so low, so it was better not to stay outside. The two nodded and agreed to Jiao's proposal, and then Jiao drove them towards Ningxiu City. At dusk, the three of them finally arrived outside Ningxiu City, put away Sui Hui, paid the entrance fee and walked in. Ningxiu City is a relatively prosperous city on the outskirts of the Chaos Demon Sea. The entire street is full of monks setting up stalls, and people are walking around. Among them are not only spiritual cultivators, but also demon cultivators. But no demon cultivators have been seen yet. Here, as long as you keep a low profile and don't provoke others at will, there will generally be few problems. The three of them were not in a hurry to go shopping. They first looked for an inn to rest, and finally came to an inn called Hui Hui and booked 3 rooms. Then they went back to their rooms and took a short rest. After all, they were really tired after staying underground for so long. As soon as she entered the room, Jia took out a defensive array plate and threw it at the door, then fell on the bed and fell asleep. Chapter 142 Teasing. The next day, when Jia woke up, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. After sitting up and stretching comfortably, Jiu walked downstairs. As soon as I walked out of the door, I heard an argument coming from downstairs. TSK! 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 I didn't expect that there would be such a stunning beauty here. Why don't you come with me? A lewd voice came, and Ji Yao could imagine his face when he spoke. Keep your mouth clean! Si Ruochen's angry accusation followed. Ji Yao was shocked when she heard this. Could it be that some blind person went to provoke Chi-Chi again? Thinking about it, he walked down quickly. But as soon as he arrived on the first floor, he saw Chi-Chi sitting at the table by the window with a calm expression, eating. At this time, the entire hall was full of people, and they all looked at the few people standing in the hall with excitement. One of them was Si Ruochen. At this time, his face was red with anger, and his whole body was filled with murderous aura. Opposite him stood an extremely wretched-looking young man, who was in the early stages of foundation building and was staring at Si Ruochen with a serious look. Behind the wretched young man stood several followers, all in the early stages of foundation building, looking at Si Ruochen with contempt. One of them stared at Si Ruochen with some resentment and jealousy. What's happening here? Jia looked confused. It shouldn't be what she thought. Right? Ji walked to Chiyue in a daze and sat down opposite her. Li Yu saw a beauty dressed in black coming down. After taking a few glances, he turned back and continued to seduce Si Ruochen. TSK! 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 You have the guts. That's what I like about you. As he said this, he wanted to step forward and grab Si Ruochen's hand. Si Ruochen trembled in fright and quickly took a few steps back, looking at him warily. Then he remembered that he still had his companions, and looked at Ji Yao and Ji Yao eagerly. I saw that the two of them were eating with enjoyment, and the stinky girl was discussing with senior sister Xia which parts of the monster meat were delicious with a smile on her face. Cruel enough. Si Ruochen gritted his teeth and looked at the two of them. TSK. Beauty. You always look at what other people do. How can they be as good looking as me? Li Yu said, a little unhappy when she saw him looking at the two beauties without speaking. Ji Yao, who was eating on the side, had been observing them with a ray of consciousness. She couldn't hold back her smile, so she could only discuss other things. Naturally, Xiaoqiu also had the opportunity to see junior brother Si in such a defeated state, so he couldn't let it go. As for his safety, there is no need to worry at all. Although the chaos demon Si is chaotic, it does not include the city. These cities were built for monks to rest and recuperate. The rules were that no fighting was allowed in the city. Otherwise they would be taken away by the law enforcement team and punished. Therefore, junior brother Si will only be verbally taken advantage of. Beauty, let's go and hang out with me. I guarantee that you will be popular and drink spicy food in the future. Why do you want to be a miserable casual cultivator? Li Yu said, and was about to step forward and force Si Ruochen's hand. Seeing that Si Ruochen was clenching his fists and his face was red, Jia stood up and walked towards them, as if he was about to hit someone in the next second. If a fight really breaks out, it might not be that easy for him and others to leave. TSK. Fellow Taoist, are you robbing me in person? Ji Yao stepped forward, raised her eyebrows slightly, stared at Li Yu with disdain, and said very arrogantly, to deal with these second-generation ancestors, you must be more second-generation ancestors than them. Chapter 143 Yiwulua. Hey, where did you come from? Humph. A toad like you wants to get your hands on a beauty? Li Yu curled her lips and looked at Ji Yao from beginning to end. Damn. She really wants to hit someone. How can she break it? She is considered a beauty after all. So what is a toad? Xiaoqiu laughed out loud as she watched. Ji Yao's face was too distorted now. Hearing Xiaoqiu's laughter, Ji Yao felt even worse. She was despised by a gay. Si Ruochen was also standing aside at this time, with his head lowered and shoulders shrugged, obviously snickering. Seeing this, Ji Yao felt angry. Tisk, what you were saying is, how can a toad like me dare to covet the person that fellow Taoist likes? You continue. Continue. After Ji Yao said that, she turned towards Xiaoqi again. You walked away. Si Ruochen didn't laugh at this time. He really couldn't laugh. He didn't expect that he would be abandoned like this. Feeling depressed, Si Ruochen ignored it, walked directly to the table with a sullen face, sat down, and didn't care about Li Yu's reaction. If he really offended him, he would kill him even at the risk of being caught. Seeing Si Ruochen not giving him face, Li Yu's originally smiling face instantly darkened. He led his entourage to the table where Ji Yao and the others were sitting, and struck the table with his palm, instantly breaking off all four legs of the table and causing the entire tabletop to fall down. Seeing this, the three people stood up suddenly and looked at Li Yu with murderous intent. There is really no need to endure being provoked like this. Hey! What? You still want to resist? Come to Ningxiu City. It is my world, and you don't want to inquire. Li Yu also lost patience at this time, raised his hand to signal the followers behind him to step forward, take down three people. When the monks in the hall saw that they were actually going to take action, they were not only not afraid, but also full of excitement. This kind of life is interesting. When the three of them saw this, they immediately took out their respective magic weapons. Stop! The three of them were about to rush forward when a female voice suddenly came from the door of the inn. Jia looked outside and saw a beautiful female cultivator in a yellow dress walking in, with a man in black standing next to her. Third sister, why are you here? Li Yu was a little surprised to see Li Qing. Humph. If I don't come, won't you be in trouble? Huh? Li Qing put her hands on her hips, pointed at Li Yu, and said angrily, You just came out of the forbidden area. It's only been a few days, and you want to go in again. Right. No. Sister, you misunderstood. We were joking. Li Yu quickly walked to the door, took the arm of the girl in yellow, and started to act coquettishly. It was really annoying. She rolled her eyes in her heart. Such a big man and such a sissy must be a dead gay. Judging from his appearance, he should be a bitch. The two started arguing at the door, but the man in black next to the female cultivator walked straight towards Ji Yao and the others. Finally, he stopped in front of Ji Yao, bowed slightly and saluted. Yi Wulua has met his uncle. It turns out to be Master Nephew Yi. No need to be polite. Ji Yao helped him and stared at him curiously. It turns out that this person is Yi Wulua. Yi Wulua, who has a single eye spiritual root, studied under Luo Hong, the master of Wanjian Sect. He established the foundation at the age of only 20 and understood the eye's attribute sword intent. He is a famous genius of Wanjian Sect. Naturally, such an outstanding character cannot remain unknown in the original text. This person met the heroine when he was training in the Chaos Demon Sea. At the same time, he met Li Qing, the legitimate daughter of the Li family, one of the 3 major families in Ningxiu City. Chapter 144 Soul Gathering Bracelet. Because Li Qing admired Yi Wulua wholeheartedly, he was extremely jealous when he saw that the heroine was having a close relationship with him, and thus created obstacles for the heroine in various ways. Generally speaking, it is similar to the route Yi Jia took. Sure enough, as soon as he saw Yi Wulua coming here, Li Qing followed him immediately. Then with a forced smile on his face, he looked at Ji Yao, then turned his head and asked innocently, "Brother Yi, who is this? Do you know him?" "Uncle fellow disciple," Yi Wulua said lightly, feeling a little bored. He had been coming to Ningxiu City all the way since Hanbo was born. When I was shopping in the market, I stood up for this woman, but I didn't expect to get entangled with her. Oh, it turns out to be the master uncle. Li Qing turned to look at Ji Yao, feeling a little uncomfortable. This girl is so beautiful. There is no guarantee that brother Yi will not fall in love with her. Why are you looking at me like that? Ji Yao was speechless when she saw her looking at her with tingling eyes. Your love rival is right next to you. You can't see such a big person? Ahem. Nephew Yi, the 3 of us are going to visit the market, so I won't disturb you for now. Ji Yao cleared her throat and mentioned it proactively. She didn't want to recruit an enemy for no reason. Then I'll go with my uncle. Yi Wulua saw that Ji Yao wanted to leave and said quickly. He had really had enough of Li Qing. Okay, this time there is a big misunderstanding. Sure enough, when Li Qing heard this, her whole face fell. I have been stalking him every day for the past few days, and brother Yi doesn't even want to go shopping with me. Unexpectedly, when this woman came, brother Yi would take the initiative to accompany her. Let's go. Xia Qiyue saw that several people were embarrassed. He stepped forward and pulled Ji Yao's sleeves and walked out of the inn. Si Ruochen immediately followed after seeing this. When they walked to the door, Li Yu stretched out his hand to hold Si Ruochen. Si Ruochen jumped away quickly and ran far away at a speed as fast as flying. When Ji Yao saw this, she curled her lips and smiled. She didn't expect that this guy was not afraid of anything. But he was only afraid of this. Several people walked out of the inn and walked towards the street stalls. Yi Wulua followed Ji Yao closely, and Li Qing also followed with a large group of people. The formation was quite large. A few people were walking, and Xia Qiyue suddenly stopped at one place and began to silently observe the items on the stall. A flash of light flashed through her mind, and Ji Yao suddenly remembered that in the original text, the heroine had indeed made a mistake in Ningxiu City in the Chaos Demon Sea, and this thing is none other than a map fragment from the ancient war. However, Ji Yao scanned the stalls several times and could not see which one was the map. Instead, it was a wooden bead bracelet that caught her attention. Ji Yao picked it up casually and observed carefully that it was covered with formation patterns. Hey, little friend, you have really good eyesight. Every bead on this bracelet is engraved with the spirit gathering array. If you practice with it, you will get twice the result with half the effort. The stall owner was very interested when he saw Ji Yao. He looked like one and quickly opened his mouth to introduce him enthusiastically. After hearing this, everyone looked at the bracelet in Ji Yao's hand. TSK. This is just a string of spirit gathering beads. Nothing unusual. Li Qing frowned when he saw her choosing this thing. He was indeed a poor cultivator who had never seen the world. How much? Ji Yao asked the price regardless of what others said. She was a Tianlingen, so the effect of the spirit gathering pearl was not important. What was important was that this thing suited her eyes. 8,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Seeing that she was interested in buying it, the stall owner quickly raised his index finger and gestured towards Ji Yao. Chapter 145 Departure to the Inner Territory of the Chaos Demon Sea. Just a string of spirit gathering beads is expensive, and these beads are just the most ordinary wooden beads. 500 low-grade spirit stones are enough. Yi Wulua was worried that Ji Yao would be deceived, so he hurriedly spoke out. Fellow Taoist, You heard it too. How about 500 spirit stones? Xia got off the donkey along the slope and answered quickly. Okay. The stall owner agreed with a helpless look. He originally thought that this girl was just easy to deceive and wanted to make a deal. But he didn't expect that she turned out to be a knowledgeable person. Xia took out the spirit stone, paid the money, and put the bracelet on her right wrist. She shook her hand happily. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. TSK, can you please stop acting like you've never seen the world? Seeing how happy she was, Ruachan couldn't help but sarcastically say something to her again. I want you to take care of it. Xia rolled her eyes at him, meddling in other people's business. At this time, Xiaoqiua also selected a few things. A delicate vase, a stone, and some shabby pieces of cloth. The map must be among these pieces of cloth. These items cost a total of 800 low-grade spiritual stones in Xiaoqiua, among which the vase was slightly more expensive. After collecting the things, they continued to wander around the market. But 2 hours passed, and they didn't look at anything anymore. Then the group parted ways, and Ji Yao and the other three returned to the inn. Yi Wulua wanted to follow him, but he had booked another inn before, so there was no need to force his way there. The three of them returned to the inn, ordered some food, had a delicious meal, and then went back to rest. Tomorrow, they will go to the inner territory of the Chaos Demon Sea again. It is not as peaceful there as here, so they need to recuperate. The next day, the three of them checked out of the room and headed outside the city gate together. As soon as they reached the door, they saw Yi Wulua already waiting there. Uncle, how about my nephew coming with you? There are many people to take care of you. Yi Wulua took the initiative to suggest to Jiao. In this chaotic sea of demons, it is always safer to have more people. That's very good. Of course. Jiao smiled and nodded. Yi Wulua was already in the late stage of foundation building and was a talented person who could cross levels to challenge. Following him would be a guarantee. After agreeing, the two of them took one person and headed towards the inner realm, a cave in the inner territory of the Chaos Demon Sea. Shuan opened his eyes with a gloomy look, feeling a little annoyed in his heart. After being injured by the Han demon, it took him a long time to recover from his injuries. Thinking of what happened that day, veins popped up on Zhuan's face. What a beast! He had actually made himself so embarrassed that he now had no shame to see those two nascent soul Taoist fellows. And it was that dead girl who caused all of this. If he hadn't been chasing her, why would he have come here? You must not fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will make your life worse than death. Zhuan's face was distorted for a while, and he calmed down for a while before walking out of the cave. 2 days later, Ji Yao and the others stopped in front of a mountain range, and there was actually a formation shrouded in front of them. Xiaoqiua jumped down and walked forward a few steps, and began to observe the formation in front of her. This is a simple isolation formation. After observing for a while, and determining the properties of the formation, Xiaoqiua said. Several people nodded after hearing this. The isolation formation was at least not offensive, and would not be dangerous. It's just that I'm afraid this isolated place is a bit dangerous. Jia took out the map of Chaotic Demon Sea from her storage ring, and looked at it carefully, but could not find this place on the map. Skipping chapter 146 does not affect viewing. Skipping chapter 147 does not affect viewing. Chapter 148 Mountain Peak. This place is not shown on the map, and it is unknown what is inside, Jia said in a deep voice. After hearing this, several people also secretly became wary. Xiaoqiua took out a formation-breaking cone from the space, activated it, then nodded to a few people, and then stabbed the formation with the formation-breaking cone. As soon as they made contact, a hole was made in the entire formation with the broken formation cone as the center, and gradually grew in size. Come in quickly! Xiaoqiua hurriedly greeted several people until the entrance of the cave could allow one person to pass. After several people entered one after another, Xiaoqiua ducked in and retracted the array-breaking cone. The hole gradually becomes smaller and finally disappears. As soon as the few people entered the formation, they were shocked by the sight in front of them. This is a very vast world, and you can't see the edge at a glance. But this is a mountain range. But there is no green at all. The entire ground is full of potholes, and the water in the potholes has all condensed into ice, reflecting the light under the sunlight. But the place that should make people feel cold is actually a bit hot. Ji Yao and the other four had only been in for a while, but they were already sweating profusely. Since practicing, I have almost never sweated again. Jio felt something strange in her body, and her heart sank. There was something evil here. The further you go, the bigger and deeper the ice blocks become, and the holes get bigger and bigger. However, the weather was getting hotter and hotter, and the clothes of several people were wet and clinging to their bodies uncomfortably. Just when a few people were getting excited, a mountain peak appeared in front of them. Gia looked at the mountain peaks in front of her in a daze. Why did this place give her a sense of familiarity? But she was sure that she had never been here before. Gia stretched out her hand to calm her violent heartbeat, and she actually felt a sense of intimacy. What's wrong? Seeing her reaction, Xiaqiu frowned and said worriedly, It's okay. I just feel that this place is very familiar, but I'm sure I've never been here before. Gia looked at the mountain peak in front of her, feeling like she couldn't wait to step forward. Now that you feel the call, go and try it yourself. I plan to go forward and investigate whether you are here or go together. Gia turned sideways and asked the three people for their opinions. Since we are going together, I want to see what mysteries are here. Humph! Ruachan snorted coldly and walked forward first. The other two people didn't say anything and followed them. Seeing this, Xiu smiled slightly and immediately followed. Several people came to the foot of the mountain peak and looked up. The entire mountain peak towered into the clouds, and it was filled with smoke, making it impossible to see clearly. Stepping up to the mountain peak, everyone suddenly felt that the spiritual energy in their bodies was stagnant, and they were shocked. This place was actually a place of extraordinary spirituality. The few of them looked at each other carefully, said nothing, and climbed up resignedly. However, this mountain peak was too high, and a few people did not have the blessing of spiritual energy. After an hour, they had only climbed about 1%. A few people were panting from exhaustion. After climbing for a while and resting for a while, they finally arrived in front of an ice pond halfway down the mountain peak. This ice pond is actually filled with thousands of years of ice, with pure white water vapor floating on it. Several people could feel the strong aura within it, but they couldn't absorb it at all and could only watch helplessly. When this kind of spiritual thing from heaven and earth comes to him, not only can he not absorb it, but he can't even open the storage bag to find something to collect some. Chapter 149 Goodbye Wooden House. A few people stayed for a while, but didn't stay any longer, and climbed up again. Maybe there would be something they could take away with them. You don't need to cling to things you can't get, so you won't breed inner demons. After a few hours, Xiu became a little numb. After crawling for such a long time, her hands and feet no longer obeyed her command. Gia sat down and planned to rest for a while. Looking to the side, she suddenly found that the people around her had disappeared at some point. Standing up in a panic, Gia searched nearby and finally confirmed that several people had indeed disappeared. Jiyao's heart sank. There should be a formation here. However, none of them are ordinary people, so there is no need to worry too much. On the contrary, my journey has been quite uneven. The higher my cultivation level, the more aware I am of heaven's hostility towards me. After silently reciting the Qingxinju several times, Gia waited until her mood calmed down completely before she started to climb up again. She wanted to see what was up there. 3 days later, Gia stopped near the peak and saw a wooden house in front of her. Taking a closer look, Gia was surprised. Wasn't this exactly the same wooden house she had seen in the Lingxiu secret realm? The wind chimes outside the house were swaying slightly, making a pleasant sound. A swing covered with flower vines hangs on the willow branches next to it, swinging back and forth. The flower fields enclosed by fences are filled with flowers of all colors, blooming in all their glory. Gia rubbed her eyes in confusion, unsure whether she was hallucinating because she was too tired. But no matter how you look at it, they are exactly the same. Is there anyone there? Gia asked out of politeness. In fact, she felt that there was probably no one here. Sure enough, nothing happened. Seeing this, Xiu did not delay and cautiously approached the wooden house. Gently pushing open the wooden house, Gia was startled. The entire hall was exactly the same as in the secret realm, except for the portraits on the wall. The pictures in the room are all about the senior who calls himself Qingshan. Some of him is pruning flowers outside. Some of him is writing at his desk. And some of him is smiling and playing the piano. Until finally, Gia's eyes were attracted by a portrait on the edge. In this portrait, there is not only Senior Qingshan, but also his sweetheart, Wanjian. Senior Qingshan gently pulled the swing, with a gentle smile on his face, while Wanjian raised her head slightly, stared at Senior Qingshan, and quirked her eyebrows with a smile. Just looking at this portrait, Gia felt a burst of sweet love. Presumably these are the past experiences of the two seniors getting along, combined with other portraits and the cold spring below. It is easy to guess that this place was where Senior Waning once stayed. Jia walked around the wooden house and found nothing special. Turning around, Jia was about to leave. As soon as she stepped out, she suddenly came to a strange place. This is an extremely exquisitely decorated women's room, with a chilly ice bed at the end, and then a dressing table carved with various flowers, with a pot of iceberg snow lotus placed on it. Jia frowned. Was she in a fantasy world again? Squeak! The door opened from the outside. Jia turned around and saw Senior Waning walking in. Gu Waning went straight to the dressing table and sat down. She stared at herself in the mirror and was stunned. She didn't know what she thought of, but she actually shed tears. Chapter 150. Gu Waning. Waning, take a good rest. Tomorrow, Dad will take you to find a new cold spring. Your poison can't be delayed any longer. Gu Nanshan walked in and looked at Gu Waning seriously. No matter if Waning blamed herself again, she would also take her away. Nothing is more important than her life. Gu Waning wiped her tears, looked back at Gu Nanshan, forced a smile, and asked, "If Brother Yi advances to Mahayana, can he come to find me?" "Yes." Gu Nanshan stepped forward and gently rubbed the top of her hair, feeling a little distressed. He had provoked many enemies when he was young and energetic, which also caused his wife to be hurt when she was pregnant with Waning. His wife even died during childbirth, leaving only this precious daughter. But she had been tortured by the poison since she was a child. I feel ashamed of this family. Jia looked at the two people and felt deeply moved. This reminded her of her parents, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. The scene changed, and the two came to a mountain peak, and then discovered a 1,000-year-old ice pool. "That's great, Waning. This 10,000-year ice pool can support you for at least 1,000 years. Looking at the ice pool in front of him, Gu Nanshan was very excited. With this ice pool, Waning will not need to look for cold springs in the next 1,000 years, and can finally improve her cultivation. Yeah! Waning was also a little excited. With it, her father wouldn't have to run around for herself in the past 1,000 years. After the excitement, Gu Nanshan first eliminated all dangers on the entire mountain peak, and then allowed Waning to enter the cold spring, while he protected her by his side. The screen jumped again, and a 1,000-mile transmission talisman was delivered to Gu Nanshan. After receiving the message inside, Gu Nanshan's expression immediately changed. At the moment, he didn't care about anything else and forcefully woke Gu Waning up. "Waning, there is something wrong with the Gu family. Dad must rush back immediately. I will set up an isolation formation to protect this place. You don't have to worry. You won't be able to get in without the Mahayana cultivation level," Gu Nanshan explained to Waning. "What happened?" Waning was shocked. Her father had never left when she was bathing in the cold spring. Something big must have happened. "It's nothing serious. Don't worry. Dad will come find you as soon as the problem is solved. Take good care of yourself and don't worry." Gu Nanshan comforted him a few words and left in a hurry. Although Waning was worried, she also knew that she could not help at all, and could only soak in her cold spring honestly. What happened next gave Jia the illusion of being in a time machine. It felt like she had only watched it for a while, but she felt like she had accompanied Gu Waning through the remaining 1,000 years of loneliness. Her father failed to come back to find her, and her brother Yi also failed to come to find her. She had tried to leave, but she couldn't break through the isolation formation, so she kept waiting and waiting, taking a dip in the cold spring every 10 years to practice. Slowly, she built her own home on the mountaintop based on Senior Yi's home. Sometimes she would play on the swing and prune flowers and branches, and sometimes she would sit down at her desk and draw I Ching seriously. Every time she finished a painting, she would stare at it for a long time. Sometimes, she would go to the top of the mountain alone and watch the clouds rise and set. The setting sun pulled her figure, leaving a deep shadow on her back. Thousands of years have passed, and she is still alone. When the poison finally breaks out, Senior Waning's whole body burns up and completely dissipates in the air. Not even her bones can survive. Chapter 151. Sword in Tint of Time. Jia felt very depressed as she watched her spend a long 1,000 years alone. Although for high-level monks, 1,000 years is just a time of retreat. But for Jia, who has only practiced Xing for more than 10 years, it is too far away. What's more, Senior Waning has expectations in her heart. It's really cruel to go by day after day, year after year. Jia was already convinced that she had entered the illusion. But the story was over, and the illusion had not changed at all. Arriving at the top of the peak, Jia looked into the distance and seemed to experience the 1,000-year loneliness. Without caring about anything else at the moment, he picked up a branch and started making sword moves. There is no technique, just simple chopping, hoping to vent the inner depression. While waving her sword moves, while recalling the life of Senior Waning in her mind, Jia was a little carried away. It was just a subconscious action. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the body began to awaken. The fragments of time that had been obtained in the Lingshu secret realm vibrated violently in the sea of consciousness. And finally they all moved towards the non-attribute cultivation technique, and merged into it and disappeared. At this time, the non-attribute kung fu automatically opened to the second page, and then a burst of symbols appeared, heading towards Jiyao's soul. As soon as the symbol was absorbed by the soul, Jia suddenly stood still. It was not until a while later that she began to strike forward with one sword after another. I don't know how much time passed, but Jiyao struck forward with a sword, causing the space to twist and shake, and then return to normal, as if the sword had no power. Jia suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the branch in her hand with some surprise. Did she just comprehend the sword of time? His spiritual consciousness immediately came to the front of attributeless techniques, and he looked forward slightly and saw the word years written on the title, and underneath were densely packed sword tactics. The bottom is marked comprehending the meaning of the time sword can temporarily stop time. Comprehending the artistic conception of the time sword can control the flow of time of others in the artistic conception. Forming a time sword domain can control the passage of time of all creatures in the sword domain. Jiya was stunned for a while. The power of this year is too great. You must know that the most difficult to figure out is the attribute of time and space. Jiya touched the non-attribute cultivation technique with her spiritual sense somewhat curiously. This thing was a bit unbelievable. Is it because of the fusion of time fragments? A spiritual creature of heaven and earth? It seems that I will try to find more attribute spiritual objects in the future. Jia withdrew from the sea of consciousness with some excitement. She finally had her own golden finger. Silently reciting the Qingxinju calmed her mood. And Jia also woke up from the excitement just now. Without further delay, he began to look for flaws in the illusion. But as soon as she took a step forward, the illusion suddenly broke apart, causing Jia to feel dizzy. After finally stabilizing her body, Jia found that she was still in the wooden house, and there was a woman in the hall with her back to her. Jia immediately took out Su Hui and looked at the back in front of her with a wary expression. The woman was seen wearing a white dress, with her hair held up by a hosta. After a moment, the woman slowly turned around. "Senior Waning?" Jiu exclaimed, with a look of surprise on her face. Chapter 152 Quicksand Brocade. "Do you know me?" Gu Waning looked at the beautiful girl in front of her, a little surprised. "Yes. This junior has been fortunate enough to see Senior's portrait." Jia clasped her fists in salute and replied respectfully. "Portrait?" Gu Waning heard this and appeared in front of Jia, looking at Jia with excitement. "You know Brother E. Right. This junior once went to a secret place, where he saw a wooden house exactly like this one. It was also there that he saw the senior's portrait." Jia looked at Waning's figure inside. At this time, Waning the senior is obviously just a remnant soul. Secret realm? How could Lingshu City become a secret realm? Waning took a few steps back, somewhat unwilling to believe the truth. Although she had already expected that Brother E had not come to look for her for hundreds of millions of years, she was probably already in danger. But when she actually heard it, she still couldn't accept it. Jia didn't know what happened that year, so she could only shake her head in silence. Gu Waning's eyes turned red when she saw her like this. Her persistence for hundreds of millions of years was just her obsession. Her obsession with her father, and her obsession with Brother E. After a while, Gu Waning calmed down and smiled reluctantly. In fact, she had already guessed the ending, and she felt a lot more relaxed now that she had the answer. "Why did I notice a familiar aura on you?" Gu Waning looked at Ji in confusion and asked aloud. It was precisely because he felt the familiar aura on her body that he released her. Otherwise she would probably die in the illusion. Jia frowned when she heard this. She had always felt that this place was very friendly. What was the reason for this? Suddenly, Jia remembered that she had harvested a piece of cloth in the secret cabin. Taking it out from the storage ring, Jia handed it to Senior Waning. Sure enough, as soon as Senior Waning took it over, the familiar feeling in her heart immediately disappeared. But when Gu Waning took the cloth, her eyes turned red again. She stretched out her hand to gently caress the cloth, and said with a nostalgic look on her face. Brother, he got this quicksand brocade when he was practicing outside, and later gave it to me. At first I took it when I saw it. I simply recognized its owner. Later, I thought that due to physical problems, I never had the magic weapon of my life. So I planned to sacrifice it. Gu Weiying choked up when she said this, and paused for a moment before continuing. I didn't expect it. Before I could do it, my father showed up and took me away. And this quicksand brocade was also left at Brother Yi's place. I didn't expect to go around in circles. It comes back to itself. Senior Weiying, do you want to leave here? Jia thought of the soul bead she had obtained, which was just right to take Senior Weiying away. Do you have a soul bead? When Gu Weiying heard her asking, she guessed that she must have a soul bead. Yeah. Jia nodded. Then I'll follow you and leave. I've been here for hundreds of millions of years, and I'm afraid this remnant of my soul won't be able to hold on for a few hundred years. If I follow you out, I can see what the world has become now. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face. I can't say. I will have a chance to see my father and brother in the future. Even though she knew that she was just dreaming, Gu Weiying still held on to a glimmer of hope. This was the meaning of her life that she had been insisting on. Jia nodded. Actually, she also had this idea in her heart. Chapter 153: The Ancient War. The major event that happened in this world hundreds of millions of years ago must have been the Ancient War. So it can also explain why Senior Yi left in a hurry before he finished writing the letter and took the quicksand brocade with him. It also explains why monks like Senior Ling Suzi in the tribulation stage could not defend Lingshu City. The Ancient War was not a civil war in the Chenfeng realm, but an invasion by foreign cultivators. In order to protect this world, no matter spiritual cultivators, demonic cultivators, or demon cultivators, everyone is united together as never before to deal with foreign cultivators. It is said that this war lasted for 10,000 years before it ended. Countless monks died, and the sect was destroyed, thus ending the inheritance. The Chenfeng realm was even split into two, forming the Chenfeng continent and the spirit realm. Even if Senior Weiying can't see her father and Senior Yi, he can still find a way to take her to the site of the ancient war. Jia took out the soul bead from the storage ring. Gu Weiying entered the soul bead in the blink of an eye. Then the soul bead ran to Jia's sea of consciousness, found a corner and stayed there. After taking a short rest, Jia left the wooden house and walked towards the peak. Several people had wanted to climb to the top of the mountain before, so they must have gone there too. An hour later, Jia finally arrived at the top of the peak. When she looked forward, she saw that the three of them had already arrived, and they were all sitting there waiting for her. As soon as he saw Jiao, Si Ruochen stood up suddenly and said with a pout, I thought you were lost. After saying that, he looked at Jiao teasingly, but actually he felt relieved. Jia rarely replied. She smiled and walked towards the group of people. I don't know if these people will encounter any opportunities, but looking at their faces, they are all in a good mood. There's nothing here. Let's go! Seeing Jia arriving, Yi Wulu stood up and helped Xia Qiu up. Well, let's go! Jia nodded, took out Su Hui, and threw it into the air. At this time, Senior Weiying has unlocked the spiritual energy restriction here, and everyone's spiritual energy has been restored. In the end, the two of them each carried one person and headed towards the ice pool on the mountain peak. Several people took out special containers and filled a lot of ice, especially Yi Wulu. He had an ice spirit root, which was very helpful for him to understand the sword's intention. Xia also pretended to have a lot of them, and she might not be able to use them in the future, even if she didn't need them. The Yi family also had children who needed them. After putting away the necessary things, they came to the isolation formation again to break the formation. After a few people came out completely, they continued to move directly towards the inner territory of the Chaos Demon Sea. Gu Weiying sighed in the sea of consciousness. She didn't expect that after hundreds of millions of years, this isolation formation could be broken so easily. That era of mine has really passed. Half a month later, after several people walked and stopped, they finally arrived at the inner territory of the Chaos Demon Sea. Several people jumped off the flying swords and started walking. There are many high-level monks here, so I need to be cautious and keep a low profile, so as not to bump into others and cause trouble. There are no cities in the inner territory of the Chaos Demon Sea. Instead, there are endless forests that reach into the vast sea. There is a restricted area here, called the Spirit Devouring River. As the name suggests, this river can swallow any spiritual medium. whether it is spiritual cultivation, demonic cultivation, or demon cultivation. As long as it comes into contact with the river water, the cultivation medium in the body will be sucked out. And finally, it will be eaten by the monsters in the river. This river suddenly appeared thousands of years ago. Many monks went to explore it, but they never came back. Even the Yuanning monks could not escape the disaster. So this river is also called the River of Death. Chapter 154, Fighting Demon Cultivator. The group of people wandered around for a while to get familiar with the environment, and then went to the outskirts of the forest to find a safe cave. A concealment formation was arranged at the entrance of the cave, and Jia and the other three found a place to sit down in the cave and began to meditate to adjust their condition. Yiwulu is responsible for keeping vigil. After all, this is not a city, and it is extremely uneventful at night. It was a calm night, and the four of them formed a team and headed towards the forest the next day. To reach the sea, this forest is the only way. This forest is different from the Death Forest. The trees here are all more than 10,000 years old. The trunk of each tree requires a dozen people to surround it, and the distance between each tree is at least several hundred feet. Everywhere you can see some completely unnamed flowers and plants that can rarely be seen in other places. The few people had been extremely vigilant since they stepped into the forest. Whoops! A sound pierced the air. Jia leaned back violently and narrowly avoided a magic arrow. Then he slashed in the direction of the magic arrow with his sword, feeling a little angry in his heart. When several people saw her being attacked, they all attacked in that direction. A dark and thin old man in black clothes spat out a mouthful of blood, and then walked out with a gloomy look. Demon cultivator? Jiu frowned upon seeing this. This was a demon cultivator who was at the peak of the late foundation building stage. Immediately, a message was sent to Yiwulu. Master Yi, I will hold him back for a while, and I will leave the rest to you. Yiwulu nodded and looked at the demon cultivator tensely. At this time, Lu Lin felt angry. He originally planned to kill the female cultivator in the early stage of foundation building to disrupt the opponent's rhythm, and then deal with the late stage foundation building cultivator. As for the two chi training monks, he didn't have to worry about them at all. They were just two pieces of meat on the chopping board. Unexpectedly, the female cultivator reacted so quickly. Now that she has fallen behind, it will take more effort to destroy this group of people. He was still thinking about his strategy, whether he should make the other party angry first and lose his sense of proportion. But Ji Yao on the other side suddenly moved. Years! Jiil struck at the demon cultivator with a sword, her eyes full of determination. This was her first time using the sword of time, and she didn't know if it had any effect. I saw a wave of transparent waves heading towards the demon cultivator, causing bursts of distortion in the air, and finally fell straight on the demon cultivator. In an instant, the demon cultivator, who was about to move his body to dodge, calmed down. Upon seeing this, Yi Wulua slashed towards him with an ice-type sword intent. Yu lasted less than a breath to immobilize the demon cultivator, but it was completely enough. When Lu Lin had just recovered, the ice attribute sword intent had already arrived. Poof! Lu Lin was severely injured by the sword intent, and he slammed into the old tree behind him, causing countless fallen leaves to fall. Seeing this, Shia didn't give him a chance to breathe. She glanced at the other people, and the four of them attacked him again. The sword intent struck Lu Lin so mercilessly that he didn't even have a chance to take the magic pill, so he could only resist with all his strength. Especially the ice attribute sword cultivator in front of me, who was already in the late stage of foundation building and had also understood the meaning of the sword. Yet he was suppressed to death by him. Lu Lin's heart was filled with regret, and he should not have attacked them. In fact, I had been eyeing a few of them yesterday. Their cultivation levels were not very high, and they were also young. At first glance, they looked like fat sheep who were here for training. Unexpectedly, he kicked the iron plate. Chapter 155, Killing the Demonic Cultivator. Feeling the threat of death, Lu Lin also became ruthless, holding the magic sword, and began to attack indiscriminately, as if they would die together. Jio and Xia Chiyue took a few steps back to avoid his indiscriminate attack. At this moment, the demon cultivator was seen waving the sword in his hand, and every time he thrust the sword, a burst of thick black demonic energy would come out. The demonic energy found an opening and tried to penetrate into Yi Wulua's body. Yi Wulua could only devote part of his mind to prevent the demonic energy from entering his body. This was the reason why he had not captured him yet. If it were ordinary spiritual practice, he would have killed him long ago. Si Ruachan was only at the peak of his chi training, and his spiritual energy had long been exhausted. Finally, he slashed out a blade and retreated to Ji Yao and the other two. Seeing him retreating, Ji Yao immediately stepped forward and struck the demon cultivator with a sword. The power of thunder and lightning spurted out mixed with the sword intention, directly cutting off one of his arms. The severe pain stimulated the demon cultivator even more, and he immediately turned around and rushed towards Jia desperately. Seeing this, Ji Yao's heart tightened, and she shifted her body to avoid his attacks. While Lu Lin was chasing Ji Yao, he was attacked by Yi Wuluo. The demonic energy was consumed rapidly, and his body was covered with wounds, which were mixed with the power of thunder and lightning and some frost. Years! Jia dodged but suddenly turned around and struck Lu Lin with a sword with the attribute of time. Lu Lin had already adapted to Ji Yao's constant avoidance. When she struck with her sword, he didn't react and was stunned for a moment. He was struck by the sword intent and stopped instantly. Ji Yao has been waiting for this moment since she sent out her sword intention, suddenly appearing in front of Lu Lin. Ji Yao fiercely inserted Su Hui into his heart, directly piercing his entire body. Then he quickly stepped away and stood in the distance watching him warily. As he breathed, Lu Lin's time began to flow again. He stared blankly at his chest, wondering why he was hurt. Stretching out his hand and touching his chest, Lu Lin fell completely, his eyes full of confusion and confusion. This was the second time Yi Wuluo saw Xia using time attribute sword intent, and he was still a little shocked. Everyone knows that the attributes of time and space are extremely difficult to understand. So once they are understood, they are extremely lethal. Uncle Yi, who was only 18 years old, was able to build a foundation and comprehend sword intent. In addition to his own thunder attribute sword intent, he also comprehended the time sword intent. Only such a person can be called a genius. As for himself, he has already become a wave and was beaten to death on the beach. It was also because Uncle Yi rarely stayed in the sect and rarely appeared in front of everyone, so no one knew her strength. Otherwise, there would be no place for her in the 10 swordsmen of the sword sect. Fortunately, he was not against her. Seeing this, Siruachan, who was standing in the distance, became more eager to build the foundation. He didn't want the stinky girl to carry him in front every time he encountered danger. He wanted to protect her. On the other hand, Xiaoqiyu's heart was not disturbed. She knew that Jiyo's strength changed from time to time when they met her. If she suddenly killed a nascent soul at this time, she would be surprised. After confirming that the demon cultivator was dead, Ji Yao stepped forward and took off his storage bag. Then Xiaoqiyu stepped forward and sent out a burst of spiritual fire to burn the demon cultivator's body to ashes. I don't know if the previous fight attracted others to pick up the leaks. They didn't dare to stay any longer, so they moved forward again, planning to find a cave to recover. After all, among the few people at this time, no one has enough spiritual energy. Chapter 156: The Fate of the Hostess. A few quarters of an hour later, a few people found a cave. When they were sure that there was no danger inside, they walked in. They all took out the elixirs and drank them. Without saying anything, they began to recover from their injuries. An hour later, everyone woke up from meditating. After all, everyone was slightly injured and nothing serious. Xia opened the magic cultivator's storage bag and poured out the contents. "This is too poor," Siruachan said in surprise when he saw that there were only a few things in front of him. After all, Luemahai is known for its rich resources. But I really didn't expect that the other party was so poor. No wonder there are so many of us. And he dares to rob us. He must be crazy because of poverty. Yi Wuluo answered. She nodded heavily when she heard this. She was crazy because of her poverty. There were only a few hundred low-grade spiritual stones, a few magic grasses, and a book of magic cultivation techniques in this storage bag. Jiyu stretched out her hand to pick up the magic cultivation technique, and then asked, "How about giving this thing to me?" The three of them were a little puzzled when they saw that she had chosen a magic cultivation technique. "TSK. Everything here is yours. No one will snatch it from you." Siruachan looked at Ji Yao and rolled his eyes. A magic cultivation technique was of no use to them, and he didn't know why this stinky girl was so precious. For what? Ji Yao thought about it. These things really couldn't get into their eyes. Cough! Jia coughed unnaturally and put away the things on the ground. Seeing Siruachan staring at her mockingly, Jiyu sighed inwardly and rolled her eyes. I put away this demonic cultivation technique just for him. After all, he hasn't established a foundation yet, so the risk of modifying the demonic skills still exists. It would be fine if he simply modified his magic skills. But in the original text, After Wanjian changed his magic skills, he was affected by the demonic energy and fell into a state of inner demons, which eventually led to him becoming obsessed and becoming a complete villain. But even if this guy went crazy, he still protected Chiyue, which can be considered infatuated. Until the end, when he was in the stage of becoming a god, he attacked Qing Muzong and was beheaded by Shangwan Nanxian. However, while Jia wanted to change his destiny, she also wanted to prove that the way of heaven could be reversed. No one can decide the fate of others, not even God. After several people enjoyed the spirit beast meat provided by Chiyue in the cave, they planned to continue their journey. I have only advanced a few hundred miles this day, and I am still far from the sea. As soon as the few people stood up, Chiyue suddenly felt dizzy and fell to the side. Yi Wulu on the side immediately reached out to help, but Chiyue took the first step and stretched out a hand to slap the wall, trying to support his body. Crack! A soft sound suddenly came from the innermost wall of the cave. Chiyue looked at her palm with some doubts. At this time, there was a small raised stone under it, and she pressed it in. Chiyu, are you okay? Jiyu also reacted and stepped forward to ask with concern. It's okay. I suddenly felt dizzy just now, but I'm completely fine now. Chiyue shook her head in confusion. She was unsteady on her feet just now. It looked a bit like the symptoms of anemia in her previous life. Combining Chi-Chi's words and the soft sound just now, Ji Yao was almost certain that the heroine's opportunity was about to come again. She is indeed the daughter of heaven. After several people made sure that Chiyue was fine, they cautiously walked towards the wall inside the cave. Several people took out several diamond talismans and slapped them on their bodies. Chiyue even took out a defensive magic weapon and placed it on them. Yi Wulu took the lead, stepping forward and gently pushing the wall away. Chapter 157 Fire Attribute Mine. As soon as the wall was pushed open, several people were dazzled by the night pearl in front of them. I saw that the top of a narrow corridor was full of night pearls, illuminating the entire corridor brightly. Several people walked into the corridor carefully, and Jia took out a formation plate and placed it at the entrance of the cave to prevent the Oriole from behind. As soon as they took a few steps inside, the four of them noticed a wave of heat. The closer they got, the stronger it became. The spiritual consciousness extended away, and was covered by a formation not far from the corridor. Several people immediately withdrew their consciousness. If there was someone in the formation, they and others might have been alerted just now. Arriving at the edge of the formation, Shio and the others stopped. Are you going to break in? Yi Wuluo looked back at the people and asked. Several people looked at each other and nodded. No matter whether it was a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, now that they were here, there was no reason to retreat. Xia Chiyue then took out the array-breaking cone from the space and started to break the array again. Shio looked at the formation-breaking cone in Chiyue's hand with some envy. This thing helped the heroine break countless formations and win many opportunities. It's a pity that this thing is a spiritual weapon from ancient times. It has been lost in the current world of cultivation, and Chi-Chi also obtained it from space. As the formation opened a big hole, several people immediately got in. As soon as he entered the formation, an even stronger heat hit him, making his face feel hot. Not far ahead there was the sound of clanging knocks, and the sound of someone talking. Sir, there is a top-quality fire attribute spirit stone here, a man exclaimed. Really? Then, there was a voice of surprise, and Gio felt a little familiar. Sir, I have one here too, another man exclaimed. I have it here too. It's here too. Ha ha ha. The man called young master laughed wildly, and then said, Dig for me. Dig hard. And I will give you 10% when the time comes. Thank you, master. Several people responded excitedly. And then, there was a more intense knocking sound. This is actually a spirit stone mine, Ji Yao whispered. Well, it's just that the other party has discovered it first. Yi Wulu nodded. From the sounds of it, there should be 5 of them in total. But I don't know what their cultivation levels are. Xia Chiyue frowned. If the other party's cultivation level is too high, then they have no chance of winning. What's more, they can directly lose your life. Several people also fell silent after hearing this. After all, there were many high-level monks in Chaos Demon Sea, and they could not be easily provoked. Just when everyone was frowning, Xia Chiyue suddenly had a flash of inspiration and brought out a phantom butterfly from the space. Phantom butterfly? Xia asked uncertainly when she saw Chiyue taking out a pure white butterfly. In the original text, the heroine does have a phantom butterfly, but it is not pure white. But golden. Yeah. Xiaoqi nodded and explained. Xiaobia's current cultivation level is too low. Although she can't set up an illusion, she can still pretend to find out the news. After that, she released the phantom butterfly. The phantom butterfly flapped its wings and slowly flew forward, turned a corner and disappeared. More than 10 breaths passed, and Xiaoqi received a message from Phantom Butterfly. Indeed, there are 5 of them in total, and they are all in the early stages of foundation building, Xiaoqi said in a deep voice. In this way, when the time comes, you and Siruachan will deal with each one, and the remaining 3 will be left to me and nephew Yi, Jia said, turning sideways and facing Yiwulu. When the time comes, it's better to cooperate and take action. Yeah. Yiwulu nodded. Chapter 158 Encounter on a Narrow Road. After a few people reached an agreement, they moved forward. Just after turning a corner, a fiery red color appeared in front of me. The entire cave wall here was actually covered with fiery red spiritual stones. Not far away, there were 5 people digging for spiritual stones without any distractions. As soon as they got closer, they found that these people looked familiar. This is not? Jia turned back to look at Siruachan, only to see that he was sneering with his lips curled up in an evil way, and his whole body was filled with murderous aura. Jia shook her head. Liu was afraid that this was going to be miserable. Yes, those people over there are none other than Liu and his entourage, who teased Siruachan in Ningxu City. At this time, Siruachan looked at Liu, with a murderous intention surging crazily in his heart. Back then in Ningxu City, if he was alone, he would kill him even at the risk of falling. It's just that there is a smelly girl and senior sister Xia beside him. It doesn't matter if something happens to him, but he can't implicate them. Therefore, no matter how provocative the other party was, he tolerated it. I didn't expect to meet him here now. Siruachan raised his eyebrows and curled his lips into a smile. It's true that there is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. And there is no door to H.L., but you insist on breaking in. Thinking about it now, Siruachan rushed towards Liu with a knife. Seeing this, Ji Yao and others also rushed forward. Liu and others were also startled by the movements of several people. When they turned around, they saw that several people had already attacked. He quickly took out his magic weapon and greeted him. When Jia saw that Siruachan had identified Liu, she didn't fight him and went straight to a follower. Years! Jiu struck out with a sword and immobilized the opponent directly. Yiwulu immediately slashed at the opponent's neck with a sword. A monk in the early stages of foundation building died. The other people were shocked when they saw this. And when they saw each other, one of them was missing. Xiao did not hesitate, and then attacked the monk next to her. She found that although her time sword intention had just started, it was gradually strengthening with her use. In addition, these people were at the same level as herself, so the time to stay still was slightly longer than that of the previous demon cultivators. The demon cultivator can only hold 1 breath, but the foundation building cultivator just now can hold 2 breaths. In this way, Jia and Yiwulu joined forces and easily killed the other 2 monks. Then he stood aside and began to watch the battle without intervening in the rest of the fight. Julia's side has forced the opponent to retreat steadily, and they probably won't be able to hold on for long. The follower felt miserable in his heart at this time. The female cultivator in front of him was capable of challenging the foundation building. There were 2 evil gods standing next to her. It's obvious that he is being trained on himself now. But he has to fight hard. And maybe he can still have a chance of survival. Then he could only bite the bullet and continue to attack. Looking at Siruachan again, he was completely in a state of venting his anger at this time. Not only did he chop Liu with wounds everywhere, he also beat him until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. Liu spat out a mouthful of blood, and several teeth were spat out mixed with blood. Feeling the murderous intent of the other party, he was also frightened at this time, and immediately begged for mercy. Beauty, please show mercy. Jia couldn't help but laugh when she saw that several of his front teeth had fallen out, and he was still begging pitifully for mercy with a mouth full of blood. This wretchedness will have its day. Thinking of what he did at that time, Jia shook her head. It's really a good reincarnation. Ha! Siruachan laughed angrily when he heard that he dared to call himself a beauty. It seemed that the lesson he had given him was not enough. Chapter 159 Liushan's Death. Siruachan thought and slashed at him again with his knife. This man was just an embroidered pillow. He had only the cultivation level of the foundation establishment stage, but no strength at the foundation establishment stage. Ah! The attendant screamed and fell down. Xiaoqi Yue calmly put away her training, walked aside, took the elixir, and meditated to recover. Seeing that everyone was finished, Si Ruochen was impatient to delay any more, and slashed at them with his sword intent. Li Yu wanted to hide, but now his legs were a little weak, and he couldn't run away at all. All his followers are dead. And next is himself. Poof! The sword directly cut off Li Yu's arm holding the magic weapon, and blood dripped instantly. Ah! It hurts! Li Yu covered his broken arm, and rolled on the ground in pain. Seeing this, Si Ruochen frowned. It was really embarrassing for a monk to behave like this. Just as he was about to go up and make up for it, Li Yu suddenly sat up on his knees and begged Si Ruochen. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Just spare my life. I will never dare to do it again. Oh! Si Ruochen raised the corner of his mouth and smiled sarcastically. If you were me, would you choose to let it go? I will. I will definitely do it. Li Yu counted as he spoke. He was really afraid. Afraid that he would die like this. The Li family was so powerful, and he had not enjoyed enough. As long as he is allowed to escape, he will not let these bitches go. The humiliation he suffered today will have to be repaid twice as much in the future. TSK. The acting looks quite similar. Si Ruochen laughed sinisterly. Jia watched from the side and frowned. Why was there so much nonsense? Just solve it directly. Such delay may cause variables. At the same time, she looked down on Li Yu very much in her heart. When she saw him being so aggressive, she thought that although he was wretched, he was still a person. She didn't expect that in order to survive. He knelt down and kowtowed. Once a monk's back is bent, he will never be able to straighten it up again in this life, and his path to immortality will be hopeless. But judging from his appearance, he didn't have much pursuit. I'm afraid he just wanted to eat and wait for death. You can't kill me. I am a direct descendant of the Li family in Ningxu City. If you kill me, the entire Li family will not let you go. Seeing that Si Ruochen had no intention of letting him go, Li Yu said fiercely. Sound threatened. This line seems familiar. Thinking of the person she had killed, Xia laughed a little. So these second-generation ancestors like to use their family to threaten others before they die? Huh. At least I can live a few more days than you. So it's worth it. Si Ruochen sneered, and stopped listening to his nonsense and killed him with a knife. Li Yu's whole head was chopped off, and he rolled a long way before he stopped, his eyes widening. Seeing that he was completely dead, Xia's tense body relaxed. She had just been prepared for a nascent soul to suddenly pop out. After all, she had encountered him before, and there was always some shadow. But I didn't expect that this person would be killed so easily without the life-saving charm given by his elders. But then I thought about it. Such a waste is indeed unlikely to be taken seriously by the family. I am afraid it is just showing off its prestige in front of outsiders. Li family in Ningxu City. The disciples who were cleaning the Feng Pavilion suddenly discovered that the soul lamp of the fifth son of the Li family had suddenly gone out. They were shocked that someone dared to touch a direct descendant of the Li family. Then he didn't dare to delay, and headed towards the yard of the second master of the Li family. Chapter 160 Mining. Li Qi was meditating in his room, when suddenly an anxious cry came from the door. Second master. Something's wrong. Li Qi stood up, and opened the door, with a wave of his hand. Then he saw an unfamiliar disciple standing at the door, with an anxious look on his face. What's the matter? Li Qi said impatiently. I was cleaning the Feng Pavilion just now, and suddenly I found that the fifth master's soul lamp was out. The disciple said tremblingly. It was also his bad luck that this happened to him. What did you say? Li Qi rushed forward, holding the other party's collar. A little crazy. Say it again. Young Master Wu's soul lamp is out. The disciple could only bite the bullet and speak. Bang! Li Qi threw him hard, and the disciple fell to the ground unconscious. Li Qi had a gloomy face and counted with his fingers. Okay. Don't take my Li family seriously in the Qi refining period. Li Qi sneered and said to himself. High-level monks usually set blood curses on their direct descendants. Once they die, the elders can calculate the last person the descendants saw before they died. Then, without waiting any longer, Li Qi left the Li family in a few flashes and headed towards the inner territory of the Chaos Demon Sea, the main study room of the Li family. Master, the fifth young master has been killed, and the second master has rushed to the Chaos Demon Sea. A monk was reporting the situation to Li Feng. Well, he's just a loser. If he dies, he will die. But that person's move is a slap in the face of my Li family. Since the second brother is gone, we don't have to worry about it. He can handle it. Li Feng he waved his hand and signaled the disciples to leave. After the disciple left, he suddenly laughed, and the cancer was finally removed. Shio and the others took off the storage bags of Li Yu and others and disposed of their bodies. Then he came to the wall full of spiritual stones. Looking at this pure, top-grade fire attribute spirit stone, Shio felt happy in her heart, as she had received the light of July. Although I can't absorb the spiritual energy in it for cultivation, I can use it as currency. After all, no one will mind that the money is too much. Dig! Shio rolled up her sleeves and directed several people to dig together. 3 days later, several people stared at the large pile of spiritual stones in front of them. Under the illumination of the luminous pearl, the fiery red spiritual stone reflects a strong light, which makes people unable to open their eyes. But Shio and the others are as if they have been given a shot of chicken blood. There are tens of millions of top-quality spiritual stones here. Let's divide it into 4 parts. Collect it and leave as soon as possible, Yi Wulua suggested. After all, he has the highest cultivation level here, so it is more appropriate for him to make this allocation. Shi Yao and the other 2 nodded when they heard this. They were all comrades in arms, so there was no need to be fussy. It would be better to be direct. Then several people collected their own spiritual stones and left the cave. Shia thought about the many spiritual stones in the storage ring and had an urge to go shopping. Women, if they have money, they want to buy. It seems that I can find a temporary market in the future and spend some money. Not long after the few people left, Li Qi suddenly came to the cave, sensing that his son was here when he was alive, and that the fire attribute aura remained here. Li Qi sneered. It seems that I really have no reason to let you go. At this time, the 4 Jia people were still moving in the forest, unaware that the danger was gradually approaching.